compelled by my father, I found myself enrolled in a health vocational school, initially harboring the belief that the female students would resemble dinosaurs. To my astonishment, not only were such dinosaurs scarce, but the school also boasted a plethora of stunning classmates and beautiful teachers. In my class, there were merely 4 boys, including myself, and I was deemed the most handsome among not just my class, but perhaps the entire department. In a school teeming with girls, the notion that I could be regarded as a heartthrob filled my life with unparalleled joy. Barely a month into my first year of high school, my father announced his intention to transfer me to a local health vocational school. He insisted that one of the programs offered there would greatly enhance my prospects of finding employment in the city, especially since one of my uncles held a minor position in the municipal department associated with that field. My father assured me that upon graduation, I would be able to secure a position in that very department. Before long, I found myself at the school. My father set down my luggage and handed me some pocket money as 2 female teachers approached to greet me. He exchanged pleasantries with them before departing, leaving me to gaze in awe at my new mentors. One was clad in a form-fitting skirt and black stockings, her legs appearing exceptionally slender and long, reminiscent of a model from a fashion magazine. "Hello, my name is Gao Lan, and I am your homeroom teacher," she smiled gently, taking my luggage as we walked into the school. I followed closely, my gaze fixed on the other beautiful teacher, who wore a simple black dress without stockings. Her physique was remarkable, particularly in certain areas, which I had rarely seen in female educators, leaving me momentarily dazed, unsure of where to focus my attention. "This is Miss Shui, the lead instructor for your major. You should learn as much as you can from her regarding horticulture." Gao Lan gestured towards her. "Hello, teacher," I nodded earnestly at Miss Shui. "Since you are a month late, you must work diligently to catch up with the curriculum," Miss Shui responded with a faint smile, appearing somewhat reserved. As I walked alongside these 2 captivating teachers, I observed the school environment. The students passing by on the road were predominantly female, and the playground was filled almost entirely with girls engaging in various activities, with only 1 or 2 boys scattered among them. "Don't worry, Xiaowu. In your class, there are a total of 3 boys, including you, making it one of the classes with a relatively larger male presence. You are also considered the most handsome," Gao Lan reassured me with a smile. "The most handsome?" I pondered, somewhat confused. How could I possibly be considered handsome? In my previous school, I was just an ordinary boy, struggling to even find a girlfriend. Yet here, in this health vocational school, someone had actually called me handsome. Upon entering Class 3 of horticulture, I finally understood what my teacher meant. The class had 3 boys at the back, one of whom was short and stout, resembling a diminutive winter melon. Another had a face marked by scars, making it difficult to look at him for long. The third was tall and lanky, with an oddly shaped face that seemed fit for a horror film. Gao Lan took my luggage away, promising to retrieve it later from her office, while Miss Shui led me into the classroom. I stood at the front to introduce myself, feeling somewhat elated as nearly all the girls in the class directed their attention towards me, many of whom were quite attractive. Notably, several were considered the school's beauties, with a couple even reaching the level of school flowers. While I introduced myself, I noticed an empty seat in the center of the classroom. Could it be? My heart raced with excitement, wondering if I might be assigned to that very spot. After a brief introduction, I indeed found myself seated there, and the class soon commenced. Miss Shui was the one teaching, and the 2 school beauties flanking me nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, I'm Meow Meow, the class monitor. If you have any questions about your studies, feel free to ask me," said a sweet-looking girl, extending her hand with a smile. I hurriedly shook her hand, feeling its smoothness and softness. "Hi, I'm Fong Yu, the academic representative." "Handsome, I never expected we would have a heartthrob in our class," the other girl, slightly more alluring, remarked with a smile. Thank you," I stammered, feeling flustered as I shook her delicate hand, which felt equally soft and pleasant. The horticulture class proved rather tedious, yet Miss Shui, with her striking figure, made the experience more bearable. As I was new, she took her time explaining concepts and frequently checked to ensure I understood. Miss Shui often leaned down to instruct me, her gentle demeanor leaving me at a loss for words. To my surprise, during the class, the girls passed me over 20 notes, each expressing a desire to get to know me better and share their contact information. "Hello, I'm Wan Yu. Can we get to know each other? Hey, raise my QQ number. Hi, this is my WeChat number. Can we be friends?" The notes flooded in, all eager to connect, leaving me feeling increasingly bewildered. Meow Meow and Fong Yu took turns delivering these messages, their expressions filled with delight as they did so, seemingly eager to assist me. Did this mean they held no interest in me at all? Confused, I muttered, "Actually, I'm not particularly fond of them," hoping to clarify my position. The two girls exchanged amused glances. "Not fond? Do you have a girlfriend at your old school?" Meow Meow queried softly. "Or perhaps several?" Fong Yu chimed in with a chuckle. No, I don't have any," I replied awkwardly, realizing how implausible it was for someone of my appearance to have a girlfriend at my previous school. "That's fine. Having a girlfriend here wouldn't matter," they reassured me. "Indeed, this is a health vocational school. The circumstances are unique," Fong Yu winked, implying something I still didn't quite grasp. Yet, the two beauties didn't appear disheartened, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me, believing I might still have a chance with them. "Xiao Wu, please come to the back of the school with you, Meow Meow and Fong Yu after class. There's a ceremony we need to conduct," Mi Shui instructed me as the bell rang, approaching my side. "Xiao Wu, come to my place tonight for extra lessons to catch up on the foundational knowledge you missed," she added. Extra lessons? My head began to ache at the thought, but glancing at Mi Shui's alluring figure and considering the prospect of visiting her dormitory, I found myself nodding in agreement, my heart brimming with excitement. You are one of the rare boys in the class. In the future, if the teacher needs to inspect the trees, she might call upon you, Ms. Mi Shui remarked with a hint of exasperation as she glanced at the boys behind me. Her gaze suggested a certain dissatisfaction with them, yet she seemed quite pleased with my presence. "Hee, Ms. Mi Shui has a favorable impression of you," I commented as she walked away. Both you Meow Meow and Fong Yu erupted into laughter. "Is that so?" I chuckled in response. Extra lessons are quite bothersome. My thoughts drifted elsewhere as I observed Ms. Mi Shui's form in the distance, a smile creeping onto my face. Though it was evident that Ms. Mi Shui was unmarried, there was an undeniable allure to her figure, particularly her well-shaped posterior, which seemed to exude the charm of a mature woman. With her figure, charm, and demeanor, this teacher is truly remarkable. I mused inwardly at a loss for words. Then, an idea struck me as I looked at the two girls. Rituals? What kind of rituals are required for the horticulture class? I found myself puzzled, sensing that the school had more to it than I initially perceived. Indeed, we had a similar event at the beginning of the semester. You Meow Meow nodded in agreement. Yes, it was a bit intimidating at first, but once you experience it, it becomes quite enjoyable. Fong Yu smiled mysteriously at me, hinting that the event would be somewhat exhilarating. Rituals can be entertaining? I was still somewhat confused. Before long, Fong Yu pulled out some notes from my drawer, examining them one by one. "Fong Jia, isn't that inappropriate?" I chuckled, snatching them back. After all, they were someone else's notes, and I found it peculiar for Fong Yu to scrutinize them. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to see them?" Fong Yu pouted, shooting me a playful glare. "They are private matters," I said with an awkward smile, wishing to avoid any trouble. "Well, he doesn't understand some of our school's customs, which is why it seems this way. You should avoid stirring up trouble with him." You Meow Meow chimed in with laughter. She leaned closer to whisper, "Xiao Wu, our school is somewhat different from others. When you have time, chat with the other boys at the back to understand their situation. You'll realize that our school is like paradise for boys." She indicated with a knowing smile. I was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the boys behind me. I observed their surroundings, noting that they were accompanied by several attractive girls. Other than that, I couldn't discern much. I intended to inquire further with you Meow Meow, but she encouraged me to engage the boys directly. What does that mean? Some things can't be articulated by her, they must come from the boys, I pondered, confused. However, I recognized the importance of familiarizing myself with the boys in my class. Among them, one was quite unattractive and another was very thin, which I found somewhat unappealing. The chubby one, however, seemed relatively acceptable. Without overthinking, I approached them. "Hey, have you managed to charm those two girls?" I asked the chubby boy, who greeted me with a wide grin. "What do you mean? We merely got acquainted," I replied awkwardly, reintroducing myself. All right, I know you're Zhang Wu, I'm Wang Chong, and those two over there are my wives." Wang Chong gestured with a serious expression towards three beautiful girls in the class. "By the way, did any of those notes contain their names?" "Your wives?" I laughed, glancing at the trio. "Brother, I'm new here, you don't need to pull my leg like that." I thought Wang Chong was joking. Surely, one couldn't have three wives in one class. As I chuckled, Wang Chong smiled back at me, his expression suggesting I was rather naive. Is that really possible? I found myself doubting, noticing Wang Chong's serious demeanor. What's so unbelievable about it? This is a medical school, and it's a closed environment. It's perfectly normal for a boy to date several girls. I consider myself fortunate. What you could have is even more 5 or 6, perhaps even 7 or 8. After 3 years, you might have the chance to interact with all the beauties in the class, Wang Chong laughed heartily. I was utterly dumbfounded. Yu Miao Miao had urged me to understand the dynamics here, and I finally grasped what she meant. To think it could be like this, I felt a mix of excitement and incredulity. Observing the limited number of boys in the class, it became clear that having multiple girlfriends was indeed commonplace in this school. Chapter 3. Good days, thank you, thank you. They brought delicious food, and since I was a bit hungry, I happily indulged. I gazed appreciatively at the two young ladies. Taking a moment to observe them closely, I understood that having girls in the boys' dormitory was commonplace in this institution. Just earlier, I had noticed several girls sitting in various boys' dorms, even playfully frolicking. In some dorms, I had caught glimpses of girls' clothing, suggesting that they might have spent the night there or were even living with the boys. Different schools had varying circumstances, which I comprehended. Yet, the presence of two beautiful school flowers in my solitary room felt rather peculiar. Their gazes towards me carried an intimate air, almost as if we were the best of friends. Zhang Wu, given your awareness of our school situation, what do you intend to do? After tidying up, Yu Miao Miao turned to me with a hint of shyness. What was I to do? I found myself momentarily perplexed, an awkward realization dawning upon me. Oh, that matter. I chuckled, understanding that she was referring to the idea of having multiple girlfriends at school. What? Are you two interested? As I spoke while savoring my meal, I couldn't help but smile at them both. What are you talking about? Almost in unison, the two ladies rolled their eyes at me, their shyness only amplifying my own fluster. It dawned on me that they indeed had some intentions in that regard. Two stunning school flowers as my girlfriends? Goodness. Just the thought sent my mind into a whirl, almost short-circuiting my brain. Yet the two girls sat there, bashfully tidying my room, making it feel as though they were my wives. Taking a few deep breaths, I endeavored to calm my racing heart. Zhang Wu, this is perfectly normal. After all, it's a medical school, I reassured myself, attempting to accept this situation. For a moment, I felt a semblance of tranquility, but the idea of having two school flowers as girlfriends remained overwhelming. How would I manage multiple relationships after graduation? I chuckled, glancing at the two ladies. What? Planning to gather them all up after graduation? Yu Miao Miao shot me a knowing look, while Fang Yu regarded me with resignation, as if she too was pondering this scenario. After a moment, Yu Miao Miao settled beside me and began to explain the broader context. As it turned out, in this school, when boys pursued several girlfriends, they would eventually leave one by one after graduation, ultimately resulting in only one remaining by their side to become their spouse. I couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. What a wonderful prospect, only to end in separation. How delightful it would be if we could simply stay together. I sensed something as the two ladies cast me a few sidelong glances. Their affections towards me naturally stirred my own feelings. We exchanged laughter and light-hearted banter, bringing joy to the two of them. Occasionally, I teased them, and in no time, they were playfully surrounding me. It felt delightful. In our previous school, a boy engaging in flirtation with two girls would surely lead to conflict between them. However, here, it seemed that such issues were non-existent, and their camaraderie was quite harmonious. Before long, I gently grasped the small hands of both ladies, playfully caressing them. I even drew them into my embrace, silently admiring their beauty and their appealing figures. I smiled at them, my intentions clear. They should consider becoming my girlfriends. Almost simultaneously, both rolled their eyes at me, yet their faces radiated happiness, reflecting their willingness. The afternoon classes were particularly pleasant, with two beautiful teachers occasionally coming over to interact with us. Additionally, Yu Miao Miao and Fang Yu flirted with me throughout the entire afternoon. As for the popular girls who passed me notes, they were completely disregarded, even suggesting that I could pursue whomever I fancied. This left me at a loss for words. With the campus beauty by my side, I had little need for any other popular girls. However, one aspect took me by surprise. My learning ability and the peculiar sensation in my right hand after reaching into a tree hollow. It felt somewhat strange, almost as if this chill lingered within me. My learning capacity was generally average, yet I found horticulture particularly intuitive. I could easily grasp the specific meanings of the questions posed by the teacher, and I seamlessly integrated the extended knowledge. It was as if my mind had opened a window to enlightenment. I also touched Yu Miao Miao and Fang Yu with my right hand, who remarked that it felt somewhat warm, though I sensed it distinctly cooler. After grasping the hands of both ladies, I felt a strange energy entering their bodies, while the chill in my right hand diminished significantly. They claimed I was warm when I felt quite the opposite. I found it perplexing. Surely, there couldn't be an underlying issue. Surrounded by two campus beauties, life was undeniably splendid, yet I couldn't shake the nagging concern regarding my right hand. Xiao Wu, come here for a moment, call me Shui as the afternoon class concluded. I had hoped to dine with the two beautiful campus queens, but instead, I found myself summoned by the teacher. With a smile, I approached her, stealing a glance at Miss Shui's chest. She wore a fitted dress that hugged her figure, flowing slightly at the bottom. The sight of the beautiful teacher was truly captivating, her every step a delightful sight. Accompany me this evening. I need you to inspect a tree at a company in the suburbs, so there will be no tutoring tonight, Miss Shui suggested. Ah, accompany you to the suburbs tonight? I felt a bit awkward. What is the matter? Miss Shui stood at the classroom door, casting a glance at Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu within. It seemed she understood something profound. You're the most handsome boy in the class, indeed the most charming among the entire horticulture program. The two of them have never sought boyfriends before, yet upon your arrival, they have turned their attention to you, indicating they are not frivolous in their pursuit of companionship. You need not fear. Should you spend even a single day less with them, they shall remain yours. Teacher Miss Shui chuckled as she observed me. Teacher you. I gazed at Miss Shui in astonishment, surprised that she was already aware of my relationship with the two girls. After all, I had been exchanging glances with them throughout the afternoon, and I was not a child oblivious to such matters. Miss Shui playfully tapped my forehead. Help me this afternoon. Understood? She gestured once more. Hearing her words, I could only nod in resignation. What good fortune? I could still venture out in the evening to procure items for them. I want this, I declared. Upon returning to share with the two girls, they each expressed desires for various purchases, leading me to anticipate a considerable number of transactions. Isn't there a small supermarket on campus? I pondered, somewhat perplexed. What supermarket? Yu Miao Miao retorted. There's hardly anything there. Fine, here's some money. She handed me 100, followed by Fong Yu, who did the same. No, I will buy for you. Besides, they are merely trivial items. I had funds to spare, and as I considered the items the girls wished to acquire, mostly snacks and feminine hygiene products, I deemed them relatively inexpensive. Yet, I felt a tinge of embarrassment, as it was my first time buying such things for girls. How generous, Yu Miao Miao remarked, seemingly incredulous. Of course, they're my girlfriends, I replied somewhat loudly, a hint of irritation in my voice. Instantly, both girls flushed, casting numerous sidelong glances at me. We proceeded to the cafeteria for a light meal, and after dining, the two girls accompanied me back to the dormitory. This time, I had certainly reaped considerable rewards. The relationship between us was solidifying, allowing for small advancements in our interactions. Both girls were exceedingly compliant, and I relished the delightful moments shared. In middle school, I had a girlfriend, yet it was merely a playful affair. We had not engaged in anything significant. The closest we came to intimacy was during a late-night study session, where a fleeting moment occurred. But it lacked any real sensation, just a hurried encounter. However, with these two girls, I felt truly at ease and even content. That sensation was undeniably pleasurable. I recalled the necessity of purchasing those items. As I prepared to depart with teacher Miss Shui to the suburbs, the girls escorted me to the door, their faces flushed. I nodded earnestly, while Miss Shui chuckled from the side, causing me to feel a bit awkward, expressing affection in front of my teacher. Something I would never have dared to do in my former school, felt entirely acceptable here. It appeared that neither Yu Miao Miao nor Fong Yu bore any reservations. They seemed unfazed. The teacher, too, offered no objections. Indeed, I thought, as I noticed a chill on my arm. Soon, I found myself seated in Miss Shui's car, surprised by its appearance, which seemed to be worth over 200,000. I find it quite surprising that such a female teacher possesses such a remarkable car. I also mentioned to Ms. Miss Shui that my arm felt a bit chilly. While driving, Ms. Miss Shui reached over to touch my arm. Chapter 4. Listening to the tree. Indeed, the tree possessed an unusual quality. Many who came into contact with it experienced a subtle transformation. However, the notion of a cooling sensation in the arm was a first for me. Teacher Miss Shui expressed a hint of curiosity. Cool. Is it not warm? At just a touch, I noticed her demeanor shifting towards irritation, her gaze casting a fleeting, reproachful glance in my direction, as if suspecting I was deceiving her. Strangely, her complexion, much like that of my two female companions, began to flush with a hint of crimson. Their hands, too, felt warm against mine. I touched my own hand, sensing a slight chill as well. Yet, Teacher Michue insisted on feeling warmth, her chest rising and falling more noticeably than usual. Her gaze towards me bore an air of evasion, as if she were hesitant to meet my eyes, perhaps fearing that looking at me might provoke some change within her. What was happening? With her comment, I decided to refrain from further discussion, although I had intended to share my academic concerns with Teacher Michue. Her serious expression deterred me from doing so. "Miji, sure, you have arrived," came a voice as we reached the entrance of a factory on the outskirts. Upon disembarking, a middle-aged owner greeted us, accompanied by two rather attractive secretaries. Teacher Michue, equipped with various tools, approached a large tree nearby without uttering a word. I took the opportunity to scrutinize the tree closely. It appeared quite large yet somewhat ailing. Many branches at the top hung limply, some even tinged with yellow. "Come here," Teacher Michue beckoned. I smiled faintly and hurried over. "Not only do I want company, but I also wish for you to learn about diagnosing tree ailments. This knowledge cannot simply be acquired at will." As she spoke, she began her examination, and I nodded eagerly, standing by her side as a diligent assistant. We dug into the soil, extracting branches and pieces of bark for closer inspection. The middle-aged owner and his two secretaries lingered nearby, observing our efforts. The company's secretaries, while not overtly beautiful, exuded a certain charm in their fitted attire, their figures captivating enough to draw my gaze intermittently, momentarily distracting me from my role as an assistant. "What are you doing?" After merely a few glances, Teacher Michue seemed to notice my wandering attention and shot me a gentle, reproachful look. I chuckled awkwardly and redirected my focus to her and her work. After a considerable amount of time, Teacher Michue appeared to struggle with the task at hand, as this particular tree seemed particularly challenging. The owner instructed the secretaries to fetch some refreshments. We enjoyed a brief respite, yet Teacher Michue remained unable to reach a definitive conclusion, indicating that more time was required. "Do you know what kind of tree this is?" she inquired during a lull. "Locust tree," I answered with certainty. Teacher Michue's reaction hinted at her surprise. "Why do you suppose employers favor planting such trees at the entrances of their factories?" "Ah, I understand." I nodded happily, having acquired a wealth of knowledge in just a single day of horticulture class. I even gleaned considerable insights into the horticultural profession and became well-versed in various horticultural terminologies. "What? To ward off evil spirits," I stated quite candidly. Teacher Michue regarded me with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by my understanding. The locust tree, associated with spirits, is revered in both feng shui and fortune-telling practices. Typically found in wild settings, it either graces shady grounds or encircles graveyards. Some business owners, wary of malevolent energies, prefer to plant such trees around their companies, particularly at the entrance. They tend to select two or even several venerable locust trees. The older the better, as such specimens are believed to possess greater power to dispel evil. Clearly, you possess some understanding. Now, tell me, what is amiss with this tree? Teacher Michue gestured. The employer and his two assistants appeared to lose their patience, having waited for quite some time. "Teacher, you're not making this easy for me. While I feel my horticultural knowledge has expanded, diagnosing tree ailments is beyond my capabilities." Yet, inexplicably, upon her inquiry, I began to sense something. My right hand involuntarily stirred, as if drawn toward the locust tree. "Teacher, perhaps I should take a closer look," I suggested, smiling at Teacher Michue. Very well, Teacher Michue acquiesced, though her expression conveyed skepticism regarding my abilities. The employer's unfriendly gaze lingered, but she remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of an unfavorable assessment. I approached the ancient locust tree, and upon my arrival, it trembled slightly. The leaves rustled, and while there was a breeze, it felt oddly intense, as if the wind itself could not account for such motion. As I drew nearer, an uncanny sensation enveloped my right hand, compelling me to make contact with the tree. Hesitantly, I placed my hand upon its bark. Help me, save me. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind, startling me to the ground. Ah. The assistant chuckled at my expense. Xiao Wu, what's the matter? Teacher Mi Shui hurried over, concern etched across her face. Nothing, I replied awkwardly, brushing off the dirt from my trousers. I again placed my hand on the ancient locust tree. Help me, I am infested with termites. Had the employer not severed my roots excessively, I could have resisted, but now the voice resonated within me, astonishing yet oddly credible, as if it were indeed the voice of the venerable tree. There exists a peculiar sensation that affirms my certainty. After a brief narration, I quietly stepped aside. Silly me. The two young assistants gazed at my foolish demeanor, chuckling softly. It felt as though even a tree might startle me into a seated position, which struck me as rather amusing. How about you? Do you feel it yet? Teacher Mi Shui approached me, whispering her inquiry. She was also on a call, seemingly attempting to take decisive action regarding this ancient locust tree. Teacher, there are termites within the tree. We must not allow the extermination team to act recklessly. I gestured to her. You. Mi Shui's face froze in astonishment. She looked at me with a hint of disbelief. You've also discerned the presence of termites within it. Yes, in the central region. It appears to have been compromised over several sections. I replied, while making my way towards the owner. I also took hold of Mi Shui's hand, driven by urgency, disregarding any reservations. Upon being tugged, Mi Shui sensed something amiss, as did I. We quickly released each other as hands, both of us feeling somewhat awkward. What was taking so long? The owner began to express his irritation, likely feeling that our delay was excessive. Sir, there are termites within the tree, and I need to confirm a few matters with you, I stated earnestly, meeting his gaze. Hey, are you the technician, or is it Teacher Me? The middle-aged owner rolled his eyes at me, as if I was overstepping my bounds. You cannot possibly transport this venerable locust tree from the local garden deep into another province for 3 days and nights of worship, all the while injuring its roots and even damaging its trunk during excavation and transit. You should have informed us of these matters long ago. The owner's face flushed crimson as he shot me a furious glance, clearly taken aback by my words. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever move a tree that far? He attempted to deny the allegations. In the forest east of Taohua Village, in Ling County, Esbama Township, the elder son over there was the one who conducted the ceremony, I stated calmly. At this revelation, the owner nearly collapsed in shock, quickly shifting his gaze to one of his young assistants, seemingly suspecting her of leaking information. The assistant shook her head vigorously. Boss, why didn't T say anything? You know me. There are certain matters I would never disclose, even under duress. Upon hearing her words, the owner looked at me with a mixture of fear and confusion, evidently struggling to comprehend how I had acquired such knowledge. You failed to clarify the situation and allowed our teacher to examine the tree's ailment. If she had merely summoned the extermination team without understanding the full context, the tree would have undoubtedly perished. In that case, both you and our teacher would suffer losses. I glared at the owner in frustration, feeling inexplicably sympathetic towards the tree. It was a strange sensation. Why would I feel such empathy for a tree? Yet, that was the sentiment within me. Teacher Mi Shui looked at me in astonishment. She seemed unable to comprehend how I had amassed such an abundance of information, even regarding the historical circumstances of this tree, with such clarity. This understanding entirely surpasses the common knowledge of most individuals. The extermination team arrived promptly. Initially, my teacher was supposed to cover the expenses, but the proprietor intervened, providing payment and allowing them to depart prematurely. The ants were far from eradicated. The owner, with a somewhat awkward demeanor, cast glances at Mi Shui and particularly at me. Some of the previous exchanges appeared to have subtly altered my standing in his eyes, at least from his perspective. My young friend, he inquired, what must I do to revive this tree? The proprietor pulled me aside, his expression revealing a mix of concern and eager anticipation as he looked at me. Of course, this ancient locust tree has stood for at least 150 years. It would be challenging to find another of such age. I offered him a slight smile, and he nodded vigorously, indicating his agreement with my sentiment. Chapter 5. The love of the obese man, indeed. It was upon the counsel of a master that I spent over 300,000 to procure this tree. My dear brother, could you nurture it back to health? The proprietor gazed at me with utmost seriousness. I cast a glance at Master Michue. After all, this task belonged to her. At that moment, the owner inquired, and I dared not speak excessively, as I wished to show due respect to Master Michue. She gestured subtly, which instilled a sense of confidence within me, prompting me to respond. Yes, however, the price may differ slightly. I regarded the owner while simultaneously observing Master Michue, who indicated a number, 2. In that instant, I comprehended the price the owner intended to offer Master Michue, thus allowing me to articulate my thoughts more freely. What sum do you require? The proprietor asked with a smile. I approached the old locust tree once more, resting my arm against its trunk, quietly absorbing the surroundings. Soon, I discerned the actions I needed to undertake. As for the price, I had a clear understanding. If all is well, I shall receive 50,000, along with certain conditions. Conditions? The owner looked at me, puzzled. I gestured towards a nearby security booth. You must instruct the personnel there to supply this tree with some soil from that area each day. I pointed to a location not far from the workshop, elaborating on the quantity of water needed post-soil application, as well as the quality of the water. Very well, they have little else to do. The owner promptly acquiesced. A faint smile graced my lips as I approached Master Michue, retrieving the bag beside her without a word. Without hesitation, I slung the bag over my shoulder and began to ascend a tree. In truth, climbing trees was not within my skill set. Yet, inexplicably, my hands and feet found a secure grip on this tree, and an unwavering confidence surged within me. It felt as though the branches conspired with my every movement, the texture beneath my feet seemingly fortifying my ascent, providing an extraordinary sense of connection. Before long, I reached a designated spot. Here, I sensed 2 locations and commenced the application of the remedy, quietly attuning myself to the sounds emanating from within the tree. I began my task, gently spraying the solution on various sections of the trunk. Gradually, the termites emerged from their concealment. Undeterred, I continued to spray in accordance with the old locust tree's directives at various locations. After a prolonged wait of over half an hour, the old locust tree signaled that I could proceed to seal the exposed bark using a specialized adhesive spray. Swiftly, I descended to the ground and surveyed the area below. Commence the process, I signaled to the owner. Without hesitation, he instructed the security personnel to transport the soil from the designated area. I then began to replace the earth surrounding the tree's roots, exchanging the surface and even the mid-layer soil almost entirely. Finally, I directed the security personnel to source water from the nearby pond or farmer's well. I persistently encouraged the old locust tree to partake in the revitalization process. Regarding the well water, had it been the spring water from the old place, I might have recovered in just a few days. Alas, it is a pity. Listening to the whispers of the old locust tree, I gazed at the proprietor. Boss, I shall forego 10,000 yuan for the tree. Please, send someone to fetch a few tons of that spring water from the tree excavation site and continuously water this old locust tree. The owner looked at me with astonishment, seemingly taken aback by my awareness of the spring's existence at the digging site. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and agreed. Teacher Michue, standing nearby, regarded me with curiosity, surprised that I would sacrifice such a sum for a mere tree. However, her gaze also conveyed a sense of admiration, as if my decision resonated with her. How about that? Is it acceptable? After a series of actions, I could sense a flicker of vitality returning to the old locust tree. The onlookers seemed to share this sentiment, as the rustling of the leaves hinted at a newfound vigor within the tree. The proprietor and teacher Michue exchanged astonished glances, marveling at how my simple intervention had altered the state of the old locust tree. Thank you. This is my small return. Just as I was about to utter more, a faint breath seemed to flow from within the old locust tree in my right hand, making it feel even colder than it already was. What is this? I exclaimed in surprise. Experience it for yourself. There are certain things I cannot reveal, as you are a unique existence. Now I must rest. Regaining my former self may require several days of recuperation. I wished to converse further with the old locust tree, yet all I could discern were the murmurs of the earth. I understood that the old locust tree had fallen utterly silent. A student possessing such a sum of money. Is that appropriate? Minutes later, teacher Mishue handed me 20,000 yuan. The proprietor, accompanied by his two assistants, stood nearby, gazing at me with evident admiration. Teacher Mishue appeared somewhat envious, remarking on my ability to acquire such a significant sum on my first attempt. Young master, here is my business card. I have planted numerous trees and even tend to the horticulture in my office. I wonder if you might have the time to visit. The proprietor seemed eager for me to tour his office. However, as night had fallen and sensing the proprietor's discomfort, I could offer no further assistance. I merely nodded, assuring him I would visit when possible and prepared to depart. All right. The proprietor's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if awaiting the next opportunity. Soon, teacher Mishue and I left. Along the way, I occasionally touched my right hand, noticing it felt even colder than before. I also contemplated the words spoken by the old locust tree, hinting at secrets I was not meant to know, and the notion of being a unique existence. What did that mean? My curiosity about the school's white ginkgo tree had intensified as I realized that the changes within me were all connected to that very tree. Teacher Mishue, what kind of tree is that? I inquired softly. What tree? Mishue seemed lost in her own thoughts, momentarily taken aback by my question. The sacred tree in our school, I added. Oh, that tree has puzzled many experts both domestically and internationally. It is perhaps the only successful albino ginkgo tree in the world. Even the personnel from the National Laboratory have examined some of its branches and leaves. Yet they found nothing unusual. It is quite similar to an ordinary ginkgo tree, she explained, her cheeks inexplicably reddening as she spoke, especially when she looked at me. Her gaze often evasive, as if she wished to avoid making eye contact. This peculiar behavior of teacher Mishue piqued my curiosity even further. I couldn't shake the feeling that the changes in her demeanor were somehow influenced by my presence. By the way, I still need to buy something for the two girls. Iri called, gesturing to Mishue. You treat your girlfriend quite well. She smiled faintly, steering the small cart to a nearby supermarket, planning to wait for me while I shopped. Teacher Mishue, could you assist me with something? I asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Busy? She replied, glancing at me with a puzzled expression. Oh, well. I smiled slightly and shared the request from the two girls. Haha, you're buying those for them? Mishue chuckled upon realizing I was purchasing feminine items. Indeed, they say the school provides inadequate options. I replied with a hint of exasperation. That's true. Mishue pondered for a moment before accompanying me into the supermarket. I gathered the necessities for the girls while she selected some items of her own. We worked in tandem. As we prepared to leave, Mishue received a WeChat message, standing there in a daze with a somewhat grim expression. Teacher Mishue, I called out softly, noticing she had been standing for quite some time. Oh, let's get going, she replied, tucking her phone into her pocket without addressing the message. Once we were in the car, her phone vibrated again, seemingly from the same individual who had messaged earlier. I couldn't help but notice the odd sensation as her phone vibrated in her pocket, and my gaze inadvertently fixated on that area. Upon glancing at the WeChat messages, Mishue appeared troubled, as if she was grappling with a challenging situation. Teacher, what's the matter? I chuckled lightly. Though I felt it was somewhat inappropriate to pry into her affairs, I thought it wouldn't hurt to ask, especially since I had developed a fondness for this teacher and was willing to assist her. It's nothing, just some annoying people. Let's go, she said abruptly, leading me towards the school. However, as we approached the school gates, her vehicle gradually came to a halt, seemingly drawn to something in the distance. What on earth? On the distant roadside, a slightly overweight man stood holding approximately 99 roses, gazing intently at his surroundings. Upon spotting Ms. Mishue's vehicle, particularly the license plate, his excitement propelled him towards her. Ms. Mishue, I believe I understand now, I thought, surmising that this man was indeed a suitor of hers, and her earlier discomfort likely stemmed from him. Just as I was about to speak, Ms. Mishue had already exited the car, signaling for me to remain inside. Chunglong, I've already told you, our affair has long since ended. The man appeared somewhat unattractive and across the street. The vehicle parked was merely an electric bike rather than a luxurious car, which felt rather peculiar. As the man approached Mi Shui gestured for him to keep his distance. However, I could discern a flicker of affection in her eyes, tinged with a sense of difficulty. Mi Shui, I was wrong. I chose the wrong girl. I should have chosen you from the beginning, the man exclaimed, visibly agitated. The word choice momentarily stunned me, but I quickly shook my head, deeming it improbable. In our medical school, it was indeed easier for boys to pursue girls, yet there were certain unspoken rules. A girl as beautiful as Mi Shui would certainly not be drawn to someone like him. Just as in our class, ordinary boys could only aspire to date the class flower, while only boys like me, who were relatively good-looking, had a chance with a campus beauty. Thus, it seemed unlikely they would ever be a match. Long, some things are in the past. You have graduated from our horticulture program and have had several lovely girls to choose from. You can simply select one from among them. There is really nothing between us. Mi Shui conveyed to the man. Mi Shui, I love you. I truly love you, the man declared passionately, as if about to lunge at her. Meanwhile, Mi Shui had already moved closer to my side. Chapter 6. Too forward, I can no longer bear to watch. I rushed forward and positioned myself in front of the hefty individual. Who are you? He exclaimed, his agitation palpable. At that moment, it seemed nothing could deter him. Kid, get out of my way. Without further ado, the rotund man lunged at me, attempting to shove me aside with considerable force. Given his weight and strength, I stumbled to the side, nearly losing my balance and falling to the ground. Nevertheless, I retaliated with a swift flick of my right hand, executing a modest counterattack. To my astonishment, he was sent crashing into a nearby trash bin with a resounding thud. The collision propelled the bin aside, and he found himself sprawled amidst the refuse. In the sweltering summer heat, the bin was filled with an array of unpleasantly odorous garbage, much of it in various stages of decay. As he rolled amidst the debris, he grimaced at the foul stench, and I could hardly blame him for his discomfort. Mi Shui, I like you. He glared at me with fury. Though his gaze remained fixated on Mi Shui, he shouted a few more words before, resigned to his circumstances, he scurried away, casting numerous disdainful glances back at me, as if to imprint my image in his memory for future retribution. I stood there momentarily dazed, contemplating how I had managed to push him with such ease. I waved my right hand again, feeling as though I had exerted little effort. Let us go. Mi Shui gestured to me, her eyes conveying surprise at my unexpected strength. She led me to her dormitory without elaborating on the reasons for her actions. Teacher, with your financial acumen, why don't you buy a house for yourself? I queried as I settled into her room, sensing an air of peculiarity. I have, she replied nonchalantly. I purchased an apartment in the city and another in my hometown. I was taken aback. Oh, I replied, surprised to learn that Mi Shui, at merely 25 years of age, owned 2 properties. What is so unusual about that? For a landscape designer like us, it's quite normal to acquire 1 or 2 houses over a few years. I believe you'll be able to purchase one soon as well. With a gentle smile, Mi Shui regarded me knowingly. Her words left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could someone my age possibly afford a house? Yet, upon reflection, there seemed to be a sliver of possibility. After all, I had earned 20,000 from merely diagnosing a tree today. If I continued to accumulate such income, who could say what the future held? Then why don't you live in your new house? I inquired, puzzled why someone with a new property would choose to reside in a school dormitory. What is the appeal of living alone in an empty house? Mi Shui shot me a bemused glance, leaving me momentarily speechless. Teacher Mi Shui spoke little and simply retrieved a bottle of foreign liquor from the cabinet. Without hesitation, she began pouring. I thought I might share a drink with her, and she filled a glass for me as well. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, Mi Shui had already taken a sip. During my time in the horticulture class, I had never loved a boy, yet I had held a slight admiration for one chubby fellow and shared a brief, ambiguous connection. Little did I expect that after pouring the drinks, Mi Shui would gulp down a generous mouthful and gestured for me to join her. Teacher, I'm not very good at drinking, I stammered, attempting to decline, but her piercing gaze silenced my protest. Faced with her insistence, I reluctantly sipped from my glass. The liquor was quite pleasant, with a hint of sweetness, though it carried a slight sting that I found tolerable. I was aware that Chung Long knew I had become a renowned horticulturist, gaining both wealth and status, which might have been his reason for pursuing me. In truth, I felt a flicker of attraction towards him. After all, we had shared a touch of ambiguity during our 3 years in nursing school. I had even entertained the possibility of a future together. However, he was insufferable, having clung to several girls after graduation, leading to unfortunate consequences for some, including multiple pregnancies and terminated hopes of motherhood. As I spoke, Mi Shui took another hearty sip, her eyes beginning to swell with emotion. She appeared deeply saddened, not just for herself, but for her female students as well. Those were my classmates, and seeing their plight made it impossible for me to forgive him for his actions. Mi Shui reached for my right hand, saying, "Xiao Wu, you must not be reckless like such a man, nor should you harm any girl." Though the circumstances in nursing school differ, a girl's desire for genuine love remains unchanged. For some reason, as she held my hand, her face flushed even deeper, and her breath grew slightly erratic. Her gaze lingered on me as if she were entranced. "What is happening to me? The more I look at you, the more handsome you seem," she chuckled, releasing my hand and resuming her drinking. "Teacher, please," I pleaded, not wishing for her to overindulge. Despite my attempts to dissuade her, she continued to drink several more glasses. "This is not good," I cautioned as the bottle neared its end. Mi Shui leaned against me, her face flushed and gazing at me with an alluring intensity, her hand resting on my waist. "Xiao Wu, do you know? You are quite charming. Your right hand feels peculiar. When I hold it, my heart and body tingle with comfort, almost as if I wish for you to hold me forever. This time, it's even stronger. I find myself yearning," she whispered, brushing her lips against my ear. "Teacher, please," I stammered, feeling the weight of the moment as I regarded Mi Shui, her face glowing with a blush, exuding an undeniable feminine allure. Moreover, the look in her eye, it seemed she wanted me to do something for her. I glanced at the prominent area of my teacher's chest, accompanied by her peculiar gaze. Ultimately, I push her away slightly. Although I have an affinity for women, I still possess a sense of restraint. I contemplated the idea of bringing her to bed for a restful slumber. "Xiao Wu, don't leave. Stay with the teacher," she implored. It was then that I took action. Mi Shui enveloped me in her embrace. "You are so warm. I truly like you. If only you were a few years older and in the same class as me, I would surely be your woman. Following you even after graduation," she softly murmured, her delicate lips brushing against my neck. As I drifted into a daze, the teacher began to doze off, her small hand resting on my waist, seemingly preventing my departure. Her face pressed against mine. "Ah, this Mi Shui." I smiled helplessly, glancing once more at her prominent features. Sigh. There are certain experiences I yearn to explore, particularly those related to her. Thus, as I departed, I took the opportunity to fully comprehend the sensations involved, curious about their wondrous nature. Carrying my belongings, I hurried towards the girls' dormitory, my thoughts lingering on the events that had transpired in Mi Shui's quarters. A memory struck me, and I couldn't help but smile with delight. I had thought that visiting the girls' dormitory would be a cumbersome affair. I felt a twinge of sneakiness, only to be met with a disapproving glance from an older woman, who scolded me for my timidity, suggesting I must have mistaken it for some other school. Nearby, a few senior female students chuckled at my navet, teasing me about being a first-time visitor to the girls' dormitory, leaving me momentarily speechless. "Have you been drinking?" The nursing school is quite splendid. Even past 11 o'clock, the dormitory lights remained aglow. In the room of Yu Miao Miao and Fang Yu, for other girls lounged about, some in tank tops, others nearly devoid of undergarments, simply donning a flimsy outer garment that swayed before me. I settled onto Yu Miao Miao's bed, gazing vacantly at the scene within the dormitory while handing over my offerings to them. The two girls, occupying the upper and lower bunks, flanked me, holding my hands while indulging in the snacks I had brought. When they wished to eat, they insisted I partake as well. The food from outside is better. After sampling a few, the two girls produced some feminine products from their bags, eager to ascertain the appropriate sizes. "I thought you would definitely choose incorrectly, but it seems your selections are spot on. Indeed, you understand these sizes. Have you purchased them for girls before?" Fang Yu's discerning gaze scrutinized me. "Yes. Mi Shui helped me select them," I confessed quietly, recounting my encounter with Ms. Shui to the two girls. Such occurrences exist? Women do love to gossip. Upon hearing, they grew excited, urging me to share more. Keep it a secret, I implored, hesitant to divulge further. Who is your boyfriend? It seems as though she regards him as her partner and insists that we keep her matters confidential. In a moment, the two women pressed me repeatedly, compelling me to divulge everything I knew. Reluctantly, I acquiesced and shared all the information I possessed. Initially, I believed that Ms. Shui harbored no romantic inclinations within the confines of the school. Evidently, that was a misconception. Alas, dear husband, certain matters are deeply personal, and typically, unless one shares an intimate bond, a young woman would not willingly disclose such details. Fang Yu, intrigued by my words, cast a curious glance in my direction. The reason being, in my resignation, I recounted nearly every event that had transpired, albeit omitting the more reckless escapades that followed. Having consumed some alcohol, I found myself discussing such topics, prompting both women to regard me with suspicion, seemingly questioning whether our inebriation had led to something untoward. I, merely a student, wore a look of grievance, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, for I had indeed engaged in some minor indiscretions. It's nothing, I reassured them. Yet they continued to scrutinize me intently, as if determined to extract some revelation. After I had sufficiently guaranteed my innocence, they ceased their inquiries. As the clock struck 11:30, the lights in the girls' dormitory were finally extinguished. Both women clung to me, refusing to let me depart, even opting to share a bed. This brought me a sense of comfort. The hour was late, and I harbored concerns about potential repercussions. What is the matter? It's not that kind of situation, I remarked. Yu Miao Miao shot me a playful glare, while Fang Yu boldly leaned in for a kiss. Ah, some matters truly cannot be dismissed at will, for their eagerness was undeniable. Chapter 7. The Unfathomable Matters in Truth. I harbored a fondness for it in my heart. After some engagement, I found myself pondering it further. However, certain matters remained tightly guarded by the two young ladies. Whenever I sought to act, they thwarted my efforts, allowing me only to reap other trivial benefits. It felt akin to a mere semblance of satisfaction. The commotion persisted until around 1 in the morning, after which I reluctantly made my way back, my heart still restless, consumed by an inner fire. As I passed by the dormitory entrance, the matron cast a glance my way. She offered me a slight smile and gently reminded me not to linger out so late in the future. I nodded repeatedly, hastening my return, my astonishment only deepening. Who would have imagined that the atmosphere within the nursing school could be so liberating? Even at such a late hour, boys could casually enter the girls' dormitory. Lying on my bed, I reflected on the events that transpired in Miao Miao's and the other girls' dormitory, a smile spreading across my face. This night had truly been one of the most enchanting of my life. Yet, certain actions seemed necessary to quell my restless mind. A fervor within me felt as though it might burst forth. Despite the late hour, I summoned my energy to act. I considered the occurrences within the girls' dormitory. Some of those actions were surprisingly swift. As the clock approached 2, sleep continued to elude me. My thoughts drifted to the two beautiful teachers and my girlfriend, alongside the chilling sensation of my right hand and the push at the door. It all felt rather peculiar. Furthermore, my mental state was erratic. Typically, after engaging in such activities at this hour, one would have long succumbed to slumber, yet tonight was different. A multitude of perplexing questions swirled in my mind, yet I could find no answers. Perhaps it was all the doing of that strange tree. Xiaowu, take these and examine them closely, my teacher, Ms. Mi, instructed the following morning, placing a plethora of books on my desk for supplementary study. Her gaze held an air of peculiarity, as if she recalled the events of the previous night, yet simultaneously, it seemed she did not. I merely nodded nonchalantly. Miao Miao and Fang Yu observed from the side, their expressions laced with suspicion, as if they sensed an unusual rapport between me and Ms. Mi. Rest assured. You two, I chuckled, your boyfriend is quite remarkable, albeit a bit young for me to take notice. These books are quite specialized. Your boyfriend is impressive. He seems to have a solid understanding of horticulture. Moreover, he earned over 20,000 last night, as you may have heard. Ms. Mi smiled at the girls' reactions, ultimately revealing some secrets. The mention of 20,000 captured their attention. causing them to fixate on me, their previous doubts regarding my relationship with Ms. Me momentarily forgotten. Why not share more? In a moment, both Yu Meow Meow and Fong Yu became quite agitated. They surrounded me, tidying up after me, yet their gazes were filled with delight. Naturally, they were pleased that their boyfriend was earning money, envisioning the prospect of new clothes and upgraded phones. The two women regarded me with expectant eyes. All right, if you like it, I chuckled, holding their delicate hands. My gaze drifted towards teacher Mi Shui in the distance. There was a lingering sense that she harbored feelings for me, perhaps in her heart, but unwilling to voice them. The day's lessons felt quite fulfilling, yet I scarcely absorbed anything from the teacher. Aside from spending time with my two girlfriends, I devoted most of my attention to the books Mi Shui had provided. I felt that I had grasped nearly half of the knowledge contained within, if not more, despite having skimmed through some sections. By making associations and connections, I felt capable of deducing a significant portion of the material. What was happening to me? My mind had never felt so sharp. Throughout my life, I had often felt mentally sluggish. At this moment, it seemed as if the doors of knowledge were wide open to me, with information effortlessly flowing into my being. Should I choose to engage with it? It was indeed a peculiar sensation. As the afternoon wore on, the oddity of my thoughts compelled me to venture into the small grove behind the school, hoping to inquire further with teacher Mi Shui about what this tree could offer. What was I up to? A row, perhaps. Once classes concluded, I led the two women towards the grove, where they mistakenly believed I sought something more intimate, casting shy glances in my direction. Upon reaching the shaded area, before I could initiate anything, they eagerly approached me. While they disallowed any excessive advances, they were more than willing to share kisses and affection, which left me feeling somewhat awkward. After some time, we made our way to the white ginkgo tree at the back of the grove. "Darling, there's no need for such elaborate worship," one of them remarked. "If you feel it is sending you a message, a visit once a month will suffice." They laughed, standing to the side, seemingly feeling I had overdone the rituals. When they approached the tree, they offered a brief homage. I nodded at the ginkgo tree before returning to that very spot, extending my hand once more. It felt strange, as if something was emanating from within me, while another essence flowed from the tree into my being. This exchange brought a sense of comfort to my body. The sensation was peculiar, prompting me to withdraw my hand momentarily. Yet, my body remained unchanged, and the icy touch lingered. Despite the awkwardness, I placed my hand back into the tree, allowing the energy to circulate. After several minutes, the delightful sensation diminished considerably. "Is it over?" my companions inquired, their patience waning as they pulled me closer, eager for my company on the return journey. As I gazed at them, both women appeared momentarily taken aback. "Darling, you Meow Meow regarded me as if I were an entirely different person. "How peculiar! My husband has become quite charismatic," she remarked. Fong Yu, too, observed me with an expression of intrigue. Charismatic? Had I not possessed such qualities all along? I felt a surge of indignation, sensing that Fong Yu had mischaracterized me. The two women exchanged amused glances and led me into the school, where we stood before a vanity mirror for a closer inspection. Somehow, I sensed that I indeed resembled a different individual, particularly vibrant. What on earth has transpired? I found myself perplexed, unable to comprehend the changes affecting me, especially concerning my right hand. I resolved that this evening, I must visit teacher Mi Shui. I made up my mind to inquire earnestly about this phenomenon. That night, I opted out of evening study sessions, informing my homeroom teacher, Gao Lan Lan, before making my way directly to Mi Shui's dormitory. "You still need to catch up," she remarked upon seeing me, her face flushing briefly before settling into a calm demeanor. "No, teacher, I have some questions," I replied, extending my hand toward her, my gaze earnest. "Ah, your hand is warm again," Mi Shui said, casting me a teasing glance that hinted at memories of our previous encounters. Yet she gently grasped my hand. "It is indeed warm, but what of it?" she mused, as if suspecting I was attempting to take advantage of the situation. "Since I placed my hand in that tree hollow, it has felt a bit warm, I confess sincerely. That's quite normal. The tree hollow is quite magical. Many students in this specialty have experienced its effects. Did I not mention before that numerous classmates have undergone changes?" Your warmth is nothing out of the ordinary, Miss Xue explained, her gaze momentarily captivated by me, much like my two girlfriends, though she quickly diverted her attention elsewhere. Is that so? I pondered, ultimately choosing to withhold the deeper secrets. Such matters were far too grave, and I doubted Miss Xue would believe me if I spoke of them. Thank you, teacher. I nodded, intending to depart. Yet I sensed something peculiar in Miss Xue's demeanor as she faced me. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze seemed evasive, as if something lingered unspoken. Teacher, last night, there was nothing between us. I uttered quietly as I reached the door. Suddenly, a realization struck me. You. Miss Xue sprang to her feet, her expression turning to one of anger. Leave, she exclaimed loudly, as though I had struck a nerve. In that moment, I recognized my words had crossed a line, injuring her in some way. I glanced back at her, feeling a sense of helplessness as I exited. Alas, what was the point of that last remark? Surely, I had angered her, and the events of the previous night weighed heavily on my mind. I have a sense that the teacher must be somewhat aware of what transpired last night. Otherwise, such a reaction would be inconceivable. However, the specifics of the events remain rather unclear to me. If she is indeed aware of my actions regarding her, I cannot help but feel a tinge of concern. My dear, your ability to discern matters concerning trees is truly remarkable. Just like yesterday, as soon as the evening study session concluded, I found myself in the girls' dormitory, indulging in snacks and reclining upon their beds, while also playfully holding their delicate hands. They appeared quite intrigued by my knowledge of tree ailments. I can indeed, I replied with a smile, taking in their attire. As the night deepened, the two girls donned their shorts and short tops devoid of undergarments. Their appearance was not only refreshing, but also undeniably alluring. Unable to resist, I reached out to caress them, my hands gently exploring certain areas. The girls exhibited a remarkable sense of restraint. There were places that welcomed my touch and others that were off limits, seemingly adhering to their principles. Yet, in such circumstances, I found a certain thrill. Shall we venture into business? Feng Yu proposed with a grin. Venture into business? I am perplexed, I responded. My dear, the seniors at our school often engage with various nurseries or large companies to address tree ailments, and they have garnered quite a reputation. Some can earn thousands, even tens of thousands, in just a few days, Feng Yu asserted confidently. That seems inappropriate, Yu Miao Miao interjected, sensing the potential impropriety, as if doubting my qualifications. Sister Miao Miao, it is entirely feasible. My husband has earned the acknowledgement of teacher Miss Xue, which signifies his capabilities, Feng Yu continued. Listening from the sidelines, I felt a flicker of intrigue. Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, Yu Miao Miao appeared to contemplate the proposition. After all, who wouldn't he desire to earn a little extra? Well, if it can yield profits, I'm certainly interested, I remarked with a slight smile, ready to take action. Some matters, as they suggested, were worth my while. However, sensing my movements, the two girls cast several playful glares in my direction. Chapter 8. Granting opportunities, yet, in the end, they still handled it for me, and I found myself quite satisfied with the outcome. I remained perplexed, sighing inwardly. After midnight, I returned to my dormitory and succumbed to sleep, my thoughts lingering on the matters concerning my right hand. While I could not reach a conclusion, I decided to rest. However, at that moment my phone rang. Hello, is this Zhang Wu? It was the voice of teacher Miss Xue. Teacher Me, what's the matter? I sensed an unusual tone in her voice, as if she were upset. You did such a thing to someone, and you just leave it at that? Teacher Me's voice was filled with agitation. Teacher, what are you talking about? I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me, sensing that she might know something, or perhaps not entirely. Yet, it felt as though she had some inkling of the truth. You insist on making others spell it out before you acknowledge it, showing no sense of responsibility. With that, the call ended abruptly. When I attempted to call her back, she refused to answer. What on earth is going on? I felt increasingly uneasy. What exactly did Teacher Me know? Did she possess the full picture? A sleepless night ensued, and Friday arrived. The school would be closed for the weekend, and the two girls had already made plans with me. We could either seek out activities or indulge in leisure. They were particularly keen on the 2,000 yuan in my pocket, eager to spend it on my behalf. I could not shake off Teacher Me's words from my mind, feeling an urgent need to clarify matters with her. Yet, The following day, she offered me little opportunity to do so, barely sparing me a glance. When I sought her out, she claimed to be busy and hurried off elsewhere, leaving me waiting in vain. It was evident she was deliberately ignoring me. What is going on? I felt disoriented. Soon, it was time to leave school. The two girls remained by my side, contemplating our plans for entertainment. By the way, regarding the tree disease situation, I addressed them. I've made arrangements with a senior student who is willing to assist you, one of them replied. However, Fong Yu chuckled softly and whispered in my ear, the senior has never been in a relationship and wants you to give her a chance. What? I was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how such a senior could exist. The girls burst into laughter, playfully nudging my arm. Dream on. She is my cousin and quite skilled at diagnosing tree ailments. She has a bit of a reputation in Nanjing City, Fong Yu retorted, rolling her eyes at me. Oh, I see. With this revelation, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The other two girls chimed in, declaring their intention to accompany me to this tree disease consultation. They even mentioned wanting to act as my managers. I paid little heed to their whimsical remarks, knowing they often exhibited a playful madness. The entire evening was spent in the company of the two girls, during which I purchased a plethora of clothing for them. They did not request a new phone, and ultimately, we enjoyed a delightful meal together. My expenses reached around 1,000 yuan, yet I felt that our bond had deepened considerably. On the bustling street, a fleeting kiss here and a subtle touch there, the two women would not reproach me. Feeling fatigued, I chuckled as we passed numerous quaint inns. Upon hearing my laughter, the two women exchanged exasperated glances, seemingly aware of my intentions. They playfully pinched me, deeming me a rogue, with my thoughts perpetually wandering to such matters. With a hint of mischief, one of the women, Fong Yu, whispered a suggestion in my ear. We could rent a place outside. I gazed at them in confusion. Many couples at school do just that, she continued, with Yu Miao Miao nodding in agreement. It indeed seemed to be the case. Then, as if recalling something, the two women urged me not to entertain wild thoughts, clarifying that they merely sought a more intimate setting. Their laughter was tinged with awkwardness, as if the last statement was somewhat unnecessary. Understood, I replied with a resigned smile and began my search. Around the school, I discovered a plethora of rental options, even available for viewing at night. Before long, we found a suitable place, fully furnished with essential amenities. After paying the deposit, the three of us settled into the room. I gazed at the two women with a smile, though they kept a cautious distance, wary of my intentions. Yet, in the confines of a private room, certain matters could be approached with greater ease. Without further ado, I gently moved aside some items they held and initiated a more affectionate interaction. After an enjoyable moment, I accompanied the two women to the entrance of our rental, gazing towards the school, my mind lingering on thoughts of teacher Mi Shui. Certain matters needed clarification. Tonight, I contemplated visiting teacher Mi Shui to seek clarity on the situation. We quickly returned to the school, and I made my way towards her dormitory. To my surprise, I spotted teacher Gao Lanlan approaching as well, walking ahead of me towards Mi Shui's residence. I pondered the peculiarities. Gao Lanlan did not reside there, did she? It seemed likely she was there to see Mi Shui. As evening descended, I wondered what business she could possibly have with her. Without further contemplation, I quickened my pace to follow her, arriving at Mi Shui's dormitory door. Just as I suspected, Gao Lanlan was indeed visiting Mi Shui, and their conversation was already underway within. What transpired? Were they still troubled by that particular matter? Leaning against the door, I could hear their dialogue clearly. Gao Lanlan was attempting to console Mi Shui, who expressed her own sense of helplessness regarding the situation. Just as I thought I might glean some insight, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Ms. Mi Shui began to murmur, directly addressing Gao Lanlan, suggesting that she had some feelings for me. How peculiar it was. After 3 years in nursing school, I had scarcely noticed any men, yet a student had. Ms. Mi Shui appeared somewhat helpless. Standing at the doorway, I was utterly astonished, for I had not anticipated that she would share such a private matter with Gao Lanlan. Even more surprising was the realization that Ms. Mi Shui had genuinely developed feelings for me. Perhaps it was. I gazed at my right hand, fully aware of its significant role in the matter. I sensed that it possessed a certain allure, but it was all too Gao Lanlan seemed equally perplexed. He indeed has charm, yet he is flawed. Look, this is the camera I placed in my room. That day, after having too much to drink, I asked him to bring me back and see what he did. Ms. Mishue appeared to be showing something to Gao Lanlan. Ha! Whatever she revealed brought a smile of delight to Gao Lanlan's face. Your end is unusually grand. Any man would be tempted to touch it. At such a young age, it's only natural he couldn't control himself. At least he didn't engage in any other misdeeds, which is a relief compared to many men. At that moment, it dawned on me that Ms. Mishue was fully aware of what transpired that night. For there was a camera in her room. Damn, she knew everything. Feeling helpless, I listened as the two women engaged in an endless conversation, ultimately deciding that Gao Lanlan would stay with Ms. Mishue. Reluctantly, I returned home. Lying in bed, I pondered and ultimately decided to send Ms. Mishue a WeChat message. Teacher, that night I did touch you, and quite intensely, but I am not an irresponsible man. You're my teacher, and I am your student. I like you, but what can come of it? I sent the message, feeling a touch of distress in my tone. I worried that Ms. Mishue might not forgive me or respond at all. I anxiously stared at my phone. After a long wait, there was still no reply. Unable to endure the anticipation any longer, I eventually went to sleep. However, upon rising the next day, I noticed a response on WeChat. Eagerly, I opened it. How do you know there won't be a result? A simple sentence, followed by more text. Come find me at 9 tonight. Reading this, my heart raced with excitement. Yet I found myself a loss for words. I had never expected that my time at nursing school would lead to an entanglement with a female teacher, let alone be granted an opportunity by her. I truly had no idea what to say. What was I thinking? Around 8 in the morning, I waited at the school gate with Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu, anticipating the arrival of Fong Yu's so-called cousin. We had made plans to check on some sick trees. Noticing my peculiar expression, Fong Yu curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a bit excited." "Hee, you think you'll definitely make money." "My cousin said she would just bring you along. Don't expect to be of much use." Fong Yu laughed and rolled her eyes at me, assuming I was preoccupied with thoughts of profit. At the same time, he took my hand. At the entrance of the nursing school, it seemed quite ordinary for a man to hold the hands of two beautiful women, even accompanied by 3 or 4 others. Everyone engaged in this manner within the campus, and thus, no one was particularly surprised. However, there was a hint of envy directed toward the 2 stunning ladies beside me. Before long, Fong Yu's cousin, Fong Meili, hurried over with excitement. Dressed in a delicate yellow sundress, she stood at a similar height to Fong Yu, yet exuded a more refined charm, reminiscent of a neighborly older sister. Chapter 9. The Shadowy Figure. This is Zhang Wu. Fong Meili gazed at me with a beaming smile. "Hello, Sister Meili." I replied to Fong Meili with a slight smile. He appeared quite handsome, exuding a certain charm. It was no wonder he could win over these 2 girls. Fong Meili smiled subtly and gestured for us to follow her. Before long, she emerged from the garage driving a modest car worth over 100,000. "You have a car now?" I exclaimed in surprise at Fong Meili. "Why not? Shouldn't a student have a car?" She replied cheerfully, encouraging us to get in. In our horticulture program, especially at our school, graduates often earn over 100,000, even 200,000, so my astonishment was rather misplaced. As Fong Meili spoke, she began to accelerate. Our destination was a rural garden where some ornamental trees they cultivated had encountered issues. As she spoke, she glanced at me in the rearview mirror, seemingly recognizing my worth, or perhaps finding me intriguing enough to look at more closely. In the car, Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu leaned against me. Yet, my thoughts were occupied with teacher Mishue. I wondered what would transpire during our meeting at 9 that evening. The anticipation stirred excitement within me. After all, it was a chance to meet the beautiful teacher alone. After more than an hour's drive, we finally arrived at an expansive garden. It sprawled over several thousand acres, filled with numerous trees. We were greeted by the garden's assistant manager, a tall figure who emanated a slightly sinister aura. His speech had a hint of evasiveness. "Fong, we're uncertain about the situation. Some of the sycamore trees in the garden appear to be ailing, and a few have already perished in recent days." The assistant manager said, his gaze fixated on Fong Meili, hardly acknowledging the presence of the 3 of us. To him, it seemed that only Fong Meili mattered. Fong Meili nodded, gathering her belongings, and headed deeper into the garden. You meow meow, and I closely followed her. So many trees. As I walked, I marveled. The trees in the garden were of high value. Some were worth at least 20 or 30,000 each, while the older ones could fetch over 100,000, if not more. Particularly, the ancient osmanthus trees, with their fragrant blooms, could be valued at around 300,000. Having studied horticulture, we were well aware of the prices of these trees, and we were all astonished as we walked. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, we arrived beside the sycamore trees, each about 20 to 30 years old. Most appeared healthy, but in a corner, several had died, their roots thoroughly excavated and removed. Fong Mili signaled to me. Without hesitation, I stood beside her. Since you wish to learn, let us take a closer look. Fong Mili gestured to me, her arms crossed over her chest, a hint of pride evident on her face. It seemed that testing me was, for her, quite an amusing endeavor. Without further ado, I approached and placed my right hand against the trunk of a sycamore tree. There was no sound, yet an image began to form gradually in my mind. I could not ascertain the reason behind the tree's silence. Some emitted sound, while others did not. However, the majority of plants responded to my breath as it permeated their essence. Thus, the silent tree posed no challenge for me. The vital essence within the sycamore flickered in my mind's eye, revealing that the upper part had nearly depleted, with only a faint trace remaining in the roots, indicating that the tree was on the verge of demise. As I surveyed my surroundings, my gaze fell upon a nearby drainage ditch. The garden was replete with such ditches, facilitating both irrigation and drainage. Yet, I sensed that there was something amiss with the one before me. The liquid flowing near the roots of the sycamore appeared rather peculiar. Typically, such liquids are light and clear, but this substance beneath the tree seemed murky, suggesting it contained something insidious. I hastened towards the ditch and jumped in, splashing some water onto myself, then inhaling deeply. What is going on? Fong Mili also leaped down, taking a whiff of the water. Pesticide, I discerned immediately. She signaled to the assistant manager, who furrowed his brow upon catching the scent. None of us were amateur horticulturists, and such a potent pesticide, if applied solely to a few trees, would undoubtedly provoke a significant response, potentially leading to their demise. Chow Yun, gather your team here. The assistant manager quickly instructed over the phone, summoning others to join us. Recently, pesticides were applied here, and I will call on those responsible for the treatment to clarify the situation. I believe we will uncover the truth. He regarded me and Fong Mili with an air of amusement, especially towards me, as if he had not anticipated my aptitude in swiftly identifying the issue. In less than a few minutes, a middle-aged man appeared, accompanied by 2 middle-aged women and an elderly gentleman. They were all clad in work attire, and some bore the distinct odor of pesticide. It was evident they were workers in the field of horticulture. Let us discuss the pesticide application in detail. The assistant manager addressed the leading middle-aged man. The man's eyes flickered nervously as he began to speak, his face betraying signs of tension. The 2 women mirrored his anxiety, while the elderly man remained stoic, his head bowed in silence. Who do you think is responsible? At this moment, Fong Mili stood behind me, her gaze unexpectedly fixed upon me. Upon inspection, I had surprisingly uncovered an issue with pesticides, which seemed to take her by surprise. It was indeed a matter from a week prior, and it was uncertain how much these individuals could recall. I could discern that the pesticides had been applied collectively by a few individuals a week ago. It would likely be difficult to ascertain who was responsible for the misconduct. Just as I had anticipated, the leading middle-aged man muttered for quite some time, yet he could not determine who had utilized the pesticides in this corner, nor could he specify who had overapplied them, leaving the situation shrouded in ambiguity. My apologies. It is our mismanagement that has caused you trouble. The deputy manager soon approached Fong Mili and me, nodding in my direction. He then produced a red envelope for Fong Mili and, after a moment's contemplation, handed me 1,000 yuan. A chuckle escaped me. Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu observed from the side, their faces radiant with joy. Earning 1,000 yuan during a single outing was indeed commendable. Moreover, I had managed a profit as well. I glanced at the group responsible for the pesticides, but chose to remain silent. Accompanied by Fong Mili and the 2 women, I moved further away. Do you know something? Fong Mili inquired, seemingly sensing something amiss. What could I possibly know? I remained silent, leading the way. The surrounding sycamore trees, for the most part, were mute, yet a few whispered softly, revealing the underlying circumstances to me. As long as the deputy manager did not complicate matters for anyone, it seemed that I would not create difficulties for him either. Get out. You're fired, and you won't receive your salary for this month or the last. The deputy manager shouted at one of the middle-aged women, his face contorted with anger. Boss, it wasn't me. I followed the rules. The woman protested, her expression one of grievance. Sighing in resignation, I approached the middle-aged woman and gently guided her aside. Hey, young man, what are you doing? The deputy manager looked at me, bewildered. I smiled slightly, offering a subtle gesture. What's the matter? Did you receive insufficient compensation? The deputy manager chuckled, thinking it was a monetary issue. Not quite. I have something to discuss with you, I replied, maintaining a smile without disclosing the true nature of my intent. The deputy manager paused, then followed me to a more private area. Speak. He gestured for me to begin. Manager Zhang. We both know who is truly responsible for this situation. For the sake of bringing a mere landscaping worker on board, you have gone to such lengths. I commend your efforts, I said, offering a slight smile towards Manager Zhang. What are you insinuating? The deputy manager's face twisted in disbelief, his gaze reflecting surprise. Nothing at all. I merely believe that it would be prudent for Manager Zhang to exercise restraint. I indicated towards the middle-aged woman not far off. If everyone conducts themselves with integrity, I shall ensure that Manager Zhang can also act with integrity. I concluded, still smiling at him. You. Deputy Manager Zhang cast numerous glances my way, ultimately conceding with a resigned nod. He did not impose any difficulties on the middle-aged woman, but rather remarked to me that when the time comes, I should inform the general manager that it was due to my lack of oversight. What transpired? Soon, I returned to the company of the three ladies, who gazed at me with puzzled expressions, unsure of what I had discussed with Manager Zhang. No worries, let us dine. Is my treat, I said with a smile, looking at Fong Meili, Yu Miao Miao, and Fong Yu. Certainly, after all, this business is mine to offer you. Upon hearing that I was treating, Fong Meili beamed with delight, and the other two ladies followed suit. We dined not in the city, but at a rural homestead on the outskirts, indulging in food and drink. Fong Meili appeared to have a hearty capacity for alcohol, as she immediately began to engage in a drinking contest with me. The homestead itself was somewhat disordered, with small vehicles occasionally arriving, their occupants, prominent figures, deliberately obscuring their license plates. There were also those who clearly belonged to the underbelly of society, their raucous laughter and boisterous voices permeating the atmosphere as we feasted. Chapter 10, So Be It. The three women felt out of place. However, with the dishes ordered and the drinks flowing, and given that we were in a small private room, they temporarily held their tongues. Yet, some events, despite our reluctance, unfolded as anticipated. Hey there, where are you running off to? Fong Meili had stepped out to use the restroom. Shortly after her return, our private room door swung open. For men, either shirtless or clad in scant attire, burst in with exuberance, each clutching a bottle of beer, their lecherous gazes fixated on the three women in the room. Wow, so many beautiful women. The sudden sight of two additional beauties brought wide grins to their faces. What do you want? Fong Meili and Yu Miao Miao positioned themselves firmly behind me, while Fong Yu shouted at the intruders. What do we want? What do you think? We're here for you, the leader of the group chuckled, his gaze locking onto me as he pointed toward the exit. Crawl out, and we won't harm you. Hey, crawl out from here. As soon as he finished speaking, another man spread his legs, gesturing for me to exit through his trousers. Following this crude display, the four men erupted into laughter. Is that so? I smiled faintly, giving the hands of the two women a reassuring squeeze, signaling Fong Meili to remain calm, before slowly making my way toward the four men. I was uncertain of the outcome of a potential brawl, but I had an inkling that it would yield some effect. Hey, one of the ruffians, emboldened by the situation, charged at me with a clenched fist aimed straight at my face. I gently deflected his strike. With a crack, he collapsed to the ground, rolling about in agony. You little punk, he shouted, his face contorted in pain, as if his arm had been broken. Damn it. The other three exchanged glances, and the leader signaled to the two beside him, who swiftly unsheathed the daggers while he smashed a beer bottle on the table, exposing its jagged glass shards. They began to encircle me. "Let us do this," the leader declared, and the trio lunged at me from different angles. With a swift motion, I delivered a sharp slap to the face of the first assailant, sending him crashing against the door of the adjacent room, propelling him outside. Unbeknownst to me, the man rolled away somewhere. Another foe managed to pierce my arm, while yet another struck my lower back with a beer bottle, causing blood to seep from the wound. Damn it! I swung my right hand, sending one of them crashing against the wall, where he bounced off and fell. As for the leader, I swiftly clapped my hands together, causing him to crumple, his feet pinned to the floor. Blood gushed from his orifices, and he stared at me in shock, as if he could scarcely believe that a mere clap could incapacitate him so thoroughly. Xiao Wu. Soon, the three women gathered around me. My left arm and waist were injured, and my surroundings were concerning. The three women appeared particularly worried and tense, yet I felt relatively unscathed. It seemed as though a peculiar energy emanated from my right hand, soothing the affected areas, providing a warmth to my wounds, and significantly reducing the flow of blood, which appeared to have staunched. Without lingering, I led the three women outside. They promptly escorted me to the hospital, where the staff began to tend to my injuries. To my surprise, the wound resembled a knife cut. The nurse attending to my arm gasped at the sight of the blood, yet the wound had already healed completely, leaving only faint scars. However, the external traces of blood were abundant, making it appear as though I had sustained a severe laceration, though it somehow seemed less severe upon closer inspection. This unnerved me. Seeing this, Fong Meili sighed in relief. While Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu's expressions transformed from worry to smiles, their gazes filled with gratitude towards me. After all, had it not been for my intervention, the three of them might have faced dire consequences. I couldn't help but reflect on the events that transpired in the farmhouse hotel, particularly concerning the individual I had pinned to the floor. If he were to die, I would likely find myself entangled in the aftermath. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I pondered this. After the bandaging was complete, I hurried towards the school with the three women. However, my unease compelled me to return and investigate further, so I exited the vehicle midway, fabricating an excuse about needing to purchase something. Once the three women drove off, I hailed a taxi and made my way to the farmhouse. Interestingly, I did not enter the farmhouse itself, but instead found refuge in a nearby, small orchard. I placed my hand upon the branches of the fruit trees, listening to the distant voices of those conversing within the farmhouse and discerning the nature of the people present. The trees conveyed their secrets, allowing me to sense the number and demeanor of the individuals inside. In that moment, I realized that the man I had subdued on the floor was not dead. He was merely trapped with his feet firmly ensnared, his expression one of distress. "Brother, should we call the police?" One of the younger members in the private room whispered. The leader shot him a disapproving glance, while his second-in-command, without hesitation, delivered a powerful slap that sent the young man crashing to the ground. If the Heavenly Foot clan were to call the police, even if a brother were to die, they wouldn't care. "Who exactly brought you in?" One of them questioned as they began to deal with the young man, transforming his face into a swollen mass. "Boss, this one is quite formidable. He likely possesses some skills." "Should we?" the second-in-command suggested, glancing at the leader. "No, we need to focus on our current tasks and don't have time to deal with him right now. However, once this matter is resolved, we can handle him." "What do you think of the girls around him?" the young leader inquired. "Absolutely, they are certainly appealing," the second-in-command replied, presenting a photograph on his phone. "Very well then, keep an eye on it. Once that matter is settled, we'll deal with him, and his girl will be ours. The brothers can have some fun too." At these words, his underlings all leered lasciviously. Troublesome. There are things I'd rather not face, but now. Damn it. I stared at my right hand, knowing deep down that I needed to hone some skills. Otherwise, when the time came, I'd be in serious trouble. What happened? How did I get injured? It was past 10 at night when I arrived at Teacher Michue's place. I had texted her earlier, so she knew I'd be late. Teacher Michue was dressed in a rather formal dress, her face delicately made up. She had a soft, rosy glow about her. I knew she had dressed up like this for me, trying to match my style. Truthfully, I wish she looked a bit more mature. I preferred women with a little more experience. "It's nothing, just ran into some troublemakers." I briefly recounted the incident at the farm, skipping over the most dangerous parts to spare her any worry. Family? Teacher me, Shue paused slightly at the mention of the woman. She was the campus belle a few years back, and still single. You met her. Didn't you have any thoughts? She smiled teasingly at me. Teacher, what are you saying? I immediately took her delicate hand in mine. WH, what are you doing? She blushed, trying to pull away. With just a slight tug, I drew her into my arms. When the moment felt right, I didn't hold back. She struggled half-heartedly, but I held her firmly, and soon enough, she stopped resisting, nestling obediently against me. Who would have thought? Within minutes, Teacher Mi Shue had melted into my embrace. I had assumed things with her would only go this far, just a fleeting touch. But I was completely mistaken. With you Meow Meow and Fong Yu, love had unfolded openly, progressing slowly. But with Teacher Mi Shue, just one touch, especially after she held my right hand, changed everything. Some things spiraled beyond control. When a female teacher took the initiative, my resolve crumbled. What followed was an encounter unlike any other, one that held deep significance for me. Teacher, Afterward, I lay there, dazed, gazing at the beautiful woman beside me. It was already past midnight. I should have gone home to sleep, but instead, I found myself in my teacher's bed, likely staying the night. Don't move. Teacher Mi Shue clung to me tightly, as if unwilling to let me go for even a second. Especially my right hand, she held it firmly, as though it could bring her some extraordinary pleasure. My heart raced with nervous excitement. Who would have imagined a student sharing such an intimate moment with his beautiful teacher? And the experience had been nothing short of exquisite. On that night, she and I scarcely found respite, lost in a haze of tenderness and intimacy. It was only around 4 in the morning that she finally succumbed to slumber, though still holding on to me tightly. I felt no fatigue. In fact, I was invigorated. The essence emanating from my right hand lingered throughout my body, providing a source of vitality. I needed only this to sustain my energy. Having encountered some troubles, I ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory early on. I yearned to ascertain the extent of the power my right hand could confer upon me. Yesterday, it had seemingly expended some of its energy for my bodily recovery, rendering it less potent than before. I contemplated silently how to enhance the combat prowess of my right hand. The last encounter in the farmhouse with 3 ruffians had left me victorious yet wounded, having endured 2 stabs. I could not shake the feeling that the outcome should not have been such, especially considering the potential of my formidable right hand. Chapter 11. Ingenious Applications. However, after much contemplation, I could not conceive of any formidable or useful techniques. Gazing into the distance at the small grove of trees near the school, I noticed that the morning light imbued the various trees with a vibrant aura. Ever since I established a connection with that albino ginkgo tree, I've been able to sense the ethereal energy of the surrounding trees almost anywhere and at any time, particularly in this bountiful orchard or grove. I could almost visualize the dense spiritual energy wafting gently within the woods. Deciding to absorb this energy, I made my way toward the grove, standing amidst the trees. I felt a significant influx of spiritual energy actively flowing into my right hand. The vitality I had lost yesterday in my attempt to restore my body was being replenished. Though not to the extent I had anticipated, it paled in comparison to what I had lost. What to do? I pondered as I observed my right hand, aware of the energy within, yet unable to harness it or manifest any remarkable techniques. Patience, I reminded myself. I settled my mind and began meditating among the trees, contemplating deeply. It struck me as odd. Normally, such an action would seem foolish, yet in this moment, it felt entirely appropriate, even natural. As I sat there, my body seemed to merge with the grove, connecting with the surrounding trees. I sensed the energy in my right hand resonating with the environment. I could feel my essence permeating through the earth, sensing where water lay and where the soil was soft. It was as if I could detect the presence of scattered metallic objects beneath the surface. This was merely a sensation, yet it startled me profoundly. In an instant, that feeling vanished, and the energy I had extended from my right hand retreated back into my being. How wondrous! I marveled, once again calming my mind, and began to immerse myself in the soil to further explore this sensation. With a sense of preparation, I was less startled this time. The energies coursing through the earth seemed to linger several meters away from my body. However, I sensed that if I ventured too far, I might lose control. Thus, I limited my exploration. Additionally, I found it challenging to perceive or control the deeper layers of soil. Though intriguing, I sought combat abilities, and it appeared that this newfound awareness bore little relevance to fighting prowess. Just as I was contemplating trying a different approach, I noticed the soil in the distance seemed to soften. This was the area where my energy had infiltrated. Feeling compelled, I exerted my influence once more. Indeed, the soil there began to undulate under the effect of my energy, as if some creature were stirring beneath. Startled, I immediately stood up. The softness of the earth has vanished, and those energies have swiftly returned to my body. I have come to realize that I can indeed harness these energies within me. I finally comprehend how to utilize them effectively, transforming them into a formidable force. Throughout the morning, I have been engaged in this endeavor in the little grove, achieving some modest progress. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed the concern of my classmates, Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu, who immediately began to assess my condition. Strangely, the 2 wounds I bore have completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, I observed an unusual occurrence at the entrance of the classroom. A number of individuals seemed to be watching intently, as if searching for something. When they noticed the bandages on my body, their gazes intensified, prompting a sense of unease within me. As I pondered this, I instinctively removed the bandages, my anxiety beginning to swell. My apprehensions soon materialized. During lunch, accompanied by Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu, we made our way to their dormitory when we were intercepted by a group of boys and girls, leaders within the school. Our institution was not an exception, though our leaders were distinctly different. They were all women, often not particularly unattractive, yet rather robust in stature. Zhang Wu, we need to speak with you. One of them gestured for my companions to step aside. Xiao Hong, what do you want? Xiao Wu is quite the handsome fellow. You ought to reconsider, Yu Miao Miao exclaimed, her concern palpable as she positioned herself protectively in front of me. Indeed, while we typically avoid trouble with handsome boys, the situation was different lately. It was rumored that someone nearby had stirred up some trouble, and our superiors had instructed us to investigate. As Xiao Hong approached, she reached for my arm, compelling me to retreat a few steps, landing on the grassy area nearby. It seemed an opportune moment to conduct an experiment, and Xiao Hong's words would serve as the test subject. Zhang Wu, don't run. My sisters have checked, and you possess the traits they described. The higher-ups mentioned 2 wounds, and you have them both, Xiao Hong declared, igniting a spark of agitation in Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu, who appeared to grasp the situation as well. Xiao Hong, you would do well to tread carefully. Do not provoke me. I smirked as she advanced. My right hand began to connect with the energy surrounding me, and I could sense the earth beneath Xiao Hong stirring slightly. Other energies were already gathering at her feet, poised for action. Ha ha ha, novice like you? I could handle 3 or 4 of you without breaking a sweat, and yet you dare to threaten me. Zhang Wu, show me those wounds. If they are unscathed, I shall let you go. Handsome, I have no intention of provoking you, Xiao Hong continued as she charged toward me. As she neared within 3 meters, I exerted a subtle force. 2 currents of energy surged up from beneath Xiao Hong's feet, striking her toes with a couple of sharp thuds. My control was moderate, and the other force seemed insufficiently potent, merely causing Xiao Hong to stumble before she collapsed onto the ground, akin to a dog in a rather undignified position. Her body collided with the earth, sliding approximately a meter away from me. Several of Xiao Hong's subordinates stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. After all, Xiao Hong was the dominant figure in the nursing school, capable of handling multiple men, yet here she was prostrate before me, utterly perplexed by the situation. You little rascal, what trickery is this? Xiao Hong cursed at me, glancing at the grassy ground behind her. The surface appeared mostly unblemished, save for the patch where she had slid and trampled some grass. After a moment of contemplation, she managed to rise, her expression tinged with confusion as she cautiously approached me. Her footsteps on the grass became more tentative, resembling a large, plump cat inching closer. With a slight smile, I gestured to you, Meow Meow, and the other girl to move towards the nearby dormitory. I quickened my pace, creating some distance between myself and Chow Hong. Observing this, she grew anxious and hurried after me. At that moment, I sensed the energy again and directed it towards Chow Hong's feet. This time, my aim was precise, and the force was formidable. Damn it! Chow Hong exclaimed as she leaped, landing on the grass and beginning to slide. She glided a considerable 3 to 4 meters, having fallen from a height of 2 meters, creating a rather dramatic spectacle, her head and body adorned with torn blades of grass. Struggling to rise, she gritted her teeth and signaled her subordinates to launch an attack against me. All right, I said, lifting my arms and exposing my lower back for her inspection. See? No wounds. Now, charge again. I attempted to intimidate Chow Hong, who, convinced that some unseen force lay beneath her feet, began to retreat in fright. As their leader stepped back, her subordinates quickly followed suit. Once they confirmed that I bore no injuries, they reluctantly withdrew. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Yu Miao Miao inquired, her concern evident. Chapter 12. Taking action. Fong Yu appeared quite concerned as well. It should be fine for now. They probably won't find me immediately. However, I am acutely aware that after some time, or perhaps after they capture a few photographs of me, certain matters will align. At that point, I shall find myself in considerable trouble. Yet, given the recent developments, I believe I have time to navigate through this. I must diligently harness the energies in my right hand and, if possible, resolve this matter swiftly. For instance, it would be prudent to identify and confront the mastermind behind this scheme, delivering a thorough beating. Brother, I'm not entirely sure what they are looking for, he replied. During class that afternoon, I summoned Wang Chong, eager to inquire about Xiao Hong's background. Tell me, who's her boss? I pressed, dismissing his previous comment with a glance. Ah, it's a fellow named Zhao Sheng, quite notorious in these parts. Everyone calls him Brother Sheng. Zhao Sheng. A realization struck me. The leader I had spotted in the farmhouse that day must indeed be him. And who is his rival? I recalled overhearing in the farmhouse that Zhao Sheng had adversaries. I'm not too sure about that. Wang Chong shook his head, but then a spark of excitement lit his eyes. I know a brother who can help. If you want to find out more, I could take you to see him tonight. Tonight? I shot him a disapproving look. The nursing school was essentially locked down at night. How could we possibly sneak out? Come on, it's different for guys. A few nights away, and the teachers won't even bat an eye. Wang Chong replied with a slight smile. Intrigued by a suggestion, I found myself warming to the idea. As the afternoon classes drew to a close, Fong Meili approached me, gesturing for me to come over. At that moment, standing beside her was a strikingly beautiful girl. Fong Meili had a delicate, graceful appearance, while the girl next to her exuded an air of haughtiness, reminiscent of a young lady of privilege. Meili, I greeted her with a gentle smile. This is Yao Lan, she asked the Zhongwan I mentioned. Quite impressive, really. Last time I took him to the countryside, he was able to identify numerous issues with the trees, and he is quite capable in a fight. You often encounter trouble when treating patients, especially with some unruly characters. Perhaps you should consider bringing him along. Fong Meili shot a cheerful glance at the girl beside her. Yao Lan. I scrutinized the girl carefully. Throughout our interaction, she hadn't spared me a glance, as though men were insignificant in her eyes. Nonetheless, she was undeniably beautiful. All right, if possible next time, I'll bring him along. But if he proves to be of no use, I shall hold you accountable. Yao Lan warned Fong Meili with a pointed look. Rest assured, I'll handle it. You needn't worry, Fong Meili replied, leading me aside to a quiet corner of the classroom. Zhang Wu, I must express my gratitude for your assistance last time. Tell me, how can I repay you? Fong Meili spoke with a smile, her arms crossed over her chest, gazing at me with a twinkle in her eyes. She was quite tall, with an average figure, though I surmised her legs were rather appealing, especially clad in stockings. Could there be a way for me to express my gratitude? Would it possibly lead to her becoming my girlfriend? I chuckled lightly. What are you saying? With Meow Meow and Fong Yu already in the picture, your appetite seems insatiable. I teased. Fong Meili, slightly annoyed, playfully hit my arm several times. However, after a moment's thought, she leaned in and whispered in my ear, You're rather handsome and quite capable. If you were to showcase more of your talents, who knows, perhaps this sister might genuinely take a liking to you. A little sibling romance isn't out of the question. With a few playful winks, she smiled and sauntered away. Her response left me momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. "What is going on?" I remarked. As I mentioned, I had matters to attend to that evening. Meow Meow and Fong Yu looked somewhat displeased. "Dear, there are some things I need to investigate. Surely, you wouldn't want troublesome situations to come knocking at your door," I said, grasping their hands with a cheerful expression. "All right, but you must take care of yourself," they conceded. Upon hearing this, their demeanor softened. "Indeed, those are rogues. While you are strong, it's best to exercise caution." They expressed their concern for me, to which I nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. By around 6 o'clock, I approached teacher Gao Lanlan directly. She simply suggested that I return early, without reprimanding me for missing evening study sessions. Subsequently, I leaped over the school's back wall with Wang Chong. Having some funds, I hailed a taxi and made my way to the location Wang Chong had mentioned, a gaming arcade where his associate was situated. "Brother Chun, greetings," Wang Chong exclaimed before a heavily tattooed individual, nodding repeatedly and gesturing for my attention. "Brother Chun, this is my buddy Zhang Wu. He wishes to inquire about certain matters," Wang Chong introduced, handing over 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes I had purchased in advance. The tattooed man accepted the cigarettes and glanced at me, offering only a slight nod in return. "Speak, what do you need?" he asked. Wang Chong leaned in and quietly inquired, "It's about Zhao Sheng." "Brother Chun, do you know who his adversaries are?" At the mention of Zhao Sheng, the tattooed man abruptly stood, casting a dubious glance in my direction, his face slightly twitching as if harboring a grudge against Zhao Sheng. "What is this about?" He scrutinized me intently. Just as Wang Chong opened his mouth to speak again, I tugged at him and stepped forward. "It's nothing. I simply wish to find someone to deal with Zhao Sheng," I replied calmly. "Deal with Zhao Sheng?" The tattooed man regarded me with a bemused smile, as if he found my words to be grandiose. "Of course, it's not me personally. I'm merely willing to invest some money and observe from the sidelines," I clarified, retrieving my wallet from my pocket. I placed approximately 8,000 in cash before him. As I observed the scene, I was struck by the considerable amount of money involved. The tattooed man, with a glint of ambition in his eyes, contemplated seizing the cash directly. Swiftly, I acted, outpacing him and grasping the money in my hand. The tattooed man, witnessing this turn of events, nodded and began to establish a connection. My superior had stated that as long as we did not obstruct their operations, my presence was permissible. The tattooed man gestured for me to approach. I said little and handed over the money. Wu Ge and Wang Chong appeared somewhat perplexed. After all, this was a substantial sum, yet I was merely a spectator in this affair. "You should return for now. There is nothing to worry about," I indicated to Wang Chong, reassuring him and instructing him to inform my 2 girlfriends that I would return shortly, urging them not to fret. "Be cautious, Wu Ge," Wang Chong said before departing. I had arrived at a timely juncture. This evening, the tattooed man's faction was set to confront Zhao Sheng's group. Zhao Sheng accurately identified these tattooed individuals as his adversaries. The duel was scheduled for 8:30 in a small park nearby. The arrangement permitted any number of participants. The tattooed man merely relayed some pertinent information before departing, leaving me to find my vantage point at the designated time. At 20 minutes past 8, individuals began to gather in the small park, not far from the school. Most wielded baseball bats, while a few brandished spring knives or iron rods. Each side numbered over 100, positioning themselves at the park's front and rear. Zhao Sheng, the very individual I had encountered at the farmhouse, stood at the forefront of one faction, while the tattooed man and his superior occupied the opposite side. As the moment approached, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Although each side originally fielded over 100 members, an additional 70 or 80 individuals materialized behind the tattooed man's faction, encircling them. Clearly, Zhao Sheng's side held the numerical advantage. With little hesitation, the combatants engaged in a fierce melee. I glanced around and swiftly ascended to the park's outer wall, my feet planted firmly in the earth beside it, poised for action. The tattooed man's group fought with the desperation of cornered beasts, displaying resilience despite the overwhelming assault from both sides. Zhao Sheng's faction exuded confidence. Methodically wearing D. Chapter 13, the Thunder Girl, only about 30 subordinates remained to protect Zhao Sheng. Observing this situation, the tattooed men were invigorated. surrounding Zhao Sheng and his crew while launching a frenzied assault. After covertly assisting a few times, I realized Zhao Sheng was doomed and silently leaned against the wall, indulging in a cigarette. Ultimately, Zhao Sheng and his 30-odd brothers were knocked unconscious on the ground, with one leg completely incapacitated. It was uncertain whether he would even survive. Exhaling a long puff of smoke, I understood that a troublesome matter had been resolved. Now he comprehended the outcome of his confrontation with Zhang Wu. A faint smile crept onto my face. Should I attend supplementary classes? I hurried toward the school. In WeChat, I found a message from teacher Mi Shui, her tone slightly playful, suggesting that if I delayed any longer, there would be consequences. Teacher, I'm on my way, I replied with a chuckle. Shortly thereafter, I arrived at the teacher's dormitory. What was supposed to be a tutoring session turned into an opportunity for me to demonstrate my capabilities, making her aware of my prowess. It seemed that supplementary lessons were unnecessary. Dressed in a nearly revealing t-shirt, teacher Mi Shui began to teach me some foundational concepts. However, after a while, it became apparent that I already knew almost everything, leaving me distracted by her alluring figure rather than the lesson itself. Teacher, if I were to reveal this to you Miao Miao and Feng Yu, what do you think would happen? I asked, a playful grin on my face, secretly hoping to keep certain matters under wraps, especially from my girlfriend. I wanted them to be aware of her relationship with me. Teacher Mi Shui gazed at me, seemingly curious about the dynamics between me and Yu Miao Miao. Is it really necessary to know? I inquired, somewhat perplexed. Absolutely, she insisted. If their relationship with you is merely platonic, who knows how they might react if they learn of our affair. But if your connection is deeper, especially considering the nature of the women they are, the conversation would be much simpler. Teacher Mi Shui whispered in my ear, her voice low. What status do they hold? I mean, in terms of our romantic entanglements, she added with a mysterious smile. Status? I chuckled awkwardly, uncertain if they were merely friends. But the truth was indeed ambiguous. Could it be? Teacher Mi Shui observed my reaction, as if discerning something. With a playful glint in her eyes, she asked, Zhang Wu, don't tell me you haven't tea with them yet? I stood up, feeling a bit embarrassed. Teacher Mi Shui had effortlessly taken charge. Yet these two so-called girlfriends remain. I affirmed with a firm nod. Hee, I find it hard to believe, Teacher Mi Shui teased. Teacher, some matters can only be resolved in bed. After enjoying a few delightful moments with her, I felt that this notion indeed held some truth. With regard to Miao Miao and Feng Yu, there indeed lies a potential opportunity that should not be squandered. Procrastination could lead to unforeseen complications. Tomorrow presents a chance to assess any progress. I nodded vigorously at the thought. As for tonight, the conversation naturally took place in the comforting presence of the beautiful teacher. I rose early, immersing myself in the ethereal energies of the grove at school. I approached the tree with white bark, attuning myself to its essence. Although it lacked significant spiritual energy, I sensed a faint telepathic connection between us, an awareness of each other's existence, yet devoid of meaningful communication. Additionally, some previously heard notions remained unverified. Dressed elegantly, I was set to visit the countryside to tend to the tree, having also arranged to meet Miao Miao and Feng Yu. Miao Miao appeared ethereal, akin to a woodland fairy in her lovely dress, while Feng Yu's attire exuded a hint of allure, revealing a modest décolletage and exposing half of her beautiful legs, inevitably drawing the gaze upward. As they approached, both ladies took my hands and leaned against me, their enchanting eyes flitting between us. I could even sense an exchange of energies between their bodies and my right hand, reminiscent of the connection I shared with teacher Mi Shui, albeit less intense. I remained aware of the energy from my right hand, though the nuances of its fluctuations eluded me. Nonetheless, it was heartening to note that following our exchange, teacher Mi Shui, Miao Miao, and Feng Yu seemed to harbor an increased fondness for me. Moreover, it appeared that this energy interaction was beneficial for my right hand, which felt noticeably stronger, as if the girls possessed an aura that could replenish me. Xiao Wu, why didn't you come by last night? Miao Miao inquired, casting a playful glare my way. My gaze wandered to the interior of the school, recalling our earlier agreement to leave together. I pondered whether it would be Sister Mealy or Sister Yaolan accompanying me. I did not respond, merely contemplating who would be joining me outside. Before long, an answer to my unspoken query arose. Not receiving a reply, Meow Meow shot me another playful glance. The two ladies climbed into a small vehicle and arrived at the school entrance, gesturing for us to join them. Mealy had already interacted with Meow Meow and Fong Yu, as they were cousins, and soon they were engaged in lively conversation. I leaned against the side of the vehicle, silently observing Yao Lan at the wheel. Dressed in denim from head to toe, she donned a stylish hat and a pair of cool sunglasses, exuding an aura of beauty that felt almost unattainable. Gazing at her lovely legs, I couldn't help but reminisce about the previous night with teacher Mi Shui. It was a pleasurable experience, yet as a man, one always yearns to savor more. Ms. Mi Shui's presence is indeed captivating. However, I remain oblivious to the allure of Yu Miao Miao, Fong Yu, and the enchanting Yao Lan. Experiencing the full spectrum of such beauty is truly a hallmark of life. As I gazed at my right hand and caught a glimpse of Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu in the rearview mirror, I felt it was time to take action. A subtle smile crept onto my face as I contemplated the skills I could acquire from Ms. Mi Shui's teachings. The vehicle swiftly navigated into an upscale commercial district, where I regarded Yao Lan with a hint of skepticism. She had previously confided in me about her apprehensions regarding potential miscreants in the workplace. Yet, in such a refined environment, I found it hard to fathom the presence of ruffians. This place is a rare gem. I typically assist in rural woodlands, and this occasion involved tending to potted plants at the behest of an old friend who is a corporate executive. Yao Lan flashed me a slight smile, signaling for me to wait. Mealy, please hold on. I will take Zhang Wu upstairs for a brief inspection, she remarked, directing her words towards Yu Miao Miao and the others. What? Shall we assess his capabilities? Fong Mealy mused, casting a playful glance at Yao Lan. Yao Lan rolled her eyes, seemingly chiding Fong Mealy for her loose tongue. I was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't anticipated that Yao Lan intended to evaluate my abilities. You will serve as my assistant, but mere brute strength won't suffice. You must also possess some knowledge of plant ailments. Fong Mealy mentioned that you managed to identify a few issues last time. Though I remain skeptical, Yao Lan stated, her gaze fixed firmly upon me. A novice in the field of horticulture, I felt it was unlikely that I possessed such prowess. You were probably just fortunate, she continued. Rest assured, as long as you do not perform too poorly, I will still consider you for the role of my assistant. With that, Yao Lan ascended the stairs. Internally, I felt a twinge of irritation at being spoken to in such a manner by a young woman, yet I resolved to see this through. Moreover, Yao Lan indeed possessed a mystique and sensuality that Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu lacked, coupled with a certain haughty charm that I found particularly appealing. I closely followed her into the elegant business building. Upon our arrival, an administrative supervisor warmly greeted Yao Lan and me, treating her with the utmost courtesy and showering her with compliments, clearly reflecting a prior acquaintance. Master Yao, these are several orchid pots from our executive who struggles with their care. As you're likely aware, the attractive supervisor whispered to Yao Lan, her gaze occasionally flitting towards me, suggesting a degree of unfamiliarity. I remained silent, simply trailing behind as we entered a well-appointed room where Yao Lan began to examine the orchids positioned by the window, flanked by sheer screens. Who would have imagined? Beside several modest potted plants, there stood a rudimentary greenhouse apparatus. At this moment, these orchids were nestled within its confines, undergoing temperature control management. The surroundings were tightly enveloped. I gazed at Yao Lan with a hint of confusion, for this arrangement defied logic. Rarely does one cultivate orchids in such a manner. This was not a personal endeavor of a corporate leader, but rather a gesture to accommodate a few business acquaintances who favored these potted orchids, fostering camaraderie through such cultivation. Yao Lan, while speaking, commenced her assessments. Her hands moved deftly within the temperature control system, and she inhaled a few breaths of the air circulating within it. Additionally, she retrieved a test strip to examine the soil of several pots, gauging its pH levels. After a few minutes, she appeared to arrive at some conclusions and gestured for me to try my hand at it as well. I smiled gently and proceeded to perform a few testing actions. Chapter 14 together at last, I gently placed the fingers of my right hand at the roots of a few pots of orchids. A sense of trepidation enveloped me. In previous encounters with plants, I had always communicated with larger specimens. This time, I wondered whether these diminutive plants would engage with me. To my astonishment, there truly exist beings in this world akin to you. A rather cool voice echoed in my mind, prompting a smile to spread across my face. I realized that even small plants possess a certain spirit. Indeed, I never anticipated that there were individuals capable of such communication. It seems he is indeed a fortunate fellow. Meanwhile, another orchid began to murmur as well. What fortune! Anyone with his constitution is bound to acquire such abilities eventually. He has merely been catalyzed into gaining them more swiftly. The first orchid to speak began to share its concerns with me, little by little. I listened attentively, for some of the information was crucial to me. Young man, do warn this female director to come and spray some water during the weekends. It is unbearable for us to suffer from thirst every Saturday and Sunday due to her absence. The last orchid spoke with a hint of irritation. Understood, understood. I responded internally, my mind racing. What do you think? Yaolan observed me, waiting for my reply. I began to articulate my thoughts. The care has been inadequate. The moisture levels are somewhat low, and the nutritional content of the soil is lacking. Upon hearing these points, Yaolan gazed at me with a mixture of surprise and appreciation, for they were indeed accurate observations. Hee. Yaolan smiled faintly and began to inquire more thoroughly about the moisture levels and the care issues. I did not hesitate to outline the general situation, ultimately glancing at the beautiful director. Director, your management is generally commendable, yet it is crucial to remain consistent. Otherwise, these delicate plants can easily fall into distress, particularly during the weekends. W, what did you say? The beautiful director looked at me with a blend of anger and disbelief, seemingly unaware that her negligence during weekends had been perceived by an outsider. I merely smiled gently at her. Director, these orchids are worth tens of thousands on the market. If one were to perish, your boss would surely demand a thorough investigation into the matter. I offered her another gentle smile. I understand, the beautiful director muttered, casting a slightly irritated glance in my direction. However, I sensed she would heed my advice. The nearby orchids were already expressing their gratitude towards me. Is there any spiritual energy we can utilize? I chuckled softly at them. We are not perennial plants. Our spiritual energy is not so abundant. If you seek such energy, you should assist the long-standing trees outside, those over a century old, or the more prized varieties. That would be of greater benefit to you, one of the orchids suggested. After exchanging a few words, Yaolan and I decided to leave. Thank you, thank you. The beautiful director began to distribute red envelopes to us. Yaolan received a large one, while I received a smaller one. Although it was not much, I was quite satisfied. It was rather delightful. Yaolan glanced at me again, nodding in approval. She was also in contact with Fong Meili and the others, seemingly eager to return. I stood silently to the side, waiting. Yaolan was indeed beautiful, but I had no opportunity to pursue her. The others, however, were fair game. In class, you have a few girlfriends, right? Once Yaolan finished her call, she looked at me with great interest. Two. Just two. Yaolan seemed taken aback. Why not strive to find a few more? You appear quite handsome. There should be more opportunities in class. There is no one suitable. As I spoke, I glanced at Yaolan. She smiled lightly, playfully scolding me with a look seemingly disapproving of my gaze. What? Have you taken a liking to any senior? Yaolan pondered for a moment, smiling slightly. Indeed, if there is someone good, I would certainly be interested. I nodded earnestly, deliberately casting a glance her way. You. Yaolan's face flushed slightly as she playfully scolded me again. Instead of heading back directly, we gathered together to enjoy some food and drinks. We found a small hotel and booked a cozy private room, where we happily consumed a few bottles of beer. After drinking too much, Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu leaned against me, their bodies gently pressing against mine. With more contact, the two girls seemed to have developed deeper feelings for me. It felt as if once we touched, we couldn't pull away. Fong Meili's gaze, under the influence of alcohol, lingered on me more frequently, as if she also wished to connect with me. My hand lightly rested on Yu Miao Miao's lovely legs, while my attention remained on Fong Meili, wanting to care for all three girls. They both seemed quite infatuated with you. Yu Meow Meow and Fong Yu appeared somewhat tipsy and in their inebriated state. Their affections for me became remarkably direct. Throughout the banquet, they clung to me almost continuously. Therefore, when it came time to help them into the car, Yao Lan shot me a cheerful glance, her expression one of pleasant surprise. On the other side, Fong Meili, supported by Yao Lan, gazed at me with a dazed expression. Fong Yu occupied the front passenger seat, and since Yao Lan had not drunk, she took the wheel. I sat in the back with Yu Meow Meow and Fong Meili, positioned in the middle. Darling, Yu Meow Meow, resembling a clingy little woman, nestled into my embrace as soon as she got into the car, while Fong Meili gradually leaned against me as well. Sister Meili. With Yao Lan in the small car, I felt hesitant to act recklessly. Sensing this, I gently pushed Fong Meili's body to the side a bit. Don't. Fong Meili complained softly, her entire body leaning back into my arms, tightly wrapping my right hand. Don't. As I became entwined in the moment, I sensed a warm breath emanating from my right hand, gradually enveloping Fong Meili's entire being. It surged from her arms and legs, ultimately crashing against her chest, even reaching lower regions. The heat was overwhelming. As this breath interacted with Fong Meili's chest, her body began to yield, leaning into my embrace, pressing my arm directly against her heart. Sister Meili, I have already experienced the effects of this breath on my girlfriend, particularly with teacher Mishua. After prolonged exposure, she would succumb entirely to my control, exhibiting almost no resistance. Yet, I did not wish for Sister Meili to be subjected to this fate, for such an outcome would render me helpless. After all, some matters must be approached one step at a time. As I pushed her away momentarily, Fong Meili would once again entangle herself with me. I felt as though the breath from my right hand had invaded her body like a virus. Over time, many subtle energies became fully absorbed within her, showing no signs of returning. It even felt as though Fong Meili's body had transformed into something akin to my two girlfriends, a tree under my dominion. Yes, that was precisely the sensation. Teacher Mishu, like a great tree beside me, every part of her body accessible to my awareness, even subject to my breath's influence. A mix of fear, tension, and a hint of excitement coursed through me, leaving me at a loss for words amidst this series of transformations. All right, you take them back. I will escort Fong Meili home. Upon reaching the school gate, Yao Lan opened the car door, beckoning me. Under the influence of alcohol, Fong Meili clung to me, refusing to let go. After several attempts, she finally extricated herself from my embrace, her face still bearing a hint of reluctance. Come here for a moment, Yao Lan said, not driving into the school, but rather signaling for me to approach her. Sister Yao Lan, what is it? I inquired, somewhat perplexed, as I walked over to her. As I reached her side, she grasped my right hand firmly. This girl had been holding on for quite some time. What was the significance of this touch? Yao Lan frowned slightly, so hot. Once again, her words echoed in my mind. I felt a chill, yet outsiders remarked upon the warmth of my arm. I noticed the faint traces of breath from my right hand had already entered Yao Lan's body, momentarily flushing her cheeks. All right, let us head back, she said, seemingly unaware of any issues with my hand. After another gesture, she drove off with Fong Meili. I strolled towards the rented accommodation outside the school with Yu Meow Meow and Fong Yu. Observing the two stunning beauties by my side, I pondered the potential events that might unfold. Additionally, I reflected on the moment when Yao Lan grasped my hand. Would it leave an impression on her as well? I understood that any beauty affected by my right hand, as long as she stirred my heart, would inevitably be influenced. It remained uncertain, however, to what extent this influence would manifest. Without much contemplation, I swiftly arrived at this dwelling. I sensed that the two women were not entirely intoxicated. They retained a modicum of awareness. As we walked together, their bodies leaned against mine. Upon entering the room, I gently laid them on the twin bed situated to the side. The two of them, their faces flushed, gazed at me in silence, their eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. I bit my lip, turned off one of the lights, and began to act upon certain inclinations. The process was remarkably smooth and uncomplicated. Some women, indeed, became entirely mine. Naturally, this journey was filled with joy and comfort, reminiscent of my experiences with Professor Michue. It seemed that once we were together, everything flowed seamlessly, Even lying beside them, I could distinctly sense any subtle movements within their bodies, as if I were cradling a delicate sapling in my hands. Professor E. I am with them, I confided. It was past 1 in the morning, and the two women were soundly asleep. Meanwhile, I was engaged in conversation with Professor Michue. So what about them? She inquired softly, her voice tinged with a trace of excitement. Chapter 15. A small interest. She is undoubtedly that kind of woman. I am certain of it. There are certain matters that I must clarify. He. Teacher Michue chuckled over the phone before quickly ending the call. I too succumbed to the allure of slumber, nestled beside the two women. How disheartening it is to discover that you are such a person. Women are adept at feigning. They were all willing last night. I still retained some lucidity. Yet, come the morning, they each began to distance themselves from me. After a period of consolation, their spirits lifted somewhat. The last time those orchids mentioned seeking out ancient trees to absorb their essence. Yet, where in the city could one find such trees? As I lay in bed, contemplating, it suddenly dawned on me that Nanjing City possesses historical sites where such venerable trees exist, reputed to be quite old. I resolved to visit them when time permitted. I felt an undeniable urge to connect with them. In times of conflict, such connections are essential, particularly for maintaining distance. The greater my abilities, the further I can control that distance. I had long desired to explore those historical sites, but the two women had numerous requests. After breakfast, we ventured out to procure furniture and household items, even acquiring some basic appliances. We also gathered a considerable amount of ingredients for cooking, as if fully embracing this place as our home. Once we had nearly completed our shopping, I was finally freed. I made my way directly to the Central Park of Nanjing City, my funds dwindling. While seated on the bus, I gazed at my balance in Alipay. Although the two women had purchased many items, they were mostly small and rather economical. Yet I found myself with just over 10,000 in Alipay and a little over 1,000 in my pocket. People in the horticulture profession often thrive. I had heard tales of those who had bought homes and cars. The likes of Michue and Sister Yaolon had also acquired vehicles, particularly Sister Yaolon, whose car was worth at least 300,000. With my capabilities, I yearned for some achievements. I contemplated acquiring a modest car in my first year, envisioning pleasant drives with my wife. Hello, where are you? Within a short span on the bus, Sister Mi Lee's call came through, catching me slightly off guard. Oh, I'm off to explore ancient trees. To see ancient trees? Fan Lumidi seemed puzzled. It's beneficial to observe trees. It could yield valuable experiences for future endeavors. I replied with a chuckle. Indeed, where is it? I'll join you shortly. I too wish to enhance my experience, she said, a slight smile evident in her voice. This took me by surprise. I hadn't anticipated her initiative in coming along, yet I divulged the location. It appeared that Sister Mi Lee held a genuine interest in me. My right hand, still grappling with the presence of several women, now faced the addition of another, which felt rather peculiar. I found myself overwhelmed, yet I recognized that this was all a testament to the influence of my right hand. The bus soon arrived at the Central Park of Nanjing City. As it was a holiday, the park was bustling with visitors. I found myself crowded at the entrance of the park, waiting for Fong Meili. After what felt like an eternity of about 10 minutes, I spotted a stunning beauty approaching from a distance. She wore a radiant smile directed towards me, drawing the attention of several onlookers around us. As she stood before me, it was evident that many gazed at her with envy. How did everything unfold last night? Fong Meili linked her arm with mine as we entered the park, her expression slightly peculiar as she quietly inquired. I chuckled softly, and Fong Meili, observing me closely, seemed to discern something, her own smile hinting at an understanding of the events that transpired the previous evening. You truly are a rogue, she remarked softly, casting a sidelong glance at me before asking whom I favored more, Yu Miao or Fong Yu. Well, they are rather similar, I replied playfully. After all, their styles differ greatly, making comparison quite futile. As we strolled deeper into the park, we were met with envious glances, some from women who appeared somewhat perplexed. While I was considered reasonably attractive at the medical school, in the outside world, I was merely average. It felt surreal to have a beauty like Fong Meili so closely beside me, as though I were a wealthy suitor capable of holding her attention. An unusual sensation stirred within me as we walked. Her chest brushed lightly against my arm, a gentle tremor that left me at a loss for words, yet undeniably comfortable. I sensed that perhaps Fong Meili was subtly indicating something more. "This is the place," I declared, as we reached a more secluded area of the park in the heart of Nanjing City, surrounded by several impressive trees. Most were cypress, with a few ginkgos and some ancient species whose specifics eluded me. As I touched each tree, a look of surprise crossed my face. I had assumed that the older trees would harbor some essence within them, yet the larger specimens here seemed devoid of vitality, lacking any communicative spirit. It wasn't until I encountered a small ginkgo tree deeper within that I began to sense a connection. Can you trust the words of those orchids? This is the bustling center of a metropolis. Trees like us, able to absorb a fraction of spiritual energy, are rendered even more incapable with so many people around. It seemed to convey. That made sense. I mused that typically, trees imbued with spirit thrived in remote, secluded forests, far from such densely populated areas. "Let us return," I suggested to Fong Meili, a thought striking me. She appeared somewhat taken aback, still captivated by the park's statues and historical remnants, seemingly wishing to linger a while longer. "All right," I nodded, making my way towards the park's entrance while engaging Fong Meili in conversation about various topics. "Sister Meili, do you truly not have a boyfriend at school? How so? Should we investigate further before pursuing you?" Fong Meili cast a subtle glance at me, her eyes carrying a hint of flirtation. My heart quickened at the sight. Indeed, those younger girls lack the allure that Sister Meili possesses. A thought crossed my mind, and I offered her a slight smile. I jested, not fearing that such words might reach Meow Meow and the others. Fong Meili seemed pleased by my remark, stealing glances at me as we walked. However, before we exited the park, she received a phone call that brought a look of concern to her face. "What? There's an issue with the tree species?" "That's impossible. They appeared perfectly fine when I last checked." We made our way toward the park entrance, and I noticed her expression was one of doubt and worry. "Sister Meili, what's the matter?" I glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and suggested we have lunch before heading over. There was no need to rush. Fun County, a suburban area, was calling for my attention. This was pertinent to many matters at hand. As Fong Meili spoke, she decided to hail a taxi. Fun County. I gazed at her in astonishment. Although Fun County was a small town under the jurisdiction of Nanjing City, the journey would likely take several hours. A round trip could stretch until evening. I felt a twinge of unease at the thought of her going alone, especially considering the oddity of the phone call, which she seemed to doubt. "Sister Meili, I'll accompany you." After a moment of contemplation, I climbed into the car. Fong Meili looked at me with a hint of embarrassment but also gratitude. "After all, we are friends." I chuckled softly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. In that instant, a surge of energy from my right hand found its way into her being, causing her cheeks to flush. Sensing this, I quickly withdrew my hand. Some women enjoy such gestures, but it is wise to proceed slowly, ensuring a foundation before deepening the connection. By the time we reached the farm, it was around 2:30 in the afternoon. At the entrance, a middle-aged man waited, visibly pleased. Upon seeing Fong Meili approach, he rushed over with excitement. However, when he noticed me emerging from the car, his expression faltered, seemingly taken aback by my presence. "Shanghai, he seems to have a particular interest in me," Fong Meili whispered in my ear. "Oh," I nodded in acknowledgement, having sensed this from the start. This only solidified my initial suspicions that there was something amiss with this visit. "Meili, this is..." Shanghai grinned at me, positioning himself closer to Fong Meili. Chapter 16. Discovered again. Fong Meili offered an awkward smile and stepped to my side, creating some distance from him. She began to introduce me. "This is my boyfriend, Zhang Wu." "Zhang Wu. He's the Shanghai I told you about, who usually takes good care of me." As she spoke, she linked her arm with mine, her face flushing slightly. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Fong Meili was attempting to leverage my identity to minimize any trouble from Shanghai. With this understanding, I readily played along. "My boyfriend?" Shanghai's expression shifted from red to purple. "Didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend?" A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fong Meili, and there was a trace of anger directed at me. "Well, whether a girl has a boyfriend cannot be determined solely by someone's word," Fong Meili replied with a smile, playfully nudging me as we walked into the farm. Zhang Hai, however, followed with a grim expression. Boss Hai, what is so urgent that you had to summon me at this time? Upon entering the farm, Fang Mili turned to Zhang Hai. Oh, the matter is quite serious. The saplings of the phoenix trees you arranged for me have developed significant issues. Some appear unlikely to survive much longer. I wanted to discuss compensation for these saplings with you. After all, you introduced them and assured me there wouldn't be any problems. As Zhang Hai spoke, he gestured for us to follow. Fang Mili and I exchanged glances, then took a seat in a nearby electric cart designed for several passengers, albeit moving at a leisurely pace. As we made our way through the farm, Zhang Hai pulled out a nail clipper, occasionally snipping away while his gaze darted between me and Fang Mili, particularly fixating on our interactions. He seemed intent on confronting me. Sister Mili, is there a problem? I whispered in her ear. Yes, definitely. I suspect he is doing this deliberately, but it should be fine. After all, I am merely the introducer. His trees are now in trouble, and he cannot possibly blame me for that. Be cautious. Some individuals might resort to anything, I warned, and Fang Mili nodded in understanding. Before long, we arrived at a sloped area of the farm, flanked by approximately 100 phoenix trees. Among them, a dozen were evidently struggling, likely beyond saving, while several others appeared sickly. A few dozen still looked relatively healthy. Zhang Hai's gaze gleamed with a sense of triumph as he looked at us. Mili, initially, I didn't want to say much. If you could save the trees, that would be great. If they die, they die. After all, we are friends. However, I've changed my mind. Change your mind? Yes, if they cannot be saved. You will need to compensate for half, which would amount to several 100,000. Zhang Hai looked at Fang Mili with a cheerful smile, and his gaze also fell upon me. What did you say? Fang Mili appeared taken aback by his unexpected request. I, too, surveyed the sickly trees around us, as well as those in various locations within the estate. Indeed, many of the trees appeared quite robust. From a distance, it was evident that several possessed an abundance of spiritual energy, even surpassing that of the small grove at our school. What do you think? Are you afraid? Zhang Hai's smile seemed to suggest he had the upper hand. I approached, placing my hand on one of the phoenix trees without conducting any formal examination. My actions seemed far from those of a true arborist. I was merely touching the tree. Kid, you don't need to massage the tree, Zhang Hai remarked loudly from the side, a mocking expression on his face. After purchasing these trees, they have been left in a warehouse without water, deliberately allowed to wilt. Recently, they have been placed outside to endure the harsh sunlight. Is this how you find amusement? I turned to Zhang Hai. You. His face twisted in disbelief, clearly taken aback by my clarity regarding his actions. Xiao Wu. Fang Mili looked at me in confusion, not expecting my knowledge to be so precise. His intentional mistreatment of the trees aimed to kill them. He merely wished to frighten you into becoming closer to him. What did you say? Zhang Hai stormed up to me, seemingly ready to strike. However, upon reaching me, he calmed slightly. All right, just wait, he said, mounting his electric scooter, glaring at us with malice, as if he intended to summon help or devise a plan. Xiao Wu. Fang Mili began to feel apprehensive. I grasped her hand and hurried towards a nearby hillside, sensing that the trees there could be of great assistance to me. As for what Zhang Hai might do, I was unafraid, for I possessed unique abilities. Xiao Wu, what are you planning to do? Fang Mili inquired, puzzled, feeling that the slope held little significance. Yet, I continued to pull her along. As we navigated through the terrain, her calves brushed against the wild grass, causing minor scratches. Upon noticing this, I swiftly lifted Fang Mili into my arms and ascended the hill. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, but soon enough, her small hands found their way to my shoulders, leaning her head against me, appearing quite willing. What kind of tree is this? Indeed, the hillside boasted remarkable trees, reaching approximately 20 meters in height, each branching out with hundreds of limbs, enveloping us in their vitality. For an ordinary person, such trees would undoubtedly exude an impressive presence. As I drew near to the grand tree, I suddenly heard a whispering sound near my ear. Who is there? Typically, my communication with trees involves a tactile connection. This time, however, without any physical contact, I found myself speaking aloud. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Fong merely looked at me, perplexed, as if surprised by my sudden outburst. It's nothing, nothing at all, I replied with a faint smile, fully aware that it was the tree reaching out to me. The tree guardian, could that be my identity? I approached the majestic tree, still cradling Fong Meili in my arms. Yes, how is it that no one has informed you? I continued. The trees below lack understanding and merely refer to me as a unique entity. Ha! What do you mean by lacking understanding? As for being special, they dare not speak such words for fear of offending someone. The tree chuckled heartily. Offend whom? I inquired, somewhat confused. Yet, it seemed reluctant to elaborate on this matter. Ha! My boy, you are in trouble, it warned, sensing something as the leaves rustled ominously, seemingly directed towards a location down the mountain. Trouble? Yes. A group of over 30 individuals is approaching, each wielding weapons. Given your abilities, I perceive you can only manipulate some soil. I gazed at the towering tree in astonishment, not anticipating its awareness of my capabilities. Nonetheless, I can handle them, I asserted, embracing Fong Meili as I climbed up the tree. Xiao Wu, she said anxiously, clinging tightly to me. We ascended to a height of about 10 meters on the trunk, where she held on desperately. You truly believe you can confront those individuals below? After I settled into position, the tree chuckled warmly. Indeed, once this confrontation is over, I shall assist you further. In exchange, grant me some of your energy. Assistance is unnecessary. It would be wise for you to avoid this crisis first. I replied, just as I sensed a surge of energy flowing into the roots of the tree beneath me. This tree was genuinely remarkable. Its roots extended deep below, harboring this energy in the depths. I could tell it wished to remain uninvolved in my affairs. Fearful creature, I murmured, pulling Fong Meili into a shadowy recess of the trunk, gazing down the mountain. At that moment, Zhang Hai led a contingent of security personnel, accompanied by approximately 20 thugs, all armed with baseball bats and electric prods. Where are they? Find them, he barked. I stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over me. Being too far away made it challenging to retaliate, yet being too close increased my risk of exposure. This precarious distance left me feeling vulnerable. Xiao Wu, Fong Meili whispered, her body tense as she pressed against me. With one hand resting on the trunk, I established a connection with the soil below. Should they approach the trunk, I would ensure they received the lesson they deserved. Where have they gone? Zhang Hai Fumet, having searched fruitlessly. Bro, they might have descended the mountain from that side, one of his subordinates suggested. It's possible. Let us move, Zhang Hai replied. As Zhang Hai spoke, he gestured to his subordinates, indicating a turn down the mountain. This was splendid. Fong Meili observed the scene with palpable excitement, her small hands eagerly moving forward. However, as she stepped down, she inadvertently snapped a small branch beneath her foot. The sharp crack, coupled with her startled exclamation, drew their attention. Brother, they have spotted us. One of the individuals exclaimed, igniting a wave of exhilaration among them. Chapter 17. Using strength against strength one by one, they began to rush towards the trunk of the tree. With an overwhelming force, I could no longer contain the surge of energy within me. It began to manifest on the ground. A couple of individuals near the roots of the tree engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their bodies flipping as they fell to the earth. The subsequent group followed suit, encountering the same fate. They either stumbled or collapsed under the impact of my underground force. This sudden turn of events left those trailing behind momentarily stunned, some remaining in place while others retreated in fear, casting terrified glances in my direction. Without hesitation, I unleashed a barrage of strikes on the fallen adversaries, rendering them unconscious on the ground. The scene was peculiar. Nothing tangible was present, yet they were being struck. The sound of the impacts echoed sharply, akin to iron fists pounding upon them. At this moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Hai, who gazed at me with astonishment, clearly taken aback by my bizarre abilities. A few security personnel, sensing the palpable tension, began to retreat down the mountain. The remaining troublemakers, however, lingered, unsure of how to proceed, encircling Zhang Hai. Brother, I observe that staying away poses no threat, but approaching this tree does. Is it the tree's issue or his? One of Zhang Hai's subordinates questioned, bewildered. Clearly, It is a matter pertaining to him. Have you not noticed the sweat on his forehead? He must have exerted considerable effort to approach, Zhang Hai replied, whispering conspiratorially to his underlings. After a brief discussion, it seemed that some understanding dawned upon them, and they began to relay instructions to one another. Anxiety welled within me as I pulled Fong Meili closer. She appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearly feeling guilty about the earlier situation. What is done is done, I reassured her, urging her to grip the tree trunk tightly without any psychological burden, while my gaze remained fixed on the crowd below. The group hastened towards the grand tree, and just as they neared, they leaped onto the bodies sprawled on the ground. This maneuver rendered me unable to strike them. I had not anticipated such a tactic, and in a moment of urgency, I continued to target those on the ground. As they moved, those above followed suit, and several still fell, giving me the opportunity to incapacitate them one by one. Almost every time, it was either 2 or 3 that fell to the ground. The strength of my right hand is not to be underestimated. Even a lump of clay could be hurled with the power of explosives. Consequently, the ensuing blows from below were inevitable. I apologized as I patted the tree trunk, having snapped a few branches, causing some damage to this venerable tree. With countless branches on me, a few broken ones were inconsequential, but for these ruffians below, it would spell trouble. The old tree seemed to mock me, and I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, those who had suffered losses would not be soft on me next. They certainly would not repeat their earlier foolishness. Before long, events unfolded just as the tree had predicted. Zhang Hai had sent these thugs to fetch a considerable amount of hay from the foot of the mountain. Armed with ropes and such, they began dragging away the unconscious. Fong Meili had a sudden realization and promptly called the police. However, upon hearing it was this villa, the officers seemed to hesitate. Nonetheless, Fong Meili insisted that the police would arrive shortly. Yet, observing Zhang Hai's demeanor as he answered the phone from a distance, I suspected that the local police were likely in cahoots with him, and he was already tipping them off. Before long, the area beneath the tree was strewn with hay. Zhang Wu, we do not wish to cause any fatalities. Come down and kneel before us. Share your abilities with us, and let us have our way with your woman. Hurry down, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Several of them boasted triumphantly beneath the tree, bearing expressions suggesting my doom was imminent. Brother, what shall we do? I chuckled, gently caressing the great tree. The tree offered no words. Only a low rumble of displeasure echoed in my mind. Go ahead and burn it, I said, amused, as I perched upon the trunk, gesturing toward them. Zhang Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Fong Meili was furious, feeling I ought not to jest at such a time. Huh, are you truly suggesting I descend? I smiled faintly at Fong Meili. Drag it out. The police are on their way, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the mountain's base, seemingly hoping for their arrival. Well, the police will not come, and this matter is under control, I said, giving her a playful pat. Her rear was indeed appealing, stirring a certain desire within me. Zhang Wu, what are you doing? I continued to jest, aggravating Fong Meili further. Yet she remained anxiously focused on the situation below, fearing they might indeed set fire to us. Just don't die. If you come down, everything will be fine. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hai began to signal, and his subordinates moved closer, preparing to throw something down. You must think carefully. A single toss could turn the tide, I chuckled, observing the group below. Zhang Wu, even in the face of death, you remain arrogant. Indeed, come down, and we may spare your life, they chanted, growing increasingly agitated as I maintained my smug demeanor. Without uttering a word, I commenced my assault. At that moment, the ground around the mountain began to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake. A surge of strength coursed through my body, causing even my right hand to vibrate. Unable to contain myself, I laughed heartily. You beast! You wish to provoke me, to harness my power. In my mind, the great tree scolded me fiercely. I seized this newfound strength to launch my attack. What was once a distance of mere meters now extended to 50, even 100 meters, all within my command. The might granted by the tree was undeniably explosive. With every punch, my strikes surpassed those delivered at close range in terms of ferocity. At that very moment, chaos erupted on the ground surrounding the tree. Zhang Hai's subordinates were sent flying for my blows, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Notably, after being struck down, Zhang Hai found himself ensnared by the very earth, which bound him to the ground. Soil materialized into hands, mercilessly slapping his face. With each resounding smack, his visage transformed into that of a swollen pig. I chuckled, marveling at how, with my power unleashed, even the soil could take shape. In this instant, I finally comprehended the magnitude of my strength and felt a surge of confidence regarding the future. I proceeded to lead Feng Mili downwards. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, surveyed the unfolding scene. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? I offered her a gentle smile. What kind of sorcery is this? Feng Mili seemed somewhat frightened, sensing the terrifying nature of my abilities. Sorcery? Some things are difficult to explain, I replied, pulling her close as we approached Zhang Hai. I ordered his few remaining subordinates to leave, incapacitating any who dared to attempt a sneak attack. At that moment, it was just Feng Mili and I confronting Zhang Hai. His face resembled that of a grotesque pig, and I couldn't help but grin as I reached out to touch it. Don't, Zhang Hai begged, recoiling at my mere approach. His gaze was filled with sheer terror. Brother, I concede. Please, spare me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his sorrow palpable. I seized Zhang Hai's wallet, discovering it contained a fortune, dollars and euros amounting to roughly 70 to 80,000 yuan. Eyeing the necklace around his neck, I attempted to remove it. Wuga, it's fake, just for show, Zhang Hai chuckled nervously. Fake, you say? I remarked, squeezing the necklace with my right hand. It quickly faded under my grip. Zhang Hai's expression contorted in horror as he witnessed the metal chain crumple with ease. His face twisted in disbelief, reflecting his astonishment at the sheer power I wielded. Will you dare to trouble my woman again? I cast aside the necklace and gripped Zhang Hai's pig-like visage. I dared not act further. Even under duress, I was resolute in my restraint. Zhang Hai nodded vigorously in agreement. What about the deduction from her wages? I inquired. Give him another pinch. I'll do it right away. He responded with a yelp, retrieving his phone and initiating the transfer without delay. Quite obedient, I instructed him to smile for me. Eventually, I gestured for Zhang Hai to pose for several photos, capturing his piggish features before allowing him to depart. Having practiced here for nearly a millennium, the energy within me was not easily amassed. One must consider this place hardly resembled a remote mountain forest, and the ambient spiritual essence was quite scarce. Once the matter concluded, the old tree lamented, seemingly holding me accountable for having siphoned a considerable amount of its spiritual energy. Chapter 18. On my turf, old man, I find myself at a loss. They encroached upon me, and I can only seek refuge in your presence. After all, your stature is quite imposing. I chuckled heartily. You rascal, taking advantage while feigning innocence. You deliberately clung to me in hopes of provoking my intervention. Who would have thought you would take advantage of my abilities? The old tree scolded me with a torrent of complaints, the count of which I had long since lost track. Old man, look at you getting all worked up. After living for over a millennium, is it necessary to be so irate? I patted the old tree several times. Meanwhile, Feng Mili regarded me with utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend why I conversed so amiably with a tree, engaging in such lively dialogue while affectionately patting its bark. It seemed our bond was quite profound. Well then, since I have rendered you such substantial assistance, what are my own needs? The tree gestured, seemingly requesting my aid in restoring its form. With a sense of resignation, I scrutinized the tree's structure, examining it from various angles. The trunk and main body appeared sound, yet numerous branches bore minor afflictions. In certain areas, nutrients struggled to circulate, while in others, an abundance of pests had taken residence, some regions even suffering from severe rot, rendering them incapable of delivering sustenance. Old man, I can certainly assist you, but what will you provide in return? I looked at my right hand with a wry smile. My abilities had not been fully realized earlier. Had they been adequate, I could have handled the situation alone without drawing upon its strength. Thus, if this old fellow could bestow upon me a modicum of energy, I would gladly assist. Zhangwu, you little thief, the old tree retorted, slightly indignant. Old man, this is hardly thievery. You help me. I help you. Let us both lend a hand. We're good friends after all, but I have already aided you in vanquishing those nuisances. Alas, without my intervention, you would have perished in the flames. In that regard, I believe I have helped you more than vice versa, considering that without my presence, your formidable strength would not have been unleashed. You the tree seemed nearly exasperated, as though it could scarcely believe it had encountered someone like me. Yet, in the end, it acquiesced to my terms, granting me a measure of spiritual energy. Naturally, I set about enhancing various aspects of its form, enabling a smoother flow of vitality throughout its being. Xiao Wu, you are truly remarkable. A trip to the countryside left Fong Meili thoroughly satisfied, particularly with my assistance during our adventures. Sister Meili, I chuckled softly, gently brushing against her hand. It is often said that forming a bond with a senior is a delightful experience. As I continued to caress her hand, she merely shot me a playful glance. Yet I felt a surge of joy within. In that moment, my touch grew bolder, for I sensed that this young lady harbored some affection for me as well. Before we returned home, Fong Meili and I indulged in a delightful feast in the small town, further advancing the nature of our relationship. While we may not have reached the heights of intimacy, we could certainly consider ourselves a proper couple. You rogue. As we prepared to return to school, Fong Meili appeared reluctant to part ways. At the entrance of the school, she leaned against me. Why not come sit with me? Tugging a hair lightly. Who would want to? I'm your senior, Fong Meili retorted, casting me numerous disdainful glances. I understood that she had yet to fully come to terms with the situation. It would likely take a few more days before she could meet Miao Miao and Fong Yu. After all, Fong Yu was her cousin, complicating matters significantly. After some playful banter, Fong Meili finally returned to school, leaving me quite elated. I contemplated practicing in the small grove within the school grounds, as I had gained a bit more strength in my hands at that moment. I was uncertain about my progress, but felt the need to hone my skills for future endeavors. At that moment, I received a call from Teacher Mishue. Teacher Mishue, what is the matter? Miss me? I replied cheerfully over the phone. Miss your big head? Come over for dinner later. I've prepared something delicious. All right. Let us have some red wine and enjoy each other's company. I chuckled, making my way toward the back of the school, grove. Wang Chong, do you really want to date us or not? They pressed, even if we're not as attractive or well-built as others. As I turned the corner behind the school building, I spotted a few unruly girls cornering Wang Chong. Among them were two particularly hefty women who had completely trapped him. Ladies, I already have a girlfriend. I don't need this, Wang Chong pleaded pitifully. I couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. Some unattractive girls at school sought to associate with handsome boys, often resorting to coercion. I had heard of such occurrences before, but had never witnessed one. Until now, with my good classmate Wang Chong. Don't worry, we won't be jealous, one of the leading girls assured him. Rest assured, once you're with us, we won't stop you from having fun outside. Just look at how many sisters we have here. The group was comprised of rather portly girls, with the heaviest among them weighing over 200 pounds. Wang Chong was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as he waved his hands in protest, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. All right, let us treat this as our first meeting and have some fun, they declared, dragging Wang Chong deeper into the grove. He shouted in protest, but his mouth was firmly covered by two girls. As they made their way, their hands were often carelessly roaming over him. I found it hard to bear, but since Wang Chong was one of my rare friends in class, I felt compelled to step in and assist him. Zhang Wu, look who's here, the horticulture department, Heartthrob. As soon as I appeared, the two hefty girls commanded their subordinates to restrain Wang Chong. They all crowded around me. Tian, Hua, enough already. Let my brother go. There are plenty of men in the school. Why make things difficult for him? Seeing Wang Chong's miserable expression filled me with silent laughter. I find it quite amusing that this lad has reached such a day. What? Has Wu Gu taken an interest in both of us sisters? Indeed, if Wu Gu truly fancies us, he should just say so. We sisters are quite open to possibilities. As Hua spoke, she attempted to approach me, her large hand reaching out to clasp my neck. With a swift motion, I seized her right hand. Curiously, when it comes to beautiful women, the energy within my right hand surged chaotically, while with this heavier woman, it remained almost stagnant. However, this was quite fortuitous, as it prevented any emotional attachment from developing. Hua suddenly knelt down, her 200-pound weight crashing heavily onto the concrete floor. Sister. Upon seeing this, a girl named Tian rushed over. Her substantial weight collided with me like a hefty ball of flesh. Chuckling, I deftly pushed Hua away. Both women let out a shriek as they collided with one another. With a loud thud, they each fell to the ground. One with her rear end in the air, the other sliding on the grass. Tian, Hua, how is the fun? I chuckled, observing the two women. Their faces bore expressions of dismay. Wu Ge, we merely have a fondness for Changge. Yes, Wu Ge, you cannot forcibly separate us like this. The two women lamented, seemingly still wishing to be with Wang Chong. I laughed, glancing at Wang Chong. Having dealt with the two top leaders, the other female subordinates gradually retreated, leaving only Tian and Hua behind. Wang Chong, do you truly wish to be with them? If so, I shall not hinder you. I smiled at Wang Chong. Wu Ge, how could I ever want that? Wang Chong replied with a look of despair, his countenance appearing woefully pitiful as if he had suffered a great injustice. I became his savior in that moment. All right. I chuckled, glancing at Tian and Hua, and exclaimed loudly, get lost. The two women cast a sorrowful glance at Wang Chong before reluctantly running away. All right. I gestured to Wang Chong, teasing him about the situation, as if he had truly been wronged. Brother, this is a tremendous humiliation, an absolute disgrace. Wang Chong cried, wiping his tears, his face etched with pain. It's not as if you were assaulted. I handed him a cigarette and pulled him aside, inquiring about recent events at school, knowing he was quite familiar with such matters. Brother, several male vocational schools outside are trying to infiltrate ours and even plotting to pursue the girls here, Wang Chong whispered, his expression wary. This is not the first occurrence. Surrounding our nursing school are numerous vocational institutions where many single men reside, all keen on finding girlfriends among our female students. This is hardly a novel situation. It has happened before. Brother, this time it is different. They are orchestrating a plan, even going so far as to make arrangements. I fear that soon our class beauties and campus queens in the medical school may be involved. As Wang Chong spoke, he meticulously shared the details he had gathered. To my astonishment, I realized such things could indeed occur. Instantly, I felt a heightened sense of caution, sensing the lurking danger. However, these are merely temporary schemes. Whether those rascals will follow through remains uncertain. If they do, I can always intervene later. This is our medical school, and the class beauties and campus queens belong to us. A cold smile crept across my face. On my own turf, how could I allow outside men to intrude? This is a fundamental principle for any man. I was intrigued. I had come to the back of the small grove, ready to experiment. At this point, I could control my energy up to 50 meters away. A sudden punch could undoubtedly topple an adult man. After a series of trials, I found joy in my progress. Just as I was about to visit Teacher Mi Shui, a group of men emerged from the wall. They were all clad in our school's male uniforms. Brother, we have finally arrived at the medical school, the leader exclaimed, glancing back at a portly fellow behind him, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, within the medical school, class beauties abound, and campus queens are everywhere. For any man, it will be no challenge to charm one or two. The chubby man grinned at his companions. Brothers, stay composed. Once we enter, we'll handle them one by one. Understood, brother. The others eagerly nodded, scattering towards different areas outside the grove. Hey, you lot, come here, I shouted, halting them in their tracks. They froze, startled, as if they had encountered a school authority. Who are you? They scrutinized me closely, initially fearful. Their expressions shifted to amusement upon seeing my school uniform, some even casting disdainful glances in my direction. Brothers, hold him down, the leading portly fellow commanded. And they charged at me. Damn it, they are ruining our plans. Indeed, they failed to recognize that we had come in numbers and I, a mere student, dared to act so arrogantly. As they approached, several of them encircled me, intending to subdue me on the grass with a beating. This time, instead of opting for a long-range strike, I wanted to test the dynamics of close combat. As soon as they made contact, I swiftly seized two of them. They had their hands around my neck, but I effortlessly lifted them off the ground, rendering their feet unable to touch the earth. In a panic, they quickly released their grip. To my surprise, the surrounding individuals retreated, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld my strength. I was indeed formidable. The stout figure trailing behind gazed at me with an expression of unexpected astonishment. "Why are you running?" "It's merely a matter of having a bit more strength," he remarked, gesturing towards a few individuals nearby. The look of terror still lingered on his face, revealing that he was, in fact, somewhat intimidated by me. Chapter 19. The design of entrapment. They ascended alongside me. I effortlessly lifted the two individuals into the air, my gaze scanning the surrounding ruffians. My word, the two of them incessantly cried out. As I held them aloft, I strode towards a group. In that moment, the timid ones scrambled away, rushing towards the wall in a panic. Only a few remained, clustered around the rotund figure, seemingly at a loss as to what to do. With a flick of my wrists, I hurled the two miscreants towards the crowd. Goodness! They collided with the group, sending them sprawling to the ground. Only the rotund one managed to struggle to his feet after a moment, while the others lay there, either groaning or scuttling away to escape over the wall. You little rascal!" The rotund one, upon witnessing this, seized two hefty stones from the side and launched an attack towards me. Very well. With a slight movement, I struck his feet, causing him to tumble to the ground. The two stones nearly crashed into his face. I delivered a punch that sent him sprawling aside, allowing him to narrowly evade disaster. The rotund one, processing the events, glanced at me and nodded vigorously. "Kid, thank you." Without further ado, he whisked away his subordinates, not even glancing back. This fellow was quite entertaining, expressing gratitude towards me. With a subtle smile, I began making my way towards teacher Michue. Upon my arrival, Michue cast me a gentle glare, seemingly reproaching me for my tardiness. Oh, how delightful! Inside her room, an array of delectable dishes adorned the table, accompanied by an assortment of drinks. Without hesitation, I dove into the feast, observing Michue. I couldn't help but give her a playful nudge. "You are such a glutton," she said, playfully rolling her eyes at me, yet staying close by my side. "I must tell you something." After indulging a bit, I noticed a subtle shift in her expression. "What's wrong?" I inquired, puzzled. "My parents have introduced me to a prospective partner, apparently a section chief from some government department in the city. They are quite insistent, and I have no choice but to meet him." "What?" I sprang to my feet, my expression reflecting indignation. Michue shot me another knowing glance. "You know I would never agree to this, but I am a bit apprehensive about the meeting. Furthermore, it is arranged to take place in the park. I would like you to accompany me, just in case something unexpected occurs. Otherwise, I genuinely feel uneasy." Once more, she cast me a disapproving look, as if admonishing my reaction. My response was entirely reasonable. After all, no man would tolerate such a situation, I mused. "We cannot avoid this meeting," I declared, feeling frustrated. Observing my demeanor, Michue must have rolled her eyes at me countless times, her face beaming with amusement. "How old am I?" "At this age, a young woman like me should be considering marriage. My parents have been pressuring me. It is imperative that I meet someone. If it turns out unsuitable, we can simply part ways. Look at how agitated you are. It may just be a trivial matter." I have also endured a few disapproving glances from teacher Michue. Ultimately, this matter seems to have reached a conclusion. Tonight, I plan to spend some time in a nearby park. I will accompany you. Yes, I apologize. I must set off with teacher Michue now. I exchanged glances with Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu. What is your relationship with her? Yu Miao Miao appeared to sense something amiss, as did Fong Yu. We will discuss it later, I whispered, feeling that some matters must eventually be addressed. I suspected both girls had already sensed it, thus rendering further explanation unnecessary. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, at a small park near the school, teacher Michue stood with a rather slender man, whose features seemed somewhat dubious. They were strolling through the park, and this man persistently gazed at teacher Michue with a lecherous look, his eyes wandering from her waist to her hips and occasionally lingering on her chest. What a beast! Witnessing this infuriated me to the point where I felt compelled to confront him. Moreover, he kept suggesting secluded areas in the park to teacher Michue. I trailed closely behind them. "Michue, I know you have a background in horticulture. In fact, I possess considerable expertise in that area as well." The man began to boast. He even thumped his chest, claiming he could name all the plants within the nearby, fenced area. Teacher Mi Shui merely smiled faintly, allowing him to continue. Soon, he began to showcase his knowledge, correctly identifying several plants along the roadside. How about that? I'm quite dedicated, am I not? If you align with me, I can introduce you to numerous opportunities in this field. Many of my acquaintances cultivate rare plants. If you take charge, you could earn a substantial income. Thank you, but let us discuss this matter later. Teacher Mi Shui replied with a smile, seemingly wishing to conclude this matchmaking affair. Mi Shui, the man interjected, blocking her path with an eager expression. I really like you and would love to be friends. You can see for yourself that I have a car and a house, and I hold a certain social status. At least I am a department head. Yun Xiao, you understand, and I will consider it. Please let me return home, Teacher Mi Shui said, her demeanor growing increasingly irritable. No, I know you don't feel anything for me. When you return home, you certainly want to think about this. How about this? Come back here tomorrow, and I will show you the extent of my connections and abilities. I will ensure that you see me in a new light, even convincing you to agree to date me. As he spoke, he handed Teacher Mi Shui a business card. Upon glancing at it, she appeared eager to leave. Mi Shui, the man remained firmly in front of Teacher Mi Shui. Jun Xiao, what exactly do you intend to do? Teacher Mi Shui expressed her frustration. Regardless of the circumstances, if you do not agree to this matter, I shall not allow you to leave. As she spoke, the young man unexpectedly knelt down. In that moment, the location where the two stood became the focal point of attention. Many bystanders began to murmur and point. Teacher Mi Shui's words turned increasingly awkward, and she cast a helpless glance in my direction. I hesitated for a moment, contemplating approaching her, but upon realizing something, Teacher Mi Shui shook her head at me, conceding to accompany him tomorrow. Teacher, what are you doing? I shot an angry look at Teacher Mi Shui as he walked away. Are you jealous? She teased, casting a playful glare at me. You could have simply refused. I remained irate. This time, Teacher Mi Shui shot me several more exasperated looks. It was evident that this fellow was quite troublesome. If he were refused this time, he would undoubtedly cling on with various excuses, making my life quite complicated. It would be wiser to heed his suggestion and explore his so-called connections and friends. Besides, I wanted her to accompany me. I believed that our combined abilities could resolve this issue. If we presented a closer relationship, this matter would be settled. Hearing this, I could only nod helplessly, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within me. Witnessing my beloved interact with another man was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. What? Is that truly the nature of your relationship? Tomorrow was Sunday, allowing me and Yu to stay out. However, when they learned of my connection with Teacher Mi Shui, disbelief etched across their faces. Some even appeared angry. The two girls seemed a loss for words, their annoyance evident. After a brief moment of frustration, they pinched me playfully before settling down to sleep. In truth, such situations were commonplace at the medical school, but the two girls were still adjusting. I anticipated they would adapt in time. After all, among my classmates, there were many far more flirtatious than I. At that moment, I hardly considered myself flirtatious. I could not possibly compare to them. The next morning, I waited at the school entrance for Teacher Mi Shui. Around 8 o'clock, she appeared in a stunning yellow dress, carrying a beautiful handbag. Teacher Mi Shui was the center of attention, even at the school gate. Meanwhile, Jun Xiao arrived in a gleaming S600 Mercedes, making quite an impression. Jun Xiao was evidently taken aback to see another man accompanying Teacher Mi Shui. Upon spotting me, his gaze turned cold and somewhat hostile. This is my student, who excels in horticulture. It would be beneficial for him to join us this time, to cultivate his skills, Teacher Mi Shui introduced. Hello. With a smile, I stepped forward to shake his hand. Hello. As soon as we shook hands, I sensed an unusual intensity. This young man possessed remarkable strength, seemingly honed through practice, as he pressed my hand down to a point that felt almost bone deep. However, my right hand swiftly responded, channeling an energy that countered his force, rendering his grip immovable, to the extent that it felt as if I were pushing against him. His expression revealed a hint of surprise as he regarded me. After a few moments of futile effort to tighten his grip, he resigned himself and took a seat in the car, casting me several incredulous glances. his face betraying a mix of astonishment and disbelief at my youthful appearance, coupled with such formidable strength. During the drive, Jun Xiao attempted to have teacher Mi Shui occupy the front passenger seat, but she smiled gently and chose to sit beside me in the back. Throughout the journey, we engaged in light-hearted banter, creating an atmosphere akin to that of an intimate rendezvous, perhaps even more profound than mere acquaintanceship. This visibly vexed the young man, whose demeanor grew increasingly sour, at times casting glances at me that suggested a desire to eliminate me. Zhang Wu, since you claim to possess considerable talent, when we visit the horticultural site, I shall encourage you to showcase your skills, perhaps even enlighten us about the exotic flora, Jun Xiao remarked with a smirk. I chuckled, humbly responding, I am merely a student with average abilities. What could I possibly elucidate? Ah, you are too modest. Teacher Mi Shui appreciates you for a reason. Do not shy away from demonstrating your worth. After all, one must honor her admiration, he countered, while in a rearview mirror. I caught him glaring at me with palpable intensity. I could sense that once we arrived at our destination, he would likely find ways to challenge me further. With a resigned smile, I nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the circumstances, I felt a flicker of confidence in my abilities, reassured that Teacher Mi Shui would offer me some support if necessary. To my surprise, Jun Xiao took us to a landscaping company situated in the suburbs, replete with an array of horticultural expertise and diverse plant species. We were greeted by the company's general manager, who appeared to share a familiar rapport with Jun Xiao. Without uttering a word, they exchanged knowing glances, quickly establishing that I was to be the focus of their attention this time. Chapter 20. Who Governs Whom? This is my good brother, Zhao Rihong, who single-handedly manages over 100 million in garden-related revenue annually. If Mi Shui wishes to explore any business within the realm of landscaping, she may easily reach out to him. With my support, securing contracts worth 10 million or even 20 million a year would be effortlessly achievable. As Jun Xiao spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at me. I stood behind Teacher Mi Shui, absorbing the atmosphere of this landscaping company. There were warm greenhouses, as well as areas dedicated to the cultivation of large trees, and sections where rather exotic plants were grown, some of which were utterly unrecognizable, resembling flora obtained from a primeval jungle. Zhao Rihong, this is Zhang Wu, the most esteemed student under Mi Shui. Take him around and show him what challenges or intricacies we face here, so he can comprehend that the landscaping business is not as straightforward as it appears, Jun Xiao remarked, subtly indicating to Zhao Rihong. Upon receiving the cue, Zhao Rihong promptly nodded. Come, little brother, let me show you some of our most precious plants, particularly those over here, Zhao Rihong said with a slight smile, gesturing for us to follow. Jun Xiao's face lit up with pride at the thought of the destination Zhao Rihong was leading us to. Teacher Mi Shui trailed behind. A hint of concern etched on her face, as if she sensed that these two fellows might be plotting something against me. After passing through 2 keys and a security gate, we entered a greenhouse that felt as warm as spring. Inside, several employees, clad in white lab coats and wearing white, tightly fitted masks, appear to be engaged in some form of research, bustling about with purpose. These are all the unique plants our company has acquired from around the world in recent years, Zhao Rihong explained, gesturing toward the specimens. Some are easily identifiable, while others are not. As a student of horticulture, you should be familiar with the world's plants. Tell me, what families do these specimens belong to? You need not name them individually, just the families will suffice, Zhao Rihong continued, chuckling with a sense of pride, convinced that he could stump me. Jun Xiao, standing nearby, laughed heartily, nodding appreciatively at Zhao Rihong, seemingly eager for what would unfold next. Oh my! I gazed around in exhilaration, particularly at those extraordinary plants. My ears buzzed with the soft murmurs of the vegetation. It was not language, but rather an instinctive rhythm of respiration. The breathing patterns of plants from different regions varied significantly. Those from tropical climates exuded a heavy breath, while temperate varieties breathed more slowly. Sentient plants possess a certain spirit, and those capable of producing sound could be deemed somewhat sentient as well. Additionally, this room was infused with an ethereal energy. With each breath, my right hand tingled slightly, as if a surge of vitality was flowing into it. However, upon deeper contemplation, I discerned that the increase was merely a subtle enhancement. Initially, there was a hint of intrigue, but soon it faded into insignificance. This is a particular type of grass found in the Amazon basin, renowned for its ability to repel venomous snakes and pythons. However, during the mating season of the pythons, it possesses an aphrodisiac effect. I began to speak about each plant individually, observing one that appeared to be of mediocre stature. Strangely, this plant seemed to possess a certain quality, as if it could articulate its essence. I conveyed the intricacies of these plants, though I hardly needed their input, as I had a firm understanding within myself. Gazing at them, a plethora of horticultural knowledge surged forth in my mind, reminiscent of the experience of studying in a classroom. I felt an innate connection to horticulture. Consequently, I smoothly named nearly all the plants in this vicinity. At this revelation, Jun Xiao and Zhao Rihong stared in astonishment. After all, many of the plant names might only be found in academic papers, yet I could articulate not only their names but also their habits and distinctive traits with remarkable clarity. Impressive indeed. This gives you a chance to showcase your skills, Jun Xiao remarked, his irritation becoming evident. He led me and teacher Mi Shui to a separate laboratory table, seemingly intent on imposing a more rigorous test upon me. This particular plant is known for its efficacy in healing external wounds. However, it contains two other undesirable liquids that, when combined with the healing liquid, significantly diminish its effectiveness. Our technicians typically manage to extract only one successful specimen from a dozen. Jun Xiao challenged me, his eyes brimming with provocation, as if he believed this task would surely confound me. Jun Xiao, I merely came to observe. Furthermore, it is uncommon for a horticulturist to engage in plant pathology or nurture plants, let alone assist in such matters. That is the domain of a bioengineer. I replied with a chuckle. Indeed, Jun Xiao, some things are excessive. Xiao Wu has already performed admirably. There is no need for everything to be dictated by you. Teacher Mi Shui interjected, casting a disapproving glance at him. Jun Xiao's face flushed crimson, as he seemed at a loss for how to proceed. It appeared he felt compelled to suppress me swiftly to regain his composure. If this kid's abilities surpass those of my engineers, I will concede and no longer trouble you, he declared loudly, a sudden spark of realization illuminating his countenance. Both teacher Mi Shui and I were momentarily taken aback. We had not anticipated such a proposition from him. Without a second thought, I was inclined to accept the challenge, but teacher Mi Shui restrained me. What are you thinking? Though the offer is tempting, is this truly a task you can manage? She questioned, her skepticism regarding my abilities evident in her expression. How about it? Do you not wish for teacher Mi Shui to be on my side? Jun Xiao taunted. Jun Xiao gazed at me with a look of triumph, even playfully teasing me with a few glances. Teacher, let me give it a try. After all, there are benefits to winning, and losing isn't such a big deal. I smiled gently at teacher Mi Shui, still eager to attempt it, who said losing meant nothing. If I lost, I would be transferred out of Mi Shui's class, never to study there again. Jun Xiao declared loudly, puffing his chest with pride. Such words elicited laughter from both Mi Shui and me. Our relationship had evolved to such a point that being in different classes posed no barrier. We could easily reconnect later, unbreakable as we were. Exchanging a glance, we resolved to give it a go. Mi Shui appeared quite anxious, her expression devoid of expectation, convinced I would undoubtedly fail. Observing from the side, I allowed the experimenter to demonstrate first. Once I grasped the process, I took over. I felt a connection with the plant being dissected, yet it offered me no reprieve, its breaths barely audible, a reminder of the fate I intended for it. Without further ado, I channeled my energy into the plant, managing every aspect within it. I could distinctly perceive the flow of water and nutrients, all guided by the knowledge swirling in my mind, including the plant's intricate veins. With directness and decisiveness, I commenced the task, contrasting sharply with the earlier experimenter's timid approach of meticulous handling and frequent magnification. I wielded my knife with the confidence of one accustomed to butchering, swiftly slicing through the plant as if it were mere pork. Having mastered the internal structure, my hands moved with remarkable speed. Mere minutes later, I produced a pure, healing liquid. The operator stood dumbfounded, as did Jun Xiao and the manager, utterly taken aback. Let us try another, Jun Xiao urged, swiftly retrieving another specimen for me to test. I smirked slightly, seizing Mi Shue's delicate hand before his eyes. All I needed was for this brat to agree to leave Mi Shue's side. The rest mattered little to me. Jun Xiao looked puzzled at our interaction. Aren't you supposed to be teacher and student? He questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. Indeed, but we simply harbor mutual affection. What of it? I confidently held Mi Shue's hand, casting a triumphant glance at him. I'll have to report this to your school, the manager suggested, pulling out his phone to capture the moment. I instantly released Mi Shue's hand, positioning her behind me to thwart his attempt. Some matters, Jun Xiao. You should comprehend clearly. You have no chance. She's already mine, I declared, my gaze stern and unwavering. She is yours. Jun Xiao seemed to extract each word from his mouth with great effort. His face flushed crimson. All right, you little rascal, just wait. The women I, Jun Xiao, favor have never been unattainable, and anyone daring to vie for them has met a grim fate. As he spoke, Jun Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I promptly escorted teacher Mi Shue outside. Why did you have to add that last bit? Teacher Mi Shue expressed mild reproach, feeling that those concluding words and gestures were somewhat superfluous. He will undoubtedly pursue you further. After that last exchange, he should relent, I assured her confidently. However, you may find yourself in trouble. He has some connections within the city government, and I've heard he has a few friends in the underworld. Teacher Mi Shue gazed at me with concern. What's this? Are you worried about me? I chuckled at teacher Mi Shue, feeling quite assured regarding Jun Xiao. Having dealt with numerous ruffians before, one more would hardly be a challenge. Moreover, my abilities at this moment are far superior to those of the past. Thus, facing a formidable young master like him would only enhance my sense of accomplishment. I glanced at the modest car before me. I had rented a place near the school, enjoying a rather pleasant life with two beautiful campus goddesses. Yet, the house was merely a rental, and I still lacked a car. To thrive in Nanjing City, especially while maintaining relationships with so many lovely ladies, I must possess both a house and a car. A solid material foundation is essential for a comfortable life. With the right opportunity, I aim to purchase a property near the school and acquire a vehicle. In the horticulture program, nearly every diligent student owns a car. On the way back, teacher Mi Shue leaned almost entirely against me. My thoughts were still occupied with financial matters, coupled with a sense of wariness, knowing that Jun Xiao would likely create trouble for me. Well, I have a house. You can use it. You could easily stay with those two. As for money, I have over 300,000. You can take it all if you wish. Upon hearing my life goals, teacher Mi Shue perked up, seeming eager to transfer funds to my bank account, even discussing the property. Huh, I'm a man. What would it be to take money from a woman? I have no desire to be your kept man, I laughed. Do you wish to be a kept man? Teacher Mi Shue pinched me playfully. Then, as if struck by a thought, she whispered in my ear, actually the quickest way to earn in the horticulture industry is to help people cultivate orchids. Once the quality of the orchids is perfected, you can earn as much as you wish. However, cultivating orchids is exceedingly difficult, especially the superior varieties. Out of 1,000 plants, if a few survive, that would be quite remarkable, and even those may not possess high purity. They could merely be average orchids. Teacher Mi Shue casually remarked, but upon hearing this, I felt a spark of inspiration. Is that so? Could you enlighten me about the details here? I looked at Mi Shue with eager anticipation. How curious. You truly wish to engage in such an industry. Certainly, I nodded affirmatively. So, where will you be staying tonight? Teacher Mi Shue cast a gentle glance my way. Need it even be mentioned? As I spoke, I embraced teacher Mi Shue. Her words brought forth a particularly joyful laughter. Chapter 21, the exchange that transpired during the night, illuminated many aspects concerning orchids for me. Furthermore, Nanjing City is home to an orchid market, where a wealthy group of individuals indulge in the cultivation of these exquisite flowers. It is said that those who thrive in this environment can earn a substantial income within a year. As my teacher advised, I should first observe this market before contemplating how to cultivate some orchids myself. Despite having absorbed a great deal of knowledge, I still felt hesitant to act without first-hand experience. I planned to visit the orchid market tonight to uncover its true nature. The following day commenced with an early study session. Both Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu cast me glances tinged with mild annoyance, simultaneously gripping my right hand as if reluctant to let go. The essence emanating from my hand began to intertwine with theirs, merging the residual energies within their bodies. Their displeasure stemmed from my absence the previous night. I awkwardly smiled, aware that in such new relationships, the presence of one partner can stir discomfort in the other. Is she good, or are we? Yu Miao Miao asserted directly. Caught off guard, I struggled for a response. Fong Yu, overhearing, chuckled and gestured for Yu Miao Miao to temper her words. All right. Do you have any plans for school moving forward? Fong Yu inquired, her gaze fixed on me. At that moment, I understood she was referring to the matter of my romantic interests. Mitots drifted domili. But she had advised me that some things cannot be rushed, particularly concerning Fong Yu, as she is her cousin. Who thinks about such things? I teased, playfully pinching Fong Yu's nose. I also observed our classroom dynamics. There had been murmurs about men from outside interacting with our school, even courting some of the girls. However, the situation appeared stable. The classroom atmosphere remained unchanged. During lessons or breaks, the girls would gravitate towards us boys, especially around me. The class beauty often lingered nearby, exchanging smiles and playful banter, sometimes even playfully entangling herself with me. Yet, I maintained decorum, treating them as ordinary female friends, perhaps indulging in minor flirtations. What? You plan to visit the orchid market? I shared my intentions during class, expressing my desire to delve deeper into the orchid market. Both girls regarded me with puzzled expressions. Aren't you quite adept at diagnosing tree ailments? Yu Miao Miao questioned, bemused. Indeed, diagnosing tree ailments can be quite lucrative, Fong Yu added, echoing her confusion. They seem to believe my expertise in this area would suffice. You too, I began, recounting in detail the insights I had gleaned from teacher Mi Shui the previous night. I emphasized the boundless opportunities that lay within this domain. After all, who is unaware of the endless potential associated with orchids? Yet, without the requisite skills, one cannot succeed. Indeed, we have heard that entering the orchid industry requires a decade of accumulated expertise. Without it, one certainly cannot succeed. Our two instructors, having ventured into this field, have incurred considerable losses. The two women are understandably anxious, fearing my potential misfortune. I merely wish to observe, nothing more. I offered them a slight smile, while my thoughts lingered on visiting the nearby orchid market later that evening. I possess unique skills that I believe will yield some rewards. Are you planning to go out tonight? They inquired. Typically, within the classroom, I either exchanged glances with the beautiful instructor or indulged in light-hearted banter with the two ladies. Occasionally, I would converse with Fong Meili over WeChat. Upon learning of my intention to visit the orchid market, Fong Meili seemed to express newfound interest. By the way, what about Sister Yaolon? I pondered, chuckling to myself. What about her? Fong Meili responded, somewhat irritated over the phone. I merely mentioned that it had been a while since we last saw her, and I felt a tinge of longing. It was merely a thought. Yet Fong Meili remained a bit cross on the line, leaving me a loss for words. After a brief exchange, Fong Meili insisted that I take her along to the orchid market that evening. As members of the graduating class, we ought to familiarize ourselves with this area. And besides, our evening study sessions are rather flexible, allowing us to step out as we please. All right, that sounds good. I quickly agreed. Later that evening, I arrived at the school gate. The security guard glanced at me a few times but ultimately said nothing. I recalled Wang Chong mentioning that security typically does not interfere with the male students, especially those who are somewhat attractive. It seems they are aware of the influence held by the handsome boys in our school. Fong Meili's car pulled up beside me, and without hesitation, I hopped in. I took a moment to admire her attire, a yellow sundress complemented by light black high heels, only about 3 to 4 centimeters high. She exuded an air of fresh elegance. The orchid market typically thrives in the morning, with little to offer in the evening. As we drove, Fong Meili murmured a few words, and I understood her sentiment. However, any glimpse of the market would suffice. Moreover, I was merely there to learn, not necessarily to purchase anything. Upon hearing this, Fong Meili nodded in agreement. Why the sudden interest in orchids? She questioned, her expression one of confusion. To earn money. Of course. You already have a car, yet I have nothing. Ah, with your charm and talent, I am certain you will possess everything by the time you graduate. I replied with a chuckle, earning a playful glare from her as she reached for my hand. The moment our hands touched, I drew her into my embrace. You're incorrigible, she remarked, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. It seemed that some things needed no words. We understood each other perfectly. As I had anticipated, the orchid market in Nanjing City was indeed open in the evening. Though few were purchasing orchids, the majority were merely selling a hodgepodge of flowers, with some shops even offering market blooms directly. It was clear that the morning market was where the true essence of orchids lay. Fong Mili stood to the side, murmuring softly. I merely smiled faintly, surveying the surrounding shops. There were 3 orchid stores in total here. Among them, only 2 were professionally run, while the others, numbering perhaps in the dozens, had long since closed their doors. My understanding of orchids is rather superficial. I did not enter the 2 specialized shops, but instead wandered into a general flower shop that sold orchids alongside other varieties. Initially, I observed the commonplace flowers. A woman, perhaps in her 30s and slightly plump, stood not far from us. She did not approach us unless we seemed interested in something. Madam, how do I purchase these flowers? I gestured towards Fong Mili without speaking. The woman seemed more at ease dealing with flower sales. Baby's Breath and Blue Rose series. This bunch is 120. The shopkeeper casually remarked. If you want it, I can give it to you for 100. After a moment of contemplation, she signaled again. Listening to the shopkeeper's words, I reached out to touch the orchids. Previously, I had seen a shopkeeper handling several impressive orchids that resonated with me. Yet here, almost none evoked any sensation. What about these orchids? After some inquiries, Fong Mili began to ask about the prices of the orchids. These orchids vary in price, all starting from several thousand. Some may even exceed 10,000. The shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Fong Mili smiled slightly, and together we crouched down to admire them. I hesitated to touch them, aware that the shopkeeper was observing from distance. Such valuable flowers, if damaged, would surely require compensation. I leaned in closer to the orchids, attempting to sense their essence. However, after a moment of contemplation, I could discern nothing extraordinary, merely the usual nutrients circulating within the flowers, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. 5-star orchid. I gazed at this particular flower for a while, recognizing its name, and contemplated some knowledge regarding it. The leaves were broad, adorned with a hint of mottled patterns, as if etched with fine lines. Lost in thought, I crouched down for closer inspection. What is the matter? Fong Mili inquired, her expression one of confusion as she followed my lead and crouched down to observe the mottled markings beneath the orchid. The shopkeeper, too, looked at me with surprise, seemingly taken aback by my knowledge. Young man, not many take to orchids these days. You're quite impressive, she remarked. What do you mean by taking to them? Merely observen. What is the price range? I inquired, recalling the current market prices for such orchids, which had fluctuated greatly in recent years. Not expensive, 5,000. The shopkeeper gestured. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile and crouch down once more for a closer look. The exquisite 5-star orchids, particularly those flourishing in highland regions, are said to fetch prices exceeding 10,000. In contrast, those cultivated in the plains seldom exceed 3,000. Furthermore, the leaves must possess a uniform width, and when viewed from below, a subtle layer of blue should be visible, seemingly flowing within the foliage. I took a quick photograph with my phone, and immediately, a glimmer of light emanated from the leaves, imparting a faint sense of motion, albeit at a sluggish pace. It hardly resembled the sensation I had described. Such orchids, I mused, might scarcely attract buyers even at 500 or 600. I chuckled as I observed the proprietress, who appeared somewhat astonished by my insights, quietly nodding her head in acknowledgement. Ah, young man, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about orchids, she remarked, her interest in me piqued as she approached. Come. Recently, I've acquired several splendid pots of orchids, all from an elderly gentleman. With his passing, his children sold the orchids to me. They lack expertise in the matter, so they were priced quite reasonably. If you truly appreciate fine orchids, why not take a few pots with you? The proprietress gestured for me to enter the back room. After exchanging a glance with Fong Mili, I followed her inside, my heart brimming with anticipation. Just as the proprietress had suggested, I hoped to acquire one or more pots that could potentially yield a profit. Chapter 22. A close call from the inner room. The proprietress brought out several orchid pots. "Be careful," Sister Mealy cautioned me from the side. I nodded, understanding her implication. Earlier, I had displayed a bit of bravado, but who could fathom how much this proprietress truly knew? Perhaps she intended to exploit my showmanship, presenting orchids with hidden flaws for my appraisal, thus leading me into a trap. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the orchid market. "This is a Qing lawn," the proprietress announced. Both Sister Mealy and I were momentarily taken aback. To our surprise, the orchid she revealed was indeed a Qing lawn, a variety known for its pure hue and significant value. The old man's daughter, lacking knowledge of this orchid's worth, had merely given me 2,000. "Surely, you are aware of the market price for such Qing lawn." The proprietress smiled warmly at me and Sister Mealy, who, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. She clearly understood the value of the Qing lawn. Even a modest specimen could fetch tens of thousands. I am not well versed in their care. "Since you seem knowledgeable, how about I offer you 20,000 for each?" the proprietress suggested. 20,000. Before I could rise, Sister Mealy stood, her expression animated as she gazed at the proprietress. It seems the young lady is aware that this orchid is worth far more than 20,000, the proprietress chuckled, but given my lack of expertise in nurturing them. And the old man's children are equally uninformed. "Look here, these Qing lawn plants are showing signs of distress. If this continues, they may perish." Indeed, upon closer inspection, I noticed that one side of the Qing lawn appeared somewhat unwell. At this moment, Sister Mealy was clearly intrigued, her attention fixated on the afflicted plant. Xiao Wu squeezed my hand, signaling me with a clear intention. He wanted me to purchase it. 20,000. I pondered, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the proprietress. There was something peculiar in her expression, an odd anticipation that seemed to linger in the air, almost as if she were waiting for us to fall into a carefully laid trap. As I contemplated this, my fingers lightly brushed against the Qing lawn. Despite my efforts, I could not discern any apparent faults within the plant. Yet, I sensed that its vitality was rather feeble, possibly due to the proprietress's admitted lack of care. Something clicked. Grasping the implications, I pulled Sister Mealy to her feet, fully aware of the situation. "What's this? Are you interested in purchasing, young man?" The proprietress beamed, misinterpreting my actions as a sign of intent to buy. Sister Mealy had the same expectation, her eyes alight with hope. "Not today. I haven't brought enough money. Perhaps another time," I responded with a smile, gesturing to Sister Mealy. "Xiao Wu, I have funds," I added. Feng Meili remained somewhat perplexed, seemingly convinced that I was devoid of funds. She had already taken out her phone, gesturing to her Alipay account. "Haha, that is quite acceptable. Purchasing through Alipay is indeed feasible." Upon seeing this, the proprietress nodded vigorously, swiftly retrieving her own device, evidently eager to transact. "Haha, proprietress. There seems to be an issue with the branches and leaves of this orchid." At that moment, it was imperative to voice my concerns, otherwise, Feng Meili might unwittingly proceed with the transaction. The proprietress's face flushed momentarily, but she quickly concealed it, casting an irritated glance in my direction. "What is wrong with the branches and leaves?" Feng Meili gazed at the orchids, seemingly unable to discern any issues, her expression tinged with annoyance towards me, as if I were a foolish individual neglecting an opportunity for profit. "Proprietress," I said with a friendly smile, contemplating that if she remained oblivious, I might have to divulge the entire matter. The orchid market thrives on integrity. Should certain truths be revealed, the proprietress might find her business prospects severely diminished. The proprietress paused, comprehension dawning upon her. "Let's go," she snapped at me, her glare piercing, while motioning for us to leave. At that moment, I grasped Feng Meili's hand and led her outside, though she still appeared bewildered. "Xiao Wu, what is going on?" Yet, Feng Meili sensed that something was amiss, and her earlier excitement had waned significantly, even leading her to express discontent towards me. Those branches and leaves were simply painted, making them appear particularly vibrant. Painted? How could that be? Feng Meili was utterly skeptical. Of course, it isn't ordinary paint, and it's not applied everywhere. If you don't believe me, Perhaps you can observe next time, I suggested. This. Fong Meili looked at me helplessly, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Had I not intervened, she might have lost several thousand in that transaction. As we walked a few paces, her complexion flushed with embarrassment, as if she felt particularly humiliated. It's not as if you fell into a trap. Why the excessive agitation? I smiled gently at her, only to receive an exasperated glare in return. It's all your fault. She playfully smacked my arm. Let us go. The recent experience, paradoxically, bolstered my confidence. I hadn't anticipated my extensive knowledge of orchids. In moments of confrontation, it seemed as though a reservoir of information surged forth from my mind, as if engraved within my consciousness over countless years. I even found myself recalling additional insights related to orchids. This ability, I realized, was a gift from that very tree. Good day, gentlemen. Are you interested in purchasing orchids? After a short distance, an elderly man beckoned us. I nodded towards him in acknowledgement and turned my gaze to the orchids displayed at the entrance. As I surveyed the various species, I felt a surge of understanding regarding their quality, almost instinctively recalling the nuances of each. Additionally, various snippets of information gleaned from the internet and books swirl within my mind. I lower my body, extending my hand to caress one of the orchids. I inhaled deeply, savoring its essence. Fong Meili approached, also taking a moment to appreciate the fragrance. Upon catching a whiff, she looked at me with an expression of surprise. The aroma of this orchid was faint yet peculiar, a medley of 5 or even 8 different scents intertwined. Ah, young man, you possess a discerning palate, the proprietor remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of respect, akin to that of a specialist addressing a fellow connoisseur. This is the most common variety of the 10 fragrance orchid. Its scent is subtle, lacking in saturation. Come, if you have an affinity for 10 fragrance orchids, I have some exquisite specimens. The old man gestured for us to enter the shop. We hesitated momentarily before stepping inside, where he showcased several orchids, including 2 pots of 10 fragrance orchids. Fong Meili examined them, employing my technique for assessment. However, upon inhalation, her expression soured. Xiao Wu, although the scent is somewhat muddled, it comprises merely 2 or 3 notes. Hardly impressive, she commented, signaling her desire to leave immediately. Ah, this is a different variety of 10 fragrance orchid, still in its juvenile stage. I responded with a slight smile towards Fong Meili. Indeed, young man, you have a remarkable understanding of these orchids at such a tender age. What do you think? Take a look, the proprietor urged, nodding vigorously in affirmation, as if he regarded me as an expert. I leaned down to inhale once more, observing the broad-leaved 10 fragrance orchid with its 2 lobed leaves. The aroma was rich and pure, suggesting that, if nurtured properly, it could become a prime specimen. However, broadleaf varieties typically do not command high prices. Yes, cultivating one that yields 5 or 7 fragrances might cost about 150,000 yuan. But to achieve one that surpasses 10 fragrances, the price would exceed 100,000 yuan, the old man indicated, gesturing towards me. I can offer you this one for 5,000 yuan. 5,000? I hesitate, I replied, still uncertain. The crux of the matter was that this type of orchid was relatively easy to care for. The old man's words sparked a flicker of interest within me. Orchids, especially the finer varieties, tend to be exceptionally expensive and notoriously difficult to cultivate. Sometimes, a bit too much sunlight can lead to their demise, while an excess of water might prevent flowering altogether or even cause significant root rot. It often takes years of nurturing to fully recuperate. I glanced at another 10 fragrance orchid nearby and cautiously inhaled its fragrance. To my astonishment, I recoiled several steps back, as if confronted with something terrifying. What is this? I gazed at the old man in shock. Ah, yes, this is the snake-attracting fragrance, a subtle aroma. Yet when properly cultivated, it can lure venomous snakes, even formidable ones. Naturally, it holds a high market value, he explained, gesturing towards me once again. This exquisite variety of 10 fragrance orchid is indeed rare. Despite its juvenile state, its price is no less than 10,000. Listening to the elder's words, I scrutinized the orchids closely savoring their beauty. Meanwhile, Fong Meili appeared reluctant to let me indulge in this purchase, subtly suggesting that I could leave. Sister Meili, this is worth acquiring, I signaled, glancing at my Alipay balance, which totaled a mere 5,000, still falling short. These varieties are unfamiliar to me. Fong Meili remarked in astonishment, sensing my reckless pursuit. The previous green orchid was a renowned specimen, yet this tin fragrance orchid is seldom spoken of. Naturally, Fong Meili, who had not delved into such matters, could not comprehend its significance. Sister Meili, do you doubt my judgment? I chuckled, playfully mimicking the act of scribbling an IO. It's not that I distrust you. Rather, I fear you might be deceived, she retorted, casting a sharp glance in my direction, particularly at my earlier jest. With a light-hearted laugh, I reassured her, soon bringing a smile back to her face. We swiftly completed the transaction with the elder, acquiring 2 orchids along with various cultivation tools and fertilizers, all of which he generously provided without charge. Fong Meili and I returned home promptly, where I placed the 2 orchids on the windowsill, contemplating the nurturing process that lay ahead. This is where you live with you Meow Meow and Fong Yu, Fong Meili remarked, settling on the bed and surveying the room. I, on the other hand, focus on examining the condition of the orchids. They are indeed delicate creatures, and I sensed something was amiss during our journey. They seemed averse to the jostling. Upon arrival, they appeared wilted, exhibiting signs of discomfort. Was it an issue of acclimatization? I pondered quietly, reflecting on my knowledge of orchid cultivation. While I possessed a foundational understanding, I had yet to fully grasp the theoretical aspects or scholarly articles. Thus, I could only proceed gradually. I began to examine the nearby tools: a small watering can, a multifunctional soil knife, and several packets of fertilizer labeled as natural ingredients. No, I could discern that the orchid's discomfort stemmed from their surrounding environment rather than an issue with their vitality. Hence, I realized my initial assumptions were misguided. The elder's advice echoed in my mind. Typically, orchids thrive in suitable temperatures and light and are best placed outdoors. I felt that the proper location would be in the courtyard behind the shop. Inspired by this thought, I resolved to take action. Chapter 23. Unearthing wild ginseng with 2 orchids in hand, I stepped into the courtyard and set them down beside the flower bed. Then, I began to feel their presence. Fong Meili gazed at me, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness, as if my lack of attention was causing her some discontent. Yet, my focused demeanor seemed to intrigue her, for she smiled and quietly followed my side, occasionally casting me dreamy glances. After a while, I sensed that the 2 orchids had gradually calmed, adapting somewhat to their surrounding environment. The flow of liquid within their bodies had also settled significantly. Good, this is how it should be. An idea struck me, and I headed into the room, opening the windowsill, only to reconsider. It would be better to bring them to the school. After all, I resided in a single dormitory. Accommodating 1 orchid would not pose a problem, and it would be easier to care for them. Ensuring they received adequate sunlight during the day was essential, and venturing out from school to tend to them would prove rather challenging. Thus, keeping them in my dormitory was the optimal choice. With this thought in mind, I hurried towards the school. Fong Meili appeared somewhat annoyed, understandably so, since I had been darting around without much regard for her. Meili, I want to take good care of these orchids, I said, my gaze sheepish as I looked at her. All right, I understand, she replied, still a touch miffed. Huh, are you upset? I teased, leaning closer and gently kissing her cheek at the campus entrance. You, she exclaimed, rolling her eyes but leaving with a smile. It was evident that she simply craved my attention, and with a bit of care, her spirits would lift. Upon returning to the dormitory, I intended to send a WeChat message to Ms. Mishue and Yu Meow Meow, informing them of my situation and that I might not be able to visit for a while. To my surprise, both Yu Meow Meow and Fong Yu were already in my room, accompanied by some women's clothing, including undergarments. It was clear they were preparing to stay over. This startled me as I glanced apprehensively at the dormitory corridor, worried about a potential visit from the teachers. An occasional inspection might not be a problem, but still, it was a concern. Yu Meow Meow shot me an annoyed look, her gaze falling on the 2 orchids I held. She leaned in to sniff and touch them, a joyful expression illuminating her face, seemingly quite fond of the flowers. You too, I sighed, shaking my head as I looked at the orchids in my hands. I placed them on the windowsill and checked their condition. Both orchids appeared to be thriving, having adjusted to their new surroundings. To encourage these orchids to bloom abundantly and enhance their fragrance, I contemplated the 10 fragrance orchid. I knew a method to induce more blooms, a particularly clever one, to venture deep into the mountains and procure soil from the ancient forests where wild ginseng had thrived for over 1,000 years. As long as there exists such soil for cultivation, the exquisite 10 fragrance orchid will thrive rapidly, soon blossoming with multiple petals. At that time, the value of such orchids will soar. However, the intricacies of orchid care elude both Yu Miao and Feng Yu. I mused to myself about acquiring that elusive wild ginseng soil, contemplating the prospect of earning a substantial income to support them. They both shot me a knowing glance before commencing their tidying within the room. You cannot go. I refrained from directly engaging with the orchid that attracts venomous snakes, allowing it to grow at a measured pace. After all, an overly vigorous growth could invite trouble. At that moment, I shared with teacher Mi Shui that I would not be able to visit her. Upon hearing this, she expressed a hint of irritation. Meanwhile, Yu Miao and Feng Yu exchanged soft laughter, as they were privy to unspoken truths amongst the three of us. Teacher Mi Shui remarked, clearly aware of my companions. By the way, what did you say about seeking ginseng soil, specifically that of the ancient mountain ginseng? She indicated over the phone. Tomorrow, there happens to be a class where we will venture into the nearby grove. There you may find some ginseng soil, albeit of average age. It will serve as a preliminary experience. In due time, when you seek truly exceptional soil, it will be far more convenient. Listening to this, I felt a surge of joy, sensing that the arrangements were remarkably astute. Zhangwu, what are you implying? Do you intend to pursue the class flower? The next day, as classes commenced, teacher Mi Shui swiftly organized us into a group heading to the nearby grove. In our midst, a slender classmate seemed to harbor some grievances towards me. Wang Chao, what is the matter? I offered a slight smile. What is wrong? You flaunt your charm, enticing the class flowers, leaving them gazing at you longingly while we remain overlooked. Yet, you do not reciprocate. What do you have to say for yourself? Wang Chao glared at me fiercely. Exactly. Kid, which ones do you fancy? We would like to make our own moves on the others, but you cannot be so fickle, contemplating a simultaneous capture. It leaves us with nothing, remarked Chun Li, another classmate with an unappealing countenance, casting me a scornful look. It appeared that they were quite discontented with my conduct in class. Kid, if you continue to dawdle, we may not be so forgiving. I was taken aback by the sudden boldness of these classmates, who typically spoke little to me, now seeming inclined to confront me. I glanced at Wang Chong, perplexed. Come on, guys, let us not escalate this, Wang Chong interjected, chuckling as he drew me aside. Meanwhile, Wang Chao and Chun Li exchanged numerous disdainful glances in my direction. Little brother, your indecisiveness regarding the class flowers has led to their dissatisfaction. Recently, these guys have allied with a senior in our school, gaining momentum and, naturally, have become less courteous towards you, Wang Chong whispered. I cannot simply abandon the class flowers, can I? I retorted, incensed by the absurdity of the situation. Naturally, it is impossible. There are certain matters that must be articulated with utmost clarity. Otherwise, it lingers in others' minds, does it not? I comprehend that Wang Chong's perspective holds merit. Yet there are certain things I simply cannot bring myself to do. It is inconceivable for me to approach each and every beautiful girl in our class and say, I regret to inform you, but you stand no chance. Even if it cost me my life, I could never develop feelings for you. Such words are utterly unutterable. These two fellows, if they wish to stir up trouble, there is little I can do about it. Soon, we arrived at a small slope behind the grove. Fortunately, those two boys only shot me a few glares along the way. They did not utter any further nonsense. Teacher Mi Shui gestured for us to each seek out the ginseng patches and provided a brief overview of the situation regarding the ginseng, ensuring everyone was informed. Yu Miao Miao and Feng Yu quickly joined me, seemingly intent on searching together. Armed with a stick, I began my search in earnest. The ginseng patches were dry, and when squeezed, they produced a sound reminiscent of sand that had been drained of moisture. Thus, when discovered, They were relatively easy to identify. This slope had once been home to a considerable number of such wild ginseng, making them likely to be found. There are some here. Indeed, they have all been dug up. Numerous small holes dotted the slope, unmistakably evidence of previous excavations for ginseng. After several attempts, we all felt the task was quite challenging. Wang Chao and Chun Li, having scolded me earlier, were now mingling with the popular girls. Not long ago, those girls hardly spared them a glance. But the situation had changed. It appeared that due to my lack of reaction, their focus had shifted, and they began to flirt with those boys intermittently. Even during the search for ginseng, their bodies would occasionally brush against each other. Some of the popular girls brazenly leaned into the arms of these two fellows. It was utterly distasteful. Brother, what a pity. It would be fun to bring them along, and besides, those girls wouldn't hold it against you. Wang Chong observed from the sidelines, his mouth watering, seemingly eager to join in. You, my friend, understand nothing. I shot him a disapproving glance. Some matters are best left untroubled, after all. They are merely popular girls. I have no interest in them. I began to meticulously search the slope. When I could not find anything on the surface, I dug a little deeper. I recalled teacher Mi Shuem mentioning that the old ginseng had been cultivated here for not just a year or two, but for several decades. It was said that before the school was established, individuals had been growing old ginseng in this area. There were even accounts of genuine wild ginseng being unearthed here, though that was many years ago. As I gazed at the soil and noticed a small leaf emerging from it, I was momentarily taken aback. Yu Miao Miao and Feng Yu, having grown weary from their fruitless search, began to wander about the slope, admiring the scenery. Noticing my fixation on the diminutive leaf, they cast curious glances in my direction. Come on, what is so fascinating about that insignificant leaf? Let us move over there and sit for a while. Meow, Meow pointed toward a certain direction, suggesting we take a seat. Feng Yu gestured for me to join as well. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Once these women were together, there was an undeniable difference in their demeanor. It seemed they yearned to be constantly in the company of their man. At that moment, they suggested I venture into a small grove on the back mountain. What could possibly come of that? Nevertheless, as I surveyed the leaves, a feeling stirred within me, prompting me to take action. I began to gather some tools and crouch down to work. Carefully, I tended to the soil surrounding the leaves and motioned for the two women to gather around me as my little assistants. Could be ginseng. The texture of the soil around the leaves felt somewhat compact, casting doubt upon my initial thought. This was indeed ginseng leaves, and I sensed that the wild ginseng root beneath had aged considerably. A smile crept upon my face, though I refrained from voicing my excitement. I was certain there would be a rewarding discovery. The two women remained skeptical, but each took a bag to my side, ready to collect the ginseng soil. I meticulously began to excavate the soil around the leaves, feeling the texture as the women started to sift through the soil I unearthed. To my delight, it closely resembled what my teacher had described, slightly loose and faintly dry. Before long, a crowd had gathered around, their curious eyes fixed on my work and the soil I had unearthed, including teacher Mi Shui. Is there wild ginseng in there? She questioned, equally incredulous. At this point, what I had extracted appeared nothing more than yellowing leaves, devoid of any significant indication of what lay beneath. I continued my work in silence. After a few minutes, the crowd's expressions transformed into astonishment. Beneath a patch of withered yellow leaves, many tender shoots emerged, along with fine ginseng roots that were densely clustered, reminiscent of an elderly man's beard. Heavens! A throng of onlookers encircled me, and teacher Mi Shui gazed in amazement. To my surprise, I had indeed unearthed wild ginseng. I cast a triumphant glance at Mi Shui, my eyes momentarily admiring her figure. She responded with a playful glare, her hand lightly pressing against her chest. This gentle pressure only enhanced the allure, leaving me at a loss for words. I signaled to Miao Miao and Feng Yu to assist in processing the ginseng soil. I sensed that this wild ginseng was likely less than a century old, yet the circumstances of its presence here puzzled me. With the constant flow of visitors and young couples courting, I surmised that the sparse foliage had kept it hidden. Its yellowed appearance surely deterred attention. Chapter 24. Assistance from the homeroom teacher. The act of harvesting ginseng is indeed a skilled endeavor. Aside from teacher Mi Shui, who possesses a certain expertise, the other students are rather inept at it. With the tools in my hands, I meticulously unearthed the ginseng, ensuring that not a single root was broken. After nearly half an hour of diligent work, I finally succeeded without damaging even a single hair of the ginseng. Teacher Mi Shui gazed at me in astonishment, seemingly surprised by my proficiency in this task. They say your knowledge of horticulture is impressive, but I never expected this, she remarked with a hint of disbelief. I merely smiled faintly and cast a glance towards teacher Mi Shui, only to be met with a fierce glare from her, revealing her slight annoyance. After all, there were quite a few classmates around, and if certain matters were to be disclosed, it would not bode well for either of us. My horticultural knowledge is indeed profound, and my sensitivity towards ginseng is finely tuned. When I encounter it, I can feel its pain. I have mastered every nuance of ginseng's disposition, allowing me to extract it with ease. At times, I would pause, adjusting my angle before continuing. I managed to gather approximately 2 bags worth of ginseng soil, which felt sufficient in quantity. However, I was aware that I needed to seek out better quality soil or other soil with medicinal properties. I suspected that this century-old soil might not significantly benefit the 10 fragrance orchid, yet it was still a modest yield. After a brief exploration of the mountain, we swiftly returned. Teacher Mi Shui granted me special permission to visit a local herbal medicine shop in the city to sell the wild ginseng at noon. Such items require careful preservation, and if left in my possession for too long, their value would diminish. Of course, prior to the sale, I ensured to preserve a portion of the ginseng soil and place it within the 10 fragrance orchid, just a small amount to observe its effects. Should the results prove favorable, I would consider adding more. Young man, are you here to purchase medicine or? In the herbal medicine shop of Nanjiang City, there were few places that collected wild ginseng, and the one closest to the city center was the one I chose. A middle-aged man, perhaps in his 30s, greeted me with a warm smile and glanced at the newspaper in my hand. There are rules for packaging wild ginseng. It must neither be too tight nor too loose. If it is too loose, the roots can break. If too tight, certain parts may be crushed, causing the wild ginseng to spoil rapidly. Upon noticing something, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and gestured for me to enter the back room. I returned his smile and followed him inside. He indicated for me to proceed, and I promptly handed over the wild ginseng. The man first examined the ginseng, then looked back at me. Are you a professional ginseng harvester? It seems there are no professional ginseng harvesters left in Nanjiang City. Observing the condition of the wild ginseng, he speculated about my background. No, I am from a horticultural school. While searching for ginseng soil, I stumbled upon this wild ginseng and thought to inquire about its value here. The middle-aged man chuckled. Young man, some things should not be said lightly. We cannot collect items recklessly. The wild ginseng before me was evidently freshly harvested, and the skilled technique employed ensured its preservation without flaw. Given your youth, it seemed implausible that you could possess such expertise. The middle-aged man set the wild ginseng aside, appearing somewhat distrustful of my abilities and expressing skepticism regarding the future prospects of this ginseng. His gaze towards me grew increasingly wary. As I surveyed the room, I noticed that this man had also cultivated a red ginseng in a pot. Taking a soil cultivation tool from the nearby table, I began to excavate the ground right before him. The artificially cultivated red ginseng bore few roots and was clearly not older than a few years, making it quite easy to extract. With just a few strokes, I unearthed it, ensuring that not a single root was broken. I presented the ginseng to the middle-aged man. Confident that he had witnessed my method, he nodded vigorously, visibly convinced that the wild ginseng was indeed my find. As for the price, he offered me 30,000 yuan, which was fair. One could venture to the medicinal herb market, where such ginseng might fetch 35 to even 40,000 yuan, given its approximate century-long maturity. In critical medicinal scenarios, it is likely that someone might urgently require such a root. As we were about to finalize the transaction, the middle-aged man gestured for me to wait. It seemed he had something further to discuss. What is it? I inquired, sensing that this man, while cautious, was not deceitful. He appeared to be on guard, perhaps suspecting me of being a ginseng thief, yet he radiated a sense of integrity. My master intends to gather a group to search for wild ginseng in Songshan. One of the two season mountain dwellers who usually collaborates with him can no longer join due to mobility issues. If you are willing, I can introduce you to him to assist in the search for wild ginseng. I chuckled lightly. My primary focus now is on orchids. I lack the inclination to engage in other pursuits. Here, take my business card, and please leave your phone number as well. It is quite rare to come across a millennial ginseng. My master would offer you a handsome remuneration for such a find, he insisted. Millennial ginseng? The prospect of such a find piqued my interest. Songshan offers only a month's window each year for entry, particularly in its deeper regions. My master typically uncovers significant finds during his visits. It is said that over a decade ago, he and his ancestor discovered a millennial ginseng, and in recent years, the best yield was approximately 5 to 600 years old. 5 to 600 years? I found myself momentarily astonished by this revelation. The book states that ginseng soil is effective for orchids, particularly for the fragrant orchid. However, the specifics remain unclear. Moreover, the older the ginseng soil, the better the effects. If the ginseng soil I acquired this time is of exceptional age, my heart is somewhat stirred at the prospect of visiting Songshan. Upon returning to my dormitory, I was greeted from a distance by a delightful fragrance. Typically, the scent of a boys' dormitory is marked by the odors of worn socks and undergarments. Yet this time, a wave of alluring aroma wafted through the air. Upon my arrival, Xiao Wu, Yu Miao Miao, and Fang Yu gazed at me with excitement. The fragrant orchid in my dormitory had blossomed with 3½ leaves, exuding an enchanting scent, a harmonious blend of various fragrances. I smiled faintly and began to tend to the remaining ginseng soil, replacing much of the ordinary soil beneath the fragrant orchid. I gazed at the orchid, fully aware that such a captivating scent would undoubtedly attract attention. With 3½ leaves and its rich aroma, its value had surely surpassed 50,000. Such an orchid, once recognized, would likely entice eager buyers. What? You've cultivated an orchid worth over 50,000? I began a phone conversation with Gao Lanlan, hoping to place the fragrant orchid in the school's orchid gallery, where the environment is suitable and the protective measures commendable. Even seasoned thieves would find it difficult to succeed there. However, to gain entry, the quality must be assured, as not just any variety can be displayed in the school's orchid gallery. Thus, I contemplated seeking connections through my homeroom teacher to facilitate this. Is it really worth 50,000? Gao Lanlan seemed somewhat skeptical, doubting my ability to cultivate such a valuable orchid. Indeed, teacher, I asserted confidently. Well, for Mi Shui's sake, I'll come take a look. If it's satisfactory, I'll grant you an opportunity. Mixue, I chuckled awkwardly, surprised that Gao Lanlan was already aware of my connection with Mi Shui. However, upon reflection, it made sense. I had heard that they were once close friends during their time at school and have remained in close contact as colleagues. The last time Mi Shui faced a romantic issue, Gao Lanlan was the first person she confided in, and she had long been privy to my situation with Mi Shui. Orchids should not be moved frequently, especially precious varieties. Gao Lanlan understood this, and within 5 minutes, she arrived. Teacher Gao, Yu Miao Miao, and Fang Yu looked at her, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. It felt unusual for girls to be in a boys' dormitory, particularly with some items of feminine apparel present. Be careful not to be discovered by the dormitory supervisor. Gao Lanlan smiled gently at the two girls without further admonition. We understand, and the girls smiled shyly, feeling quite pleased that their homeroom teacher was not overly concerned with such matters. Gao Lanlan soon noticed that my exquisite orchid, the Shixianglan, and the adjacent orchid had 3½ petals, exuding a delightful fragrance. Having already caught a whiff at the entrance, she inhaled deeply once more. A look of enchantment spread across her face. Indeed, though the number of petals was modest, the aroma reached the pinnacle of excellence. As she contemplated the price, Gao Lanlan nodded vigorously. 50,000 seemed reasonable. With that, she signaled her agreement. The orchid gallery is overseen by the head of our horticulture department. My approval alone would not suffice for its inclusion. Gao Lanlan chuckled softly, carefully tending to the orchid while arranging some windbreak cardboard nearby. with a fan propped up. Our group then made our way to the office of the department head. Gao Lanlan was already dialing the head's number. By the way, the other orchid appears to possess some value as well, though its cultivation is rather average. What do you think? Do you wish to invest more effort in the orchids? Before the call connected, she glanced at me with a playful smile, as if struck by a sudden thought. Chapter 25. Yao Lan has changed. It is indeed intriguing, yet unlikely to pursue it as a profession. However, I have heard that you are knowledgeable in tree diseases. You should concentrate your efforts on that aspect. Cultivating such orchids is a meticulous endeavor, and one can easily incur losses. Gao Lanlan regarded me with a series of approving glances, seemingly pleased with my determination. The phone call was quickly connected, and Gao Lanlan shared a few words. I could catch snippets of the conversation. Overall, it seemed that the department head was somewhat skeptical of my ability to cultivate orchids of such value. Yet she mentioned the possibility of examining them firsthand. The department head? Was it her? I was aware that our university had a strikingly beautiful female head of department in the horticulture section, named Zhang Hongwei. A widow, she possessed an eccentric personality, and her temper could be quite volatile. Rumor had it that her students often faced her ire, sometimes to the point of tears during class. Furthermore, her physique was exceptionally statuesque, approximately 1.72 meters tall, surpassing Gao Lanlan, with legs that appeared to be exceptionally long. Before long, we entered the confines of her office. Zhang Hongwei was clad in a rather outdated deep red dress, rummaging through a folder for something. Sensing our presence, she turned with a hint of excitement, drawn in by a delightful fragrance. "Well, lovely scent. This is the Shixiang orchid," she remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the Shixiang orchid in Gao Lanlan's hands. Yet, upon noticing its 3.5 leaves, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. A fine variety, indeed. As for the cultivation ahead, Zhang Hongwei took the orchid, examining the soil beneath it. "Is this ginseng soil?" she inquired, recognizing its aroma instantly. "Impressive. This wild mountain ginseng soil, aged a century, is quite rare and smells remarkably fresh. Is there more?" Zhang Hongwei turned her attention to me. "Just a little, but not much." I expressed a tinge of regret, fully aware that a greater quantity of this soil would yield even better growth for the Shixiang orchid. Zhang Hongwei inspected the orchid closely, nodding slightly. "Let us place it in the orchid house. However, there will be a monthly preservation fee of 1,000 yuan. "What?" Gao Lanlan and her companions were taken aback. "Sister Zhang, the orchid house contains some ordinary orchids valued at merely 10 to 20,000 yuan. This one is worth over 50,000. Surely it qualifies for display." 50,000? Huh. Zhang Hongwei smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, it could reach 80 or even 100,000. Moreover, should you manage to procure older, fresher ginseng soil, it might just lead to the creation of one of the top 10 orchids in our collection." "What?" We all gazed at Zhang Hongwei in astonishment, unable to fathom that the value of this orchid could escalate so dramatically. "In that case, Sister Zhang," Gao Lanlan began, her expression one of confusion. "Orchids valued at 10 or 20,000 typically require only basic protection. However, those with the potential to be among the top 10 exquisite varieties surely necessitate more than mere ordinary care. The sum of 1,000 is not merely a preservation fee, but rather an investment in necessary protective measures." Taken aback, I readily acquiesced, feeling a profound gratitude toward Zhang Hongwei. I had not anticipated her deep regard for my orchids. Additionally, I couldn't help but admire her long legs, elegantly clad in a flowing skirt. Though the fabric obscured much, a subtle translucence allowed me to appreciate the beauty of the department head's legs. To call her a model would not be an exaggeration. With a heart full of admiration, I pondered my future plans. Zhang Hongwei gazed at me, her eyes sparkling with expectation, as if she hoped I would devote further effort to this orchid. I contemplated seeking someone to accompany me to Tsangshan. To Tsangshan? Zhang Hongwei appeared momentarily taken aback. "Old Zhou." I was uncertain, as a staff member from the herbal medicine shop had mentioned that his master intended to journey to Tsangshan and required assistance from someone knowledgeable in ginseng harvesting. I handed Zhang Hongwei a business card for her perusal. "Ah, it's him. Give Xiao Gao a half-month leave. The opportunity to cultivate one of the top 10 orchids would be a significant contribution to the school, Zhang Hongwei indicated to Gao Lanlan. Zhang Jie this. Gao Lanlan looked at Zhang Hongwei in surprise, evidently astonished by her support for me. Xiao Gao, since someone in your class is skilled in orchid cultivation and ginseng digging, and even caught the attention of old Zhou's apprentice, you should have informed me sooner. Such talent is invaluable to our department and the school, Zhang Hongwei continued, speaking a few more words to Gao Lanlan. Her praise warmed my heart. Ah, Gao Lanlan awkwardly glanced at me, seemingly perplexed by the considerable influence I had garnered within just over a week at the school. Even the department head seemed to hold me in high regard. Songshan, located in Nanjing City, is a renowned primitive mountain range. In the past, domestic and international scientific research teams have jointly explored its depths, encountering numerous challenges that resulted in injuries and early departures due to significant troubles. At this point, without further discussion, I nodded and exited with the three of them. I also want to go. Upon returning, I expressed my intention to journey to Songshan, prompting a flurry of opinions from the women. Miao Miao looked at me with unwavering determination. I want to go too. Fang Yu shared a similar sentiment. Gao Lanlan, observing from the side, wore a resigned smile. Are you two helping him or hindering him? She quipped, casting a light-hearted glance at the two women. Mi Shui, having conducted research in the deep mountains, could accompany me, along with a few senior female students who were quite capable. It would be an excellent opportunity for them to expand their horticultural knowledge in the wilderness. As for the two of you, it would be best to sit this one out. As Gao Lanlan spoke, the two women helplessly lowered their heads. I reached down to gently touch their small hands, and they both cast me exasperated glances, seemingly displeased at the prospect of not being able to join. The situation quickly reached a resolution. Seizing this opportunity, Teacher Mi Shui and Fang Mili accompanied me to Songshan. Their presence served dual purposes, to assist me and to conduct some field research on local flora. Old Zhou had also made the necessary arrangements. As for the matter of bringing along the two women, the other party did not express any objections, likely recognizing that both Mi Shui and Fang Mili possessed a degree of competence in the wilderness and would not hinder progress. On a morning 2 days later, Fang Mili and I were seated in Mi Shui's vehicle, heading towards the assembly point. My thoughts drifted back to the previous night, when you Miao Miao and Fang Yu had wept inconsolably at my impending departure for half a month, as if it were a matter of life and death. Reflecting on that moment brought a bittersweet smile to my face, reminding me of the joyful times we had shared. The two women had invested so much in me, knowing we would be apart for an extended period. Xiao Wu, there will be some surprises later. Fang Mili whispered in my ear, a spark of intrigue in her voice. Surprises? I looked at her, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. She replied with a mysterious smile that left me feeling somewhat uneasy. The vehicle arrived at the pharmacy, where 3 fully equipped off-road vehicles awaited us, alongside various outdoor gear neatly arranged atop them. I assisted the two women in loading their luggage and caught sight of an unexpected companion who would be joining us, a local mountain dweller, along with a woman I had not anticipated seeing, Yao Lan. I was taken aback by her presence, unable to fathom how she had come to be here. I glanced at Fang Mili, aware that she shared a close bond with Yao Lan. Fang Mili winked at me, indicating that Yao Lan was the surprise she had mentioned. To my astonishment, it was indeed her. Yao Lan, the granddaughter of old Zhou, often accompanied him on adventurous outings. It was quite normal for me to encounter her this time. Mi Shui seemed to sense my surprise and quietly remarked, "She's just an acquaintance." Teacher, I started, aware of Mi Shui's discontent regarding my relationship with Fang Mili, which made her tone slightly curt. Who cares about that? Mi Shui interjected, having discerned my thoughts, and she shot me a reproachful look before engaging in pleasantries with old Zhou. This teacher of mine, I couldn't help but smile faintly at her little temper. Young man, come here. Old Zhou beckoned to me shortly after. Good day, old Zhou. I nodded in acknowledgement, discreetly stealing a glance at Yao Lan. She merely offered me a smile, which felt less warm than before. Moreover, her rapport with Fang Mili seemed to have shifted. They exchanged only a few words before she stood to one side, waiting for someone. I felt a surge of curiosity. Who was she waiting for? Young man, my esteemed disciple has informed me of your remarkable skills in ginseng harvesting. While the act of digging for ginseng on Songshan Mountain is indeed a venture. The crux of the matter lies in survival. Do you possess the confidence to endure this challenge? Zhou Lao gazed at me intently. Yes, I affirmed, nodding vigorously. Zhou Lao regarded me with a knowing glance and nodded in return. This time, we might emerge in less than 10 days if all goes swiftly. However, should fortune not favor us, it could extend to a month or even yield no rewards whatsoever. Zhou Lao, I comprehend, yet I cast a somewhat bashful look at him. He, Zhang Hongwei has already informed me that any ginseng unearthed shall rightfully belong to you. Zhou Lao chuckled, gesturing amiably. Upon hearing this, a wave of joy washed over me, for that was precisely what I desired. I initially believed we would set forth without delay. Yet both Feng Meili and I were taken aback when Yao Lan's acquaintance made a swift appearance. He was an extraordinarily handsome man, with a somewhat cold demeanor. He arrived in a Maserati sports car, alighting and nodding at Zhou Lao before swiftly approaching Yao Lan's side. Without hesitation, he embraced Yao Lan right before my eyes, then turned his gaze towards me, seemingly recognizing me. However, the look he cast upon me was tinged with a hint of hostility. Zhou Lao made no introductions, and we promptly embarked on our journey. By either design or happenstance, I found myself along with Feng Meili, Yao Lan, and this striking gentleman, all seated in the same off-road vehicle. Feng Meili took the wheel while I sat in the back with the two of them. You are Zhang Wu, the man remarked with a chilling smile, fixing his gaze upon me. Chapter 26. All have feelings indeed, my brother, I chuckled softly, though my heart was somewhat troubled. This fellow had been incessantly glued to Yao Lan's side, appearing particularly intimate with her. Occasionally, he would lean against her, while Yao Lan cast him some disdainful glances, alongside a look of concern directed at me, seemingly fearful that I might misconstrue the situation. Curiosity piqued, I glanced at Feng Meili beside me. She initiated a conversation, revealing that Yao Lan was this chap's fiancé, not in a formal sense, but rather a childhood arrangement made by their families. As they grew up, Yao Lan had shown indifference towards him. However, he persisted in his attachment, taking their childhood promise to heart. At times, for the sake of family interests, Yao Lan had to feign affection, which led to her enduring minor indignities at his hands. Zhang Wu, I hear you're a ginseng digger and also Yao Lan Jr., he remarked as we settled into the vehicle, sitting together with Yao Lan beside us. Yao Lan regarded me with an apologetic expression, seemingly distressed by his relentless pursuit, which made her feel guilty towards me. I offered her a slight smile. As long as there were no genuine feelings involved, Yao Lan was not at fault. Furthermore, it appeared that she and I had no serious connection. Her repeated apologetic glances were somewhat unsettling. Sensing something amiss, the fellow shot me a few disdainful looks. Zhang Wu, how much can a ginseng digger earn in a year? He inquired, a smirk spreading across his face. I chuckled lightly. I'm not entirely sure yet. I've just begun. If I manage to unearth 1,000-year-old ginseng, it might fetch around 100,000. Such earnings would surely be substantial for an ordinary person like you. His cold laughter echoed. 100,000? For Yao Lan and me, that's merely pocket change. Isn't it, Xiao Lan? He inched closer to her as he spoke. Yao Lan shot him a disdainful look and, to my surprise, leaned into my embrace. Resting her head against me and clutching my shoulder. Let go of her, he exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief. I merely cradled Yao Lan, casting a provocative glance in his direction. Isn't it you who should let go? The girl clearly doesn't wish for your advances. I have never encountered someone so shameless. I glared fiercely at him. What did you say? She's my fiancée. What is wrong with me touching her? He appeared defiant, as if ready to confront me. However, given that we were all in the vehicle, with two off-road vehicles closely trailing us, a public altercation would be ill-advised, particularly if it caught the attention of Elder Zhou. Realizing this, he refrained from further provocations. Once we reached Songshan, you'll be in for a rough time, he warned, glaring at me before crossing his arms and gazing out the window. It's all right, I murmured softly as I continued to caress Yao Lan. Xiao Wu. Yao Lan gazed at me with a pitiful expression, as if burdened by a sense of guilt. Do not make me feel like your husband, only to have you place a green hat upon me. I chuckled, playfully patting her backside. What are you saying? Yao Lan blushed deeply, casting several reproachful glances my way. Soon, Our group arrived at a small town nestled close to Tsongshan. Once we parked the car and hired a few mules to carry our luggage and several women, we set off into the depths of the mountains. The seasoned local led the way, with old Joe in second position, while I followed closely behind. The other girls rode atop the mules, and that young man lagged behind. Old Joe moved swiftly, showing no signs of his 60 years. However, the young man quickly became exhausted, panting like a dog after only a short distance. After walking a few steps, he needed to stop repeatedly. "Uncle Joe, let us take a break," he suggested, barely 2 hours into our journey and already struggling. "Qinyang, you volunteered for this. If you find it too taxing, you are welcome to turn back," Old Joe replied bluntly. "I'm not tired. Not at all," Qinyang stammered, feeling embarrassed but quickly catching up with us. Before long, we arrived at a steep area where an array of peculiar grasses flourished. Yet, they did not grow on the surface of the mountain, but rather amidst the stones. Their vibrant hues captivating. Some wildflowers were a striking red, while others flaunted shades of pink, creating a remarkably beautiful scene. Xiao Wu, teacher Mi Shui, stood beside me, gesturing subtly. I understood that such vivid flowers likely indicated the presence of toxins, for only poisons could nurture such brilliance. I was surprised that Old Joe would lead us to such a perilous location. "Zhang Wu, there is an excellent old ginseng here. I've come several times without success. Would you care to give it a try?" Old Joe pointed out, and he proactively mentioned potential toxins or venomous creatures in the vicinity. I was taken aback, realizing that this was a test from Old Joe. Chun Yang, sensing the situation, grinned at me, seemingly eager for me to take on the challenge, quietly urging me on. I shot him a disapproving glance. Without further ado, I began to prepare. They had invited me, obviously recognizing my abilities, and a test of this nature felt appropriate. "Old Joe, perhaps we should reconsider. It's quite steep. What if something goes awry?" Teacher Mi Shui tugged at my arm, stepping in front of Old Joe on my behalf. "Xiao Wu is capable. I have witnessed it. If you doubt him, do you not trust my judgment? Xiaomi, fortune favors the bold." Since Xiao Wu aspires to obtain high-quality ginseng, this is the crucial point. If he can navigate through this, nothing will be beyond his reach. Moreover, there exists a wild ginseng that I have long desired, of considerable worth. Old Joe gazed at me with unwavering certainty, accompanied by a chuckle. Unless, of course, Xiao Wu felt a tinge of fear. Fear, such a word carries an unsettling weight for a man. I felt a surge of defiance and stepped forward without a second thought. "Grandfather," this time, Yao Lan seized my arm, casting an indignant glance at Old Joe. "Grandfather, are you even human? How can you so callously push someone into the abyss?" Yao Lan's voice brimmed with ire as she glared fiercely at Old Joe. The old man, chastised, flushed a deep crimson. "Little girl, at such a tender age, already bending the rules, and you are not yet married. Let me tell you, a man must endure trials. Without such trials, he is merely a boy. I certainly do not wish for my granddaughter to fall for a mere boy." Old Joe's words silenced my doubts. I gathered my belongings and dashed forward. Yao Lan, however, continued to cast disdainful glances at Old Joe. "Hey!" At this moment, Feng Meili, teacher Mi Shui, and Yao Lan were all in a state of palpable anxiety. Qinyang, on the other hand, looked at me in astonishment. After all, my movement had drawn the worried gazes of 3 women. It felt quite peculiar. "You rascal!" Qinyang glared at me, almost spitting fire. He seemed to comprehend that these 3 women held affections for me. As I walked, I observed the tiny wildflowers along the mountain path. Curiously, they were all enticing to poisonous creatures, even nourished by toxins. The more vibrant the flower, the more fragrant its scent, indicating it was a favorite among venomous beings, likely nurtured directly by their venom. Otherwise, such vividness and fragrance would be unattainable. Before long, I spotted several venomous snakes nestled within the crevices of the rocks. Upon seeing me, they bared their fangs, eager to strike. I remained unperturbed, retrieving a vial of medicine from my backpack and began applying it to my limbs and vital areas. The snakes in the crevice seemed to sense something amiss and retreated. In an instant, numerous snakes slithered away along the mountain path. My familiarity with botanical knowledge allowed me to concoct a potent herbal remedy. I had previously tested this antidote on the most venomous snakes in the forest. Within 3 seconds, they would invariably turn and flee. The onlookers below were evidently taken aback by my possession of such a remedy. Xiao Wu, go for it. Teacher Mi Shui cheered with delight. Xiao Wu, you are amazing. Feng Meili exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her bosom bouncing. Hee. Yao Lan laughed as she glanced at Chen Yang, seemingly mocking his lack of prowess. Oomph. Chen Yang shot me a withering look. Yet, the only thing that perplexed me was old Zhou. This old fellow, puffing on his water pipe, observed my actions without a hint of concern, instead wearing a broad smile, as if something far more formidable awaited me on the slope ahead. Buzzing. Upon arriving at a certain spot, I distinctly sensed that the vibrant little flowers around me were exhibiting some intense reactions. It seemed as though they were pleading with me to refrain from approaching or perhaps issuing a warning. As I gazed at these delicate blossoms, my eyes were drawn to a ginseng flower peeking through a distant crevice. It was remarkably large, approximately the size of my palm, with 2 expansive petals perched atop a substantial stone. Surrounding the ginseng flower was a mound of rich soil, roughly the size of 2 fists. Such a substantial wild ginseng plant made me feel as though fortune was within my grasp. I contemplated rushing over to harvest it. However, sounds emanating from the mountain below reminded me of the true ginseng diggers. I needed to remain composed. Zhangwu, do you have it? Upon hearing Zhou's words, I paused momentarily. A vague intuition stirred within me, suggesting he was cautioning me about potential dangers lurking nearby. What could these dangers be? I surveyed the surrounding wild grasses and some diminutive flowering plants. They remained silent, yet emitted a buzzing vibration, warning me of an unseen threat. It felt as if they were desperate to prevent me from attracting whatever peril lay ahead. Almost synchronously, these petite flowers began to sway gently toward a specific direction, as if signaling that it was the very locus of danger and that I had already caught the attention of an unseen observer. I stood on tiptoe, peering intently in that direction. Chapter 27. Blessed by my fortunes, a golden python, approximately 2 meters in length, flicked its tongue menacingly in my direction. Upon realizing I had spotted it, the creature turned and retreated into the depths of the mountain's crevice. It did not launch an attack. However, as it swung its tail, a nearby boulder weighing about 10 kilograms was effortlessly cleaved in 2. With a resounding crack, debris flew towards me, forcing me to retreat several paces. Now I understand why old Zhou bore such an expression. What should I do? The python's hiding place coincides precisely with the location of the wild ginseng. If I were to approach, the odds of misfortune would be alarmingly high. I sensed that it was indeed plotting against me, lying in wait for my advance. Zhangwu, if you feel it is too perilous, do return, old Zhou signaled to me. Indeed, if one lacks the capability, there is no need to flaunt it. Shenyang Chuklet, seemingly delighted by the prospect of my embarrassment, I glanced at the 2 individuals below and the 3 women whose expectant gazes weighed heavily upon me. I felt trapped, caught between indecision. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider. After all, I possessed little of value to this golden python, so I resolved to retreat for the time being. This creature, should it decide to strike, could easily constrict the life out of me. Although it measured only 2 meters, its girth was formidable, comparable to that of my thigh. I was acutely aware that in the wild, a python could easily snap a wooden stick or even tear it apart, should it ensnare something. Zhangwu, you're not thinking of descending, are you? Chen Yang laughed heartily, his face alight with amusement. Foolish creature, quick to flee at the sight of danger. He continued to chuckle incessantly. I turned my gaze towards old Zhou, seeking his insight. Did you catch a glimpse of the ginseng? Old Zhou fixed his eyes on me. I did see it, I replied with a slight nod. That particular specimen is estimated to be around 800 or 900 years old, perhaps even nearing a millennium. Consider it carefully, old Zhou encouraged with a subtle smile. Moreover, I must apologize for not fully disclosing the dangers within. However, this was also a test of your reflexes, and I must say, your responses were commendable. Old Zhou nodded approvingly several times. Yet, it is imperative that you acquire it. If you wish to elevate your 10 fragrance orchid to 4 or even 5 petals, This ginseng soil is the finest material, yielding the quickest results. Furthermore, that wild ginseng is something I am in dire need of, he added, his gaze fixed upon me, seemingly awaiting my response. Very well, I shall give it a try. With that thought, I made my decision. I crouched in the grass beside me, contemplating the golden python lurking on the slope, while also surveying the surrounding underbrush, hoping to uncover something useful. I could not fathom why the golden python was unperturbed by my scent. It seemed old Joe was aware of this from the outset, understanding that my herbs would not have the desired effect. A realization dawned upon me as I regarded him. It is a python, a serpent endowed with spirit, capable of enduring a faint yet pungent aroma. Zhou Lao offered me a subtle smile, as if he had already discerned my thoughts. Indeed, venomous snakes are averse to this peculiar herbal scent. However, the golden python relies not on venom, but on its physique. Therefore, the scent it fears is distinctly different. I nodded vigorously at Zhou Lao, embarking on a quest to unearth another source of odor nearby, one that would surely repulse the golden python. I began my search. Xiao Wu, search on sight. It may be challenging, Mi Shui remarked, her expression tinged with disbelief about what I might find. Yet Zhou Lao gazed at me with serene anticipation, seemingly eager for me to discover something significant. His gaze carried a greater expectation than Mi Shui's, as he summoned Yao Lan and Chen Yang to his side, as if to clarify something important. Chen Yang, do not always speak of your family and mine. Your affairs are not guaranteed to succeed. Yao Lan may not necessarily be your woman. Should she encounter a capable and worthy man, I shall entrust her to him and offer my support, Zhou Lao articulated, casting a glance in my direction. What? Uncle Zhou? Chen Yang exclaimed, visibly agitated, as if he sought to persuade Zhou Lao to retract his statement. Shooting me a fierce glare, Chen Yang understood that Zhou Lao's words were largely directed towards me. Chen Yang, although you are among the esteemed young masters of your family, your rank does not assure you a favorable position within a clan. At times, ability outweighs your current status, Zhou Lao continued, casting a stern look at Chen Yang before briefly glancing at me. Sensing this, Chen Yang shot me numerous accusatory looks. If indeed I possess the capability, it would only be natural for our Yao Lan to be drawn to me. Zhou Lao's words brought a radiant joy to Yao Lan's face, affirming that a bond between us might indeed be possible. I was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Lao's understanding. He was not as rigid as I had imagined, but rather quite open-minded. At last, amidst the surrounding underbrush, I discovered what I sought. I began to gather it on the spot, gesturing for the three women to assist me. They were delighted to help, and before long, they had collected a substantial amount. After several minutes of gathering herbs, I ascended with Fong Mili and Yao Lan. I'm sorry, Yao Lan said, holding my hand with a hint of shyness. Yao Lan, how could you be like this? Xiao Wu treated you so well, and you felt something for him. Yet here you are with a man of dubious character, Fong Mili interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Yao Lan, sensing that her association with Chen Yang was inappropriate. All right, Yao Lan may not be entirely willing. Some matters are forced upon her. I subtly indicated to Fong Mili, understanding her protective instincts. In response, she pinched me lightly. As Yao Lan observed, a gentle smile graced her face, accompanied by a glance of gratitude directed towards me. Once we returned to our original positions, I gestured for the two women to join me in casting the prepared herbs around us. First, I scattered them in a circle around myself. Then I repeated the process beneath the large rock that sheltered the wild ginseng. Following this, I signaled for the two women to crouch on a nearby boulder and wait. Yet there was no response. After about half a minute, the stone remained utterly still. Fong Mili appeared increasingly anxious, as did Yao Lan. This time, I held Fong Mili's delicate hand, chuckling softly, indifferent to the happenings beneath the stone. What are you saying? Fong Mili shot me a disapproving glance, evidently surprised that I was still lost in my thoughts, even taking the opportunity to tease her. Nonetheless, a smile lingered on her face. What's the matter? Aren't you two together yet? Yao Lan seemed to sense something amiss and chuckled. In response, Fong Mili shot her several pointed looks. Certainly not like you, who still flirts with other men, Fong Mili retorted sharply, leaving Yao Lan visibly embarrassed. Mili, You mustn't say such things anymore. How can we all coexist if you do? I chided Fong Meili with a stern gaze. She seemed to realize her words had been rather harsh, and a hint of discomfort crossed her features. Yet, she lacked the courage to apologize to Yao Lan. All right, it's fine. Just as I intended to encourage Fong Meili to express her contrition, Yao Lan made a subtle gesture, indicating she had already forgiven her. At that moment, with two resounding thuds, the golden python finally emerged from the distant crevice. It writhed as though possessed, thrashing its body within the stone fissures and even colliding with the surrounding walls, reminiscent of a drunken reveler. Its blood-red eyes fixated on us as it approached menacingly. Xiao Wu. In an instant, both Fong Meili and Yao Lan leapt into my embrace. I chuckled, instinctively comforting them. The energy in my right hand began to envelop the two women. I understood that Fong Meili would soon become mine, and, given the right opportunity, it could happen swiftly. However, the situation with Yao Lan was different. I needed to infuse her with more energy. After covering a certain distance, the golden python leapt into the stone crevice surrounding us, seemingly preparing for another assault. However, the fissures beneath us were filled with the pungent herbs. After inhaling only a few breaths, the golden python became frantic, crashing against the walls of the crevice. Ultimately, it fled, having no strength left to pursue us, and slithered away to another location, vanishing without a trace. Let us go, I signaled to the two women as we approached the wild ginseng. I then began the process of arranging the herbs around us. My focus remained on this ginseng and the soil within it. Though it was not abundant, it was manageable. In a confined space, the wild ginseng, along with the scant soil, proved surprisingly manageable. Within approximately 10 minutes, we completed our task, and the golden python did not approach. What could that creature possibly be? As we hurried down the mountain, the two women regarded me with curiosity, puzzled by the nature of the herbs I had employed. What could they be, if not merely wild mountain pepper? With a slight preparation, its pungent aroma could deter venomous snakes, yet it instilled fear in the golden python. I chuckled softly, observing the wild ginseng in my hand. It indeed felt splendid. However, its age did not match the grand claims of old Zhou. It was likely around 600 to 700 years old. Moreover, having grown within the crevices of rocks, its size was relatively diminutive. In terms of value, it would presumably be lower. The soil, too, was limited, perhaps only 2 handfuls at most. Yet being concentrated, it might possess substantial medicinal properties. To my surprise, the moment to unearth it had arrived. Old Zhou, upon receiving the wild ginseng from me, nodded vigorously, a smile gracing his face. Upon our return, he promised me a reward of 100,000 as a token of gratitude. However, Old Zhou seemed hesitant to venture further as he gazed into the distant mountains. Old Zhou, I believe there are still opportunities ahead, I remarked, aware of his thoughts. He appeared somewhat satisfied with our current findings. Do you still have the confidence to proceed? Beyond lies the true primordial forest, and I possess little information about it. I had known of this wild ginseng for several years, but I lost several companions in pursuit of it. To finally acquire it this time feels like a stroke of luck, and I owe it to your assistance, Old Zhou said, his eyes twinkling with delight as he regarded me. Chapter 28. Dare or not, I gazed at Old Zhou in astonishment, unaware of such a past. What is the big deal? He remarked. As a ginseng digger, dying in the pursuit is nothing noteworthy. Old Zhou directed his gaze towards the seasoned mountain dweller, who bluntly stated, one lives off the mountains or the sea. Dying in one's trade is hardly significant. His words left me feeling helpless. I was not a professional ginseng digger, and the thought of life and death had never crossed my mind. At that moment, Qinyang, as if provoked by some unseen force, cast a furious glare at me, particularly at the sight of Yao Lan leaning against me. It was as if I had wronged his mother, causing him great distress. In light of this, I deliberately placed my hand on Yao Lan's backside, ensuring that Qinyang witnessed it. Instantly, his face turned a shade of green, as if he were on the verge of leaping at me in anger. Without further ado, we began discussing our plans to venture deeper. If we yielded no results in the next few days, we would return. If we were fortunate, we would reassess our course. Later that evening, after dinner, I took hold of Fong Meili and led her into the nearby thicket. There were matters that required attention, and certain women deserve their due. It would not be right to leave them unattended. Upon reaching a suitable spot, Fong Meili shyly regarded me as I spread a blanket on the grass. Some things need to be addressed, I said, and without further delay, I drew closer to her. You rascal! Fong Meili shot me an exasperated glance. Yet her body instinctively leaned towards me. Dad, you have no idea how arrogant that brat is, and old Joe, right before me, had the audacity to slap my face. He claimed that my affair with Yao Lan might not come to fruition. I swiftly embraced Fong Meili. In the distance, I discerned familiar voices, unmistakably Chen Yang's. Dad, I will destroy that brat and wipe them all out, he declared with venom. Fong Meili, hearing this, fell silent in my embrace, her expression one of disbelief. What? Just let me kill him, but spare that old man and Yao Lan? That brat touched my woman. How can I tolerate such filth? Chen Yang's voice brimmed with fervor. What? I'll find more, Dad. It seems this must be done. You say what? Send a few men to help me out? All right, Dad. This time, let us eliminate Zhang Wu and capture Yao Lan. When we return, I'll make her suffer, let her experience what it's like with other men. And Fong Meili initially exhibited some reluctance. Yet my seasoned approach swiftly transformed her disposition within mere minutes. Please have a seat. Half an hour later, I found myself within old Zhou's tent, where Yao Lan also resided. Upon my arrival, she flushed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering across her face, as she pondered my unexpected presence. During the daylight hours, most of my interactions were aimed at provoking Chen Yang. Do not be misled into thinking you truly possess an opportunity. After all, you are merely an ordinary individual, incapable of mingling with women from prominent families. It requires considerable effort to ascend. Old Zhou regarded me with calm composure. I silently nodded in acknowledgement. I conceded that certain truths were undeniable, as our statuses were disparate. Contemplating for a moment, I relayed to old Zhou everything I had just heard. What did you say? Chen Yang conferred with his father and dispatched someone to eliminate you, abducting Yao Lan in the process, subsequently leading to her demise? Old Zhou rose, his fists clenched, his expression revealing his astonishment. Indeed, he claimed that Yao Lan had been with me, and her fate could only culminate in her being destroyed. There is no other possibility. What? Yao Lan immediately stood, equally shocked by the revelation of Chen Yang's true nature. Old Zhou's expression hardened as he began to devise a strategy. This scoundrel! How could he be so inept? After a moment of reflection, old Zhou lowered his head in resignation, nodding earnestly at me in gratitude. Rest assured, I will ensure our defenses are robust. He gestured for me to exit, and I complied. I observed as he commenced making phone calls, reaching out to various contacts. A twinge of concern gripped my heart. Perhaps it would be prudent to retreat rather than proceed further. After all, I was accompanied by numerous women, and should a crisis arise, I might be unable to protect them all single-handedly. Yet, I was reluctant to abandon my current course. My control over the situation was tenuous at best. With the little I possessed, I doubted I could fully cultivate Shi Xianglan, who resided in my dormitory. Moreover, after making such demands, it was uncertain whether teacher Mi Shui and Fong Meili would acquiesce. Without dwelling on these thoughts, I escorted Fong Meili to Mi Shui's tent, intent on having a thorough discussion with him. Upon hearing about Chen Yang's affairs, teacher Mi Shui gazed at me in astonishment. Teacher, I have already informed old Zhou. What do you propose next? I looked at her, hoping she would suggest a return. If so, I would take both of them back with me tomorrow. As for the issue of cultivating the soil, that could be addressed during a future visit. These matters were beyond our immediate contemplation. Old Zhou undoubtedly had his own plans. We simply needed to exercise caution moving forward. Teacher Mi Shui responded with calmness, casting a curious glance at Fong Meili, likely wondering about the nature of our earlier excursion into the jungle after our meal. Teacher, Meili has become my woman, I stated directly. Huh? Teacher Mi Shui responded, giving me a playful glare. You indeed. Fong Meili pinched my arm with a firm grip. Let us get acquainted properly, she urged. I chuckled softly and pulled teacher Mi Shui closer, ensuring they sat together. Rascal! Both women simultaneously rolled their eyes at me. What? You want me to return first? Early the next morning, Old Zhou decided it was time to rise, suggesting that Chun Yang should head back. Upon hearing this, Chun Yang's expression soured. India, Chen Yang. Your presence here is primarily to accompany Yao Lan, and also to enjoy the scenery. However, the jungle ahead poses certain dangers, and it seems Yao Lan has some reservations about you. If you two continue together, it might lead to further complications. Old Zhou indicated to Chun Yang. No, no, no. Uncle Zhou, I'd prefer to stay and assist you, Chun Yang replied with a forced smile, momentarily appearing transformed. Old Zhou's face grew colder, seemingly more convinced by my previous observations. Assist us with what? He chuckled. Chun Yang hesitated, at a loss for words, stubbornly standing his ground as if refusing to leave. Old Zhou found himself at a loss for how to respond. You can stay with us, watching over our base. We will venture out during the day and may return at night. Maintaining the base is beneficial for us. At this moment, Teacher Mishue interjected. Stay here. Chun Yang pondered for a moment, but quickly agreed. Old Zhou, we several began our journey. I was somewhat unclear about Old Zhou's approval of this arrangement. Xiaomi's decision is sound. For the next few days, we shall remain outside, enduring a bit of hardship. I have also summoned reinforcements, and once they arrive in a few days, we should be secure, Old Zhou assured us, his gaze steady. We nodded vigorously in agreement, a wave of happiness swelling within me. In the days spent in the wilderness of the jungle, I envisioned the potential for many wonderful experiences with Teacher Mishue and the others, perhaps even deepening our bonds. Wild ginseng prefers sheltered spots with good ventilation and a touch of dryness. In all our visits to Tsangshan, the most prized location has been Baijiashan. After walking a short distance into the jungle, Old Zhou halted beside a mountain and handed me a pair of binoculars, instructing me to observe the sun-drenched side of the mountain before us. The base of the mountain, approximately 200 to 300 meters down, basked in sunlight, while the upper part, over 200 meters high, lay shrouded in mist, rendering it invisible. The mountain itself stood upright, resembling a pen rack, with some areas exhibiting a remarkably smooth surface, as if carved by a knife. To my astonishment, on the sunless side of Baijiashan, at an elevation of about 150 meters, I spotted several wild ginseng plants exposed on a cliff with sparse vegetation. So many of them, from a considerable distance. The wild ginseng could be spotted, rendering any closer inspection unnecessary. I understood well that many wild ginseng plants were adept at concealment, likely nestled within the dense underbrush. Thus, it was certain that this mountain harbored many more. Previously, when I had engaged individuals to dig for ginseng, those who could ascend to a height of 100 meters were already quite remarkable. Some struggled to climb even to a few dozen meters before yielding to exhaustion. Old Zhou gazed at me with a hint of expectation. To my surprise, despite the impending calamity we sought to evade, he remained preoccupied with the prospect of ginseng foraging. Yet, I found solace in this. If we were to linger aimlessly in the depths of the mountains for days on end, it would be rather disheartening. A challenge was most welcome, particularly one that involved the beloved task of unearthing ginseng. Grandfather, I began to speak, but before I could finish, Yao Lan, in a fit of anger, tugged at Old Zhou, making her intentions unmistakably clear. She disapproved of my intention to take risks. Can't you let Xiao Wu be for a while? Her gaze shot daggers at Old Zhou while she pulled me aside. You are not allowed to go. For the next few days, stay with us and avoid any perilous endeavors. Yao Lan glared at me, pushing me further away, clearly intent on preventing my escapade to Baijiashan. Nevertheless, I continued to scrutinize the area through my binoculars. There was no denying the danger inherent in undertaking such a venture. The thought of a misstep leading to a grievous fall was all too real. As for Yao Lan's objections, I merely smiled, playfully patting her behind. She appeared flustered, at a loss for words. Absolutely not, she insisted, her face flushed with indignation as she reluctantly retreated to a distance. Old Zhou, with an exasperated roll of his eyes, seemed rather displeased with my flirtatious demeanor, particularly since it involved his cherished granddaughter. Chapter 29. The Assistance of Flora. All right, young man. Zhou Lao cast a sidelong glance at me, prompting me to chuckle and withdraw my hand from Yao Lan's shapely form. My gaze wandered to the distant Bija mountain. Zhoulao, how many wild ginseng plants do you think are up there, and what about their ages? I inquired with a grin, eager for a clearer account of the situation. It's difficult to ascertain what's below. It could range from a few hundred to even 2 or 3 centuries old. However, up there, Zhou Lao gestured towards the heights. You mean to say there are many decent specimens? I surveyed the mountain, estimating its elevation at over 300 meters, and felt a twinge of certainty. At such heights, it seemed improbable that there would be a dearth of valuable flora, particularly given the arduous ascent. Wild ginseng thrives in elevated, oxygen-deprived environments, often flourishing far better than in the plains below. Are you truly planning to go? I began my preparations, noting the reluctant expressions on the faces of the 3 women. Xiao Wu and Yao Lan, in particular, clung to me, pouting in disbelief. I chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. Before me, Li and Mi Shui, Yao Lan appeared bashful, casting me several sidelong glances. Rest assured, I merely wish to take a look. If the opportunity doesn't arise, I shall descend directly, I assured them, having devised a plan for this venture. My intention was to examine the terrain at approximately 100 meters, where the risk of climbing appeared manageable. Beyond that, the uncertainty loomed large. Once I felt adequately prepared, I set forth. The 3 women watched me with lingering concern, their gazes heavy with worry. After exchanging glances with each of them, I commenced my ascent. My understanding of botany facilitated my climbing, allowing me to navigate with ease. I could sense the condition of the surrounding mountains through the very essence of the plants. Some rocks were weathered, while others felt precariously loose. These botanical indicators spoke volumes. Even the presence of venomous snakes was clear in my mind. After approximately half an hour, I reached an altitude of 80 meters on Bija Mountain. In the distance, the incline appeared exceedingly steep. Ascending further would demand every ounce of my strength and would be quite challenging. However, I took a moment to survey my surroundings. At this height, I indeed spotted some wild ginseng, albeit only those a few decades old. Harvesting them might yield a few hundred yuan, but they held little intrinsic value. What to do now? As I approached the sheer incline, I noticed more substantial wild ginseng branches and leaves protruding above. I surmised that these specimens were at least 200 to 300 years old. I began to explore the periphery of Bija Mountain, traversing the rugged terrain with caution. Here, I encountered remnants of paths once carved by ginseng hunters, their tools having left shallow depressions that had grown unstable over time. In certain areas, footholds were lacking, and in others, a mere touch would send clouds of dust cascading downwards. The force was simply unbearable. Had it not been for the vitality coursing through my body, I might have lost my grip and fallen with just a few missteps. After a moment of hesitation, I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and began to descend. However, at that juncture, an intriguing, buzzing sensation enveloped my mind. It seemed as though something on the mountainside was calling out to me, a summons far more potent than the gentle whispers of the surrounding flora. The sound reverberated within my consciousness. What is this? My gaze fixated on the lofty summit of the Penholder Mountain, where I sensed something at its pinnacle beckoning me. A mix of trepidation and exhilaration coursed through me. Yet, I discerned that this call was not one of intimidation, but rather a plea for my presence. What could it be? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a thick vine plummeted before me with a resounding thud and swayed as if urging me to grasp it. Without a second thought, I seized it. The vine began to retract upwards, albeit at a languorous pace. After exerting myself to climb a few times, I found myself at a relatively flat section further up. Xiao Wu, you actually made it, came the jubilant voices over the walkie-talkie. They had spotted my ascent through binoculars, observing my progress past the steep incline. The vine beside me resembled a weary serpent, gently nudging me, seemingly imploring me to hasten my ascent. Yes, I made it. Something has just fallen. Let me see what I can discover. Please hold on, I replied as I secured the walkie-talkie, turning my attention to the vine, eager to discern what it might convey. Yet, all I felt was a wave of anxiety. It offered no words. I could not tell if it was incapable of speech or had grown too weak to utter a sound. Let us proceed. I sensed that this vine harbored no malice. Rather, it was in dire need of my assistance. Thus, I pressed onward toward the summit of Penholder Mountain. Xiao Wu, what is happening? The individuals below regarded me with curiosity. In a matter of minutes, I had ascended from over 100 meters to more than 300, enveloped in thick fog. The people below could no longer see me. It's all right, I'm just taking a look. You need not worry, I reassured the women below while remaining vigilant of my surroundings. I felt I was nearing the apex, and an uncanny sense lingered that something awaited me atop the mountain. Though I had not yet reached the summit, I was close. At this elevation, the roots of the vine delved into an opening over a meter in diameter, with numerous roots sprouting from this very spot. Several other offshoots, perhaps 5 or 6, appeared withered and lifeless, as if they had perished. The cave emitted gusts of wind, accompanied by a faint odor of decay. This must be the place, I thought, gently patting the vine. The vines swayed gently, seemingly responding to my presence. Very well, I shall venture inside to lend assistance. After adjusting my backpack, I began to crawl into the cave. I contemplated retrieving my flashlight, but ultimately decided against it, as the cave's conditions remained unclear. Upon entering the cave, I was enveloped in darkness, barely able to see anything. Remembering something, I rummaged through my backpack and quickly donned a pair of basic night vision goggles. We were well prepared, with an array of modern equipment within our packs. We had several pairs of night vision goggles on hand. However, my weaponry was rather standard. Aside from an electric baton, I possessed only a few pepper spray canisters. Gripping the baton, I surveyed the cave's interior. Before me, the vines appeared to be growing from a distant jade stone, which glimmered with a translucent beauty, emitting a faint blue glow within the cave. The light was dim, barely illuminating the immediate vicinity. Surrounding the jade stone were peculiar creatures resembling lizards. The larger lizards congregated around the stone, while the smaller ones frolicked atop the vines. These lizards were unlike ordinary ones. Their heads bore a resemblance to that of a cat, and their bodies were adorned with a sparse coating of fur. They resembled a wildcat in both appearance and agility, presenting an unusual sight. Wildcats are mammals, while lizards are reptiles. It seemed improbable for such disparate biological traits to coexist. Nevertheless, I continued to observe them closely. After a while, I discerned the reason for the wilting of the vines. The larger lizard creatures did not hinder the growth of the vines, but the smaller ones. In their playful antics, particularly while honing their claws, were damaging many of the vine's root systems. Numerous small lizards were currently scratching at the roots of the vines. This posed a dilemma. The lizards bore no animosity towards me, and the vines had aided me. However, given the circumstances, I felt compelled to eliminate these lizards, particularly to eradicate them entirely. Deep down, I felt a twinge of unease, as these lizards were not acting with malice. After some reflection, I resolved to act and knew precisely what to do. I retrieved the pepper spray canisters and began to disperse them into the surrounding air. The pungent scent was overwhelming, prompting me to cover my mouth with a tissue. The lizard creatures below seemed to catch a whiff of something and began to react. Most of the larger lizards, clutching their smaller counterparts, crawled out of the cave. After a span of about 10 minutes, only 2 of the larger lizards, seemingly the leaders, remained, swirling within the cave. They appeared to struggle with the strange odor permeating the cave, yet seemed reluctant to leave, perhaps intrigued to discover the source of the scent. I resolved to investigate further. Clutching the spray canister in hand, I prepared to release more of its contents. Chapter 30, Is It Good to Be a Fool? Yet I find myself struggling to endure it. If I encounter them again, I might end up sneezing uncontrollably, cursing under my breath. I contemplated driving these lizard monsters away from this place, sealing all the potential small openings within the cave, and finally blocking the cave entrance. In doing so, I would be assisting these vines. But at present, why are they so disobedient? My irritation began to swell as I gradually approached the 2 enormous lizard creatures. However, upon reaching a distance of several dozen meters, they seemed to sense something and glanced in my direction. How could they perceive me in such darkness? I was taken aback by the lizard monster's ability to detect my presence under such conditions. Consequently, I lowered myself to the ground and scanned my surroundings, feeling through my pockets. I found a bit of chili spray, along with an electric baton and a few miscellaneous items, most of which would be of little use. I could even sense the 2 lizard creatures, one on each side, slowly advancing toward my position as if to patrol the area. The surrounding rocks began to tremble slightly. Anxiety gripped me as I pressed my back against a rock, gripping the baton tightly. What should I do? I pondered. There was no way I could confront two lizard monsters simultaneously. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I began tossing small stones toward two different spots, one closer, the other farther away, approximately 10 meters apart. I hoped this would be effective. I listened intently to the sounds around me, and a faint smile crept across my face. Indeed, it worked. One of them began to investigate the distant area while the other approached me. I could hear its breathing and footsteps with startling clarity, even catching glimpses of its coarse fur as it peered around, oblivious to what lay beneath it. Weighing less than 100 pounds, it moved with its massive mouth agape, saliva occasionally dripping down, nearly landing on me. Seizing the opportunity, I thrust my electric baton into its lower abdomen. Upon activating it, a surge of thousands of volts coursed through its body, igniting sparks on its belly. The creature began to tremble violently, and within moments, it collapsed onto me, motionless. However, I was aware of the other one, so I pushed the incapacitated lizard aside and dashed toward a cluster of rocks. In the pitch-black cave, I could see the other lizard monster leaping toward me, fully aware of my position. Frantically, I ran while switching weapons, replacing the baton with the chili spray, which I began to unleash behind me. Upon reaching a certain location, I suddenly lunged into a cluster of rocks, beginning to crawl slowly within them. I understood that if I attempted to run, I would surely be pursued. Only by moving cautiously could I hope to evade it once more. Achoo! Within mere seconds, a tremendous sneeze resonated in the air behind me. Several claws began to scrape frantically at the spot where I had just been. Sparks flew from the rocks under the assault of those claws, accompanied by a cacophony of grinding sounds. The lizard creature, sneezing incessantly, continued to reach into the rocks. Its claws ventured into nearly every nearby crevice, clawing about wildly. A few times, they came perilously close to my position. With my electrobaton in hand, heart racing, I concealed myself within a narrow rock crevice. There was no retreat. It seemed as though the creature's claws were poised to seize me. The area ahead had already been thoroughly explored by its searching appendages. Damn it! In a mere turn, the lizard creature's claws lunged towards me, directly targeting my position. In response, I thrust my electrobaton forward. I realized that I might very well be disemboweled by this beast, for its claws were exceedingly sharp. Just then, an idea sparked within me, and I charged forward. Just as the creature was about to strike, something behind it tugged, and with a loud thud, it collapsed right before me. Momentarily stunned, I thrust my baton forward. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I pressed down with all my might. Upon activating the electric button, the creature's body trembled violently. I shocked it for a full minute, ensuring it was thoroughly incapacitated. Then, wielding my dagger, I swiftly slashed its throat. The other creature seemed to be rousing from its stupor, so I approached and delivered another series of shocks, ultimately rendering it unconscious as well, before slitting its throat. After a brief respite, I sat in the cave, smoking to calm my nerves. I had witnessed the reason for the lizard creature's sudden fall. It had been tripped by a nearby vine. I understood then that the vine had aided me. Fear not, I shall tend to your needs. I glanced at the vines and surveyed the surroundings of the cave. Satisfied that there were no other exits, I approached the vines. Before me lay a jade stone. One oddity, I sensed that this jade was a significant treasure, though it was quite heavy and particularly peculiar. Typically, jade does not emit light, yet this one radiated a cool blue glow, as if it contained its own source of illumination. I was momentarily taken aback, deciding against acquiring it. This object was large and too strange. Bringing it down the mountain would not only bring me trouble, but ultimately, it might not even belong to me. Such a treasure, I surmise, must be guarded by formidable power. At this moment, I lacked the qualification to possess it. With my right hand, I began to tend to two slightly broken vines. A refreshing aura caressed them repeatedly. After a few minutes, the wounds gradually healed, and I could even witness the miraculous process unfold before my eyes. As I contemplated completely mending the entrance of the vines, I was astonished by their whispers, more like echoes resonating in my mind. They revealed to me that atop the mountain, several royal ginseng awaited harvesting. How delightful! I chuckled, not expecting such a fortuitous discovery. After expressing my gratitude to the vines, I approached the mouth of the cave. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Inside the cave, the intercom crackled to life, filled with anxious voices. The women down the mountain were evidently worried. It's nothing. Why are you all so agitated? I laughed heartily, retrieving a spade from my backpack and glancing at a stone above the cave and the vines at the entrance. I carefully moved the extending vines to a corner of the cave mouth, pressing them down with several stones at gaps, then began prying at the massive rock above. Xiao Wu, you scared us to death. The intercom erupted with excitement as they seemed to hear my voice, and the women below felt reassured. Fear not. With you all here, I shall face no troubles. I wish to grow old together with each of you, I chuckled. This elicited a torrent of playful curses through the intercom. As I pried away some smaller stones beneath the large rock, it came crashing down with a thud, sealing the cave entrance. Remarkably, the vines remained intact, snugly nestled within the crevices of the stones, suffering minimal harm. Once again, I was enveloped by waves of gratitude in my mind. I hurried towards the location indicated by the vines, which were remarkably cooperative, guiding me with their very form. They urged me to grasp them, leading me to a specific spot. To my astonishment, amidst the sheer mountain face, I discovered a section of stone that appeared unusually white. Its exterior betrayed no hint of what lay within. After chipping away at the edges of the stone, I uncovered a nest of wild royal ginseng, neatly growing inside. How vast it was! Occupying no more than a square meter, 7 or 8 ginseng plants, each roughly the size of a bowl, thrived within. Old Joe had mentioned that a ginseng the size of a palm indicated a millennium of growth. This bowl-sized specimen must surely be at least 2,000 years old. I stood in awe, hesitant to reach out, for who has ever encountered such ancient wonders? After a brief moment of calm, I began to make my selection, contemplating the choice of a specimen approximately a millennium to 15 centuries old. I decided to refrain from selecting additional specimens for the time being. Acquiring multiple ancient ginsengs would undoubtedly lead to wealth. However, flooding the market with numerous specimens would subsequently diminish their worth. Hence, securing a single specimen would yield the utmost value. Moreover, I could manage this endeavor alone. The ancient ginsengs cultivated here were available for my retrieval at any time. I sensed that this particular vine would resonate harmoniously with me. The selection process proved to be quite challenging, as most specimens appear to be around 2 millennia old. As I engaged with these wild ginseng kings, a wave of anguish washed over me, as if something were pounding against my heart. My heart ached intensely, almost causing me to lose my grip on the vine. The vine, sensing my turmoil, enveloped me, enabling me to maintain my composure. I resolved to select only one specimen, eschewing multiple choices. I understood that these wild ginseng kings were imploring me, stirring my emotions profoundly. How remarkably powerful they were. I had not anticipated that the sentiments evoked by a millennium-old ginseng could wield such immense influence. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. After all, they had existed for 1,000 years and must possess a certain spiritual essence. Despite my words, the painful sensation lingered within me. It felt as though they were unwilling to permit any member of their family to vanish, as if they were one cohesive, loving family. Who could have imagined that digging up a ginseng could elicit such profound emotions? I contemplated the notion of extracting a specimen, yet that painful feeling continued to haunt my heart. As I excavated a small portion, tears began to stream down my face. It had been ages since I had cried, yet at that moment, the tears flowed unabated. If any classmates were to witness this, they would surely find it amusing. I sighed in resignation, realizing I could not continue to dig. If I persisted, it could lead to heart-wrenching despair. Perhaps I could take some ginseng soil instead. Looking at these wild ginseng kings, I found myself at a loss for words. However, when it came to the matter of ginseng soil, the wild ginsengs were quite cooperative, readily offering whatever quantity I desired. Some even referred to me as a benevolent benefactor. How absurd! Spending 50,000 to be labeled a great person, What a foolish notion. My heart seethed with frustration. Chapter 31. A frolic. These remarkable ginsengs bestowed upon me a pouch filled with millennia-old ginseng soil, even yielding a piece reminiscent of the precious Tianhuang soil, which they declared to be a treasure. Though it felt somewhat peculiar, I reasoned that since it was a gift from them and deemed a treasure, it must be worthwhile. Before long, I returned to a position approximately 200 to 300 meters from the peak of Bija Mountain, where I diligently searched for a few wild ginseng plants. After all, I owed a report to Mr. Zhou. Despite my efforts, I found nothing after half a day, leaving me at a loss for words. This area was abundant with wild ginseng, most of which were estimated to be 500 to 600 years old. I did not harvest extensively, acquiring only 8 specimens. The finest among them was possibly 700 to 800 years old, while the least mature still boasted over 300 years. Additionally, I collected a substantial amount of ginseng soil, which I planned to use for cultivating my orchids. Gratitude was in order, my brother, but what was that piece of jade? I quickly returned to a position about 100 meters from the mountain's base. I descended from the vines and climbed onto the mountain, where the vine continued to express its gratitude towards me. I, however, wished to learn more about the jade. It was a meteorite from millennia ago, an alien origin. Its specific powers, however, remained unclear. I sensed whispers of information, though the true meaning eluded me. Meanwhile, the head of the vine was vigorously pulsating. After considerable effort, it produced a seed resembling a green bean, which fell into my hand. Brother, what is this? I gazed at the vine in confusion. It is a protector of the homeland. The response left me somewhat bewildered. A small seed capable of safeguarding a homeland? Thank you. Regardless, I expressed my gratitude, considering it a gift of sorts. After all, a small token carries great sentiment. When I presented the 8 ancient ginseng plants to Mr. Zhou, his joy was palpable. He even leaped in delight, resembling a child in his exuberance. Oh dear, I hope I haven't caused any distress, I thought, noticing Feng Meili and Yao Lan, who had thrown themselves into my embrace, their faces radiating frustration, as their small hands struck my chest repeatedly. All right, I chuckled, casting a glance at Teacher Mishua, who appeared equally displeased with my recklessness. Come now, if you're upset, feel free to vent it all on me, I encouraged. But Teacher Mishua merely shot me a disapproving look before turning away with a huff. The sight of her departing only amused me further. We erected a makeshift tent and began our vigil in the wilderness. Chen Yang's associates were expected to arrive in the coming days, and similarly, Mr. Zhou's companions would soon follow. This should alleviate any concerns. At that moment, Mr. Zhou and the elderly mountain dweller were resting in one tent, while I, along with Teacher Mishue and the others, occupied a smaller, more cramped tent. What is the matter? Feeling shy? I teased, playfully ruffling Feng Meili and Teacher Mishue's hair, hoping to coax Yao Lan closer. However, Yao Lan appeared quite shy, seemingly hesitant to approach. With no space available, she blushed and crouched to one side, stealing glances at me several times. This was the moment. Teacher Mishue created a bit of distance, indicating there was still room beside her. After a few furtive looks, Yao Lan finally squeezed over, resting in my embrace. I chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. In my hands lay several items, assorted ginseng soil of varying ages, a stone resembling Tianhuang, and a vibrant green seed. Xiao Wu, is this Tianhuang? It's rather small, remarked the 3 women, their gazes fixated on the stone, mistaking it for a treasure. My attention, however, lingered on the seed, which I sensed might yield something extraordinary, perhaps an unusual plant, akin to that vine. Yet, it had taken thousands of years to grow. By the time I reached such an age, I would be dust, unable to witness its fruition. A wry smile crossed my face as I casually pocketed the seed. The following days unfolded in exquisite bliss. Although our meals were meager and our living conditions sparse, even lacking the luxury of a bath, the joy of being with the 3 women rendered everything indescribably delightful. Their beauty enveloped me, creating a paradise on earth. The bond among the 3 was remarkably strong, resembling that of sisters. Furthermore, Yu Miao Miao and Fang Yu showed great concern for me, frequently calling. On days when the signal faltered and they could not reach me, their sorrow was palpable as if their spirits dimmed with each moment of silence. Strangely, Chun Yang's people had yet to arrive even after 3 days, while Zhou Lao's group seemed to be delayed as well, perpetually claiming they were en route, but failing to appear. This peculiar situation began to instill a sense of unease within our group. We sought refuge in a nearby cave, curling up together as we decided to observe the situation for a few more days. Occasionally, I ventured out with the old mountain man to survey the surroundings. Even utilizing Zhou Lao's satellite phone to communicate with his team, I learned they were navigating through a dense and desolate jungle, often losing their way. As I patrolled the mountain paths with the old mountain man, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. Zhou Lao, the patriarch of a large clan, led capable individuals. It seemed implausible they would become disoriented in the wilderness. Something felt amiss. After circling the cave, I gestured to the old mountain man. "What's wrong?" he asked, regarding me with deep respect. His skills in ginseng harvesting far surpassed mine, and in his eyes, a man of such ability deserved admiration. Thus, he was always eager to please, adhering to my every word. Climb the tree. As I listened to the whispers emanating from the surrounding woods, I signaled to the old mountain man. While he remained perplexed, I had already ascended a lush, towering tree. The old man, albeit reluctantly, followed suit, though his expression still bore traces of confusion. "Brother Wu, is it really so mysterious?" He chuckled, believing I was jesting. Typically, during our patrols, I would amuse him with light-hearted jokes, some of which were rather risque. I gestured towards a particular spot, pulling the old man closer. His rear was still protruding from the foliage, and with a swift tug, he was fully inside. His demeanor turned solemn, and at that moment, the old man began to entertain the possibility of my seriousness. Just then, from the depths of the dense forest, a group of 7 or 8 individuals emerged, led by none other than Qinyang. His countenance was fraught with anxiety, his furtive gaze darting about the surrounding woodland, briefly sweeping over our location. By Chun Yang's side were approximately 7 or 8 rugged men, 2 of whom were severely injured, struggling to walk, supported by their companions. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground, creating a grim tableau. Yet the occasional lift of their gaze made it clear they were still alive. Upon reaching a certain point, Qinyang gestured and pulled the most grievously injured man closer, instructing him to make another call. "If we don't hear anything soon, you two are as good as dead." As he spoke, another rugged man began dialing a satellite phone. I was momentarily taken aback, quickly reducing the phone's volume to a whisper. Before long, my satellite phone vibrated ominously in my hand. It was evident there was trouble. In that instant, I comprehended why old Zhou's men had not arrived. They had likely been eliminated or captured. Meanwhile, Chun Yang's subordinate held the satellite phone to the ear of the gravely injured man, a knife pressed menacingly against his throat. "Hello," I answered. We're almost there," the man replied weakly. "Is that so? Can you provide your location?" I inquired softly. He began to relay specific latitude and longitude coordinates, as we all possessed GPS devices, allowing us to pinpoint each other's whereabouts. "Excellent, you're nearing us. Hold tight. I will come for you shortly." With that, I ended the call and began relaying the situation through the walkie-talkie to ensure old Zhou and the others were prepared. "Brother Wu Yu." At that moment, the old mountain man gazed at me with a look of bewilderment, uncertain of my next course of action. "Stay still and remain calm. I will devise a plan to handle them," I assured him, my expression radiating confidence. In the distance, I observed the location of a cave. Zhou Lao was leading me Shui and the others as they began to retreat. "Xiao Wu, come here quickly," Yao Lan whispered through the intercom. "Don't worry. You are no longer my woman. I absolutely refuse to perish. Furthermore, I have no desire to make them widows." I chuckled softly. "You." Yao Lan's voice conveyed both frustration and helplessness. As I watched them move further away, I signaled to the old mountain dweller, indicating that I intended to rest against a tree trunk. "Brother Wu, this." The old man seemed confused, as I merely embraced the tree trunk, preparing for a long slumber, completely unfazed by the imminent danger. "The enemy is known. I remain concealed. There is no need for haste. Let us wear them down first." I chuckled again. Yet, the old man remained somewhat apprehensive. "Rest assured, I will ensure they leave obediently. Moreover, we will definitely make our exit smoothly. Having thought of something, I smiled faintly at the old mountain dweller before closing my eyes. He observed me and ultimately decided to rest as well. After waiting for approximately an hour, my satellite phone rang. I stretched lazily, pondering the urgency of the matter. Damn, is it really that urgent? I understood that Chunyang was anxious, considering we had agreed to appear promptly. Where are you? Came a weak voice from the phone, tinged with a hint of reproach. Oh, Zhou Lao instructed you to wait here and then fire a signal flare. Fire a signal flare? The other party sounded puzzled. Yes. The primary goal is to attract the attention of Chunyang and his group, drawing them here while Zhou Lao and the others return to the town from the opposite side of the mountain. Is that feasible? I inquired, raising my voice slightly. From the other side? Yes, I affirmed with a calm tone. It can be done. Shortly thereafter, the other party agreed. I exchanged a knowing glance with the old mountain dweller, who smiled, realizing that these individuals had undoubtedly been outmaneuvered. He gave me a thumbs up, indicating his approval of my capabilities. A trivial matter, I chuckled, turning my gaze to the distance. As the call ended, the signal flare was swiftly launched. However, to our surprise, Chunyang's subordinates executed the two wounded individuals without hesitation, discarding their bodies into the ravine with remarkable efficiency. Ugh, ugh. The old mountain dweller could hardly bear the sight, retching repeatedly. I patted his shoulder and gently covered his mouth. Chunyang seemed to have heard something, glancing in my direction, yet due to the distance, he struggled to comprehend. After a few scrutinizing looks, he led his men away toward the distant horizon. Be careful, I sighed, casting a resigned glance at the old mountain dweller, whose face was marked by embarrassment, seemingly aware that we had narrowly avoided revealing our position. Approximately an hour later, Zhou Lao and I stood observing the two corpses in the ravine. Zhou Lao's brow furrowed in anger, while I felt an unsettling sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. Chunyang is indeed such a person. He has let them both go, and yet he bears the blame. Xiao Wu, what do you think we should do? At this moment, old Zhou is gazing at me, eager to hear my thoughts. They are likely stationed on the opposite side of the mountain, and, if I were to wager, a few individuals might be guarding the area closer to the town for added security. Old Zhou, it would be prudent to dispatch more personnel to ensure they can provide us with support from the outside. Old Zhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of my suggestion, and we proceeded together towards the vicinity of the town while establishing communication. Throughout our journey, there was no sign of Chunyang. It is certain that he is waiting for us on the other side of the mountain. The mere thought of this fills me with joy. The old mountain dweller and I forged ahead. Everyone seemed to understand that I possessed an unusual ability, enabling me to detect danger earlier than others. Although the reason behind this remains unclear, they willingly allowed me to take the lead. However, I mused to myself that such a role often leads to peril. Those who venture first frequently meet with misfortune. With this thought, I cannot help but smile wryly. Old Zhou, it was roughly the following morning when we finally neared the vicinity of the small town. Once again, Old Zhou sent reinforcements who swiftly eliminated those lying in ambush against us. However, the casualties on our side appeared quite severe. Many bore injuries on their arms and chests, and numerous garments were stained with blood. The situation felt rather dismal, especially considering that Chunyang's faction seemed to have sustained minimal injuries, despite not deploying many individuals. Our side faced such a tragic outcome. Unable to comprehend this, I resolved to inquire further with him about the circumstances surrounding this predicament. Chapter 32. The precious one. Old Zhou, hailing from a prominent family, found himself in an unexpected predicament. I allowed a soft chuckle. Upon hearing my remark, the young leader's face flushed with embarrassment. The Chunyang family, with their deep-rooted heritage and military ties, had cultivated subordinates of exceptional prowess. In Nanjiang City, few families could match these individuals in a one-on-one confrontation. Even a three-on-one scenario would be a formidable challenge. It was surprising, however, that old Zhou had not anticipated the severity of their assault, which aimed not only to extinguish my life but to annihilate us all. Furthermore, the level of combat strength exhibited was entirely beyond his expectations. Upon returning to the small town, we intended to leave that very night. Yet, The several off-road vehicles stationed there had all suffered from flat tires. Old Joe had no choice but to make urgent calls, requesting additional vehicles and personnel to be dispatched. "What about your vehicles?" he inquired, glancing at the few guards surrounding him. "They're also incapacitated. It's likely that remnants of their forces are still lurking in this small town." One of the subordinates replied, and my thoughts began to spiral. I sensed that the surrounding foliage was reacting differently, and a faint whisper of danger brushed against me. "Old Joe, teacher me shui." I gestured toward a nearby residential building. "What is it?" Old Joe asked, confusion etched on his face. I felt an impending threat and rushed towards him, throwing myself at his side. With a resounding bang, a bullet whizzed past, narrowly missing us. Almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted from multiple directions. I signaled the three women and Old Joe to take cover in the nearby house. Some of Old Joe's guards were struck, while others managed to evade the onslaught. "Who's he?" Old Joe glared at the team leader with frustration. "Old Joe, we didn't detect them, and this time." Hoosie seemed taken aback that the enemy had resorted to sniper rifles. "Hoosie, do you have a firearm?" I inquired, fixing my gaze upon him. "Yes," Hoosie replied, producing a handgun. "Good, hand it over." I gestured, and after a moment of hesitation, he complied. I pressed the muzzle against the wall, attuning my senses to the surroundings. The trees around us served as my eyes and ears. However, my right-hand aura had not yet reached its fullest intensity, limiting my awareness to roughly 100 meters. Yet, in that moment, I focused intently, extending my perception to 300 meters. I could distinctly sense the presence of the two snipers and the foliage around them. There, guided by intuition, I fired a shot. Bang! I missed the target's head, but struck their shoulder. Bang! Another shot. Yet again, I failed to hit a critical area, this time grazing their leg. Bang, bang. I fired two more erratic shots and clearly observed the adversary collapsing to the ground, motionless. Although none of my shots landed in vital regions, the chaotic barrage ensured that they would bleed out. I aimed haphazardly in another direction and fired a few more rounds. It feels rather arbitrary, yet the location is undeniably advantageous. Although I did not strike the critical target, I consistently hit the sniper. Remarkably, the adversary failed to even perceive my firing hand, merely witnessing the muzzle flashing intermittently towards them. I cautiously examined the surrounding trees, but found no other snipers. I dared not be negligent. I'd already emerged, releasing my breath without retrieving it. The trees within a 300-meter radius remained my vigilant eyes and ears. At this moment, should there be any unusual movement, I would have a precious second to half a second to react. I sensed something amiss and signaled to the others. Tiger and Joe, along with the others, looked at me in confusion, some even exhibiting a hint of skepticism. However, the teachers, including me Shui, quickly positioned themselves beside me, seemingly trusting my judgment. "Tiger, over there, that direction too, they're the corpses of snipers. Take the guns and secure the mountain pass," I instructed Tiger. He nodded in bewilderment, but proceeded with his subordinates. After dealing with the bodies, Tiger returned without straying far. Joe then spoke up. I paused, realizing he wished to avoid escalating the situation. I had stationed Tiger and his men at the mountain pass to deal with Chunyang, intending to eliminate him upon their emergence, but Joe appeared reluctant to proceed in that manner. I regarded him, sensing his uncertainty. If we could not match the strength of their family, truly eliminating Chunyang would bode ill for our own. My frustration grew. So many lives have been lost, and we have been driven to such desperation. How could we simply let Chunyang go? Rest assured, I would ensure he and his family paid a price. After all, in Nanjing City, certain matters cannot be trifled with, regardless of how powerful a family may be. Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and firmly patted my shoulder. "Young man, both Yao Lan and I owe you a life. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. I will support you to the fullest extent. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly endorse your association with Yao Lan. You possess every right to her, for you indeed have the capability," Zhou affirmed with a grave nod. Hearing such words brought a slight smile to my face, yet my heart still simmered with indignation. If Chunyang were to face merely a minor consequence, what would that signify? The future could become exceedingly troublesome. Soon, Zhou's vehicle arrived, and we promptly returned to Nanjing City. As for Chen Yang and his family, according to Yao Lan, they faced significant repercussions. In the short term, they would pose no threat to us. Indeed, it was rumored that Chen Yang had been placed under soft detention, likely not to emerge for a year or so. Upon returning home, my first act was to visit the orchid pavilion at the school. I gazed upon my 10-fragrance orchid, astonished to find it had flourished to a remarkable 4.5 petals. Xiao Wu, the principal, has taken quite a liking to it, expressing a desire to purchase it with the school's funds to display in the orchid pavilion. The terms of the offer can certainly be negotiated. Zhang Hongwei remained by my side, smiling warmly at me. The principal's interest prompted a slight smile from me, though I gently shook my head. This exquisite 10-fragrance orchid is part of my plans, and I'm not inclined to part with it just yet. So, did you find something worthwhile on your trip to Zhongshan? Zhang Hongwei asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity, seemingly aware that I had secured some fine ginseng soil. I nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful. I look forward to your good news, she said, handing me the 10-fragrance orchid. I examined her closely. This beautiful teacher truly possesses an allure. Clad in a traditional dress, her elegant demeanor radiated towards me from afar. In that moment, I found myself captivated, wanting to gaze at her endlessly. Without further contemplation, I took the 10-fragrance orchid back to my dormitory. There, I found Teacher Mi Shui, along with Fong Meili and Yao Lan, tidying up the room while discussing matters related to Zhongshan. How did you manage to bring it back? Teacher Mi Shui inquired, somewhat surprised to see the 10-fragrance orchid in my possession. I thought I would give it a try, I replied with a smile, beginning my work. I set the large-flowered orchid aside and carefully prepared it with a bit of ginseng soil, also planting the seeds into the soil of the 10-fragrance orchid. Additionally, I incorporated some 500- or 600-year-old ginseng soil into this orchid. Placing something worth 70 or 80,000 here is indeed fitting. Teacher Mi Shui expressed her concerns, worried that the 10-fragrance orchid might encounter issues. Xiao Wu, nurture it well, and when the right opportunity arises, you can sell it. Without a professional space, it's not ideal to cultivate orchids, she remarked, striking at my sore spot. I genuinely wished to care for the orchid, yet lacked a base or private area. Moreover, valuable orchids require protective measures. Otherwise, they are susceptible to theft. However, observing my arrangements, I felt a sense of confidence, knowing that this 10-fragrance orchid should be safe. Yet, certain uncertainties lingered. Why not stay here tonight? I suggested after tidying up, looking at the 5 girls in the room. Upon hearing my proposal, I was met with a chorus of eye rolls from them. Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu playfully pinched me, clearly missing me after several days apart. Amid laughter and banter, Teacher Mi Shui and Fong Meili took their leave, while Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu chose to remain by my side. Surrounded by these lovely ladies, I attuned myself to the environment, particularly the 2 orchids. A smile crept onto my face as my inner thoughts solidified. I felt assured that my plans were indeed viable. Xiao Wu, it's blooming with 6 petals, and the fragrance is delightful. Yu Miao Miao urged me early in the morning, nudging me awake. Let me gaze upon the 2 orchids resting on the windowsill. The 10-fragrance orchid has transformed into a 6-petal blossom, its large petals now as expansive as a palm. Additionally, within the soil of the 10-fragrance orchid, a tender sprout has emerged. Ah, such a delightful little thing. I procured an empty flower pot and carefully transplanted this tender sprout. As I attuned myself to the essence of this new growth, a feeling of joy enveloped me, and I found myself smiling even more. It turns out, this is indeed a precious treasure. Chapter 33. The Poison Little Hand Xiao Wu. This 10-fragrance orchid must be worth around 200,000, right? The 2 women tidied up and stood beside me, their eyes sparkling with joy as they gazed at the exquisite flower. Indeed, typical 10-fragrance orchids at the 6-petal level generally fetch around 200,000. Yet, this fragrance is of the highest caliber, perhaps unmatched in its richness in the entire market. How much could that be? The 2 women were taken aback. 30,000, perhaps? With 30,000, we could buy a car. They were exceptionally excited. No, I want to part with it for less than 500,000. Understanding the implication, I approached the 10-fragrance orchid and began to replace the soil. Fresh soil enveloped the roots, while the nearby large-petal orchid was treated with older, more seasoned soil. Sensing the stir beneath the large petal orchid, I smiled subtly, for something was beginning to cultivate within. Take good care of it and be obedient, understood? I instructed, and the petals of the large orchid quivered slightly, as if responding to my words. Xiao Wu, is it all right if we have class like this? The two women expressed their concern, apprehensive that the fragrance within the room might attract unwanted attention. No problem, I reassured them, gently caressing both of them, feeling quite confident. I even playfully grasped their shapely forms. What are you doing? They rolled their eyes at me. In class. It was either sleep or frolic with the lovely ladies beside me, or perhaps peruse some horticultural research papers. At that moment, it seemed that only a few academic papers published during my university days could truly pique my interest or offer some assistance. Simultaneously, I cast a glance toward the dormitory building where I resided. It was fortunate that no robbery had occurred. Nonetheless, I had taken precautions. Yet, no matter how well prepared I was, there lingered a sense of unease. I pondered whether there truly existed any formidable figures or thieves within this school who might pilfer my precious orchids. I opened my phone and viewed a video. Despite having taken numerous precautions, I had left a contingency plan in place. Utilizing Meow Meow's phone, I had secured an angle to observe my room and the two orchids therein at any moment. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, an unexpected situation unfolded. A woman appeared in my dormitory, moving stealthily. She was masked and clad in tight-fitting attire, unmistakably the garb of a female thief. Indeed, someone had come to steal. However, her physique was quite impressive. I adjusted my perspective, finding this beautiful thief rather appealing. She was of good height, with an alluring figure. Who could she be? Our school boasts many beauties, and there are at least 10 who possess such a physique. Thus, I found myself momentarily perplexed, unable to deduce her identity. Moreover, the sensation this woman evokes in me is one of a certain maturity, bordering on the familiarity of a seasoned woman, perhaps even a young matron. At this moment, I am utterly perplexed regarding her identity. The woman cautiously approached the position of Shixi, her gaze vigilant, scanning the room, particularly the corners of the four walls, seemingly in search of hidden cameras. Satisfied that all was in order, she hurried towards Shixi. Suddenly, there was a swift flash of green light within the room. The beautiful woman was struck down to the ground, yet the surroundings remained undisturbed, as if the green light had appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, her attire began to tear, and the mask on her face slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Indeed, she exuded an air of maturity. The more I observed, the less she resembled a student, and the more she appeared like a teacher. The woman became visibly alarmed, tugging at her mask while scanning the room, desperately trying to locate the source of her assailant. However, no matter how she looked, she could not discern anything. After a moment of confusion, the female thief took a few cautious steps forward, her gaze flitting around anxiously. Another flash of green light erupted. The thief was struck thrice in rapid succession. My goodness, she was filled with trepidation, clutching her chest. Who could have anticipated that the green light would directly target her bosom, exposing her undergarments? For a fleeting moment, the beautiful scenery was laid bare before my eyes. Though it was but a brief glimpse, it ignited a warmth within me. In the midst of this, I discerned the identity of the intruder. Astonishingly, it was she, the very woman I never imagined would come to pilfer my orchids. The thief, too, seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. Her bewildered gaze fell upon the windowsill, where a pot containing a mere sprout was barely visible. What kind of plant was this that could unleash such formidable green light? The thief pondered, scanning her surroundings until she spotted a basin and approached the tender sprout. With a series of swift strikes, the plant no longer managed to reach the thief. Enough of this, I thought to myself quietly. The sound of the strikes ceased, and the sprout was promptly covered by the basin. It was still too weak. If it were to grow a bit more, it could easily rival several bodyguards. Moreover, with each strike, it could even penetrate metal. This sprout was indeed the plant that had emerged from the seed. The green light was, in fact, a manifestation of its elongated reach, a unique form of attack. Its speed was such that the thief could hardly perceive it. I had not anticipated its remarkable prowess. After all, its progenitor seemed only capable of modest growth. Before long, the thief's gaze fell upon Shixie England, captivated by the petals above and the fragrant aura surrounding her. She approached with utmost caution, her hands delicately cradling the flower. At that moment, something shot out from within the large orchid, biting fiercely into the female thief's palm before vanishing swiftly. She gazed at the wound with a sense of helplessness and hurriedly ran outside, tearing away some strips of cloth from her leg to bind her hand. Quite resourceful, I mused with a hint of concern, yet I decided against dwelling on it. The creature from the orchid was still young and likely not very venomous. Moreover, this female thief appeared to be a woman accustomed to facing toxins, so I presumed she would manage. What was I thinking? So cheerful. Both Yu Miao and Fong Yu caught sight of me, their gazes inquisitive. I chuckled lightly, assuring them all was well as I turned off my phone and made my way to the classroom door. Xiao Wu, the two girls hurriedly followed me. What is it? I shot them a playful glare, signaling them to stay inside. Are you not coming with us? They teased, their voices sweet and melodic. After spending the night together, they still wished to linger during the day. Amused, I playfully patted their perky behinds as I headed towards the teaching building. Oomph. It seems you have your eye on that woman again, a voice huffed from behind me. What do you mean? I replied with a faint smile. To my astonishment, the one who had stolen my fragrant orchid was indeed her. Soon, I arrived at the door of an office. Knock, knock, knock. I tapped lightly. Come in, came a crisp reply from within. Teacher Zhang, I would like to consult you about something, I said, my gaze drawn to Zhang Hongwei, particularly to her chest area. She typically dressed so conservatively, yet there was something unexpected there. Remembering the sight from before, I found myself smiling happily while observing her bitten hand, bandaged yet still bearing a hint of poison, as her face appeared somewhat pale. It was clear that the venom still lingered within her, but she must have expelled most of it to be able to remain here. Consult? Zhang Hongwei looked at me, clearly puzzled. I sat down in front of her with a cheerful demeanor, admiring her lovely features and her noticeably full chest. Indeed, these matters are somewhat perplexing, I said with a chuckle, handing her an extracurricular book. Oh, she maintained her smile as she began to explain. Teacher, what happened to your hand? I soon glanced at her bandaged hand. Nothing, she replied, shifting her left hand under the table. You were bitten by a snake, weren't you? A rather peculiar one at that, I remarked deliberately. You. Zhang Hongwei's face flushed slightly, as if she realized I had grasped something significant. Just a common green pit viper, she murmured softly. What green pit viper? You were bitten by a mutated snake, I said, feigning regret while taking her left hand. What are you doing? Her face turned crimson. Teacher, it's dangerous, she warned. I chuckled softly as I removed the bandage from Zhang Hongwei's left hand. Seizing the moment, I took the opportunity to touch it several times. It felt plump and slightly warm. Teacher Zhang, does it feel a bit tingly here? Perhaps even a bit itchy? I inquired, gently placing my fingers on her delicate hand and indicating a few spots. Initially, she seemed somewhat resistant, but upon hearing my words, Zhang Hongwei gave a slight nod. The tingling and itchiness are signs of recovery. You have just been poisoned, haven't you? I smiled gently. Now come with me. I gestured, taking her small hand and leading her outside the office. What are you doing? Zhang Hongwei asked, her shyness evident as she tried to withdraw her hand from mine. Oh, come on. Teacher, are you still shy about this? I laughed lightly. At that moment, her cheeks flushed even deeper, and she gave me a playful roll of her eyes. What exactly do you intend to do? Following closely behind me, Zhang Hongwei arrived at the rear of the learning grove. The area was rich with various types of vegetation, each more diverse than the last. Come here, Teacher Zhang. I beckoned her to step into the midst of the greenery. What are you trying to do? Zhang Hongwei appeared puzzled and somewhat hesitant, her shyness palpable. Teacher, why don't you take a whiff? I guided her delicate hand to her nose. What's wrong? Zhang Hongwei seemed confused, unable to discern anything, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 34. The auction house. A hint of decay lingered in the air, a scent that eluded your senses. Zhang Hongwei took a whiff, beginning to nod in understanding. Teacher, this is a symptom of venom that has seeped deep into the marrow. If you remain indifferent, I fear that in a few days, you may become nothing more than a pile of bones. Is it truly that severe? Zhang Hongwei's skepticism was evident, though a trace of anxiety colored her expression. If you do not cooperate with the treatment, then I am powerless to assist you, I replied, stepping aside in a huff, displeased by her doubt. She inhaled the scent from her left hand and assessed her bodily condition. After a moment of contemplation, she began to nod in agreement. Now, that is the right approach. I instructed her to lie among the flowers, limbs splayed open. The scenery was exquisite. I took a leisurely stroll, admiring it more with each passing moment. Zhang Hongwei grew increasingly anxious, casting skeptical glances in my direction. I began to gather various herbs from the surroundings, blending them together. Gently, I applied the mixture to the palm of her hand. How does that feel? I inquired, watching her closely. Xiaowu, you possess remarkable skill, she exclaimed. Just a few simple herbs, and upon your fusion, they yield results. Teacher, who do you think I am? Did you not say I could bring glory to the school? I chuckled, continuing to apply the remedy to other areas of her body. These areas require treatment as well, I noted, tending to her other hand and the soles of her feet. It has penetrated deep into the marrow. There is no choice but to apply the remedy, I said, grasping her delicate feet, feeling their softness. My gaze shifted to her chest, contemplating whether to apply the mixture there as well. Surely not. Zhang Hongwei's anxiety surged. Ha. Teacher Zhang, what are you thinking? It suffices to treat the limbs. Do you wish to apply it to that area as well? I feigned annoyance, casting her a teasing glance. You. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson while she gauged her bodily state. In truth, there was little need for medication. The mutated bamboo viper was still in its juvenile stage and posed minimal threat to Zhang Hongwei. At worst, she would be unable to use her left hand for a month or two. Nevertheless, the remedy I employed would indeed have some effect, reducing her swelling within days, restoring her agility swiftly. Teacher, how could you have been poisoned in such a manner? It feels somewhat familiar, as though it were inflicted by one of my pets, I said with a grin, applying the mixture once more. What are you saying? Zhang Hongwei, sensing that treatment was sufficient, quickly rose to her feet. Continue lying down. Such a profound venom cannot be cured instantly, I insisted, pressing her back on the grass, my hands firmly gripping her. You. I gazed down at her, feeling as though we were lovers entwined. Her face flushed entirely, a vivid hue of embarrassment. You are rather careless with your orchids, which can be quite discomforting to some observers. Moreover, Zhang Hongwei, her cheeks flushed, gazed at me. It was evident that she was no fool. She had discerned from my words that I was aware of her pilfering my 10 fragrance orchid. What of it? I continued to press her down with my hands, scrutinizing her closely. Additionally, I possessed personal motives. Personal motives? What do you mean? Is Teacher Zhang still entertaining a young paramour outside? I chuckled softly. Zhang Wu, what are you saying? Such words provoked her, causing her to erupt. After hastily gathering her belongings, she bolted away. Zhang Wu, you are impressive. I apologize. But there are indeed reasons behind this matter. I hope you. Zhang Hongwei stood at a distance, nodding vigorously. Please do not alert the authorities, nor disclose this. I promise I will not steal again. With that, she swiftly departed. I reclined on the grassy ground, relishing the delightful sensation in my hands, particularly the sight of her rear swaying as she ran off. Quite unexpected, I found myself harboring such fondness for this mature widow. Very well, you have your issues. I shall refrain from speaking of them, allowing me to investigate further into the matter. A thought crossed my mind, and I chuckled softly. What? Teacher Zhang has a daughter in grave condition, requiring dialysis, and has accrued over 1 million yuan in medical debts. Upon entering Teacher Mi Shue's office, I finally grasped the predicament Zhang Hongwei faced. No wonder. What is it? Teacher Mi Shue regarded me quizzically. Noticing the absence of others, she settled herself close beside me. I conveyed the gist of the situation. Such a thing exists? Teacher Mi Shue appeared taken aback. Xiaowu, Sister Zhang was left with no alternatives. So it came to this. You cannot report her. Of course not. How could I? I responded with a chuckle, drawing her closer. What are you doing? Teacher Mi Shue shot me a gentle glare. You haven't visited recently. How have you been? What do you mean by that? Teacher Mi Shue pushed me away, casting me numerous disapproving looks. Teacher Mi Shue, How can I assist her? You wish to help Sister Zhang? Teacher Mi Shui seemed somewhat surprised. Xiao Wu, that is an endless pit. Lan Lan and I have already aided her considerably and lent her a significant amount, yet her debts to others are far greater. Is that so? I furrow my brow. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Dialysis is indeed an insatiable abyss. We must contemplate a solution. I chuckled, continuing to hold Teacher Mi Shui's hand. You. Realizing something, Teacher Mi Shui shot me another glare and began to discuss further. After our conversation, I understood precisely what course of action to take, as Teacher Mi Shui had revealed to me a lucrative opportunity. At noon, I returned to my dormitory and attentively replaced the soil for the orchid, Shixi England. I refrained from using the ancient soil, aged over 1,000 years, or the similar material akin to Tian Wan. Instead, I opted for the soil that was 700 to 800 years old, nearly depleting it entirely. While gazing at the Shixi England before me, my thoughts wandered to the events of the evening, stirring a sense of anticipation within me. In the afternoon, I began to reach out to Zhang Hongwei. Upon learning that I intended to take her to an auction house, she expressed a hint of skepticism over the phone. Teacher, you understand orchids. I would appreciate your guidance, and I can offer you a small commission, certainly no less than 10,000. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Zhang Hongwei's words left me momentarily speechless. Teacher, I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. If I were to take advantage of you, I would have threatened you the moment I discovered your actions back then. Why would I wait until now? Is it truly over 10,000? She inquired. Indeed. If the auction goes well, I might even be able to offer you more. Very well, Zhang Hongwei promptly agreed. A smile crept across my face. I had not anticipated my teacher to possess such a humorous disposition, fearing I would exploit her. Ah, teacher, please dress beautifully, perhaps in a red dress, ideally a jumpsuit. As I was about to hang up, I added this request. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing my words, Zhang Hongwei grew animated. Teacher, one must appear presentable at the auction. Wouldn't you agree? Oh. Teacher, your thoughts are rather impure. I could sense that Zhang Hongwei was at a loss for words. In my heart, I felt a surge of joy. To playfully tease a beautiful teacher was a delightful endeavor. Around 8 in the evening, I, along with Zhang Hongwei, Yu Miao Miao, and Feng Yu, hurried to a location in the city center. The car belonged to Feng Meili, and, as they were all my women, borrowing it was a simple matter of asking. In the vehicle, Yu Miao Miao and Feng Yu maintained a respectful distance from me, casting admiring glances at teacher Zhang Hongwei. After all, she was the department head, often wearing a stern expression, which instilled a degree of apprehension in the students at school. Thus, in such circumstances, the two young women naturally refrained from behaving frivolously around me. Zhang Wu, how many petals does it have? If it's only 4 or 5, I suggest you wait a bit longer, Zhang Hongwei indicated, pointing to the orchid I was carefully cradling in my hands. What do you believe it can reach? I countered her question. At least 6 petals. Oh, why do you say that? Ich glänzte her, somewhat surprised. At that moment, she adorned a vibrant red dress, her legs elegantly displayed. She had clearly taken great care in her appearance. It seemed she had shed her usual stern demeanor. Having previously engaged with her in a more intimate setting, I felt a distinct shift in our dynamic. Zhang Hongwei adjusted her skirt and cast a mildly irritated glance in my direction. Observing the beautiful teacher in this manner brought me immense joy. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of a grand estate, conveniently located near the orchid market of Nanjing City. At that moment, a considerable crowd was queuing to enter, and the 3 women and I joined the throng. Zhang Hongwei's gaze frequently drifted to the orchid in my hand, though it was shrouded beneath a cover, concealing its contents. Xiao Wu, if it doesn't have 6 petals, I would advise against it, she began, but I slightly lifted the cover to reveal the flower. The sight utterly astonished her, as did the onlookers around us, who were inhaling the fragrant air. What high quality! One exclaimed. It's been years since I've encountered such a potent orchid scent. If it possesses exceptional characteristics, it must be worth at least 100,000 or even 200,000. The crowd's attention turned towards us, especially as the rich fragrance emanated from our vicinity. A few inspectors, sensing the alluring aroma, approached us. The owner of such a fragrant orchid could enter without inspection. I raised my hand to signal, leading the 3 women forward. Wait, an inspector interjected, positioning himself before me. Without lifting the cover, he leaned in to catch a whiff. The intensity of the scent caused him to step back several paces, nodding appreciatively. "You may enter," he gestured, his gaze filled with respect. After all, someone capable of cultivating such a fragrant orchid must be an extraordinary individual. Chapter 35. All eyes on Xiao Wu. Zhang Hongwei's words were accompanied by her gentle grip on my arm. It seemed promising, and I chuckled, patting her delicate hand. She shot me a playful glance in response. "Teacher, for this auction, I shall offer you a commission of 10%. So I hope you can lend me your considerable assistance." 10%? Zhang Hongwei looked at me, astonished. "Indeed, is that too little?" I chuckled once more. No. Her cheeks flushed as she stared at me, then vigorously nodded in agreement. "Xiao Wu, thank you." With that, she joyfully followed closely behind me. "You and T possibly." Yu Miao Miao, who was nearby, sensed something amiss and pinched my arm. "You don't spare the female teachers in our class. You wouldn't even be after the head of the department, would you?" After uttering this, she pinched me several more times, clearly feeling that I was too wicked. Miao Miao. When emotions run deep, one cannot help it. However, it is still too early. Just look at how anxious you are. I smiled gently, patting her hand. Once inside, I was led to the back of a tent where professionals were appraising the orchids that had been brought in. They discussed the order of presentation as well. Some of the displayed orchids had already been assigned numbers, with their prices inscribed beside them. Wow, these orchids are quite impressive. The lowest price for those on display was around 3,000 to 4,000, while some reached as high as 20,000. A few, like the one I held, were also covered, with their starting prices indicated. The least expensive orchid began at over 50,000, while the most extravagant one was priced at 300,000. 300,000? I was taken aback. The orchid in my hand could potentially fetch 50,000, but I felt the starting price would not be excessively high, as this variety was not among the most esteemed of orchids. A middle-aged man, likely in his 40s, first sniffed the orchid I held. Satisfied, he opened it for a closer examination. At that moment, there were 3 appraisers present, all of whom directed their gazes toward me. For the fragrance of my orchid was the most potent in the room. The air was saturated with its delightful scent, a 6-petaled bloom with a hint of a 7th petal. As soon as it was unveiled, gasps of surprise filled the air. Many players who had come to appraise the flowers cast envious glances my way. To possess an orchid of such caliber was indeed worthy of respect. "Please have Elder Zhuang come forth." The middle-aged appraiser gestured toward a young man nearby. The young man nodded and entered the tent. Before long, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, approached slowly. Upon catching sight of my exquisite 10 fragrance orchid, he quickened his pace slightly. What a remarkable specimen. I did not expect such treasures to emerge today, aside from that one. The old man stood beside my orchid, scrutinizing it closely, and then turned his gaze upon me. "Young man, from which esteemed lineage do you hail?" His question caught me off guard. However, it did not take long for me to comprehend the situation. Those who cultivate orchids are predominantly professionals, especially when it comes to exquisite specimens. Such expertise is often passed down through generations, requiring rigorous training from a young age to achieve mastery. Instances of solitary practitioners are rare. There exist no distinct factions. It is merely a personal endeavor. As soon as I uttered these words, a rather youthful man stepped in front of me, casting a disdainful glance my way. "Han Shul, what is the matter? Are you also interested in this orchid?" An elderly gentleman chuckled as he positioned himself between me and the young man. "The orchid is indeed remarkable, yet its lack of lineage raises concerns about its provenance," the youth remarked discreetly. "Recently, in the market of Nanjing City and even within the province, there have been no reports of losses concerning this type of 10 fragrance orchid, let alone one of such value," the old man replied with a grin, observing the youth closely. "Han Xiao, what price do you think would be appropriate for such an orchid?" The young man shot me another disdainful look, his gaze wandering to the woman beside me, taking note of her with apparent interest before ultimately fixating on the 10 fragrance orchid. "The starting price shall not be exorbitant, considering that the 10 fragrance orchid is generally categorized as a mid-range variety. However, given its excellent cultivation, the final price is uncertain." "Please suggest a starting bid," he said. Between 150,000 and 200,000, the young man stated, casting another glare in my direction, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face. It seemed that my possession of such an orchid was a personal affront to him. He then glanced at one of his subordinates. "Go summon the butler and bring me a specimen of the golden-edged orchid from home." "Sir." The subordinate hesitated momentarily. I said to bring it quickly. After delivering another scornful look, the young man's subordinate hurried off. The mention of the golden-edged orchid left me momentarily stunned, my expression revealing astonishment. Zhang Hongwei and Yu Miao Miao shared similar reactions. That orchid is one of the top 10 varieties, and it is said that the Han family in Nanjing excels in its cultivation. As soon as Zhang Hongwei finished speaking, the elderly gentleman burst into laughter. "Indeed, he is Han Ruanqi, the heir of the Han family. We must extend our gratitude to this young brother." The old man offered me a courteous bow. What does this mean? I felt somewhat perplexed. In our auction house, we typically see orchids sold for no more than 300,000 to 400,000. However, with your 10 fragrance orchid in the mix, it compels Han Ruanqi to present some of his family's prized possessions, thereby elevating the quality of our auction significantly. After all, several high-value orchids may now be available for purchase. Is that so? Then do ensure that our commission is reduced accordingly, I replied with a chuckle. I was indifferent to any notions of coercion. My sole desire was to see my orchid fetch a high price. Certainly. The old man laughed heartily at the mention of commission, appearing completely unfazed. At this moment, Zhang Hongwei and Yu Miao Miao merely cast a few glances at Han Ruanqi, remaining closely aligned behind me. After all, regardless of what exquisite treasures others may present, our orchids will fetch a high price. What they can sell truly bears little significance to us. However, certain events are indeed beyond our anticipation. It is rumored that Han Ruanqi intends to showcase a prized golden-edged orchid from his family, prompting everyone in this tent who plans to participate in the auction to commence making phone calls. Indeed, the presence of an exceptional 10 fragrance orchid has compelled the young master of the Han family to procure a golden-edged orchid. Yes, old Joe, how rare it is. It is the family heirloom of the Han household. As I wandered about, the conversations predominantly revolved around my 10 fragrance orchid and the Han family's golden-edged orchid. I, too, scrutinized the lower-priced orchids. After surveying the surroundings, I caught sight of something that momentarily stunned me. "Wife, please fetch me an auction paddle." I gestured to Yu Miao Miao. "You wish to bid as well?" she inquired, somewhat puzzled, yet she did not dwell on it and promptly set off to prepare. "Teacher, I require your assistance." Before long, I found myself on the phone with Teacher Mi Xue, imploring her to transfer 50,000 into my Alipay account. To participate in this auction, a deposit of at least 20,000 is required. Lacking funds, I had no choice but to appeal to a wealthy woman. I had never truly considered her until I needed money. Teacher Mi Xue sounded somewhat irate on the line. Yet, soon enough, my phone chimed with a notification. My account balance suddenly swelled by 100,000. "Teacher, 50,000 will suffice," I chuckled. "If you want it, take it. If not, then so be it." Teacher Mi Xue seemed to become quite vexed. "If you wish, consider it as me supporting this pretty boy of mine. I shall exert myself more this evening." "Rascal." Teacher Mi Xue laughed, and warmth enveloped my heart. I knew she cared for me deeply. With funds secured, I swiftly obtained an auction paddle. In the ensuing half-hour, many distinguished bidders entered, their presence unmistakably significant. The vehicles they drove were either worth millions or limited editions, the kind that money alone cannot procure. Furthermore, the companions accompanying them were more stylish than the last. With numerous items slated for auction, the lower-tier goods commenced bidding early on. I, alongside my 3 companions, occupied a spot, observing intently. "Xiao Wu, do you still wish to procure some seeds or seedlings?" Zhang Hongwei seemed to grasp my intentions, glancing at the paddle in my hand. "Yes, I aspire to cultivate some superior varieties." "Xiao Wu, did not the teacher say, as the old master Zhuang indicated, that for an ordinary person to cultivate a fine orchid is already a rarity? Do not presume that luck will favor you again." Zhang Hongwei regarded me earnestly. "Teacher, I am not an ordinary person. I chuckled, surveying the mediocre quality and pricing of the items up for bid, particularly one that piqued my interest. Sensing something, I smiled subtly. The lower-tier orchids were auctioned off one by one. Soon, a selection of exquisite orchid seeds emerged. Some were quite affordable, available for less than $1,000 for a generous handful, while others commanded a slightly higher price, requiring $2,000 to $3,000 for just a few. However, the orchid seeds I desired appear to be rather costly, with an auction starting price of $3,000 for merely 2 or 3 seeds. To my surprise, Han Ruanqi also seemed intrigued by these seeds, holding a bidding paddle and accompanied by 2 beautiful women, seemingly poised to make a move. His gaze remained fixed on the seeds. The auction for the Jin Bianlan seeds commenced at the starting price of $3,000. The auctioneer quickly began calling out bids. Initially, Han Ruanqi remained silent, while another bidder around us raised their paddle slightly, seemingly hoping to seize the opportunity at a low price. Without hesitation, I raised my paddle, offering an additional $500. Thus, the current price escalated to $4,000. Han Ruanqi looked at me with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback that I would also participate in the bidding. Chapter 36. The disparity of grades. After the auctioneer called for bids from both sides, and upon receiving no response, it seemed he was about to bring down the gavel. However, Han Ruanqi began to raise his bid. I accompanied him in this endeavor. Within a few minutes, the price of these golden-edged orchid seeds had escalated to over $20,000. It was quite astonishing. The onlookers around us regarded us with a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Han Ruanqi appeared somewhat reluctant to increase his bid further, casting a curious glance in my direction, seemingly taken aback by my keen interest in such seeds. Xiao Wu, Zhang Hongwei shot me an exasperated look as though I had inflated the price excessively. "Don't worry, teacher," I reassured her with a gentle squeeze of her small hand. In that moment of tension, Zhang Hongwei's delicate fingers were gripping my bidding paddle tightly. "Spendthrift." Both Yu Miao Miao and Fang Yu expressed their discontent, sensing my reckless behavior. Seizing the opportunity, I discreetly admired the curves of the 2 ladies present. The final price settled at $22,000, and the 2 golden-edged orchids were now in my possession. With a casual payment through Alipay, they were mine. "Hey, wait a moment." Just as I was about to step aside and place my acquisition down, Han Ruanqi approached me. "What is the matter? Are you interested in buying this?" I smiled, gesturing towards the golden-edged orchid seeds in my hand. "No, have you heard something?" He regarded me with a hint of suspicion. "Heard something? I'm even more perplexed now." This young man continued to scrutinize me, and I sensed his confusion mirrored my own. With a chuckle, I turned and walked away bemused. "What's with him?" I wondered, and Zhang Hongwei appeared equally puzzled. "Xiao Wu, perhaps these seeds originate from his family. They might have the potential to cultivate into remarkable specimens." Zhang Hongwei whispered in my ear. "That seems likely," I replied with a slight smile, understanding that I had indeed stumbled upon a significant treasure. Among all the seeds, these 2 resonated with me uniquely. Such resonance often speaks volumes. Once the ordinary orchids had been auctioned, it was time for the mid-grade ones. Around 10 o'clock that evening, the finest specimens were brought out one by one. The first auction item from Han Ruanqi's family opened at $300,000, ultimately selling for over $370,000. Soon it was my turn. Since the commencement of the auction until now, the predominant fragrance wafting through the venue emanated from my orchid. As it was unveiled, nearly all eyes were drawn to it, and the aroma intensified, becoming even more potent than before as the cover was completely removed. Xiao Wu, Zhang Hongwei, and Yu Miao Miao gathered beside me, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed upon the orchid. I too was eager to discover what price this 10-fragrance orchid might command. The bidding commenced at $200,000, igniting a competitive round. Among the bidders was Han Ruanqi, seemingly intent on acquiring it to study my cultivation methods. Within a matter of minutes, the price soared past $400,000, as several prominent bidders continued to raise their offers. At that moment, Zhang Hongwei and Yu Miao Miao wore exceptionally joyful expressions. With the price soaring, my earnings were assured, and naturally, they too would reap the benefits. Before long, Han Ruanqi conceded defeat, leaving a scene of competition among 3 affluent bidders. The bidding continued until it approached $600,000, at which point it was finally secured by one of the wealthy contenders. Some individuals clearly perceived it as excessive, while others seemed quite enamored with my orchid, sensing that the affluent buyer had made a wise investment. The variety was ordinary, yet its abundance of petals and delightful fragrance set it apart. Indeed, such an orchid would bestow prestige when placed in an office, and it also served as an excellent aid in romantic pursuits, as many beautiful women are drawn to such fragrances. A number of onlookers began murmuring amongst themselves, casting envious glances in my direction. After all, a previously unremarkable individual had cultivated a splendid orchid and sold it for such a remarkable price. Affluence is indeed a powerful force. Once purchased, the payment was swiftly transferred. The auction house staff acted efficiently, deducting a 5% commission, and my Alipay account was suddenly credited with 550,000 yuan. My goodness! Staring at this substantial sum, I found myself momentarily dazed. "Teacher," I said, looking at Zhang Hongwei, gesturing for her to open Alipay and transfer 100,000 yuan. "Wasn't it 1/10? Zhang Hongwei looked at me with a hint of confusion. "Please, could you transfer a bit more?" I prompted. She blushed slightly, nodding gently, her eyes brimming with gratitude, almost as if she were ready to offer herself. Before long, Han's exquisite gold-edged orchid took the stage. I overheard the surrounding crowd mention that it was likely the finest specimen cultivated by the Han family this year, though it ranked only around 10th in their collection. However, the number of bidders for this orchid far surpassed those for mine, swiftly surpassing my price and racing towards 1 million. Ultimately, it was sold for 110,000. I was momentarily stunned. The price difference for such similar orchids was astonishing. Xiao Wu, this is the disparity between superior and mid-grade orchids. High-quality orchids are difficult to cultivate, yet once perfected, each blossom can command prices exceeding hundreds of thousands. Zhang Hongwei whispered in my ear. "I understand, teacher, but the extent of this difference still caught me off guard. Upon closer inspection of the gold-edged orchid, I couldn't help but admire it. Typically, gold-edged orchids exhibit small golden flecks on several petals, which is already commendable. Yet, the Han family specimen boasted a striking golden edge. Each of its 5 petals was adorned with a thick golden rim, as if painted with a golden brush. However, the number of petals was slightly fewer, and the thickness of the gold edges on the lower 2 petals was somewhat diminished, indicating it had not yet reached its peak potential. Had it achieved such excellence, it could have fetched 2 to 3 million at auction." "Stop right there," a voice commanded. As the auction concluded, Han Ruanqi stepped in front of me, visibly displeased, as though I had wronged him in some manner. I offered 30,000, and in return, I requested those 2 seeds. Han Ruanqi directly opened his phone, a smile illuminating his gaze as he looked at me. Within his Alipay account, a figure nearing 6 digits appeared before me. I contemplated declining, yet a thought crossed my mind, prompting me to open my own phone. A subtle smile graced my face as I too accessed Alipay. "Very well. After all, they are merely seeds. While I believe they hold potential, I doubt they will yield anything extraordinary," I remarked deliberately. Just as I intended to proceed with the transaction, Han Ruanqi swiftly tucked his phone away. "Huh, I assumed you possessed absolute confidence in your ability to cultivate them, but it seems it was merely a hunch. Very well then," he chuckled, departing with his companions. This fellow, I couldn't help but smile slightly. Some matters require a deliberate approach to alleviate the other party's doubts. With the previous tactic, I surmised that he would completely lose interest in the 2 golden-edged orchid seeds in my possession. Otherwise, he might have pursued me relentlessly. "Xiao Wu, are you truly confident? We must hurry to the school." Zhang Hongwei observed the funds in her Alipay account, appearing somewhat at a loss regarding how to spend it. "Teacher Zhang, are you considering repaying some of your debts?" I smiled subtly. You know my situation." Zhang Hongwei lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. It was hardly a secret. A simple inquiry would reveal everything. "How about this? Let us collaborate and nurture these 2 tender shoots together. I can transform them into a highly prized variety." "Collaborate with you?" Zhang Hongwei chuckled lightly. "Xiao Wu, I have told you countless times that producing quality orchids is not something that can be achieved without experience from a well-established family. You should focus less on this and devote your efforts to studying horticulture. I've heard you have a talent for diagnosing tree ailments. Perhaps that should be your primary focus. Teacher, how about this? I'll invest my technical expertise, and you can come by to observe during the cultivation process. Investing your expertise? Zhang Hongwei gazed at me in surprise, just as she heard a notification chime from her phone. Unbeknownst to her, an additional 100,000 had appeared in her account. Zhang Wu, what do you mean by this? She stood up, her expression tinged with anger as she looked at me, as if my continuous financial support was an affront to her dignity. What do you mean? You are my partner now. I'm merely providing you with a modest compensation. I chuckled, meeting her gaze. You. Zhang Hongwei bit her lip at a loss for words. She placed her hand on her phone screen, seemingly contemplating returning the money to me, yet ultimately refrained. It was evident that she was in dire need of funds. All right, consider it a loan from me. As she spoke, Zhang Hongwei turned away, beginning to make arrangements, a faint smile of happiness gracing her lips. Xiao Wu, you treat her so well. Just look at her. Yu Miao Miao leaned against me, seeming to empathize with my situation. You don't quite understand, do you? Patience is key in reeling in a big catch. I chuckled softly, playfully patting Yu Miao Miao's rear while also glancing back at Fanyu in the car. Do not bother me tonight. Even Ms. Mi Shui is displeased. As a thought crossed my mind, I glanced at the two women. Who is bothering you? Is it not you who incessantly clings to us? They remarked while playfully pinching me. After escorting Zhang Hongwei back to the dormitory, I also returned the two women to their own quarters. I then drove to the entrance of the room I rent. While nurturing orchids on campus can be quite rewarding, it undeniably presents its own set of challenges, particularly with so many watchful eyes. However, the orchids I am cultivating this time are distinct, as they emphasize vibrant colors. Chapter 37. To collect what is due indeed, my esteemed proprietress, how did you acquire this abode? I began to engage with the owner of this property, intending to procure it outright. However, it comes at a steep price. Despite its dilapidation, the prime location demands no less than 500,000. On the phone, the owner exuded an air of arrogance, almost dismissing my interest as a jest. A mere student, how could I possibly harbor an interest in such a decrepit dwelling, let alone possess the means to purchase it? 500,000. I glanced at my Alipay balance and made a resolute decision. I would buy it. Subsequently, I would enlist a few individuals to undertake a thorough renovation, transforming this space into my orchid cultivation sanctuary. I had brought the tender shoots of vines and a large flowered orchid to my rented quarters. Additionally, I procured a new flower pot, using 300-year-old ginseng soil to nurture one of my golden-edged orchids. I was confident in my ability to cultivate both specimens, yet I understood that experience was paramount. Leaning back in the chair of my rented room, I felt the mutated bamboo snake coil around my arm, moving with a gentle grace. The large flowered orchid had grown considerably, as had the mutated bamboo snake, which now resembled a hefty eel rather than the thin worm it once appeared to be. How much longer until you arrive? Came the voice of teacher Mi Shui over the phone, as if urging me to come at once. Just a moment, but I'll be there soon. And remember to wear the nightgown I ordered for you. I had purchased some alluring sleepwear for her online. Although teacher Mi Shui had hesitated, I was determined to see her in it. I'd rather not wear it. She chuckled on the other end of the line. Well, I have some ropes prepared. I'll simply tie you up and dress you myself. Zhang Wu, you rogue. She laughed, and I found myself grinning in delight. Having a beautiful teacher by my side was undeniably comforting. With one hand, the mutated bamboo snake gently twisted around, while the tender shoots also swirled nearby. Curiously, atop the Songshan mountain, that vine appeared exceptionally long and thick, yet its seeds were merely tiny when young. As it matured, it could extend over 2 meters, wrapping around my arm. Occasionally, its roots would even emerge temporarily from the flower pot, creating an intricate pattern on my skin. The 300 to 400-year-old ginseng soil had a remarkable effect on the 10 fragrance orchid. Within 2 to 3 hours, it would sprout new leaves. However, the seed of the golden-edged orchid had taken 2 hours merely to germinate. I sensed that the nutrients in the ginseng soil were nearly depleted. Very well, I shall replace it with 700 to 800-year-old soil. Without hesitation, I began the replacement process, ensuring that the discarded soil was distributed among the large-flowered orchid and the tender vine shoots. I was determined that no nutrient from the ginseng soil would be wasted. Take good care of them. I gently caressed the head of the mutated bamboo, leaf green, and then the tender bud, before stepping outside. Standing in the courtyard, I surveyed the situation within the rented room, particularly the state of the windowsill. It appeared to be adorned with 3 ordinary potted plants. Indeed, under such circumstances, there should be no cause for concern. There are matters I choose to keep to myself, and I feel confident that no significant issues will arise. After all, who would ever suspect that within my humble abode lies an extraordinary orchid, one that could be valued at hundreds of thousands? Upon entering Ms. Michue's chamber, I made no move, and she immediately threw herself at me. Just as she was about to speak, certain events unfolded uncontrollably. "Dear teacher, I promise to repay you soon," I whispered softly. In the midnight hour, Ms. Michue, gasping for breath, collapsed into my embrace, her face radiant with happiness. I murmured to her, "Am I truly your man now?" She replied with a gentle pinch, a hint of annoyance flickering across her features. "Ah, money is one thing, and feelings are another. We must distinguish between the two." I smiled faintly. "What do you mean? I am yours, and everything I have belongs to you," she retorted, throwing in some cheeky remarks about how I would handle her. Her unwavering demeanor left me momentarily speechless, and I could genuinely feel her affection for me. "You intend to purchase the dilapidated houses surrounding the school?" I began to share my plans with Ms. Michue. Upon hearing about my intention to buy property, she appeared quite astonished, especially regarding those houses near the school. What is so appealing about those places? Renting might be feasible, but buying? It's not like they'll be demolished anytime soon, and it may take years before any redevelopment occurs. You would be at a significant disadvantage. I proceeded to outline my vision to her. "You truly wish to invest effort into orchids?" Ms. Michue's expression of surprise deepened, as if she had not anticipated my resolute commitment to pursuing a career in the orchid business. Xiao Wu, a man must have his ambitions. Yet the orchid industry is fraught with challenges. Families dedicated to this field often face setbacks. I do not wish to deter you, but such endeavors require experience and guidance from insiders. Ms. Michue cautioned against viewing orchids as a career, believing it sufficient to dabble in them without exerting excessive effort. She claimed to be my woman, that everything was mine, yet here she was, reversing roles and guiding me. I feigned annoyance. "She merely cares for you." She shot me a playful glance before tenderly kissing me. "Ah, you." Feeling her intentions, a sense of promise began to blossom within me. I understood that Ms. Michue would not object further to my pursuits in the orchid realm. At this moment, she was entirely devoted to me. Whatever I decided, she would surely abide by. The following day, I seized an opportunity to finalize the purchase agreement with the landlady and arrange for a construction crew to make some modifications to my new property. The walls have been raised, and additional locks have been added to the door, particularly to the main entrance, which now features an extra security door. Nothing else has been done. Moreover, I cannot fathom how, after a night of nurturing, the golden orchid has merely sprouted a few tender shoots, without a single leaf in sight. I pondered whether to use a millennium-old ginseng soil. However, after careful consideration, I decided against it, opting instead for soil aged 700 to 800 years, utilizing the very last remnants of that vintage. After all, being a plant, it cannot flourish instantaneously. It requires gradual cultivation. Once it has developed a few branches and leaves, I will consider employing the ancient ginseng soil and that precious Tianhuang stone. The Tianhuang stone, I retrieved it from my pocket, gazing at it with curiosity. It was even more vibrant and translucent than genuine Tianhuang stone, and not all soft, possessing a firm texture. I am aware that authentic Tianhuang stone has a slight softness. However, upon contact with soil, particularly ginseng soil, it tends to soften rapidly, almost as if it is on the verge of dissolving. This stone must be of superior quality, perhaps several times better. But such a resource should be reserved for critical applications, not for ordinary orchids. Without further contemplation, I began calling Yao Lan at the entrance of my room. While several women are already in my life, Yao Lan is not among them. Typically, our communication is through WeChat, and given that Old Joe has mentioned I possess the means to pursue her, I resolved to settle matters with her first to avoid any prolonged uncertainty. "What is the matter?" Yao Lan inquired, sounding slightly irritated over the phone. Did you dial the wrong number? I feigned ignorance, fully aware that her annoyance stemmed from my recent silence. Dial the wrong number? Nonsense, Yao Lan chuckled on the other end. What is going on? I've heard you've been quite busy lately, surrounded by beautiful women, and even participated in some auction that caused quite a stir. Her words made it clear that she is quite attentive to my affairs. Soon, I'll be heading to the orchid market with Sister Mealy, I replied. Little Wu, are you genuinely interested in this market? She teased. Of course, if I am to care for you and Mealy, I must put in the effort to earn a bit more, I stated. Who said you must be with me? She laughed, inquiring about specific details regarding time and place. Before cheerily ending the call, give me a kiss before you hang up, Yao Lan playfully demanded. Is that really necessary? I responded with an awkward smile. Whether or not to kiss is up to you, Yao Lan said, her tone growing slightly irate. All right, I sighed in exasperation. I love you, my wife. Yao Lan. There are some things that can be said, and others that are truly beyond my ability to perform. Yao Lan continued to insist, but after a few muddled exchanges, I finally ended the call. That mischievous girl. I find myself in a state of helplessness, yet reflecting on the recent phone conversation brings a smile to my face. This young lady certainly knows how to play her cards. I can't help but feel a sense of sentimentality. What more could I possibly desire? Stepping outside the courtyard, I survey the space within and contemplate the possibility of cultivating some orchids with similar traits or varieties. After all, I have some ordinary potting soil on hand, which would be a waste not to utilize. Understanding my intentions, I realize what this trip to the orchid market is truly about. Around 3 in the afternoon, I departed from school. Teacher Mi Shui is my woman, and Zhang Hongwei has acknowledged my contributions to the school, making it rather easy for me to step out on occasion. However, as I sat in the car, I noticed Yao Lan pouting, clearly still upset with me. What's the matter? What did you do to make her unhappy? Fong Mealy, the one driving, cast a cheerful glance my way. My hand gently rested on her lovely thigh. What are you doing? Fong Mealy playfully shifted her leg, but didn't intentionally move away, her face adorned with a joyful expression. I leaned closer to Fong Mealy and whispered about the demands Yao Lan made during our call. What? Kissing over the phone and calling you wife? I never made such requests, did I? Fong Mealy chuckled, causing Yao Lan's face to redden even further. She reached back and pinched me playfully. What are you saying? Her pout deepened. Nothing. As we chatted, I held her delicate hand and admired her appearance. She wore a floral green dress, complemented by a pristine white headband, and on her feet, a pair of speckled cream-colored high heels, showcasing her beauty. Truly stunning, I murmured softly. What did you say? In an instant, Yao Lan shot me a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with affection. The afternoon orchid market differs markedly from the evening one. It is bustling with significantly more people and an abundance of shops, though many still remain closed. I understand that the morning market is the real hub of activity. Old man, what are you doing? Not conducting business? I found myself once again at the elderly man's shop. This time, he seemed preoccupied inside, engaged in conversation with someone. Upon hearing my voice, he hurriedly emerged, flustered. Chapter 38. Slapping Zhao in the face, what's wrong? Noticing the old man's unusual expression, I inquired softly. It's nothing. The old man hesitated momentarily before offering a broad smile, gazing at me and inquiring about my desires. Within the confines of his shop, there stood a girl of approximately 20. While her looks were rather ordinary, she exuded a vibrant aura of youth. At that moment, her expression was one of distress as she furrowed her brows, glancing at something beside her and occasionally casting a look at the old man outside. I gestured to Fong Mealy and Yao Lan, then made my way into the shop, my curiosity piqued to uncover the situation at hand. What are you doing? Almost simultaneously, the two girls grasped my arm. Hey, am I really that uncouth? I replied, somewhat helpless. I understood their concern. They were wary of how I might interact with this girl. The girl in the shop possessed looks that could only be rated at 7 out of 10. Yet my two companions seemed reluctant for me to engage with even her. After exchanging glances with the girl, they reluctantly allowed me entry, seemingly reassured by her presence. Hello. The girl nodded upon seeing me. I returned my gaze to the several pots of orchids before her, all appearing rather sickly. The spotted orchid-esque roots were already decaying. I smiled faintly. The girl, taken aback, looked at me in surprise, perhaps not expecting me to identify the issue so swiftly. "You've been deceived, haven't you?" I chuckled, flashing her a few smiles. I could sense the traces of an artificial enhancement beneath the orchids, where the roots had been artificially adhered to prolong their lifespan. Such tactics are commonplace in the orchid market. "You know this?" The girl was utterly astonished, as I had discerned the issue at a mere glance. However, a thought seemed to cross her mind as she looked towards the old man outside, seemingly suspecting that he had informed me of these circumstances. "Little brother, enough of that. This is my granddaughter. She is a loss this time, having wasted some money." The old man approached promptly, signaling to me as if eager for me to conclude our transaction. "Ah, I can assist you," I suggested. "Assist us?" The old man and the girl exchanged puzzled glances. "Yes, I can encourage potential buyers of your orchids to willingly purchase them." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing my words, the old man burst into laughter. "Little brother, if you've already identified the issues with these orchids, do you think those swindlers would still come back to buy them?" He assumed I was jesting, signaling to me once more. Without trying, "How would you know?" I refrained from elaborating further, observing the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, confident that they would be intrigued. Such spotted orchids should fetch at least 20 to 30,000 each. For three, that amounts to 70 or 80,000. Given such value, who wouldn't he wish to recoup their investment? After a brief exchange of meaningful glances, they regarded me with newfound confidence and nodded in agreement. I began to set my plan into motion. The method of operation was so extraordinary that I chose to distance myself from the two individuals. Completing my task in the corner of the room, I placed a cover over the orchids, rendering their precise condition completely indiscernible. I then signaled to the two, instructing them to take the three orchids outside, accompanied by some advertisements proclaiming them as exquisite spotted orchids, priced at 10,000 each, available for sale after 1 hour. The elderly gentleman and the young lady regarded me with a hint of skepticism. "What if something goes awry?" inquired Yaolon, sensing the risk I was taking. While they doubted my intentions, they were unable to challenge my authority. I chuckled softly, playfully patting her on the bottom. "What was that for?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment due to the presence of others. The proceedings unfolded smoothly, as the spotted orchids were indeed of superior quality. The moment the advertisement was unveiled, it drew a considerable crowd, all perceiving the price as remarkably advantageous. "Do you think there might be an issue?" one questioned. "I've never heard of spotted orchids being so cheap," another remarked, their curiosity piqued. Whispers circulated about the elderly man in the shop, with some threatening repercussions should they be deceived. The old man appeared perturbed, at a loss for words, while the girl cast me a doubtful glance. They were acutely aware of the potential complications if matters spiraled out of control. I offered a slight smile, signaling to Feng Meili and Yaolon. Before long, 30,000 in cash was placed on the table. "If I have deceived you, or if the value seems amiss, this sum will be yours to divide among any three of you," I assured them. This proclamation ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd, with many eagerly preparing for the auction. As time swiftly approached the 1 hour mark, the gathering of onlookers grew increasingly dense. Shortly thereafter, the young lady appeared to spot someone familiar, her face lighting up with excitement. "You," she exclaimed, attempting to rush out, only to be restrained by my grip. "Do you wish to lose your chance at recovering that money?" I admonished firmly. "But she protested, visibly distressed. "Foolish girl, do you truly believe they would admit to anything if you confronted them? Moreover, you must be aware of the tricks that abound in the orchid market." Upon hearing my words, she lowered her gaze in resignation. In the orchid market, various deceptions are prevalent. Once a deal is struck, few dare to contest it. Such individuals are often scorned and ostracized by their peers. To navigate this realm successfully, one must possess true competence rather than resorting to deceitful antics. Time swiftly elapsed, and the cover over the orchids was lifted. The moment it was unveiled, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd as they beheld the three exquisitely beautiful spotted orchids. "E.M. willing, E.M. willing." The atmosphere became somewhat chaotic as nearly everyone brandished their cash, eager to make a purchase. The elderly gentleman and the young girl were somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend how the previously wilted and unsightly spotted orchid had transformed into such a splendid specimen. Nevertheless, They held a deep appreciation for the beauty of the orchid and promptly took measures to safeguard it. With so many individuals present, the situation became quite complicated. I chuckled softly, indicating my uncertainty about which option to choose. I was the first. It should be sold to me. A multitude of people began to jostle for position, each unwilling to yield. The atmosphere grew tense, with some even appearing on the verge of conflict. Meanwhile, several individuals lurking at the back began to feel a surge of interest, pushing their way forward to clear space among the crowd. Aren't these the few orchids I sold to that young girl? What does this mean? Selling for 10,000? How dare they? One man quickly advanced to the forefront of the throng, his expression brimming with excitement. Zhao, look! Upon seeing him, the surrounding crowd visibly recoiled in fear, retreating a considerable distance. It was clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Little sister, I sold you these for over 20,000 this morning, and now you're offering just 10,000? Are you trying to embarrass my brother Zhao? As he spoke, several of his companions closed in around him. The young girl looked at me, her expression one of confusion. I merely winked at her, choosing not to elaborate further. Some matters, I felt, she needed to navigate on her own. If she managed to grasp the situation, she might recover some funds or even turn a profit. If not, it would simply be her misfortune. My orchids are mine to sell as I please. It's none of your concern. Do you wish to buy or not? The girl exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. At this, those around her began to stir with interest. After all, for such a spotted orchid to be offered at merely 10,000 was indeed a lucrative opportunity. However, owing to Zhao's reputation, they hesitated to approach. Yet, it didn't take long for the allure of money to unite them, and they began to move toward Zhao. His subordinates attempted to intervene, but seemed unable to contain the tide. What's this? I'll offer 20,000 and take it, Zhao declared loudly. At this proclamation, the approaching crowd momentarily halted. The girl, caught off guard, cast a grateful glance in my direction. I sensed we were nearing a resolution. After all, when the girl had purchased the orchid, she had heard it valued at around 70 to 80,000. Thus, she would not incur a significant loss. The elderly gentleman beside me began to signal her as well. However, to our surprise, the girl appeared somewhat dissatisfied. 20,000? Surely there are others here willing to bid 30,000, she commented, scanning the spectators. Indeed, for such an orchid, the minimum price should be 35,000. Exactly. 35,000 is still a bargain. A specimen this exquisite could easily fetch 50,000 at an auction. Suddenly, a few individuals found their courage and began to shout their offers, intent on securing the orchid for 30,000. Zhao, the orchid market is not a place for brute force. That's right, Zhao. You may have backing, but so do we. If you cannot meet our price, grant us a chance. A few individuals engaged in conversation boldly positioned themselves in front of Brother Zhao, seemingly unafraid of any repercussions from him. The expression on Brother Zhao's face quivered slightly with indignation. The adage men die for wealth, birds perish for food resonated in the air, as it appeared that the crowd had begun to lose faith in Brother Zhao. Despite his scornful glances, they remained resolute in their stance. I will offer 35,000. Who dares to contest with me? Brother Zhao declared loudly, causing some among the crowd to hesitate. The girl, too, nodded in satisfaction, knowing that 35,000 was indeed a substantial sum. Engaging in a battle against Brother Zhao would likely yield little profit and risk incurring the wrath of such a powerful figure. A transaction not worth pursuing. Brother Zhao, please come forward. Someone promptly retreated, sensing the shift. We were merely joking. Please do not take offense. Others swiftly vanished from sight, and within a minute, all those surrounding the girl had withdrawn. Brother Zhao effortlessly completed the transaction with the girl via his phone, departing with 3 exquisite spotted orchids. Thank you, she exclaimed. And as soon as the other party left, she excitedly leaped into my embrace, her ample bosom gently pressing against me, revealing her exhilaration. I felt a twinge of awkwardness as I glanced at Feng Mili and Yao Lan beside me. The two merely rolled their eyes at me, uttering no further words. The elderly gentleman nearby chuckled softly. Young brother, come here, he beckoned, guiding me toward a small room a short distance away, as if he had something valuable to reveal. Chapter 39, The So-Called Master Old Man, Regarding Zhao, I harbor some concerns. I fear that he may seek retribution against them after the incident. Do I know? Perhaps not. The elder smiled mysteriously. This left me somewhat perplexed. The elder's words began to murmur in my ears. It turns out that Zhao holds a significant position in this orchid market. Typically, he is the one who deceives others, and no one has ever managed to outmaneuver him. Should this matter become public, his reputation would suffer greatly. The orchid market thrives on face and reputation. Thus, he would not voluntarily expose this incident. In fact, he might treat us well, for if we were to speak, he would lose face. The elder chuckled and placed a box before me. Upon opening it, I discovered a meticulously packaged collection of orchid seeds. Young man, he said, I can see your talent and your capabilities in the realm of orchids. These are some of the rare seeds I have gathered throughout my life. Some may prove useless, while others could yield remarkable varieties that are scarcely found in the market, perhaps even non-existent. All of these are yours, he declared. At his words, both Feng Mili and Yao Lan appeared somewhat displeased. After all, they had helped recover considerable losses. Yet the elder had only bestowed upon me these ambiguous seeds. What was this about? I cast a gentle glance at the two women and smiled at the elder. I sensed something significant here. It was merely an instinct, yet I understood that within this box lay some exceptional seeds, perhaps even superior to those two specimens of the golden-edged orchid. As my gaze lingered, the expressions of the two women brightened considerably. This is just a small token of appreciation, the elder indicated, revealing a red envelope containing nearly 10,000. I intended to say something, but the two women had already accepted it with visible delight. I felt a pang of embarrassment as I looked at the elder, sensing a lapse in my ability to manage the women. Young man, you are impressive, charming, graceful, and quite resourceful, the elder praised, giving me a thumbs up in admiration of my abilities. With a resigned smile, I strolled around the market once more before returning with the two women. Xiao Wu, let us consider relocating here, I suggested upon arriving at the dilapidated courtyard, where the two women seemed to take a liking to the place. They explored every nook and cranny, clearly enjoying their surroundings. You can settle here, I remarked to Yao Lan. The young lady should feel at home. I chuckled, though I was slightly apprehensive about the possibility of certain individuals not coming around. Yao Lan playfully glared at me from her bed. With a chuckle, I approached and playfully tapped her on the rear, eyeing the golden-edged orchid and the seeds. The golden-edged orchid had already sprouted a leaf, displaying signs of vigorous growth. The golden edges were remarkably distinct, thick and lustrous. My goodness, such quality is likely to be found only among the Han family. Two women leaned against me from behind, their faces adorned with surprise. Indeed, I sensed that the golden-edged orchids were growing rather slowly. I believed they required further enhancement, and then there were these seeds. I carefully extracted all the seeds, setting aside those that felt promising and separating those that did not. For the viable ones, I infused them with a touch of aged ginseng soil, slightly diluted, allowing them to soak. Orchid seeds, when left for too long, need a modicum of energy replenishment to reveal their true potential. The ordinary seeds, on the other hand, were sown in a flower bed outside in the courtyard. The remnants of a few fine orchids were mixed in, which I believed would yield some effect. Have they plumped up? Xiao Wu inquired. What are your plans? The two women regarded me with curiosity, eager to discern my next steps. For now, let us hold on to them and proceed gradually. It's a small space, and overdoing it wouldn't be wise. With a slight smile, I grasped Yao Lan's delicate hand and subtly gestured to Feng Mili. Perhaps I should stay here. Suddenly, Feng Mili whispered something in my ear, and Yao Lan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. I had no objections, chuckling softly as I leaned back against the headboard, only to be playfully pinched by Yao Lan. Feng Mili left, her laughter lingering in the air, ultimately leaving Yao Lan behind. This beautiful young lady, the daughter of a wealthy family, shyly settled beside me. You smell delightful. I leaned in closer to her ear, inhaling her fragrance while casting a glance at the scenery of her neckline. What are you doing? Yao Lan shyly shot a glance at me. Are you really going to stay? I teased, gently rubbing her arm and softly inquiring. This is your nest. How could I possibly move in? Yao Lan shot me a playful glare. Yes, yes, it must involve some connections. I chuckled as I took action. You. Yao Lan shyly resisted. Yet some matters were easily settled, as we had already developed a deep bond. All right then. The courtyard here needs supervision. Fangmi Li and Yao Lan should be capable of managing it. However, both women have their horticultural commitments and sometimes need to return to school. Thus, I conferred with teacher Mi Shui, who promptly agreed to stay over. With her presence, my courtyard would have at least some semblance of oversight. As the two women departed to move their belongings, I remained in the room, gazing at the 3 orchids. I envisioned making my first fortune with the 2 golden-edged orchids, followed by establishing a small orchid company, enhancing the environment here. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I began making phone calls. Xiao Wu, I'm at the hospital. Is there something you need? Upon inquiring about Zhang Hongwei's situation, I sensed it was not favorable. It seemed she was still at the hospital, dealing with matters concerning her daughter. I contemplated visiting her, for I felt it was my duty to care for the women in my life. Among them is Zhang Hongwei. I possess a unique ability that others lack, and I feel that I might be able to assist her daughter. It could be that Zhang, like Ms. Mi Shui, might come to cherish me. The thought brought a smile to my face. Without much contemplation, I hastened towards the hospital, with Ms. Mi Shui accompanying me. You and TB thinking that I was driving, while Ms. Mi Shui leaned against me, her small hand clasping my right wrist. My partners often find themselves in such a situation. Upon contact, they instinctively grasp my right hand. What? Is it unacceptable? I chuckled at Ms. Mi Shui, aware that she understood my intentions and sensed a desire to get closer to Zhang Hongwei. Responding to my words, Ms. Mi Shui playfully pinched me. You are quite the flirt, even pursuing the department head. Zhang Hongwei rolled her eyes at me lightly. Indeed, just like you, I replied with a smile, giving Ms. Mixue a gentle rub. This prompted her to stir playfully in my embrace for a while. In the crowded hospital, Zhang Hongwei stood at the back of a group of patients with a little girl, her body adorned with numerous tubes. Nearby, several 4 bags were placed on a stand, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Nurse, let us proceed with the examination, Zhang Hongwei said, her eyes sparkling with a hopeful smile as she looked at a female nurse, seemingly wishing for her daughter's tests to be expedited. Ms. Zhang, you have settled some debts with the hospital, but the management has informed us that you still owe a considerable amount. Therefore, it is essential to discuss this with the hospital administration before we can assist you further. Please do not make this difficult for us, the nurse replied, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Hongwei. Indeed, I've heard you are a department head at a university, earning a substantial salary of 70 to 80,000 a month. Yet, now you owe us quite a sum. Is it reasonable to make such demands? Another nurse added, also eyeing Zhang Hongwei with disdain. Ms. Mi Shui, upon witnessing this, could hardly contain her frustration and seemed inclined to speak up. I gently pulled her back, signaling her to support Zhang Hongwei for the time being. Some matters should not be escalated. We should assess the situation first. I made my way to the hospital reception to inquire about the exact amount Zhang Hongwei owed and whether there was any possibility of leniency. That teacher owes around 70 to 80,000. At other hospitals, she would have been dismissed long ago. But I hear she has a good relationship with our hospital director and has even arranged for several ornamental plants in his office. That's why we've been lenient with her. However, it seems that the director recently acquired a tropical plant from elsewhere, and there might be some discord between them. Despite having settled previous debts of over 100,000, it appears she might not receive any further leniency this time. A cheerful nurse at the inpatient department informed me with a smile. Indeed, it seems this time Ms. Zhang is in for some trouble, another nurse chimed in, casting several amused glances my way. A man frequently nourished by the essence of vitality undoubtedly possesses an alluring charm. I exchanged a few playful winks with the 2 female nurses, fully aware of the reasons behind their fondness for my presence. Soon, I inquired about the location of the hospital director's office. I intended to pay a visit. If leniency could be afforded, splendid, but if not, monetary persuasion would suffice. With a sudden thought, I hastened in the appropriate direction. What a farce! Unable to manage a mere plant, yet they dare to call themselves experts. Ridiculous. From a distance, I could hear fervent voices emanating from the director's office. Several middle-aged men were unceremoniously ushered out, their faces flushed with indignation. How absurd! A tropical plant, merely requiring a straightforward maintenance system, yet they fail to succeed. This Director Lee is rather miserly. The disgruntled men departed, muttering curses under their breath. Meanwhile, within the office, a middle-aged man wore a frown, his gaze fixed on a tropical plant nestled in the corner. The plant, vibrant and lush, exuded an air of festivity, resembling the increasingly popular Gigiego plant in our country. However, due to its demanding care requirements, it either ended up as a botanical specimen or necessitated a sophisticated maintenance system for cultivation. Rarely could it thrive under simpler conditions. I knocked gently on the door. "Who are you?" "Our director is currently unavailable. Please leave." A female secretary glanced at me and gestured dismissively, attempting to close the door. "I am a horticulturist. I can offer my assistance to your director for free in tending to this plant," I interjected. The mention of horticulturist and free immediately caught the attention of the middle-aged man, who sprang to his feet with a faint smile illuminating his face. Chapter 40. Artificial Kidney Supplementation. Xiaolan. "Please allow this master to come in." The middle-aged man chuckled, giving me a nod and offering me a cigarette. However, upon noticing my youthfulness, a look of skepticism crossed his face, as if doubting my capabilities. "Young brother, are you the horticulturist from there?" The middle-aged man inquired with a laugh. "Oh, I am from a horticultural program at the Municipal Health School." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately stood up. Yet, when he realized I was from the local horticultural program, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his expression. "Oh, that school renowned for producing horticultural masters. Tell me, is it true that you offer free treatment for this plant?" He looked at me, still smiling. "Indeed, it is true, but there is one condition." "Condition?" "Yes." The middle-aged man's expression darkened slightly. After all, the treatment had been free until now, and the introduction of a condition unsettled him. "I merely request that when Zhang Hongwei's daughter receives treatment here, she can enjoy a 50% discount." "A 50% discount?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "You must not be aware of how much that young lady has already spent here, right? In total, it has cost her over 700,000, of which she has repaid over 500,000, leaving 18,000 remaining." The middle-aged man was clearly taken aback by my precise knowledge. All right. If you can manage this, I will grant her that convenience." He gestured toward me, visibly irritated, and sat down with a huff, as though my revelation had stung his pride. "If things do not go well, she can forget about receiving treatment here in the future. She must repay every last cent, down to the last penny." He muttered to himself, contemplating something. I remained unperturbed and approached the plant, examining it closely from top to bottom. I also glanced at the female secretary, who had been stealing glances at me since I entered, clearly entranced by my charm. "Beautiful lady, may I inquire about something?" I smiled gently, gesturing towards her. "What is it?" the secretary replied, beaming as she stood before me. I leaned in closer to her ear, asking about the issues the plant had faced and the number of treatments it had undergone. Additionally, I took a moment to savor the fragrant aroma she exuded. The scent of women in the office is often intoxicating, vibrant, and delightful. "Such a rascal," the secretary playfully shot me a glance. "Xiaolan," the middle-aged man interjected loudly, unable to bear it any longer. The secretary, now blushing, retreated behind the middle-aged man. I chuckled and continued my examination. The maintenance system of the plant was indeed straightforward. Aside from a special spray device, it required a heat lamp and regular injections of certain nutrients essential for tropical plants. All of these were beneficial. However, I had thoroughly experienced the maintenance methods and processes and found them to be without issue. Yet I could sense a certain oppressive feeling within the plants. Some parts of their bodies had even begun to decay. The scissors. Feeling something amiss, I gestured to the female secretary, who promptly handed me a pair of medical scissors. Without hesitation, I severed the rotting sections from the plant. Then, I pierced the healthier parts with the scissors, as though engaged in an act of destruction. "Hey!" The middle-aged man jumped up, his gaze fixed on me with intensity. I cast the scissors aside, placing my right hand upon the plant, channeling my breath to rejuvenate its vitality. I observed the excess, undigested nutrients dripping away, which was truly remarkable. As the surplus nutrients departed, particularly following the nurturing of my breath, the once wilted branches and leaves of the plant began to regain their vigor. Overall, the plant seemed to exude a newfound energy. The middle-aged man, initially intent on rebuking me, found himself speechless in light of this transformation. Master, smoke. A few minutes later, the plant was completely revitalized. The middle-aged man, now beaming, took the initiative to light a cigarette for me, his face radiant with joy. I immediately contacted my subordinates, instructing them to expedite matters and to waive half of the medical expenses moving forward. Wait. I took out my phone and signaled to the middle-aged man. I'll give you 100,000 and have your hospital's finance department waive half of Teacher Zhang's past medical fees. Ah, 100,000 for me? The middle-aged man chuckled. What, you don't want it? I fixed him with a piercing gaze. Ido. It's just. His expression was one of embarrassment. Both of us benefit. Why would I say otherwise? I understood what he feared. After all, accepting the money could lead to complications if it were to come to light. Ah, brother. Just like that. In an instant, the middle-aged man became animated and began to make arrangements. I cast several glances at the female secretary, particularly noting her ample figure. As he organized the details, she approached me, taking the liberty to touch me, seizing the moment. After indulging in a few fleeting touches, I felt a pang of reluctance and stepped outside. The secretary seemed to yearn for me to linger a while longer. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be able to heal such a tropical plant. We soon arrived at the laboratory. At that moment, the middle-aged hospital director was directly following us. The matters regarding Zhang Hongwei and her daughter progressed smoothly, with what typically would take a day completed in under an hour. Additionally, the news of the medical fees being halved had left Zhang Hongwei at a loss for words, her gaze filled with gratitude directed towards me. I, in turn, observed her petite daughter, frail and weak, struggling to keep her eyes open. In a soft whisper, the little girl expressed her gratitude, addressing me as Big Brother, and mentioned that her mother had spoken highly of my assistance. Shortly after exchanging a few words, she began to breathe heavily, as if further conversation would prove overwhelming. The middle-aged hospital director soon departed, leaving only Ms. Shui and me in the ward. Due to the director's explicit instructions, the staff in the inpatient department paid extra attention to this young girl. The bedding was changed, and all necessary equipment was promptly brought in. I placed my hand gently on the girl's arm, silently attuning to her condition. Her blood flowed sluggishly, and her heart beat slowly. Additionally, there was a persistent accumulation of murky fluid around her kidneys, contaminating her entire system and tainting the fresh blood her heart struggled to produce. I decided to channel my energy throughout her body, and in that moment, I was able to eliminate much of the filth. It was evident as she expelled a considerable amount of perspiration, tinged with darkness. However, it was not long before that slow and tainted fluid began to reaccumulate within her. Zhang Hongwei observed in astonishment, her daughter's complexion improving significantly with just a grasp of my hand, despite the abundance of impurities. She had not expected my capabilities to be so profound. What should be done? I understood that the root of the problem lay in the girl's kidneys. Teacher, what exactly is wrong with the little girl's kidneys? I inquired, looking at Zhang Hongwei. One kidney was severely weakened, nearly incapable of functioning, while the other could not adequately filter toxins, leading to an accumulation of poisonous substances over time. I see, I responded, feeling the truth of her condition resonate within me. The compromised kidney could simply be removed, but the weakened one seemed salvageable. A thought crossed my mind, and I allowed a faint smile to surface. Teacher, would traditional Chinese medicine be effective for kidney replenishment? I asked Zhang Hongwei. Replenishing what? Such remedies are generally suitable for individuals with a sound constitution. In my daughter's condition, even a small dose could be fatal, she replied, her words ringing true. It is essential that any restorative measures be tailored to the individual's health. Otherwise, they could exacerbate the situation, hastening deterioration. As for kidney replenishment, I was aware of certain potent remedies, particularly herbal solutions. The thought of the ancient ginseng on Songshan Mountain crossed my mind. I realized that my words could temporarily improve her condition, leveraging the powers of those aged ginseng roots. Resolute in my conviction, I nodded firmly, believing I could indeed assist this little girl. Without delay, I requested leave from Gaolanlan, simply stating that I had urgent matters to attend to. Carrying the equipment, accompanied by teacher Mi Shui, we hurriedly made our way to the Pinjiashan mountain. Our arrival was swift, as was our departure. I did not procure a single ancient ginseng from Pinjiashan, but rather gathered numerous ginseng roots, which I obtained through much pleading. I firmly believe that these millennia-old ginseng roots can undoubtedly aid this young girl. Several days later, I found myself in the hospital, beginning the process of nurturing her back to health. I commenced with the artificial replenishment of her kidneys. For individuals in poor health, kidney replenishment is not advisable. Thus, I utilized my right hand as spiritual energy to support her frail body, while simultaneously infusing the vitality of the ancient ginseng into her system. Chapter 41. The overbearing beauty surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The atmosphere was electric. Within the room lay 3 ginseng roots, their size comparable to that of ordinary wild mountain ginseng. Yet, it was the fragrant aroma of the ginseng that captivated everyone. Individuals on the entire floor, even those on adjacent levels, were drawn to its enticing scent. Each person who inhaled its essence felt a jolt of vitality. I placed 2 of the ginseng roots into a plastic container, leaving one outside, exposed. Zhang Hongwei and Ms. Mi Shui watched with palpable tension. The notion of using wild ginseng to invigorate the kidneys had initially met their skepticism. However, the potent aroma seemed to instill a newfound confidence in them. The little girl, upon inhaling the ginseng fragrance, appeared rejuvenated, her vitality visibly restored. The key was my right hand's nurturing touch, ensuring her bodily functions remained in peak condition. I sliced a small piece of ginseng and placed it in the girl's mouth. Following the guidance of the ginseng king, I inserted silver needles into several points on her body, attaching the ginseng piece to these needles, thereby nourishing her. In no time, the girl's complexion blossomed with a rosy hue, and her breathing deepened, her body almost lifting from the bed. I drew in excess energy from her, absorbing it through my right hand, only to release it back into her when the energy diminished. This delicate balance prevented her yang energy from becoming excessively potent, thus maintaining her bodily harmony. Minutes turned into a span of time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, as I continuously replaced the ginseng slices. The hospital room was crowded with people, from morning till afternoon, their gazes fixated on the ginseng slices in my hand, each yearning to possess even the remnants of what I had used, fully aware of the extraordinary restorative properties they held. By the end of the day, I felt utterly drained, as if my right hand had lost all vitality necessary to assist the girl further. At one point, I had absorbed some of the ginseng's yang energy to replenish myself, allowing my hand to regain some strength. However, my entire body felt warm, yet strangely discomfort, leaving me at a loss for words, such as the potent effect of wild ginseng. Having utilized only 2 of the 3 ginseng slices, I refrained from using the last one, for my own energy was nearly depleted, and further use could lead to an overabundance of yang energy in the girl's body, potentially causing complications. After nearly half an hour of revitalizing her kidneys, the girl's condition finally began to stabilize. Leaning against the hospital bed, I could sense the improvement in her left kidney. It had indeed strengthened considerably. Not yet functioning like that of a healthy person, it approached nearly half of normal capacity, even managing to process some bodily toxins. Thank you, Xiao Wu. At this moment, Zhang Hongwei leaned beside the hospital bed, gently wiping the sweat from her daughter's forehead, casting a grateful glance in my direction. Teacher, my assistance must mean a great deal to you, she remarked, to which I responded with a subtle smile. Oh, you, she playfully chided me, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, momentarily at a loss for words. Big brother, thank you, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she sensed a genuine improvement in her health. It's nothing, as long as you are feeling better, I replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Young brother, quite impressive. About half an hour later, I arranged for the hospital doctor to conduct a thorough examination of the little girl. At that moment, the attending physician regarded me with an expression of astonishment, firmly shaking my hand. The left kidney has significantly improved. Previously, she required dialysis once a week. With proper care, she may only need dialysis every few months from now on. I estimate she could be discharged in another 2 weeks, the physician remarked, his admiration evident. What? Zhang Hongwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she absorbed the doctor's words. Indeed, with proper recovery and the removal of the necrotic right kidney, she may require dialysis only a few times a year, and the process will be much less painful, the attending physician confirmed, nodding vigorously, his gaze filled with respect for me. You know, in my many years of practice, I have never seen anyone successfully use old mountain ginseng to restore kidney function. I've heard you possess some ginseng whiskers. The physician chuckled, seemingly wishing to request something from me. Oh, I intend to reserve that for the little sister. Having already improved by half, a little more nourishment should ensure her complete recovery, I responded, envisioning a future where she could seamlessly reintegrate into a normal life, perhaps even alongside me. A smile crept across my face as I contemplated this. Upon hearing my words, the little girl suddenly looked rather embarrassed. Young brother, Teacher Zhang, could you come here for a moment? The attending physician gestured. Uncertain of his intentions, I moved to follow. But Zhang Hongwei swiftly blocked my path, casting a fierce glare at the physician. That remaining ginseng whisker belongs to my daughter. No one else is to take it. I will ensure Xiao Wu feels completely deserving of it, she declared, her cheeks flushing. Deserving? I paused, a realization dawning upon me that elicited a smile. Meanwhile, Teacher Mi Shui shot me a resigned glance, seemingly disapproving of my audacity, even daring to involve the department head. How could that be inappropriate? After investing so much effort, I certainly deserve some form of recompense. This kind of reward is what I cherish, I mused, my smile widening with delight. With Zhang Hongwei's words in mind, I could not possibly accompany the attending physician outside. Consequently, he left, looking rather dejected. However, as I was about to leave, he cast a few lingering glances in my direction, as if there were matters he still intended to pursue. Xiao Wu, I suspect he may have further requests of you, Zhang Hongwei remarked, extending her hand slightly, seemingly in search of something. Teacher, what do you mean? I pondered, recalling the ginseng roots. Rest assured, they are certainly meant for the little sister, I replied with a smile, gently patting the young girl's forehead. She appeared increasingly radiant, her spirits lifting. Give it to me, Zhang Hongwei insisted, her demeanor resolute, as if refusing her was out of the question. Teacher, do not worry. What is yours is rightfully yours. You must trust my words. I continue to chuckle. Yet, Zhang Hongwei remained steadfast, her hand persistently reaching out towards me, demanding the ginseng roots. Very well, I conceded reluctantly, surrendering the remaining ginseng to her. Only then did she smile contentedly, and, after a moment of realization, she leaned in and kissed my cheek. Thank you, she said shyly. Her cheeks flushed after the kiss. This moment filled me with immense joy. The little sister gazed at us with a silly expression, while Teacher Mi Shui pinched me playfully, her eyes filled with mock reproach. Teacher, it was merely a kiss on the cheek. Why are you so jealous? I laughed heartily, accompanying the mother and daughter as they returned home. Yet, my thoughts lingered on matters concerning my own garden. It had been several days, and I was curious about the state of the orchids. Furthermore, the auction at the end of the month was imminent, a significant event for the orchid market in Nanjing City. I needed to prepare myself accordingly. You are Zhang Wu, I mused, as I rode in Teacher Mi Shui's small vehicle, making my way home. My clothes were drenched in sweat. I had been preoccupied with Zhang Hongwei's affairs for days. It had been ages since I last bathed, and I looked forward to returning home to check on the orchids and cleanse myself. Just as the car reached the school gate, a modern-looking girl halted me in my tracks. Xiao Wu, she called out. Teacher Mi Shui was half furious, suspecting I had attracted yet another girl. Teacher, I protested, glancing at the stunning beauty before me, clad entirely in denim. Her tall figure was striking. She must have been around 7 meters tall, and her high boots accentuated her model-like appearance. Zhang Wu, I am Huang Lanlan. I have something to discuss with you. Here is my business card, along with $10,000. With a crisp sound, she placed a business card and a bundle of cash into my hands, concluding with a phone, indicating she would reach out to me later. Without a backward glance, she walked away. I was taken aback, bewildered by the encounter, yet I couldn't help but admire the woman's audacity. I decided to keep the money for the time being and cast a glance at Teacher Mi Shui. See, she is merely an admirer, I chuckled. Given the situation, Teacher Mi Shui merely shot me a knowing look, seemingly aware that she had nothing to regret. Once more, I cast a glance at Huang Lan, an individual who struck me as peculiar, as if our destinies were intertwined in unexpected ways. Observing her commendable figure, I couldn't help but fantasize about the possibilities of our encounters. What was I thinking? Teacher Mi Shui shot me a disapproving look. Nothing. She's quite beautiful, I chuckled. But the moment I laughed, a sharp pain surged through my right hand. With a resigned shake of my head, I escorted Teacher Mi Shui back. Upon returning to my courtyard, I was greeted by Feng Meili and Yao Lan, who were diligently tending to some orchids in the flower bed. I hurried into the room, primarily drawn to the two exquisite golden-edged orchids. With their 3 petals and flawless golden edges, I beamed with delight. Xiao Wu, if we use some 1,000-year ginseng soil, we could potentially cultivate 5 or even 6 petals. If all goes well with the golden edges, they could rival the top 10 golden-edged orchids of the Han family. Perhaps even secure a place among the 5 most esteemed. If that happens, our entry in this auction could truly steal the spotlight. Feng Meili appeared equally exhilarated, yet she seemed miffed that I had entered without acknowledging her, pinching me playfully. Well, I noticed that there are a good dozen orchids in the flower bed that could be sold, although they might only fetch a few thousand each, I mused. Let us consult that old man and see about moving those to market. Furthermore, I contemplated the large petal orchids and the tender sprout, deliberating on which one to present. Given the significance of this auction, merely 2 decent golden-edged orchids felt insufficient. Surely, there must be some remarkable orchids worthy of display. What could they be? I pondered the remaining 2 orchids, my thoughts swirling. Chapter 42. Manipulation without much contemplation. My gaze fell upon the large-flowered orchid. After all, this particular specimen was predictable, while the other one remained an enigma in terms of its potential growth and capabilities. What? Are you unwilling? The mutated bamboo viper within the large-flowered orchid swiftly slithered into my grasp, seemingly attuned to my thoughts, nuzzling its head against my arm, exuding an air of pitiable vulnerability. You are an exquisite orchid poison. With proper nurturing, affluent families will surely tend to your needs. I gently stroked its small head. Yet, it persisted in shaking its serpent-like head vigorously. Do you not desire to grow? I chuckled, observing it. Its gaze, however, was fixed upon a spot on my waist. Huh! Little one, you aspire to attain that, do you? I brushed my fingers against my waist, retrieving a small piece resembling Tianhuang stone. I was uncertain of its true name, but I surmised that the venomous creature's fondness for it indicated its special significance. Very well, I shall grant you a portion, but you must obediently auction it off later. Upon hearing my words, the viper nodded in resignation before retreating back into the foliage of the large-flowered orchid, seemingly devoid of further objections. Truly, a creature that forgets loyalty in the face of wealth. I chuckled softly, turning my attention to the golden-edged orchid and the large-flowered orchid. I cultivated them with a blend of Millennium ginseng soil and a hint of Tianhuang stone powder. These viscous substances dissolved seamlessly into the ancient soil, merging without a trace, leaving no indication of their effects. Without lingering, I entered the room to indulge in a long-awaited bath, washing away the fatigue accumulated from the past few days. The evening promised a rendezvous. After bathing, the 2 women nestled beside me, their gazes filled with tender affection. It was evident they yearned for a moment of intimacy. However, I raised my phone and recounted the events I encountered upon my return. Upon hearing this, their expressions soured slightly. There is plenty of time tonight. No need to fret. I playfully squeezed the 2 women's hips while casting my eyes upon the 3 orchids in the room, along with the diminutive tender leaf that had begun to sprout. Resembling a fragile blade of grass, it appeared exceedingly small, yet I understood in my heart that it was the most valuable of the 4 plants. As for the matters concerning the 2 women, there would be ample time that evening. How about at 6:30, outside the little restaurant across from your school? I inquired, just as I finished teasing Feng Meili and Yao Lan, The call from Huang Lanlan interrupted me. Sure. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced, making an effort to conceal my excitement from Feng Meili and the others, fearing they might probe me further. Yet, my heart brimmed with joy at the thought of soon encountering a stunning beauty. Looking around the courtyard, I ought to sell some of those ordinary orchids while I have the chance. I will return shortly. I smiled faintly at the two women before eagerly stepping out, leaving them with an air of curiosity lingering in their expressions. Upon first glance, one might sense a hint of skepticism about my fidelity, yet they are all my women, and certain matters seem to escape their attention. Indeed, they are my beloved wives. Observing the reluctant expressions of the two women brought me immense joy. I soon arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, where Huang Lanlan awaited, clad in her signature denim attire, exuding a cool demeanor as she gazed at me. Miss Huang, what brings you here? You arrive bearing gifts, I remarked with a chuckle, gesturing for her to enter a private booth within the establishment. My gaze frequently wandered to her. A woman with such a splendid figure is undeniably captivating. We ordered some light dishes and a few drinks. I've heard about your endeavors at the hospital. Your video on using wild ginseng for kidney enhancement has made its way online. The attending physician, a protégé of our family doctor, highly endorses your method. We watched those videos and found them impressive, prompting me to seek your assistance, she explained. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness washed over me. I reached into my pocket and pushed forward a sum of $10,000. The ginseng is no longer available. I cannot assist you. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind intentions. Miss Huang, if there are other matters where I can be of help, I would be inclined to oblige. After all, with a beauty like you, I would welcome any opportunity for engagement. Rest assured, if you require quality wild ginseng, we certainly have it at home. Your presence is all that is needed, she replied, seemingly understanding the situation. She placed 20,000 euros on the table. My goodness, with $10,000 and 20,000 euros, that amounts to a considerable sum. Without a second thought, I took the money and followed her. As I began to voice my thoughts, Huang Lanlan raised her hand to silence me, indicating that her family would undoubtedly procure the wild ginseng I sought. My task was simply to visit. What a formidable presence! I questioned how such wild ginseng could be easily found on the peaks of Baijiashan. Yet, as I glimpsed the luxurious vehicle outside, my doubts diminished significantly. It was a limited edition Lamborghini, with fewer than 100 units issued worldwide. Such possession denotes status and prestige. A family of such caliber should indeed be able to acquire some suitable wild ginseng. Uncle Chun, I have come to select the ginseng, Huang Lanlan declared as she led me to the doorstep of a residence situated on the outskirts of the city. The house appeared unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features. Inside, a middle-aged man greeted Huang Lanlan with utmost respect, hastily ushering us inside and promptly opening a storage room in the basement. He revealed a collection of wild ginseng specimens, neatly arranged in rows, filling the room with the distinct aroma of ginseng. Rest assured, miss, when it comes to wild ginseng, I possess the largest and finest collection in Nanjing, and it ranks among the best in the province. Mr. Huang has given me specific instructions. Take as many as you wish, the middle-aged man said with a smile, his curiosity piqued as he observed me, unsure of my identity. He is the expert here for evaluating ginseng, Zhang Wu. Huang Lanlan gestured slightly. He is indeed an expert. The middle-aged man cast a puzzled glance in my direction, seemingly taken aback by my youthfulness. Huang Lanlan signaled to me, and I began to examine each box one by one. I did not open them. I merely felt their presence, resting my hand upon them for a moment. 600 years, 500 years, Korean ginseng, Huangshan old ginseng. As I walked along, I recited various names. Initially, the middle-aged man's gaze was skeptical, yet as I disclosed the diverse information, astonishment enveloped his expression. Although I correctly identified several varieties, it was evident that he himself lacked clarity. Thus, he opened one of the boxes, wishing to scrutinize its contents closely. After a brief glance inside, he reflected upon my words, his surprise palpable, and he regarded me with newfound certainty. Miss Huang has indeed summoned a remarkable talent. He nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. Huang Lanlan, equally astonished, looked at me with disbelief, as if she had not anticipated my capabilities in discerning the quality of items from such a distance. After perusing the collection, I came to a halt. At times, I could discern the presence of exceptional items simply by sensing them with my body. "Old sir, please unveil the treasure trove within that mural." I indicated toward a wall painting. The middle-aged man recoiled several steps, his face reflecting sheer terror. "Young man, what are you saying? This is merely a mural." He chuckled nervously. "Old sir, do open it. Within lies the finest wild ginseng you possess. If there are any worthy specimens, let us utilize those," I added casually. The middle-aged man regarded me as if I were a creature of myth. He was astonished that I could perceive the value of items here. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, he approached to unveil the mural. However, before we entered, he placed himself in front of me. "Young man, there are matters we must discuss. The wild mountain ginseng here is truly exquisite. Once exposed, much of its essence will dissipate. Ordinary wild mountain ginseng possesses little essence, while better specimens, though they do have some, are not particularly precious. Yet, what I have here is the finest essence, sometimes capable of saving a life," the middle-aged man remarked with a smile, glancing between me and Huang Lanlan. "What essence?" "We cannot even gaze upon it," Huang Lanlan exclaimed, her excitement rising as she appeared eager to rush inside, seemingly oblivious to the concept of essence. I instinctively grasped her delicate hand to restrain her. "What are you doing?" Huang Lanlan turned to scold me, her status as a young lady evident. How could I dare to touch the hand of a young lady so casually? Yet, upon feeling something, her complexion flushed. The subtle energy from my right hand had begun to influence her being. I surmised that women, particularly young ones, seemed unable to withstand such an impact. "Please, don't be this way," Huang Lanlan murmured, lowering her head as she cast a gentle glare in my direction. It appears that she is struggling to bear the sensations coursing through her body. Her complexion flushed with a peculiar rosy hue. Quite tender indeed. I understand that such a reaction indicates her body retains a certain purity. "Miss Huang, the elder gentleman speaks truthfully. The essence of ginseng can invigorate the spirit and even save a life, and thus should not be treated lightly." As I spoke, I reached into my pocket and produced some remnants of ginseng I had previously used on a young girl, placing it into the hands of this middle-aged man, wishing to demonstrate my capabilities and alleviate his constant astonishment. With a touch and a sniff, he examined it closely, his gaze filled with disbelief. "This is remarkably fresh wild ginseng, over 1,500 years old, cultivated in the most pristine mountainous regions." The middle-aged man nearly stumbled backward, incredulous that such a phenomenon could exist. How could this be, and so fresh? Perhaps a few esteemed families might possess a specimen or two, passed down through centuries. But nothing could rival the freshness of this, as if freshly unearthed. He continued to regard me with skepticism. Miss Huang, observing his reaction, was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment reflecting an elevated perception of my abilities. Simultaneously, she felt her cheeks flush anew, unable to suppress the warmth. It was quite amusing to watch her expression. My heart brimmed with joy. "Very well, since you can present such ginseng, you undoubtedly deserve to see my collection," the middle-aged man declared, without hesitation, as he began to unlock several safes within the room, seemingly relinquishing any reservations he previously held. Each contained an ancient ginseng root, some from the northeast, others from highland regions, as well as local varieties from the Songshan area. Most were over 1,000 years old, yet their quality and age paled in comparison to mine, falling short by several magnitudes. They could only provide a mere fraction of the benefits. I glanced at Miss Huang, my expression betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. "A mere fraction?" she retorted, her irritation directed at the middle-aged man. "Indeed, if one were to use ginseng of such a grade to replenish the kidneys, even if we employed all the millennium-old ginseng I possess, it would only yield 1 to 2% of the efficacy of this wild ginseng." Embarrassed, he lowered his gaze, his earlier arrogance dissipating, replaced by a sense of remorse. "Regardless, let us proceed with the trial," Miss Huang suggested, her eyes fixed on him. "Uncle Zhuang, you have already spoken grandly to my father. Now it is up to you to follow through. With a pointed glare at the middle-aged man, she led me out. Her gaze towards me seemed to shift. What had once been cold now bore an unusual warmth, as if our connection had deepened. I could sense the essence within her, resonating with mine. Though it is not much, the proximity allows me to exert control effortlessly. With just a gentle touch on several parts of her body, her complexion blossomed with a rosy hue. Her gaze, in response to mine, became increasingly evasive. Maintaining a stern expression is hardly beneficial. A smile brings about a much more pleasant atmosphere. A delightful thought crossed my mind, and I found myself smiling with genuine joy. Chapter 43. The Beautiful Illness, My Dear. How are you? Upon entering the vehicle, I carried a few wild ginseng plants and made my way to Huang Lanlin's residence. Feng Mili and Yao Lan were both calling me in succession. Deliberately, I activated the speakerphone. The moment she heard the voices, Huang Lanlin's expression soured slightly, hinting at either annoyance or jealousy. Everything is fine. I'm held in esteem there. How is the auction progressing? I chuckled. We have already registered, and most of the preparations are nearly complete. We just await your presence. Very well. I shall certainly attend. You must ensure I am adorned beautifully. I require some dignity. Of course, understood. The phone was filled with cheerful voices. While I was still speaking, Huang Lanlan looked at me in astonishment, having discerned that there were two female voices emanating from my phone. What's wrong? Is it not permissible? I chuckled lightly. Who says it isn't? It's just that some individuals, straddling multiple boats, may ultimately find themselves capsized. Huang Lanlan shot me a glare. Indeed, however, it seems Miss Huang is rather overly concerned about my affairs. You. At this, Huang Lanlin's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. She glared at me fiercely, muttering under her breath, "Who cares about you?" Approximately 10 minutes later, we arrived at a villa. I never anticipated encountering such a grand estate in the prime area of Nanjing City. How much could this possibly cost? I speculated it must be worth at least 1 or 200 million. The vehicle swiftly entered the driveway, leading directly to the entrance of the villa's living room. Several servants and a steward were already waiting there. As I approached, Huang Lanlan guided me inside, where the servants greeted us with utmost respect. Upon entering the living room, I was taken aback to find a considerable number of guests present. Some were watching my video on kidney supplementation for young girls, while others whispered amongst themselves. Impossible. Issues that modern medical technology cannot resolve are not solvable by traditional Chinese medicine. Indeed, this seems like mere promotion. This young man is quite adept. If you favor him, have him join our company's marketing department. He need not even practice as a physician. Among them were two elegantly dressed men who muttered discontentedly, as if my actions in the video had somehow obstructed their interests. Their demeanor shifted to one of hostility upon noticing Huang Lanlan and me, particularly towards me. The entire room's attention diverted toward me. Goodness, there are so many beautiful women. I was somewhat taken aback, and just a glance made it clear to me that many of these stunning mature ladies were likely associated with the man seated at the head of the table, as they were nearly all gathered around him. Father, I've brought him, but Huang Lanlan leaned in and whispered something to the man regarding the wild ginseng. What? His ginseng is inadequate? Upon hearing something, the man furrowed his brow and scrutinized me closely. Young man, come here, he beckoned. There was an aura of authority about him that made me feel somewhat overwhelmed, as if I were compelled to bow before him. Hello, Mr. Huang. I promptly approached and gave a slight nod. At that moment, nearly a dozen pairs of eyes in the living room were fixated upon me. Youth, judging by the footage in your video, you seem quite adept at practicing medicine. Moreover, I have heard that the wild ginseng you produce has a particularly fragrant essence. Within the 3-story hospital, the aroma of ginseng is pervasive. Some patients who were supposed to stay for several days found themselves discharged within a day due to this enticing scent. And even those troubled in spirit managed to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep without medication. I suspect all of this is mere exaggeration, remarked one man who had been murmuring earlier, now standing before me with an outstretched hand. What do you mean? I replied, somewhat perplexed. Let's have a look, shall we? Is it truly as fragrant as you claim? If not, I shall deem you a charlatan attempting to swindle the Huang family. perhaps even hoping to take advantage of our Miss Huang's beauty. It is well known that Huang Mimi is one of the three most beautiful women in Nanjing City. Had she not been poisoned, she would undoubtedly be the most remarkable woman in the region at this very moment. With that, he shot me another piercing glance. Why should I heed your words? Do you have the right to assess such a thing? Your vitality seems depleted. After all, you indulged 5 or 6 times last night. Are you merely seeking an opportunity to indulge your own desires? I chuckled derisively. You actually know. The young man's face turned crimson. His fists clenched tightly, as if he were about to throw a punch. However, surrounded by people who seemed to hold him in regard, he ultimately shot me a fierce glare instead. Ha ha, splendid. The man seated at the head of the table observed the exchange with amusement. Huang Kuan, enough. Some matters are for us to decide. It is not your place. Upon hearing this, the young man reluctantly lowered his head and obediently stepped aside. My apologies, young sir. My nephew can be rather brash. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Nevertheless, he raises a valid point. My eldest daughter's situation is peculiar, and we all witness your method of kidney replenishment. If you were to administer the same treatment to my daughter, it could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, we must ascertain the facts, said the man, giving me a slight nod. Ascertain the facts, I replied with a chuckle, choosing to remain silent. Some matters were quite clear. Whatever tasks I undertook would require some form of compensation. I believe my silence conveyed this understanding. The man soon nodded in agreement and signaled to a steward, who presented me with $10,000. How generous, I thought with delight, reaching into my pocket to extract a plastic bottle, placing the remnants of ginseng left over from the young girl on the nearby table. In an instant, everyone gathered around. However, after only a few steps, everyone's expressions turned blank. In just a matter of seconds, the entire room was filled with the aroma of ginseng. More crucially, the atmosphere seemed to tremble with an almost palpable energy. The remnants of ginseng were clearly remnants, mere dregs of what had been extracted, and were no larger than a fingernail. In a fleeting moment, I preserved this small amount of ginseng residue. At that, the gazes directed at me from the others became increasingly convinced. Huang Kuan, along with a man who resembled his father, fixed me with a look of deep resentment. Very well, young sir, please proceed inside. The man at the head of the table gestured, seemingly having placed his trust in me. Chairman 1. There are a few things I must clarify, I replied. I can enter, but I cannot act recklessly without addressing certain questions. Speak, the man urged directly. It's simple. The wild ginseng you provided is merely ordinary. Therefore, this time I understand. As long as it proves effective, I guarantee that within 3 days, I will procure the wild ginseng you require. The man gestured once more, indicating that he would not make things too difficult for me. Very well. With a chuckle, I stepped inside. Huang Lanlan and several beautiful maids followed closely behind. The maids regarded me with cheerful smiles, seemingly intrigued by my presence. Beautiful ladies, how long have you been working here? I inquired playfully, admiring the delightful figures of the maids, who appeared to be around 18 or 19, at most 20, radiating beauty. Some had particularly exquisite physiques. What work? We are merely servants here, and it is a lifelong commitment, one of them replied with a bright smile. Glancing at Huang Lanlan before leaning closer to whisper in my ear, Young sir, have you perhaps bullied our second young lady? How so? I chuckled. Usually, the second young lady has a rather cold demeanor, but for some reason, when you arrived, a faint blush appeared on her face. Just now, she seemed quite concerned about your affairs, always watching you. I'm a primera charming man, I remarked, taking another careful look at the maids. Living in such a grand household certainly had its perks. Since my arrival, I had encountered several stunning noble women and more than 20 beautiful maids. Wow, and you say it's a lifelong commitment? I thought, laughing with delight. Living in such an environment felt like an earthly paradise. Hold on a moment. Just before entering a room, Huang Lanlan stood before me, her expression somewhat grim, as if she had something to say. Beautiful lady, what is it? I asked with a grin, subtly manipulating the energy within her, quickening her breath and heartbeat, causing certain reactions throughout her body. You have also heard that my sister is one of the three great beauties of Nanjiang City. If you were to do anything to her or gaze upon something you ought not to, I would show you no mercy." Upon finishing her words, Huang Lanlan blushed deeply. Unable to meet my gaze, she dared not utter another word. Her small hand pressed against her chest as she fled into a nearby room. "Young master, you are truly remarkable. The second miss has had many suitors, yet none have evoked such a reaction. Indeed, young master, it seems the second miss may already hold feelings for you." With just a glance, she has become so flustered. The maids giggled, accompanying me as I entered. "Indeed, who am I?" I proclaimed, puffing on my chest. Inside the elegantly decorated room, 6 beautiful maids busied themselves. In the corner, a woman lay upon a princess bed. From afar, I could discern her silhouette, exuding elegance, with a hint of gentle voluptuousness. "Doesn't it seem off?" I whispered to Huang Lanlan. "What do you mean by off?" At that moment, Huang Lanlan appeared fearful of me. Her small hand clutched her chest, her legs tightly crossed, as if afraid of my intentions. "Your sister seems rather plump. She does not appear to be ill. What nonsense are you spouting? My sister has a larger frame, but she is not fat. You haven't even looked properly before making such claims." Huang Lanlan shot me a glare, signaling her discontent. The gauzy curtains of the princess bed slowly parted, revealing a woman with a pale complexion silently observing me. It seemed she recognized something, offering a slight smile to both me and Huang Lanlan. "Lanlan, is this the young master you mentioned to father? I didn't expect you to have such a good rapport with him." "Sister, who has a good rapport with him?" Huang Lanlan retorted angrily as she took a seat. I stared, momentarily taken aback. The girl's overall silhouette was indeed substantial, yet her cheeks were thin, and her figure appeared frail. The impression of size stemmed merely from her bone structure. With a little more flesh, she would undoubtedly be a striking beauty, radiating both grace and presence. The lovely maids began to assist the woman in loosening the fabric draped over her shoulders, revealing skin that was snow-white and delicate, with a subtle sheen. I gasped at the sight, astonished that someone so ill could still possess such beauty. Chapter 44, I can assure you. In the absence of suitable ginseng, you shall have to begin by addressing the shoulders. The abdomen and legs must be temporarily neglected. Huang Lanlan's resolute gaze fixed upon me, seemingly fearful that I might impose any undue actions upon her sister. I offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Such a stunning beauty. Merely beholding her shoulders and visage sufficed for my satisfaction. The other areas could be attended to gradually. "Lanlan, your elder sister is truly a striking beauty," I remarked with a chuckle as I took a seat beside her and began to sense the energy within. This was merely a fleeting impression, and I subsequently stepped back. Never did I anticipate the extent of toxins residing within the girl's body, particularly in the marrow, which had darkened significantly. In other circumstances, she might have succumbed long ago. I observe her legs closely. "Your legs are immobile, aren't they?" Externally, the girl appeared capable, yet I could discern that there was scarcely any vitality coursing through those limbs. Indeed, with toxins infiltrating the marrow, aside from eating and exchanging a few words, I am utterly incapacitated, especially during the night or amidst tempestuous weather. A thought crossed my mind, and the beauty lowered her head. Yes, during such times, the toxins emerge, assailing your entire being and inflicting excruciating pain. As I spoke, I opened a nearby drawer to reveal a frozen compartment. Inside lay precious, traditional Chinese herbs, for only such remedies could sustain her life. Fortuitously, you hail from a family such as yours. Had it been another, you might. I chuckled lightly, gesturing with intent. With a few ginseng slices and silver needles from the maids nearby, I commenced my work, closely observing the ample bosoms of the attendants. I was taken aback. Despite her grave condition, this beauty retained a considerable bust, and the maids in her chamber were similarly endowed, each no less than a D-cup. With 2 enchanting women at my side, I refrained from jesting and instead stole a few glances. Of course, I occasionally gazed at the delicate skin on the beauty's shoulders. However, as I contemplated a glimpse in her neckline, Huang Lanlan swiftly intervened, pulling up her sister's garment, which had been slightly revealing, now obscuring any view entirely. "You, I was exasperated beyond measure. Huang Lanlan, with a smug expression, regarded me and then her sister. If not for the fact that you are helping my sister improve, I would not let this matter rest. She muttered under her breath, seemingly offended by my previous gaze. Foolish girl, what man is devoid of desires? Merely glancing is harmless, is it not? Your possessiveness makes it seem as though she were already your wife. Huang Mimi's complexion flushed, her blood circulation slightly easing. Yet, the pressure I felt was even greater than that experienced with Zhang Hongwei's daughter, whose affliction was merely renal deficiency, easily remedied. However, within Huang Mimi's body, the remedies proved to be of little consequence. The toxins residing in her bone marrow surged forth, as I had only managed to eliminate a fraction of the impurities. It seemed as if they were intent on devouring the minuscule amounts of vital energy and the strength coursing through my arms, akin to a ravenous force of nature. In mere minutes, I withdrew my hand from the silver needle, beads of sweat already forming on my forehead. While Huang Mimi appeared to have improved momentarily, her complexion soon returned to an ashen pallor, mirroring her earlier state almost exactly. What is happening? Huang Lanlan gazed at me, perplexed. This cannot be resolved merely by nourishing the kidneys. The crux of the issue lies elsewhere. I gestured towards the area along Huang Mimi's spine. I understand, but providing some nourishment is surely better than none at all. The doctors have stated that if my sister's kidneys improve, her suffering will significantly diminish. No, 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 I firmly countered. What are you talking about? Huang Lanlan's confusion morphed into irritation, as she misconstrued my intentions as reluctance. Merely alleviating her pain is an inadequate goal. We must aim for a complete and thorough healing of your sister's afflictions. Complete healing? Huang Lanlan and Huang Mimi stared at me in disbelief. What do you mean? Renowned physicians have examined her, and they all concur that her condition is beyond remedy. What are you implying? Are you trying to provoke my sister? Huang Lanlan playfully struck my chest, yet her expression softened, revealing a newfound admiration for me, perhaps even gratitude. Why can't it be treated? It's merely bone marrow. All it requires is the discovery of some extraordinary herbs, and I can save your sister. My resolve was unwavering. I was determined to restore Huang Mimi to health. Such beauty deserved the gift of life. Hey, Huang Lanlan blushed, pulling me to a nearby table. Come here. As if struck by inspiration, she led me to the doorway. Do not utter any words of despair in front of my sister again. Countless esteemed physicians have failed, yet I recognize your sincerity. After speaking, Huang Lanlan leaned in and kissed my cheek, her expression radiant with joy. Thank you for your concern regarding my sister's condition. Please, enlighten me. She gestured toward a specific spot. What is it? I felt a twinge of embarrassment touching my cheek, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It pertains to a rare herbal remedy, Huang Lanlan replied with a sideways glance. Oh, right, it's by Su Gao, stated simply, still feeling a bit awkward. Astonished by her boldness in kissing me. Though she often appeared haughty, this time, I scrutinized her anew. Her tall stature and flawless legs ignited a warmth within me. What are you staring at? Huang Lanlan shot me a glance, cautiously jotting down the name I had mentioned on her phone. With this, can my sister truly be saved? Absolutely. I assure you, within a few days, your sister will be walking again, perhaps even accompanying you on shopping excursions. I declared with conviction. Is that so? Huang Lanlan's face was flushed with excitement, her eyes slightly reddened. All right, come in, but no more nonsense. My sister cannot endure such provocations. She pulled me into the room, where I approached Huang Mimi with a cheerful demeanor. Sister, he merely knows a method that might alleviate your suffering. Do not heed his fanciful tales, Huang Lanlan remarked, gesturing subtly toward me. I felt a sense of helplessness and nodded in acquiescence, not wishing to agitate the striking beauty further. Yet, Huang Lanlan's concerns were not entirely unfounded. Even if I were to procure this elusive white beard ointment, whether it would truly rectify Huang Mimi's afflictions remained uncertain. I resumed administering ginseng slices to replenish Huang Mimi's vitality. However, the outcome mirrored previous attempts. There was a slight improvement, but this effect was swiftly consumed by the toxins within her body. After approximately an hour, I returned to the hall. Huang Lanlan was conversing with her father about the remedies I had mentioned, while also checking on her elder sister's complexion. Gradually, they began to reach out to renowned physicians, discussing the legendary nature of such remedies. Indeed, these substances are said to have existed centuries ago, but are likely lost to time. What? Some claim to have encountered them in Russia. Huang Lanlin's father contacted several individuals, gathering a variety of information. However, the only revelation that piqued his interest was the astonishing efficacy of this medication and its remarkable ability to absorb toxins. Old Zhang, he signaled to the butler, and in a moment, 20,000 euros were placed before me. Thank you, I said, slipping the money into my pocket with a mixture of astonishment and delight. After a brief moment of amusement, I glanced at Huang Lanlan, aware that once I exited, they would likely cease their generosity. With a sense of resignation, I made my way out. To my surprise, nearly everyone in the living room was bidding me farewell. Huang Lanlan was particularly eager to drive me home, appearing to have made a slight effort to enhance her appearance. Her lips adorned with a hint of lipstick, and her cheeks subtly enhanced, she looked utterly enchanting. Observing her youthful visage and the way her jeans clung to her shapely legs filled me with an indescribable pleasure, and I recognized her deliberate effort to look appealing for me. Rest assured, my father will surely procure the millennium-old ginseng for you, and he has already contacted the seller. As for the white beard ointment, our family will spare no effort to locate it. After her words, Huang Lanlin's delicate hand instinctively grasped mine. Miss Lanlan, I chuckled, reciprocating her gesture. You. Huang Lanlan blushed momentarily. You shouldn't be so brazen, she replied, casting a playful glare at me. Miss Lanlan, you initiated the contact. How can you accuse me of being a rogue? I laughed, and with my other hand, I gently took hold of hers again. I wanted to tell you. Huang Lanlan exerted a forceful tug, withdrawing her small hand. If you save my sister, my family will reward you handsomely. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. As she spoke, her delicate face flushed a rosy hue. What opportunity? I feigned ignorance, yet my heart brimmed with delight. You. Huang Lanlan glared at me almost incredulously. Hee. Oh, the opportunity to be boyfriend and girlfriend, I replied, as my hand instinctively moved toward her lovely thigh. What are you doing? Huang Lanlan exclaimed, shaking her leg, causing the small vehicle to sway slightly. Hee. Just collecting a bit of interest. If Miss Lanlan is uncomfortable, do let me know. I am not one to act recklessly. With a chuckle, I retracted my hand, realizing that placing it on her thigh might have been overstepping the bounds. Soon, Huang Lanlan led me back, yet she hesitated to enter. Miss Lanlan, why not join me in my courtyard for a while? I grinned at her. It's getting late, perhaps next time, she replied, standing before me, her emotions swirling within her, a tempest of feelings. Some of this was my influence, while much stemmed from her own inner turmoil. Perhaps next time. She might not be able to restrain herself, and may even take the initiative to come in. I understood the implications. At that moment, as I stepped inside, Feng Mili and Yao Lan appeared to be quite animated, as if something significant had transpired. Chapter 45. Assisting in a performance? What's the matter? Why are you so excited? I chuckled inwardly, reflecting on Huang Lanlan and Huang Mimi, while also feeling the unexpected presence of dollars and euros in my pocket. A thought struck me, and I began to call Zhang Hongwei. My daughter will soon be well, and then I can focus on earning money without worry. I don't need your money. Upon hearing that I was to provide financial assistance, Zhang Hongwei immediately declined. Sister Zhang, is it really necessary for us to be so formal with each other? I laughed lightly. Xiao Wu, this isn't about formality. You've already helped me immensely. How can I ever repay you? Zhang Hongwei's stance remained resolute. How can one repay such kindness? I chuckled, pulling Feng Mili and Yao Lan closer to me. You really intend to win her over completely? Zhang Hongwei appeared somewhat annoyed, as if she grasped my intentions. I will provide you with opportunities, but truly, there could be no outcome for us, given our differing statuses. Zhang Hongwei seemed on the verge of tears, clearly distressed by my kindness. Sister Zhang, look at how anxious you are. Throughout our interactions, have I ever pressured you? You've received the money. Your burdens are lighter now, and you can better care for Xiaomei. Rest assured, I am not such a scoundrel. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. It's not about pressuring you. I fear you might compel me to cling to you like me Shui, she stammered. Indeed, indeed, no need for worry, Sister Zhang. I will arrange everything properly. I felt a tinge of helplessness, yet I was also elated. I realized that winning Zhang Hongwei's affection was indeed a likely prospect. It was just that she had yet to define her feelings regarding our relationship. Alas, it was a pity that she could not fully become mine. I withdrew all the money from my pocket. So much. Both women gazed at me in astonishment. Let us allocate 30,000 for Sister Zhang, and the remaining 20,000 for ourselves. By the way, what were you two just discussing? I distributed the money, observing the two women, eager to understand the source of their excitement. They led me into a room, where I beheld 2 golden-edged orchids and 1 large-petaled orchid. Wow, the large-petaled orchid merely had larger petals, resembling the leaves of a lotus flower. However, the 2 golden-edged orchids appeared quite extraordinary. One plant had 6 fully developed petals, with an additional petal just beginning to emerge, indicating there would be 7 in total. This was even more impressive than those from Han Ruanqi's collection. Moreover, the 6 petals were adorned with a perfectly arranged golden edge, and even the emerging petal showed the beginnings of a golden edge. It was clear that if fully grown, it would be absolutely stunning. The other golden-edged orchid, although having only 6 petals, exhibited an even more orderly golden edge than the previous one, suggesting that with proper care, this orchid could surpass the value of the first. Very good, I chuckled, beginning to tease the 2 women. What is going on? The 2 women exchanged countless bewildered glances at me. Your concern for me is truly appreciated, and I feel compelled to extend my hospitality in return. As I spoke, I affectionately kneaded the shoulders of the 2 ladies. What a delightful exchange it was. After the playful banter, I found myself in cheerful conversation with them. Subsequently, I engaged in a phone call with Gao Lanlan, discussing certain matters that required my attention. I intended to arrange for Yu Miao Miao and Fang Yu to stay off campus. To her surprise, she did not anticipate such a request from me. Zhang Wu, don't think the teacher is oblivious. What are you planning? Are you suggesting that they should also reside with you? The teacher's perceptiveness was impressive. I chuckled, contemplating whether to include Gao Lanlan in this arrangement. The homeroom teacher is indeed captivating, though some matters must unfold gradually. After all, the teacher is right before me. There is no rush, and she isn't going anywhere. At present, my focus lies on the duo, Zhang Hongwei and Huang Mimi. Progress must be made step by step. Be cautious. You wouldn't want their parents to find out. Gao Lanlan remarked, and I understood her approval of my proposition. Moreover, I too wish to stay off campus. Now that I have embarked on a career, I yearn for the freedom to step outside the confines of school regulations at will. Understood. By the way, treat them kindly, Gao Lanlan chuckled. When have I ever treated them poorly? I smiled faintly, glancing at Fang Mili and Yao Lan. Some things were difficult to articulate. You rascal, the 2 girls teased, playfully pinching me, seemingly aware of the plans ahead. Rest assured, they are younger than you, I laughed, affectionately massaging the 2. You surely speak to them in a similar manner. Fang Mili shot me a knowing glance. Ah, my dear, it's not wise to underestimate the cleverness of women, I jested, prompting another round of playful pinches from them. If I have the chance to indulge, I shall. Zhang Wu, I am Huang Kuan, came a sudden ring from my phone. I was reminded of the gathering plan for that evening with teacher Mi Shui and the others. Unexpectedly, this fellow had somehow obtained my number and reached out to me. What is the matter? I inquired, my tone somewhat subdued. Brother, I need to discuss something with you, he replied, his voice brimming with mirth. Earlier, at Huang Lanlan's residence, he seemed ready to bite my head off, yet now his demeanor had shifted. What is it? I chuckled lightly, perplexed. However, I suspected it was not something trivial. I reserve a private room at a small restaurant directly across from your school. Just come over. There will be benefits for you, Huang Kuan said with a sly grin. Benefits for me? I pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate further. I was also curious about the intricate web of relationships within the Huang family. There was an underlying sense that Huang Kuan and his father held a somewhat peculiar status within their clan, perhaps even being regarded as unstable elements within the family dynamic. Huang Mimi and Huang Lanlan are both wonderful women. There are certain matters that I must oversee. A thought crossed my mind, and I couldn't help but smile. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, teacher Mi Shui arrived at this quaint courtyard, accompanied by Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu. Both young women carried some luggage, and even teacher Mi Shui had her own. Their cheeks bore a slight flush, as it was indeed their first day together. How could decisions be made without our input? Yu Miao Miao shot me a glare, nodding towards Fong Meili and Yao Lan. The latter two proactively came forward to assist with the luggage. The room was modestly sized. Already partitioned off, I led them inside for a glimpse. Fong Meili wore a gentle smile, her small hand clasping Yu Miao Miao's. She whispered softly, and I could sense the resonance of their energies as the 5 women gathered. The closer they stood, the more pronounced this harmony became. It seemed that the bonds among them deepened with each reverberation. Initially, I harbored some concerns, but within minutes, observing the 5 women joyfully tidying the room, I felt utterly reassured. Indeed, they were beginning to resemble a family. I decided to head over to the small tavern across the way, curious to discover what that fellow was up to. Upon arrival, I found Huang Kun ensconced in a private booth with 2 young ladies, indulging in libations. The tavern was filled with peanuts, each one being devoured in abundance. Nearby, a large duffel bag seemed to harbor something noteworthy. "Huang Xiao, what brings me here?" I inquired. "Isn't the matter regarding the young lady already settled?" A slight smile graced my lips as I exchanged glances with the 2 women, clearly not the most reputable of company. "Why not indulge a little?" Huang Kun chuckled, playfully pinching the rear of the 2 ladies. From the duffel bag, he extracted 20,000 euros, discarding the remainder before me. "Here, 80,000. My father said you can perform a little act, claiming that the young lady's ailment is beyond mere remedies." It became evident to me that he intended to offer 100,000, having taken 2,000 on a whim. 80,000 euros. It was an exhilarating sight, regardless of what he had taken. "Never seen such a sum before, have you?" Huang Kun jested, and I nodded affirmatively. "Once the task is completed, my father mentioned that there might be some additional benefits. If you fancy such women, I can certainly introduce you." As he spoke, he glanced at his less favored companion and swiftly pushed her towards me. "Accompany him," he called out loudly. "Thopstai Huang Kun es surprise." The young woman leaped into my arms, exuding a genuine delight that surpassed her demeanor with him. Her expression radiated sheer joy, and it was evident that her happiness was sincere. I have managed to gain a slight control over my breath, yet this woman is simply beyond comprehension. Huang Kun, observing from the side, turned pale with fury. "Young Master Huang, we are all family. Why must you and your father behave in such a manner?" I find myself perplexed. This Huang family, which should rightfully belong to my father and me, has been robbed of its prospects due to the 2 sisters. How could such a vast enterprise be entrusted to 2 mere women? It is all the fault of our late grandfather, who was utterly misguided in placing this family in their hands. As I spoke, Huang Kun downed his glass in one gulp, his face twitching uncontrollably. Regarding the young lady's affairs, Ichioku de Huang Kun. Who can say? The Huang family has numerous rivals in Nanjing. It could very well be the work of someone else. Do you suspect me? I wish I could, but I simply haven't had the opportunity. At that moment, Huang Kun rose to his feet, pointing a finger at me. "Zhang Wu, you took the money to do my bidding. Should you fail, I will not let this go." With that, he stormed off with the girl. As they reached the door, I noticed the girl still nestled in my embrace. "Damn it," I muttered, prompting her to finally react and hurriedly chase after him. Is he really that remarkable, just because he is a poor student? Huang Kun, in my presence, audaciously pinched the girl's bottom and shot me a glare before swaggering out. "Damn it," I thought, returning his glare with equal intensity. "Lan Lan, what do you think we should do?" Once Huang Kun departed, I dialed Huang Lan Lan, my gaze fixed on 80,000 in cash before me. "Understood. You may keep the money, but if you truly decide not to assist him, he might." Huang Lan Lan chuckled on the other end of the line. I felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that she was surprisingly unfazed. Chapter 46. Online encounter. For the sake of the 2 sisters, what is this minor inconvenience? I would traverse fire and water without hesitation. With a light chuckle, I was eager to discern the true intentions of Huang Lan Lan. She laughed heartily before ending the call. Reflecting on it, I comprehended that both Huang Lanlan and her father must be aware of the inclinations of Huang Kuan and his son. Thus, upon learning such matters, I felt no surprise. In fact, I deemed it quite normal. Trouble lies ahead. Saving the girl may cost me dearly, yet I nodded resolutely. Such a girl is worth it. As we gathered for our first meeting, we raised our glasses in a toast. By the time I returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. The girls had prepared dinner and even procured a bit of wine, eagerly awaiting my arrival. I gestured slightly, and the 5 girls lifted their glasses to clink with mine. Quite delightful. Indeed, the camaraderie was palpable. I had not anticipated how the essences of the 5 girls would intertwine, each carrying traces of the others within them. Their joyful interactions resembled that of true sisters, perhaps even more profound than blood relations. This filled me with satisfaction. Teacher Michelle, what do you think? She sat beside me in a white shirt, the neckline rendering me momentarily breathless. As we sipped our drinks, I gently grasped her hand, signaling something unspoken. What are you pondering? Some matters require patience. The bond we share is already remarkable. Teacher Michelle playfully pinched me, her cheeks flushed. I knew that after a few drinks, she would readily acquiesce to anything, perhaps even subject to my whims. With a playful smirk, she shot me a glance, but willingly drank with me again. However, the plans I had envisioned for the evening did not come to fruition. Instead, during my departure, I indulged in a delightful encounter. They are all my women, after all. Such moments are inherently pleasurable. In our modest abode, the fabric curtains separated 2 rooms. Feng Mili and Yao Lan resided on one side, while Yao Miao Miao and Feng Yu occupied the other. As the curtains parted slightly, I glimpsed all 4 girls, their alluring sleepwear creating a captivating spectacle. There is no rush. I shall take my time. With a subtle smile and a few lingering glances, I stepped into the courtyard, tending to the ordinary orchids outside and the exquisite varieties within. I contemplated the seeds I had procured from the old man at the orchid market, still abundant, alongside the rare ginseng soil, 200 to 300 years old, of which I possessed a considerable quantity. The 700 to 800-year-old specimens were nearly depleted, yet I still had a substantial piece of soil akin to Tianhuang stone. This endeavor, I do not dare to use it excessively. Rather, I wish to apply it once more to that single golden-edged orchid, which seems to possess great cultivation potential. I hope to elevate it among the esteemed 5 golden-edged orchids of the Han family, or even within the top 3. As inspiration struck, I began to cultivate it with great care. Before long, it was time for a bath and bed. After all, they were growing anxious. What are you doing? With a gentle motion, I slipped away. I will be with you shortly. Meanwhile, I did not forget the other side, so I offered a gentle reminder. Rascal. From that position, a somewhat bashful voice soon emerged. Don't rush. I chuckled softly and proceeded with my actions. Brother, could you come over for a moment? The next morning, I found myself bored in class. Huang Lanlan's father called me directly. There seemed to be an urgent matter at hand. Mr. Huang, what is the issue? After all, he is the father of 2 stunning beauties, and he might very well become my father-in-law someday. So I was particularly polite. There are some issues regarding the white beard ointment. Could you come over? This put me in a bit of a predicament. The school teachers are quite supportive of me, but I cannot be running outside every day. I must maintain the appearance of a diligent student. Don't worry, I understand your situation. I have already spoken with your school administration, and it has been arranged, under the guise of your parents, to donate 1 million to the school. Therefore, taking a leave of absence should not pose a problem. Is that so? Thank you very much. I am aware that our school has several popular majors, including mine. Some parents, feeling their children's academic prospects are bleak, intentionally place them here. After graduation, they send them off to the city's landscaping department. It's all about connections. This path is relatively easy to navigate. I never expected that Mr. Huang would go to such lengths just to grant me a few extra days off. Wealth does afford one certain liberties. Without further ado, the teacher called to inform me that I could go out and enjoy myself. Furthermore, it was mentioned that in the future, attending just 1 or 2 days a week would be perfectly acceptable. Clearly, connections have been made at a higher level. Thank you, thank you. I expressed my gratitude to the teacher in haste. Upon exiting the school, Huang Lanlan was already waiting for me at the school gate. This time, She wore a sky-blue dress that subtly revealed her thighs. On her feet were a pair of high heels, a creamy white that showcased her skin beautifully. She looked quite stunning. Huang Lanlan smiled at me and even opened the car door for me. Lanlan, what is the matter? If your father has something to discuss, feel free to say it without the mystery. I laughed to Huang Lanlan. If you have the courage, say such things in front of him, she retorted, leaving me with no choice but to fall silent. Lanlan, let's take it step by step. Look at you, so eager, expecting me to initiate the conversation. I chuckled, admiring this young lady. Girls from prominent families indeed possess a certain grace. Her sitting posture clearly reflects the refinement instilled by an elite school. The elegance of her posture conveyed an aura of authority and grace, suggesting that she was not someone to be approached casually. Moreover, her stunning legs were undeniably captivating. You, she said, casting me a sidelong glance before adjusting her skirt and quickening her pace. As her speed increased, I found myself too distracted to appreciate the beautiful scenery around us. We soon arrived at her residence, and this time, her demeanor was markedly more amiable than before. There were no disdainful glances, nor that haughty air she had previously displayed. Instead, she accompanied me to a study. Lanlan, perhaps you should consider assisting your sister with her kidney health later, I remarked, glancing at the imposing figure of Mr. Huang in the room. I gently took Lanlan's hand. What are you doing? We'll discuss that later, she replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. I understood that she preferred not to engage too much in front of her father. Standing tall, I observed Mr. Huang as he was engrossed in a phone call, gesturing for me to wait, seemingly expecting someone. After a while, I grew curious as no one had appeared. Where's the white beer bomb? I inquired, looking at Lanlan. Oh, it's from the Tian Shan region. Why do you ask? She responded, surprised that I knew of its origin. Indeed, several centuries ago, it was found in various parts of the country, but now, Tian Shan is likely the only place left, and even there, it is scarce and difficult to harvest. Yes, the person who digged for the 1,000-year-old snow lotus mentioned the same, stating that no one has harvested the white beard balm in over a century, because 9 out of 10 who attempted have perished, I replied with a knowing smile. Fully aware of the challenges associated with procuring the balm, I glanced at Mr. Huang, beginning to piece together the reason for my invitation. Surely, they wouldn't consider taking your sister along, I murmured, surprised at the thought. You know the properties of the white beard balm. Bringing her along is quite reasonable, Lanlan retorted, casting me an exasperated glance for my seemingly unnecessary question. Unlike the snow lotus, which could be preserved in a cool box for an extended period, the white beard balm must be consumed shortly after extraction, ideally within an hour, or its efficacy diminishes entirely. Thus, to utilize it, it would be essential to bring Huang Mimi as well. However, given her current condition, sending her to Tian Shan seemed perilous. They're already en route. Xiao Wu, come here, mister. Huang instructed, his expression turning serious. Uncle Huang, what is the matter? I began to suspect what he was about to ask. This is quite a risky endeavor. I need you to provide me with the probabilities regarding the effectiveness of the white beard balm, he inquired, echoing my own thoughts. As for me, I found myself at a loss for words. I feel there is a 90% chance, perhaps even higher. However, having never experienced it, it's difficult to ascertain any discrepancies. If I assert certainty and the outcome proves otherwise, I would find myself quite unfortunate. 80%, I affirmed with conviction. Mr. Huang kept his head lowered, his expression grave. Such odds seemed to leave him in a quandary. Father, 80% is already quite substantial, Huang Lanlan interjected. I understand, but what if we cannot find her? What if your sister cannot endure the conditions on the snow-capped mountains? With so many uncertainties, how can I make a hasty decision? Mr. Huang sighed in resignation. Huang Lanlan pinched me slightly, seemingly urging me to comfort Mr. Huang. With no other choice, I approached him. Uncle Huang, fortune favors the bold. Is this not reflective of the young lady's intentions? The young lady's intentions? Mr. Huang inquired, looking at me. Indeed, does she wish to survive at any cost? Or does she desire to live with dignity? This distinction is of utmost importance. I wish to live with dignity, I began to elaborate, but at that moment, Huang Lanlan's phone emitted sound. It was Huang Mimi on the line. Neither Mr. Huang nor I anticipated that Huang Lan was connecting with her sister at this time. She had overheard our conversation. Chapter 47. Conspiracy Father, please agree to Zhang Wu. I would rather die than live my next life as a worthless being. I trust him, believe in his ability to heal, and I am confident he can guide us to find the white beard ointment. I am certain he possesses such capabilities. Huang Mimi seemed to expend all her vitality in uttering these words, soon succumbing to a fit of coughs. Such unwavering faith in me, I remarked, taken aback. Sister, do not be overly agitated. I believe Father will make the right decision, Huang Lan said, her gaze fixed on Huang Dong, seemingly awaiting his response. Huang Dong looked at me once more. I nodded vigorously, understanding that some matters must be acted upon at this juncture. Moreover, how could I bear to watch such a beautiful woman endure a life of hardship? I also thought that perhaps, along our journey, I could provide her with some relief. Once her health improved, she could be by my side. Two stunning young ladies enamored with me. A most delightful scenario, indeed. How could I let such an exquisite opportunity slip away? Approximately half an hour later, a group of individuals engaged in the professional harvest of snow lotus emerged from the Tian Shan Mountains. There were 3 of them, an elderly man and 2 young individuals, a man and a woman. The elderly leader, upon arrival, regarded me with a hint of skepticism, as if he could not fathom that a person as youthful as I could be a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You are Zhang Wu. The physician Huang Dong mentioned who seeks to extract the white beard ointment, the elder stated, scrutinizing me. Not quite. I am merely a horticulturist, I replied, glancing at the 2 young individuals behind him. One was a handsome man, his eyes betraying a cold cunning. The other was a strikingly dark-skinned beauty, exuding a palpable strength, reminiscent of a tigress in the wild. Standing there, she radiated an aura of untamed energy. Quite captivating, I thought. A subtle smile forming at the corner of my mouth as my emotions threatened to overflow. However, sensing Huang Lanlin's gaze beside me, I quickly composed myself, adopting a serious demeanor as I regarded them, even managing a polite chuckle. The elder directly positioned himself before me, signaling that he wished to test my knowledge. If it were not for the presence of the vibrant beauty beside me, I might have been less inclined to elaborate, but now I felt compelled to maintain a courteous demeanor, at least to leave a favorable impression on her. Dear sir, the primary benefit of the white beard ointment lies in its ability to absorb toxins. The older it is, the more effective it becomes. In ancient times, this substance was revered as a miraculous healing remedy among martial artists. Moreover, the area surrounding the white beard is invariably inhabited by creatures that thrive on toxins, as both parties necessitate each other for survival. Hence, acquiring such a substance requires considerable skill and entails great risk. As for its habitat, it is found not atop the snow-capped mountains, but rather beneath the snow line, along steep cliffs and precipices. The elder appeared visibly surprised that I could articulate my thoughts with such clarity, even with such comprehensive knowledge of these matters. That man appeared somewhat taken aback by my youthful understanding of the medicinal herbs found in the mountains. The girl, too, gazed at me with a hint of surprise. A beauty. I couldn't help but steal a glance at her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Quite charming indeed. Observing this interaction filled me with delight, and I recognized the girl's admirable qualities. As I playfully teased the girl beside me, I discreetly monitored Huang Lanlin's reactions. Should I overstep my bounds, it could stir feelings of jealousy in her, which would be detrimental to my endeavors with both. Well, it seems she is quite perceptive, making collaboration more agreeable. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly accepting the arrangement, and promptly departed with the young man and woman. I felt a twinge of disappointment. I had hoped to converse a bit longer with the enchanting girl. Once the trio left, I intended to return and prepare for our journey to the western regions, which would undoubtedly be long, necessitating ample preparation. However, Huang Mimi seemed to have something she wished to convey to me, beckoning me to approach. What is this? Is your sister harboring feelings for me? I mused, following Huang Lan with a smile. Zhang Wu, I've never encountered anyone so brazen, Huang Lan retorted, casting me a disapproving glance. That by where? Are you interested in her? She regarded me with a curious look, as if pondering something. So, the young lady is named by Yuer. I chuckled softly. You're unaware, aren't you? Huang Lanlan appeared to regret mentioning the girl's name, as if she sensed it was a mistake. The name is quite innocent, yet her figure exudes vitality. Lanlan, what manner of man do you think could truly captivate her? Upon hearing my words, Huang Lanlan shot me an indignant glare and hastily moved ahead, clearly displaying signs of jealousy. I was merely jesting. Seeing you upset only emphasizes that my affections lie solely with you and your sister. As I spoke, I playfully reached out to her. What do you think you're doing? Huang Lanlan glared at me again, quickening her pace. I could only chuckle and follow along. Xiao Wu, I appreciate your words to my father, Huang Mimi said as we arrived at her side, gesturing for me to sit beside her, while also inviting her sister to take a seat. Sister Mimi, it's nothing. I understand your intentions. I smiled warmly, admiring the stunning beauty before me. After a bit of recovery, Huang Mimi appeared significantly more radiant than usual, even exuding a hint of vitality. Yet, there lingered a sense of hidden turmoil within her. Occasionally, when I inadvertently touched certain parts of her body, it provoked involuntary winces of pain, causing her to cough uncontrollably at times. Lanlan informed me that you disclosed the situation regarding Huang Kun and his son to her. As she spoke, Huang Mimi grasped my hand. I had someone investigate you as well and heard that you were quite the charmer in school, with many admirers. Upon hearing this, Lanlan displayed little anger, and I understood she had genuinely developed feelings for you. Otherwise, such a reaction would be improbable. Mimi, holding my hand tightly, spoke with a hint of mischief. Everyone knows, right? I chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed as I glanced at Lanlan, who was giving me a pointed glare. Regarding matters between men and women, I chose to say little. My intention was merely to prepare you mentally. Mimi began to elaborate on the potential dangers we might encounter, meticulously detailing every possibility. What? There are such circumstances? I was taken aback, never having anticipated that during our expedition to the western regions, besides the few gathering snow lotus, we would also encounter Huang Kun and his son, with their bodyguard team accompanying them. Mimi, isn't this akin to leading sheep into the lion's den? I was perplexed. They clearly intended to eliminate the sisters. Why would they grant them such an opportunity? Xiao, do you think if we deny them the position of bodyguard captain, they would refrain from targeting us? Mimi chuckled. Meanwhile, Lanlan clutched her weapon tightly, visibly agitated at the mention of them. Just the thought made me realize the implications. If we prevented the father and son from joining our ranks, they might form their own team to attack the sisters. Conversely, allowing them to integrate into our group and confining them could lead to an unexpected turn of events should the situation escalate. Are you suggesting that at a critical moment, we could use them as hostages, which would be advantageous for us? I gazed at Mimi in astonishment. She smiled gently and nodded slightly. So that was the plan. As I spoke, I instinctively grasped her hand. Mimi was momentarily taken aback, but allowed me to hold on. Hey, what are you doing? Lanlan, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and pried my hand away. Lanlan, why the fuss? We're all family here. I grinned at her. Lanlan shot me several disapproving looks, while Mimi chuckled helplessly, as if to say she found me likable or viewed me as a good little brother. Nothing more. Yet, holding her delicate hand brought me a sense of comfort. The atmosphere grew lively, and I hadn't anticipated encountering such events before the formal auction began. We had one team gathering snow lotus, another intent on harming their own kin, alongside a fierce woman resembling a tigress, and two young heiresses. If all of us ventured to the western regions, wandering about the Tian Shan Mountains, peculiar incidents were bound to unfold. On the way back, I felt a wave of happiness wash over me, rarely concerned about such matters. However, at that moment, Huang Kun's call came through again. Kid, I need to discuss something with you, he stated plainly. Haha, is money coming my way? I understood immediately. The time has come to set off, and naturally, the father and son duo are eager to win me over. A little financial incentive, a few subtle hints, and then we can collaborate to eliminate Huang Lanlan and Huang Mimi. It seems that this is the plan. Let us seize the opportunity to profit from them. With such thoughts in mind, I found myself smiling with delight. Brother Huang, I'm on my way. I chuckled, signaling the driver to turn in another direction. I pondered how much I could extort from that young man. However, the car hadn't traveled far when my phone rang once more. Lon Lon, already missing me so soon? I was taken aback. I had just left the Huang residence when Huang Lon Lon called. Hurry, Huang Kuan has set a trap. Going there means certain death, she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. What? I was taken aback. You didn't go, did you? Huang Lon Lon pressed, her tone growing more frantic. I gestured for the driver to change course, my expression darkening. At that moment, I felt utterly foolish. What collaboration? What hints? In fact, if they intended to kill me, then this entire charade was utterly unnecessary. Thus, eliminating me would be their best option. Damn it. Realizing this made me feel like a fool. My earlier thoughts have been nothing short of idiotic. Calm down. Why berate yourself as a fool? Though you may be reckless, you're not entirely devoid of sense. I muttered to myself. Huang Lon Lon chuckled in response. Oh, you little minx, I thought, at a loss for words. I anticipated her taking this opportunity to humiliate me further. I felt an overwhelming urge to confront Huang Lon Lon, to pin her down and teach her a lesson. I made a mental note of Huang Kuan and his son. Those who sought my demise would surely meet a grim fate. Little Wu, I've arrived. Where are you? Should I send someone to fetch you? The call came again, as I had yet to arrive. Oh, I considered it, but perhaps it's best to withdraw. Dealing with your family's affairs seems rather complicated, I replied with a chuckle. Don't, little Wu. Just one favor could net you millions. Don't you want the money? Huang Kuan insisted over the phone. All right, I'll think it over for a few days and let you know. After hanging up, I cursed his lineage for generations. This young man seemed intent on orchestrating my demise. It appeared my refusal to walk into danger was particularly displeasing to him. Look how perilous it is. Better not to go, I said upon returning home, sharing these events with the women in my household, who were all in agreement that I should steer clear of the Tianshan affairs. Fortune favors the bold, I laughed, playfully massaging the shoulders of two women beside me. With so many beautiful women involved, how could I possibly walk away? Moreover, those two treacherous father and son duo who sought my end, I would ensure they wouldn't have it easy. Chapter 48, Bringing Two Along Well. Let's discuss the matters pertaining to the cultivation of orchids. Grasping this and that, I couldn't help but chuckle, momentarily setting aside the vexations that had been troubling me. Though it was ostensibly about nurturing orchids, it was, in truth, about fostering affection. After a few playful gestures, the ladies soon caught on, exchanging amused glances with me as they joined in the merriment. Naturally, I was unreserved in my participation. One must have a companion on such endeavors. Following our joyous interlude, it seemed that the ladies were eager to accompany me to Tianshan. Just moments ago, they had expressed concerns about danger. How curious that their sentiments had shifted. I playfully tapped one of the ladies on the forehead. They were only concerned for your well-being, I remarked. Fong Meili placed a hand over her heart, her expression somewhat discontented with me. I understand, but she trailed off as my mind wandered to who I would prefer as my companion. However, whether they would indeed join me remained uncertain. One of them, I was confident, would come along. As for the other, that was far less certain. All right, I get it. You go alone, and I shan't feel at ease, said teacher Mishua, who quickly acquiesced to my request. Her response was somewhat ambiguous. When the topic of Zhang Hongwei arose, teacher Mishua chuckled over the phone, seemingly non-committal about her potential attendance. Teacher, I thought you were going to help me persuade her, I said with a laugh. The last time I was with teacher Mishua, I had already implored her assistance. Oh, whatever you say goes, she replied with a laugh on the line. Fine, I'll accompany you tonight. Is that satisfactory? I feigned reluctance. Who needs your company? Teacher Mishua retorted, exasperated yet still discussing Zhang Hongwei with me. She is a widow, with children, and also the head of her department. How could you expect her to treat you as I do? She has too many ties. Your interactions with her have only been minimal. She added, satisfy your little desires, and occasionally visit her. It won't hurt. Really? I laughed heartily. I had long been aware of such matters, yet hearing her words brought me joy. I couldn't help but dream of completely winning a woman's heart, perhaps for a lifetime. I pleaded with teacher Mishua once more to mention my desire for Zhang Hongwei to join me on my journey to Tianshan. All right, but I doubt it is very likely, she said with a chuckle before hanging up. Contemplating my next actions, I decided to contact Zhang Hongwei. Indeed, I can utilize the remaining medicinal properties, and I believe it will restore Xiao Hua's health entirely. I thought as I discussed matters with Zhang Hongwei, whispering a heartfelt thank you, Hongjia, for her prompt agreement. What do you mean? Zhang Hongwei inquired, somewhat perplexed over the phone. The matters I discussed with teacher Mishu. I will certainly make my way there soon and see it through, I clarified. What are you saying? At last, Zhang Hongwei seemed to grasp my meaning. He. I am filled with immense joy in my heart. Teasing such a stunning beauty, how could one not feel elated? Indeed, Xiao Hua's physique has improved, as evidenced by her slightly fuller figure. In the evening, I brought along some gifts and arrived at Zhang Hongwei's residence. I began to examine Xiao Hua's body. She has indeed shown considerable improvement. Her once gaunt face now bears a hint of plumpness, adorned with a soft blush. Thank you, big brother. It is all thanks to your help, Xiao Hua remarked obediently, loosening her sleeves and waiting expectantly for my examination. Zhang Hongwei had also set aside the tools and the ginseng whiskers she had taken from me earlier. This outfit is quite lovely. I like it, I whispered to her. Zhang Hongwei wore a delicate pink dress complemented by heels approximately 3 centimeters high, her hair elegantly styled. It was clear she had put thought into her appearance, exuding a fresh and graceful charm. Let us get on with the treatment, Zhang Hongwei said, casting me a playful glance. I understood her cue and, while preparing the silver needles, took the opportunity to gently touch her small hand. This caused her cheeks to flush even deeper, yet she remained focused, attentively watching as I treated Xiao Hua. The procedure was quite straightforward. Xiao Hua's condition had improved significantly, allowing me to ease my control over the energy within me. With only a modest amount of ginseng whiskers, the treatment was completed in under half an hour. Xiao Hua's cheeks glowed with happiness. Xiao Hua, are you feeling comfortable? Zhang Hongwei asked, gently massaging her. Xiao Hua nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at me. Big brother, do you like my mother? She inquired innocently. I was momentarily taken aback, and, after a brief pause, Zhang Hongwei's face turned crimson. Yes, Xiao Hua has a keen eye. I chuckled, realizing her perceptiveness. Big brother is a good person. I wish for you to be happy with my mother, she continued. I was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sweetness of her statement. While Zhang Hongwei shot me countless exasperated glances, even Xiao Hua receiving her share of admonishments. After the treatment concluded, I continued to observe Xiao Hua's condition and sensed something unsettling, causing my expression to falter slightly. What is wrong? Zhang Hongwei asked, concern evident in her voice. After a brief moment of excitement, Xiao Hua quickly fell asleep in Zhang Hongwei's embrace, appearing quite fatigued. While her right kidney had improved, her overall vitality remained alarmingly low, devoid of the robust life force typically found in youthful bodies. At certain vital nodes within a healthy physique, one can sense a vibrant energy. These are essential for growth. However, in Xiao Hua's case, those nodes revealed an alarming absence of vitality. I had encountered similar situations in children with physical deficiencies, indicating that her body might never develop further, remaining perpetually as it is. What could be the matter? Zhang Hongwei inquired, her agitation evident as she began to grasp the implications of my findings. My demeanor has lost its previous lightheartedness. I quietly confided in Zhang Hongwei about my feelings. As soon as she heard, she collapsed into my embrace, her hands gripping the collar of my shirt. Are you saying that Xiao Hua will never grow up? That she will remain this way forever? After speaking, Zhang Hongwei gently bit my shoulder, her entire body trembling. It was evident that she felt particularly weak and helpless at that moment. After enduring so much hardship, I had not anticipated such a blow. I held her close, offering her comfort. Sister Zhang, it's not that they're isn't away. In fact, I have an idea, I said, a faint smile gracing my lips. Is there a solution? Zhang Hongwei looked at me with excitement, her hands tightly gripping my arms. Xiao Wu, if you can do it, if you can help Xiao Hua, I will promise you anything. Just as you said, I will completely become your woman. She gazed at me with utmost seriousness, as if she were willing to offer herself entirely. "Huh, do you think I'm the kind of man who would take advantage of your vulnerability?" I chuckled softly, playfully pinching her nose before whispering in her ear, "Tianshan Snow Lotus, and it must be of high quality." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei nodded slightly, yet a hint of confusion crossed her face as she contemplated something. "Sister Zhang, what are you thinking?" I teased, playfully swatting her bottom. I knew what was on her mind. "You." Zhang Hongwei stepped back a few paces, her face flushed. I understood that she must have thought I intended to use this situation to coerce her into accompanying me to Tianshan. And then who knows what would happen on the way. "You've already offered me a chance, and this is indeed a coincidence. How could you misunderstand me like this?" I gestured to my left cheek. "Last time I kissed the right cheek, this time. Go to hell." Zhang Hongwei playfully hit my chest, clutching Xiaohua and retreating into the inner room. "Huh, wait until you come out, then I will kiss you." I stood by the door, awaiting her return. Eventually, Zhang Hongwei emerged and even initiated a kiss, brushing her lips against mine. However, just as I was about to act, she retreated back into Xiaohua's room, firmly shutting the door. "Sister Zhang, I promise I won't act recklessly. You just need to be proactive," I called out, eager yet amused. "You rascal. You show no regard for my feelings. Are you really that impatient?" Came her soft voice from inside. "Sister Zhang, with other women, I may feel nothing, but with you, I'm utterly anxious." What was she saying? I could sense her excitement, yet the door remained firmly shut. I understood that there was still a slight distance between us. "All right, I will give you the chance when we go to Tianshan," she finally declared after much deliberation, uttering the words I longed to hear. With that, I returned, somewhat content. Alas, I should have acted more swiftly earlier. It seems I missed numerous opportunities, and I cannot help but feel regretful. Oh, how I wish to vent my frustration against a wall. Regardless, I must proceed, though it appears we are not included in this venture. At last, we are about to embark. As Fong Meili and the others were packing my belongings, their expressions bore signs of discontent. While both Teacher Mi Shui and Teacher Zhang Hongwei will accompany me to Tianshan, it seems they have not been granted the same privilege. They no longer feel like my closest confidants. "Very well, I shall procure a few specimens of Tianshan Snow Lotus for you to enhance your beauty," I jested, playfully pinching the cheeks of several girls. "Humph, we are not oblivious to your intentions," Fong Meili remarked, giving my chest a playful pinch. It is evident she desires some escapade with Teacher Zhang, and those young ladies of high society seem to harbor similar aspirations. Indeed, without a doubt, these women surrounded me, each voicing their sentiments. I took a moment to offer them words of comfort, assuring them that I would return with an abundance of herbal remedies for beauty. Only then did they quiet down, though their faces still reflected a hint of discontent. Yet, before my departure, each of them urged me to take good care of myself, showering me with various admonitions. "Rest assured, I shall," I replied with a gentle smile before setting off with Teacher Mi Shui and Teacher Zhang Hongwei. We boarded the vehicle dispatched for us and made our way to Director Huang's residence. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the sight of the 3 individuals gathering Snow Lotus, along with Huang Kun and his son, not to mention a well-equipped security team awaiting us. As I approached, I noticed Huang Lanlan standing at the doorway of the living room. Huang Mimi, on the other hand, sat in a special chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Sensing my presence, she slightly lifted her head and seemed to smile in my direction. Chapter 49. Treasure my young brother. Whether we succeed this time hinges upon your efforts. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang stands beside me, casting his gaze toward Huang Lanlan in the distance. "Some matters are apparent to me. If you truly assist me significantly, I am not one to disregard reason." As Mr. Huang spoke, he firmly grasped my shoulder, conveying his meaning. I am not foolish. It was clear to me that Mr. Huang was consenting to my potential involvement with Huang Lanlan, contingent upon my substantial assistance, ensuring that this venture proceeds without a hitch. I nodded emphatically, understanding his intentions, and looked at Huang Lanlan with a sense of joy. With my father's approval, how could our relationship falter? Without further ado, our group set off, heading straight for the airport in Nanjiang City. "Little brother, may I introduce these two?" Huang Kun cheerfully settled beside me. his gaze fixed on teacher Mi Shui and Zhang Hongwei. "Ah, my ladies," I declared, taking both of their delicate hands in mine. Instantly, their faces flushed, particularly Zhang Hongwei, whose hand fidgeted momentarily. "Ha, little brother, you are quite the charmer, surrounded by such exquisite companions," Huang Kuan chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, merely 2 wives? And not even the primary ones," I replied nonchalantly, playfully intertwining my fingers with theirs. Teacher Mi shot me a mild glare, while Zhang Hongwei's face reddened further. Yet, in the presence of others, she could not overtly express her discomfort, leaving me to revel in my teasing. "Little brother," this Huang Kuan observed the 2 women beside me, his meaning unmistakable. He had something to convey, but hesitated, fearing their ears. "My ladies are not a concern," I reassured him with a laugh. "Is that so?" Huang Kuan chuckled softly, whispering, "Didn't you say it was unlikely they would come?" His expression reflected confusion. "Ha ha," I laughed awkwardly. "Brother, people perish for wealth, and birds die for food. The Huang family pays handsomely. And what of our family? Huang Kun es mu darkinet. Brother, some money is rightfully earned, while some can cost you your life. It is not worth the risk," I replied, my expression one of resignation. "Ha ha. So you fear offending someone over there and losing your head?" Huang Kuan glared at me, his countenance growing stern. "Brother, I do not interfere with your affairs nor speak of them. Yet, you still take aim at me, don't you?" I chuckled lightly. "Ho, ho, Huang Kun laughed, nodding at me. "Little brother, I hope everything unfolds as you have described." Otherwise, he shot me another piercing look. "Brother, I am merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, or perhaps a horticulturist. How can my identities impede your endeavors?" I countered, seemingly making a valid point. Huang Kuan glared at me once more before walking away, though he cast a few lingering glances back, as if still somewhat displeased with me. Once we reach the mountain, I shall see how I handle you. As thoughts crossed my mind, I embraced the 2 women beside me more tightly. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hongwei shyly pushed me away, casting numerous glances of disapproval in my direction. "Hee, you're just a bit too eager. We agreed to wait until we reached the mountain for that." Mi Shui chuckled, leaning in to whisper something in Zhang Hongwei's ear. Whatever she said caused Zhang Hongwei's cheeks to flush even deeper. She pinched Mi Shui playfully, casting me yet more disapproving looks. However, her demeanor seemed to have calmed somewhat. Really now, I bet you're saying something mischievous behind my back." Lost in my thoughts, I glanced at the other women on the bus. Huang Lanlan remained close to Huang Mimi, hardly sparing me a glance. Bai Yuer, on the other hand, seemed intrigued by me, occasionally stealing glances in my direction. The man beside her appeared quite agitated by the situation, positioning himself to obstruct her view of me and shooting me pointed glares. "Old sir, do you have a moment?" I greeted with a smile. "Oh, Dr. Zhang, please sit down," the elderly gentleman gestured, displaying a courteous demeanor. I began discussing certain matters regarding the Tianshan region and sharing my knowledge of various medicinal herbs, with my gaze frequently drifting towards Bai Yuer. Indeed, the girls from the mountains are distinctly different. Bai Yuer was clad in a tightly fitted leather outfit that accentuated her admirable figure. Yet it was so snug that it seemed to threaten to burst at the seams, emanating an alluring charm. Discussing the excavation of white beards with my master? "Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Tell me, what kind of mountain is Longshu Mountain?" Not long into my conversation with the elder, the brooding figure nearby fixed his gaze upon me, displaying an unmistakable irritation, as if he wished to expel me to prevent any connection with the girl. The elder remained silent, seemingly harboring his own reservations about me, staring blankly in my direction. After all, my arrival and mention of Longshu Mountain were perceived as an affront to an experienced snow lotus digger. That mountain is revered among those who seek snow lotus in the Tianshan region, and outsiders are expected to speak of it with the utmost respect. Far removed from my earlier demeanor, Longshu Mountain lies to the west of central Tianshan, surrounded by 17 towering, snow-capped peaks. The temperatures within its confines are perpetually low, even colder than those atop the snow mountains. However, Longshu Mountain does possess some subtle hot springs that prevent snow accumulation year-round despite the frigid climate. Furthermore, the mountain is divided into 3 sections, each yielding different varieties of medicinal herbs. The first paragraph introduces a variety of commonplace herbs from the plains. Yet these herbs possess unique properties that set them apart. Some may even be toxic, while others can exhibit effects several times more potent than typical plains herbs. The second paragraph describes the sacred ground of the snow lotus gatherers, particularly renowned in the Tian Shan region, a place only the most skilled gatherers can conquer, where one can find the authentic millennium snow lotus. The final location is said to be a territory that only the majestic eagle can conquer, rumored to be the sole place where one might directly obtain the elusive white beard. However, it is said that for over 1,000 years, no one has successfully ascended there, with some claiming that the white beard now covers the ground abundantly. Those who manage to reach it could amass a fortune worth millions. The expression on the face of the cold, sinister youth appeared grim. He seemed taken aback by my profound understanding of the situation there, even to the last detail. Indeed, it was unexpected that Dr. Zhang would be so well acquainted with that locale, which would certainly facilitate our endeavors. However, the elder cast a glance at Huang Mimi in the distance, expressing concern. The white beard must be transformed into white beard ointment and used within an hour, otherwise it would lose its efficacy. Thus, Huang Mimi must wait in the mountains of the second segment. Once we prepare it, we will relay it to her. Young brother, it's exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to reach the second segment. How can she, in her frail state, possibly manage? The elder voiced his apprehensions. Old sir, the winds there, I smiled faintly, recalling something. Although it isn't a snow-capped mountain, the winds atop Longshu Mountain are more ferocious than any found on snowy peaks. This thought caused me a headache. If we cannot transport Huang Mimi to the second segment, the only option left would be to lower the white beard ointment using ropes. However, if the winds are strong, who knows where it would end up? Yet, as a new thought crossed my mind, a smile spread across my face. I felt that some things might still be achievable, for I possess a treasure. Miss Bayuer, what role will you undertake when the time comes? My gaze swiftly shifted to Bayuer. Suddenly queried, she appeared quite exhilarated. I shall be the pathfinder. Should any issues arise ahead, I will be at the forefront. She declared, oh, that is indeed the most perilous and challenging role. I chuckled. Naturally, young individuals like you from the city seem devoid of vitality. My compliment brought a radiant smile to Bayuer's face, and she proudly adjusted her posture, which brought me considerable delight. Then I shall rely on you for assistance. Miss Bayuer, I smiled at her once more. Naturally, Bayuer's chest puffed up even higher, and she even made a few movements that left me momentarily speechless. The cold youth beside us glared, as if he were about to explode in envy. Had it not been for the elder's presence, he might have lunged at me. Ha! You infuriate me, you little rascal. I chuckled inwardly, finding great amusement in the youth's reaction. This narrow-minded fellow is precisely the one I enjoy provoking. Soon, our group boarded the plane, heading directly towards the western regions. On board, I naturally positioned myself beside Huang Mimi, wishing to ascertain her condition. It seemed as though she had been administered some sedative, as she remained in a deep slumber. Huang Lanlan cast a fleeting glance of disapproval in my direction, seemingly dissatisfied with my actions during the journey. Teacher Mi Shui, Teacher Zhang, I gestured toward them. Huang Lanlan looked at me with confusion, unable to comprehend my intention in summoning those two women. Allow me to introduce my companions, I stated. Your companions? Huang Lanlan exclaimed in surprise. For the age disparity between the two women and myself was quite pronounced. They could easily pass for my aunts. Yet, they were still my partners. Do you doubt my charm with the ladies? If I could win you over, what makes you think I couldn't captivate them? I chuckled, playfully squeezing Huang Lanlan's shoulder. However, she promptly pushed me away and moved towards my two teachers, engaging them in casual conversation. The three women soon found common ground, their shared energies intertwining, and they appeared to enjoy each other's company immensely. It was evident they were becoming good friends. Seated nearby, I felt a wave of happiness, eager to join their conversation. Yet I found no opportunity to intervene, as they seemed to have an abundance of topics to discuss. Before long, we arrived at a border town in the western regions. After a day of rest, our group set off toward the Tian Shan Mountains. 8 large off-road vehicles and several specialized vehicles, which were seldom seen, accompanied us, including some military engineering vehicles. Wow, The Huang family is formidable. I mused internally, realizing these arrangements were likely orchestrated by Director Huang. As I sat in the vehicle, my gaze remained fixed on Huang Kuan and his son in the nearby car. Throughout the journey, they displayed no signs of distress, serious, responsible, and seemingly forming a commendable rapport with the bodyguards. Moreover, I had noticed them contacting anyone or straying from the group. Perhaps Director Huang's concerns were unfounded. Lost in thought, I found it puzzling as they did not appear to harbor any hostile intentions towards us. At that moment, Teacher Michelle leaned against me, and Teacher Zhang Hongwei, due to the bumpy mountain roads, also nestled closer, seemingly unwilling to reject the proximity. She too rested against me, her eyes slightly glazed. How delightful, I thought, smiling with contentment. My hand found its way to caress her. I then adjusted my clothing to reveal a small plant nestled within, a tender seedling, barely the length of a finger, enveloped in a bit of soil. This plant was a crucial treasure for my current endeavor. Chapter 50. The wind-chasing youth, it has become a habit. My hand gently brushed against it, and it nodded ever so slightly. In due time, it will all depend on you, and, at times, your role may prove to be exceedingly significant. Gazing at it, my attention was also drawn to the slender piece of Tianhuang stone beside it. I understood in my heart that this stone would soon be utilized atop Longshu Mountain to nurture this tender sprout, rendering it pivotal to our endeavors. Perhaps, sensing my intent, the sprout quivered with excitement. Behave well, and it will be yours. Misbehave, and who would bestow it upon you? I nudged it playfully. As soon as the words left my lips, the sprout began to rub its head against my fingers, seemingly seeking my approval. "Huh, you little rascal." I smiled softly as the sprout nestled closer to me. "Let's divide the group," the elder declared as our convoy reached an impasse. He intended to split us into two factions. Some would advance to conquer Longshu Mountain ahead of time, while others would escort Huang Mimi. Diongvu, Huang Kuwen. The elder called out our names, assigning Huang Kuan a few bodyguards and myself to the front group, while the remainder formed the rear. Xiao Wu, Teacher Mi Shui, and Zhang Hongwei appeared reluctant to part ways with me. As we prepared to separate, they expressed their reluctance one by one. "Have faith in my abilities. You need to believe in me." I chuckled, giving Mi Shui a playful tap on the nose, then attempted to do the same to Zhang Hongwei. She shyly stepped back a bit, but I managed to poke her anyway. Upon contact, her eyes playfully rolled at me. "Next time, stand firm and do not retreat." I feigned annoyance, only to receive another playful glare from her. Xiao Wu, regarding the 1,000-year snow lotus, Zhang Hongwei gestured as if recalling something. "Ah, the 1,000-year snow lotus. What about my safety?" I pretended to be angry. "You." Zhang Hongwei lightly punched my chest, casting me an exasperated look. "Be careful on the road," she said gently. "What do you mean?" I feigned ignorance, which earned me another playful jab from her. Ah! My heart was filled with joy. "Xiao Wu, come here." Huang Lanlan stood beside the two women, having formed a close friendship with them. She showed no jealousy towards their camaraderie and seemed at ease as she gestured for me to approach. "What is it, Sister Lanlan?" I grinned and stepped forward, taking her hand gently. "Such a rascal." Huang Lanlan rolled her eyes at me, yet allowed me to hold her hand. "Be cautious of Huang Kuan. I am unsure of what schemes he and his father are plotting, but I suspect it is all well planned." Huang Lanlan gazed at me with concern. "You must also be careful, as well as Mimi." I looked toward Huang Mimi, who seemed to be under some influence, her body languid and dazed. Using my breath to sense the atmosphere, I realized that this was a cunning tactic. Huang Mimi's physical constitution is rather frail. If she were to be exposed to the elements here, like an ordinary person, I fear that it wouldn't take long for her to encounter problems. However, temporarily restricting her bodily functions might actually be beneficial for her. Yet, I am acutely aware that prolonged confinement of her bodily functions will undoubtedly have repercussions for her overall health. I estimate that in a few days, the medication within her system will gradually dissipate, and by that time, it will be imperative to procure the white beard ointment. At this moment, Huang Lanlan gazed at me tenderly, permitting me to squeeze her small hand several times. It genuinely felt as though she were my girlfriend. "You truly are remarkable," I remarked as I packed my belongings and set forth. I stood beside Bai Yuer, who was intently observing the trio of teachers in the distance. They stood together, their gazes fixed on me, and the bond reflected in their eyes was evident even to a child. Since elementary school, people have dubbed me a romantic savant, claiming that merely by touching someone's hand, they would uncontrollably fall in love with me. I proclaimed this with a hint of mischief. Such a boast, Bayuera chuckled, giving me a playful glare. Do you dare to let me touch your hand? I gestured. Bayuera rolled her eyes, but eventually extended a single finger, laughing, go ahead. Just as I was about to seize the moment, a cold young man suddenly intervened, pushing Bayuera's hand away and positioning himself between us. Junior sister, what did master instruct you? Do not engage with strange men, especially those of dubious character. The cold young man shot me an admonishing glare. Wenjie, Zhang Wu is not a stranger. Besides, I find his conversation quite entertaining. Bayuera defended me, attempting to draw closer. Yet, the fellow named Zhuang Wenjie remained steadfastly between us. I felt a surge of frustration, wishing I could land a punch on this pest. Zhang Wu, I see you possess some prowess. Will you be able to accompany us in our endeavors? Eventually, we set off on our journey, but it wasn't long before Zhuang Wenjie seemed to recall something and grinned at me. Embarking on a journey? Wenjie, Zhang Wu is not suited for the task of digging for snow lotus. How could you ask him to undertake such a perilous endeavor? Bayuera interjected, somewhat disapproving. Junior sister, you misunderstand. I have heard that this fellow has foraged for ginseng atop Songshan, and not just any ginseng, but 1,000-year-old ginseng. A person capable of such a feat is certainly not incapable of mountain work. Zhuang Wenjie provocatively eyed me. China is vast, and the mountainous terrains vary greatly. Just because one can forage ginseng does not guarantee familiarity with the conditions of our mountains, Bayuera retorted, visibly agitated by Zhuang Wenjie's antics. Monsieur, I am grateful, I said with a smile directed at her. In all my years, I have never received such concern. As I spoke, I intentionally inched closer to her. What about those 3 girls from earlier? Bayuera cast me a slightly annoyed glance. You are fickle in love, and even more so in words. Those 3 are quite charming, but you must not entertain any frivolous thoughts. After finishing her sentence, Bayuera playfully poked my chest. This was not the outcome I had anticipated. Zhuang Wenjie, observing from the side, found amusement in the situation. What does my pursuit of women have to do with you? I shot a fierce glare at the lad. Longshu Mountain was approximately 50 kilometers from our location. Given the mountainous terrain, such a distance would take us 2 to 3 days to traverse. The elder and Bayuera, however, seemed to move with remarkable agility, as if they could reach our destination in just a day. Huang Kuan and the other bodyguards, on the other hand, struggled to keep up, appearing ill-equipped for the endurance required on such a lengthy journey. To everyone's surprise, I consistently found myself at the front, often walking alongside Bayuera, at times even exhibiting more stamina than Zhuang Wenjie, frequently outpacing him. You rascal! Zhuang Wenjie must have shot me countless glares in response to this. My conversations with Bayuera also flourished. She seemed to enjoy our exchanges, occasionally brushing against me, which was rather delightful. We could now see Longshu Mountain in the distance. But Bayuera halted abruptly, her face reflecting a mixture of surprise and discovery. I too gazed in astonishment at what lay before us, a milky white liquid pooling on the grass. It appeared quite peculiar, as such a substance was unlikely to be found along these mountain paths. Bayuera quickly spotted the elder and called for him. He approached with a look of confusion, then bent down to inhale the air. A delightful, pure fragrance filled the surroundings. Grandfather, it's ginseng, Bayuera whispered softly, avoiding my gaze. I understood immediately and chuckled, winking at her, sensing that she was somewhat possessive, perhaps wishing to keep this treasure to herself, hence her avoidance of me. She appeared a tad embarrassed. After all, we had shared laughter and camaraderie throughout the journey, and it felt somewhat awkward for her to distance herself from me. I assured her I would not be overly upset and moved closer to her, whispering, "Who cares?" Bayuera shot me a glance, her cheeks faintly flushed. At that moment, Zhuang Wenjie joined us, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded the white liquid. "Master, this is," he began, but the elder raised a hand to silence him. Having quickly turned his attention to me, The elder stated, "Since you understand, according to our mountain customs, you are entitled to a share. If you participate in the search and we find it, you will receive 1/4. If you choose not to participate, you will receive 1/10. The choice is yours." The elder fixed his gaze upon me. Haha. Hearing this, Zhuang Wanjie chuckled, seemingly convinced that I would undoubtedly withdraw. All right, let's proceed, but those fellows. I glanced back at Huang Kuan and the bodyguards trailing behind. What? Upon hearing my response, Zhuang Wenjie looked at me in utter surprise. They are simple. Let us hasten their journey, for I fear they might collapse from exhaustion. Upon hearing the elder's words, I felt the same way. Without further ado, after a brief discussion with Huang Kuan and his entourage, we set off towards the location where the white liquid was dispersed. With all our might, the three of us moved with the agility of monkeys. Occasionally, as we navigated through the trees, a slight sway was all it took to pass through. Initially, I struggled to keep pace, but after a moment of adaptation, I found myself surpassing them in speed. The key lay in my uncanny familiarity with the surrounding environment. I could discern the size and type of stones ahead without even glancing, as well as the distribution of stones in the distant grasslands. I could make judgments with each step I took. Furthermore, every leap I made was remarkably stable. The creature, Zhuang Wenjie, struggled to keep up behind me, casting countless bewildered glances in my direction. "Wait for me," Bai Yuer exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she seemed eager to race against me. Chapter 51. The white ginseng demon, feeling the presence of someone who could match her speed, filled her with delight. Without uttering much, she trailed closely behind me. Very well, let the chase begin." Noticing her pursuit, I quickened my pace. To my surprise, this little girl was indeed formidable. As I accelerated, she managed to stay right on my heels, almost closing the distance several times. This was not ideal. Sensing a miscalculation on her part, I abruptly turned around. "What are you doing?" Bai Yuer assumed I intended to take advantage of her, extending her small hand in an attempt to block me. Bai Yuer misstepped, tumbling towards me. I instinctively caught her in my arms. She exclaimed, finding herself positioned snugly against my chest, even bumping against it slightly. I thought to take it slow, allowing just a hint of energy to seep into her being. With so many beautiful women around, I had yet to fully manage my energy, so I could only let a small amount enter Bai Yuer's body. Though it was merely a trickle, Bai Yuer reacted oddly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. It was evident that this energy had a significant effect on her. "Let go of me," she remarked, casting me a playful glare as she pushed me away. Her gaze fell upon the torn fabric on her leg and the bloodstains. Her expression tinged with a hint of resignation. "Here, let me bandage it for you." I knew she had supplies in her backpack and rushed to retrieve them. "I'll do it myself," Bai Yuer insisted, feeling embarrassed. However, as she turned, pain shot through her, causing her to lean back into my embrace once more, lightly colliding with my chest. This moment heightened her embarrassment, as if she were entirely in control. Still think you can manage on your own?" I smiled slightly, taking the supplies from her and beginning to tend to her injury. The sight of her beautiful legs was striking. The contrast of her skin tone was remarkable, golden on the surface, yet entirely alabaster beneath, as though two distinct bodies were intertwined. Nonetheless, both were exquisite, and gazing upon them brought me a sense of comfort, tempting me to linger a bit longer. "Be gentle," sitting on a nearby rock, Bai Yuer allowed me to assist her. My hands brushed against her smooth skin, and her cheeks flushed. "You see, I told you to be careful, yet you didn't believe me, thinking I was merely trying to take advantage of you." As I spoke, I deliberately grazed her calf with my palm. She sensed something, but could not discern any malicious intent from my expression. She simply shot me a mild glare, seemingly convinced I had only brushed against her lightly. This made me inwardly chuckle with delight. After carefully bandaging her, I gazed at her lovely legs once more, my hands instinctively reaching out again, ostensibly to check her injury, but truly taking advantage of the opportunity. "Hey, what are you doing?" came a voice from behind. It was Zhuang Wenjie, catching up to us. As he approached, he caught sight of my hand grasping Bai Yuer's calf. His entire demeanor seemed to ignite with fury as he rushed toward me. Bai Yuer attempted to retract her leg, yet I deliberately caressed it a few times in front of Zhuang Wenjie, aiming to provoke him further. Zhang Wu, I shall make you pay dearly. Zhuang Wenjie lunged at me, his fist already extended. As he neared, I took a slight step back, and a surge of green light flickered within my chest. In an instant, Zhuang Wenjie's face was bombarded with blows, accompanied by audible expressions of pain. Within mere seconds, his visage resembled that of a swollen pig's head, and the green light emanating from my chest dissipated entirely. He gazed at me in bewilderment, clutching his swollen face and retreating frantically. What treachery are you employing, you rascal? Zhuang Wenjie shot me a venomous glare, at a loss for words. Hey, Baiware also cast a reproachful glance in my direction, seemingly blaming me for my excessive force. Rest assured, I shall be gentler next time, I replied with a faint smile, which managed to soften Baiware's expression slightly. Before long, the elder arrived at the scene. Is everything all right? He inquired, sensing the tension among us. All is well, Baiware, and I promptly shook our heads, while Zhuang Wenjie, with a hint of resignation, also nodded in agreement, wary of speaking too freely about the matter. Nonetheless, his gaze still bore a strong resentment toward me. The elder, perceptive as he was, seemed to grasp the underlying current, but chose to remain silent since we did not divulge any details. Very well, the white ginseng should be nearby, the elder remarked, inhaling the surrounding air. The rich aroma of ginseng wafted through the vicinity, accompanied by a gentle breeze that dispersed the fragrant essence throughout the atmosphere. Typically, such white ginseng is found either in caves or within the nests of certain animals. Thus, we ought to scrutinize our surroundings for any telltale signs. The elder began to gesture for us to follow his lead. Zhuang Wenjie, nursing his inflamed face, wished to join Baiware. Yet I took the initiative to grasp her hand, drawing her away, and she appeared willing to comply. Observing this, Zhuang Wenjie's expression contorted with anguish, but he found himself powerless to intervene. Have you ever encountered white ginseng? Baiware inquired, looking at me. No, I have merely heard of it, I replied. Then why do you think my grandfather is so certain that the white ginseng resides here? Baiware seemed to harbor doubts. White ginseng rarely stirs, if it does. It will undoubtedly emit a strong fragrance, drawing the attention of ginseng hunters. Hence, its hiding spots must be located in well-ventilated areas with unique terrains and numerous caves. This place is undoubtedly most suitable. Furthermore, the scent of this ginseng is unmistakable. I nodded with conviction. Ah, you possess quite the understanding, Baiware remarked, casting me another teasing glance, as if she believed I was feigning comprehension. You, however, seem to lack insight. I too smiled at her, fully aware that she understood, likely testing me. Indeed, as soon as I spoke, she puffed out her chest and playfully swatted at me several times, although a ravine nearby allowed the mountain breeze to swirl around. The surrounding area was predominantly filled with various trees and small hills. Zhuang Wenjie was searching atop one of the hills, while the elder began to explore a cave to the side. Baiware seemed inclined to investigate another hill. I grasped her hand and stood my ground, allowing the breath within me to expand outward, reaching a distance of 300 meters as I sought to survey the situation thoroughly. I could sense many locations around me. Yet one particular spot seemed shrouded in excessive mist or some other enigmatic aura, rendering it unclear. Mist? I glanced over. The area appeared quite clear, devoid of fog, and I could see far into the distance. What could this be? Confounded, I led Baiware toward that peculiar location, eager to uncover the nature of this strange mist. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Baiware questioned, seemingly perplexed. The area was nearly flat aside from a few large trees, and it was easy to see to the edge. It seemed improbable for a white ginseng to be hiding there. I just feel something odd about that place. The more I sensed, the stranger it felt. It was as if something lay ahead, yet remained unseen. As we approached the edge of that aura, I pulled Baiware back. What's wrong? She still wished to advance. There is something amiss. Something amiss? She remained puzzled. Before us lay an empty expanse. Her gaze turned quizzical, as if regarding a simpleton. I picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it towards the grass nearby. With a sharp sound, a rabbit grazing there was struck, limping as it attempted to flee. Curiously, it seemed aware of the danger on one side and sought refuge on the other. I threw another stone, knocking the rabbit unconscious, then carried it to the edge of that aura. Summon your grandfather. I gestured to Bayuer. What are you up to? Bayuer pouted. Yet she took out her walkie-talkie to summon the elder. What is happening? The elder approached, his expression somewhat discomfort, as if our presence interrupted his treasure-seeking endeavor. Uncle, there is something wrong here. I took a piece of ginseng and lightly stimulated the rabbit's nose. It startled awake, retreating behind me, seemingly unwilling to advance. I tossed the rabbit about 7 or 8 meters into the grassy expanse ahead. What is this? The elder looked at me, still not comprehending my actions. Grandfather, I, too, am at a loss. Perhaps he has discerned something. Bayuer also wore an expression of confusion. Yet she seemed inclined to believe me and was willing to offer an explanation on my behalf. Upon hearing this, I naturally smiled at her in gratitude. Her words were accompanied by a gentle glance in my direction. What could this possibly mean? Zhuang Wenjie, seemingly oblivious to the situation, hastened over, observing me toss a rabbit into the nearby thicket. He appeared equally perplexed. The rabbit was to scout the way, and suddenly he burst into laughter. I paid him no mind, my attention fixated on the rabbit's predicament. The creature desperately sprinted towards us, but after a few steps, it began to wobble uncontrollably. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground. Within mere seconds, it began to froth at the mouth. This sudden turn of events left all 3 of us, including the elder, astonished, our faces reflecting confusion. What transpired next was even more horrifying. The rabbit's body seemed as though it had been immersed in sulfuric acid, beginning to bubble and dissolve. Its skin vanished, its muscles disintegrated, and ultimately, its bones melted away, seeping into the soil. Moments later, as the wind blew, the area appeared untouched, for the rabbit's form had completely turned to ash, blown away without a trace. Ugh! Bayuer, witnessing this, immediately succumbed to nausea. What on earth is this? Zhuang Wenjie was utterly dumbfounded. Yes, it is the white ginseng demon, the elder suddenly realized, casting a look of profound astonishment in my direction, seemingly unprepared for the existence of such a creature. Chapter 52. The Pathfinding. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It has undoubtedly been over 5 millennia. I conjured an image of the terrain before me, estimating that my abilities had grown considerably. Within a kilometer radius, there exists a malevolent aura capable of taking lives. Bayuer and Zhuang Wenjie gazed at both me and the elder in astonishment, their expressions tinged with confusion as they struggled to comprehend the nature of this lethal essence. Indeed, my master had once recounted tales of time long past when such potent white ginseng truly existed. However, those were merely legends passed down from the ancestors of ginseng gatherers. Some dismissed these accounts as mere folklore. Yet the elder regarded me with an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom the existence of such a phenomenon. Uncle, I felt similarly when perusing the records, I admitted. Upon hearing my words, the elder lowered his head in resignation, as if he had not contemplated the reality of the situation, and gestured for us to return. The evidence lay stark before us. We were ill-equipped to confront such a force. Grandfather, must we go back? Bayuer protested, her reluctance evident. Master, 5,000 years of white ginseng. Zhuang Wenjie seemed equally eager to seize the opportunity. My grandfather had informed me that the last appearance of a white ginseng spirit in the Tianshan region resulted in the demise of over 200 individuals, predominantly those who sought either ginseng or snow lotus in the area. It had strategically manifested along the paths frequented by ginseng and snow lotus gatherers, leading to a decade where none in our vicinity unearthed even a single wild mountain ginseng or snow lotus. In light of this, do you wish to take the risk? The elder's expression was grave as he scrutinized Bayuer and Zhuang Wenjie. We both seemed to struggle for words, ultimately bowing our heads in resignation, unwilling to embrace such peril. Xiaowu, thank you. Were it not for you, we might have. The elder turned his gaze to the landscape, expressing his gratitude with a nod. We must proceed towards Longshu Mountain. This route serves as the most expedient shortcut, if we remain unaware of the dangers. Many lives may be lost here. However, due to my timely warning and discovery, we have averted a significant crisis. Please return. I wish to try. I signaled to the three of them. You wish to try? Zhuang Wenjie chuckled, skepticism evident in his tone. I will assist you, Bai Yuer declared without hesitation, eager to accompany me on this venture. You. The elder seemed poised to voice a concern, yet ultimately bowed his head in acquiescence. The ability to detect this white ginseng spirit and sense its lethal aura, these two aspects alone placed me far beyond the elder in capability. Thus, certain words were beyond his purview to utter in my presence. Young brother, you are surely a disciple of a master, endowed with extraordinary gifts. Nonetheless, exercise caution. And Bai Yuer, the elder gestured towards her, evidently wishing to dissuade her from accompanying me. I want to join, Bai Yuer asserted resolutely, her eyes fixed on the elder, determined to witness firsthand how I would confront the ginseng spirit and eager to partake in the endeavor. Very well, just be careful. The elder cautioned, casting a glance in my direction, his intent unmistakable. I was to look after Bai Yuer. I nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the unspoken responsibility bestowed upon me. Moreover, I gently grasped Bai Yuer's small hand, a mischievous act that prompted her to chide me, yet she did not withdraw her hand from mine. Zhuang Wenjie and the elder soon departed, leaving Bai Yuer closely by my side, almost inseparable. What should I do? Once the elder was gone, Bai Yuer gazed at me with a hint of excitement, seemingly eager to take immediate action. I settled down, absorbing the peculiar aura of the ginseng energy that flowed around us. It moved slowly, although not at a rapid pace. In the midst of this energy, there lay a small slope adorned with numerous caves and towering plants, reminiscent of the cold climate flora that stood tall and straight. I attempted to channel the energy from within my body to disperse the ginseng aura. It proved somewhat effective, yet I felt an overwhelming pressure. As I pushed, the energy quickly retaliated, forcing me back. Minutes passed, and my attempts to push it away became futile, leaving me feeling particularly weak. I decided to fight poison with poison. I reached into my belongings and retrieved a large flowered orchid. The tender vines could thrive in a small amount of ginseng soil, but the large flowered orchid required a considerably larger volume, roughly the size of a fist. I had made arrangements with the mutated little green snake residing within the orchid to absorb some energy from the soil, awaiting the upcoming auction. At that moment, it was peacefully nestled within one of the orchid's petals, deep in slumber. I placed it near the toxic ginseng aura, intending to inquire further. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the mutated little green snake sprang forth, excitedly diving into the ginseng energy, fervently inhaling and exhaling. The snake had grown to the thickness of a thumb and was approximately the length of a pencil. In just a few minutes, it was gluttonously consuming the energy, its belly swelling noticeably. Furthermore, the poisonous ginseng aura within a radius of several dozen meters dissipated, while some areas around us slowly replenished. Yet for the moment, we found ourselves with an additional 20 to 30 meters of space to maneuver. Bai Yuer's astonished gaze was fixed upon the clearing, where the mutated little green snake flitted about, consuming the toxins. It seemed she had made a realization, her eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected treasure I possessed. I nodded slowly, my face betraying a hint of concern. However, the subsequent actions of the mutated little green snake alleviated my worries almost instantaneously. It returned to the orchid's leaves, beginning to absorb the energy from the underlying soil. After consuming a significant amount of toxic gas, it appeared to accelerate its absorption of the energy from the soil. Moreover, as it ingested, many dark impurities began to drip from its belly into the surrounding earth. I tugged at Bai Yuer, but the aura from those black impurities nearly overwhelmed her, almost causing her to faint. I comforted her, allowing her to inhale a bit of ginseng energy, which eventually roused her from her daze, breathless yet awake. However, her entire body remained nestled in my embrace. It seemed that the potency of those dark essences was indeed formidable. This was the venom excreted by the mutated little green snake, and it was congealed. One should exercise caution. I playfully patted Bai Yuer's pert backside, seemingly to rouse her from slumber, and, of course, I took the opportunity to indulge in a bit of mischief. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she propped herself up, casting several astonished glances in my direction. The mutated green snake, which had consumed the toxic substances, and that green light encountered while dealing with Zhuang Wenjie. How did it feel as though I harbored countless secrets? This notion prompted her to gaze at me with renewed curiosity. After a period of digestion, the mutated little green snake had grown noticeably larger, resembling a young serpent found in the fields. It seemed to tense its abdomen slightly before it began to absorb the surrounding space. This time, its rate of absorption and capacity were significantly swifter than before. Meanwhile, the white ginseng spirit appeared to sense something amiss, actively absorbing the toxic ginseng essence from the air. Half an hour later, the surrounding area was devoid of any toxic ginseng essence, leaving it utterly barren. The mutated little green snake proudly patted its belly, wearing a look of utmost satisfaction. It nodded vigorously at me, seemingly grateful for my arrangements. Additionally, the excreted black toxins were quickly absorbed by the roots of a large orchid, which naturally thrived on consuming toxins, rendering this a nourishing supplement for it. Suddenly, Bai Yuer seemed to sense something and made a dash for the earthen slope. I promptly restrained her, fully aware that over 70% of the toxic essence had been absorbed by the white ginseng spirit itself, and not by the mutated green snake. Thus, rushing in blindly could lead us to our demise without us even knowing how. "What are you doing?" Bai Yuer shot me an exasperated glance. I said little, merely gesturing for her not to rush ahead. After another glare, she fell in step beside me, also surveying the surrounding terrain. There were several burrows and even natural caves nearby. It felt as though the white ginseng spirit was likely hiding within one of these few shelters. By the way, would it direct the toxic essence it just absorbed? Bai Yuer inquired, her gaze fixed on me. I understood that she sought to determine the precise location of the white ginseng spirit based on that detail. "Do you think it is as foolish as you?" I replied with a slight smile. "What are you saying?" Bai Yuer, momentarily incensed, playfully struck my arm. I chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. The white ginseng spirit had deliberately retained a portion of the toxic essence at this spot, enveloping all the caves in this vicinity. Thus, it seemed that this creature could be lurking in any of the caves. However, determining which specific cave it occupied could not be ascertained from such circumstances. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer wore an expression of resignation. Within the cavern, numerous barriers and rocky formations abound, accompanied by many twists and turns. When my breath enters, it scarcely registers the depth. In certain terrains, it is utterly impossible to delve further. I gently caress the tender vine, wishing for it to take action on my behalf. After gauging the precise length of the cave, which measures 20 meters, I refrain from putting it at risk. This tender vine is my cherished possession, still in its juvenile stage. Should it encounter a significant peril, it could easily be severed into 2 large pieces, or worse, perish entirely. Therefore, allowing it to scout the path and relay information under less hazardous circumstances is permissible. As for this white ginseng spirit, I shall forego any further engagement. Chapter 53. The transaction accompanied by Bai Yuer, I meticulously examined the entrances of several caves. Some appeared to be artificially excavated, while others bore signs of animal intrusion. Additionally, there are naturally formed caverns, totaling more than a dozen. Among them, nearly 10 seemed exceptionally deep, suggesting that venturing inside could entail several hours of perilous exploration. "Indeed, grandfather. The toxic ginseng fumes have been cleared by Xiao Wu. We must now explore the caves," I remarked, still observing our surroundings. Bai Yuer, however, had already initiated contact with the elder. Asking if he would like me and Zhuang Wenjie to assist, the elder proposed, prompting Bai Yuer to glance my way. I nodded in agreement, albeit with an air of uncertainty. At that moment, I found myself at a loss, for delving into each cave individually would demand an immense expenditure of time and energy. Thus, I deemed it prudent to have the 2 of them join us for assistance. Before long, they arrived. I noted that at least 5 of the caves appeared to extend over 100 meters deep. The elder promptly fetched a flashlight and began to inspect each cavern. Zhuang Wenjie, still filled with curiosity, directed his gaze toward me and then toward Bai Yuer. It was evident that the bond between Bai Yuer and myself had deepened, as she closely followed my every move, akin to a devoted girlfriend. Indeed, but I found myself muddled, uncertain whether the elder was aware of certain matters. Elder, this season is known for the harvesting of snow lotuses, and the weather is particularly refreshing. Arguably the coolest time of year in the Tian Shan region. Even the white ginseng spirits are seldom seen wandering about, which suggests they are inclined to roam outside. However, but what? Zhuang Wenjie queried, his confusion palpable as he shot me a disapproving glare, fixating on the proximity of my arm to Bai Yuer's. Bai Yuer seemed to grow weary of Zhuang Wenjie's scrutiny. In a bold move, she grasped my arm, intentionally drawing his attention. This action only deepened Zhuang Wenjie's scowl, as if he wished to intervene and separate us. You imply that it is unlikely for the spirit to enter the cave. Yet where else would it venture? The elder seemed to grasp my thoughts. I gestured toward the surrounding trees. You suggest. The elder regarded the large trees dotting the hillside with a hint of confusion, particularly 5 of them that were large enough to accommodate several individuals. Unlikely, is it? The elder seemed skeptical of my suspicions, yet I held firm in my belief. I motioned for them to follow me as I began to inspect each tree meticulously. Why must we heed your direction? Zhuang Wenjie, still obstinate, expressed his frustration and attempted to seek his own path. The white ginseng spirit exudes substantial toxic fumes. If you are willing to take the risk, that is your choice, I replied with a faint smile, refusing to even acknowledge him. Ha ha ha. It seems I recalled that moment, the process of that rabbit's demise. It merely hesitated for an instant before this fellow approached. He was utterly reluctant to advance any further. 5 towering trees stood before us, 3 of which were unremarkable white birches, while the other 2 were locust trees. Logically, in the Tian Shan Mountains, especially near the snow line, the growth of locust trees would be quite improbable. Yet, here they thrived. I was not particularly curious. In a mountainous region abundant with rare medicinal herbs, it is entirely possible for peculiar or unexpected flora to flourish, and even quite commonly. Thus, I attuned my senses to the 5 trees, yet felt nothing amiss. However, upon making contact with the surface, I could distinctly perceive the essence from the top to the bottom, even sensing a few insects within, their precise locations clear to me. Yet, the 2 locust trees seemed somewhat off. With the 3 white birches, the understanding came swiftly, but when I reached the first locust tree, I sensed certain areas eluding my grasp. It required the full extent of my vitality to comprehend its essence. Moreover, the white birches exhibited a lively breath, resonating with the energy within my own body. In contrast, these 2 locust trees posed a challenge, particularly the one directly before me. I consistently struggled to connect with its uppermost regions. With both hands gripping the trunk of the locust tree, I began to ascend gradually. In due course, the sensations above became clearer. Yet, the obstruction I felt bore a striking resemblance to the noxious aura I had encountered earlier. No, something was amiss. Suddenly, I leaped down swiftly. At that very moment, a dense cloud of toxic energy erupted from beneath the adjacent locust tree, spreading like a jet, enveloping the surrounding area entirely. I expelled the large clump of toxic energy from my chest. My inner vitality surged forth, while the mutated green serpent voraciously consumed the noxious essence. Do not move. The elder and Bai Yuer seemed acutely aware that this was a critical juncture, necessitating absolute stillness. However, Zhuang Wenjie had begun to panic, attempting to lunge to the side. I supported his position with my vitality, and he too seemed to sense something, frantically scrambling toward me. Brother Wu, save me please. In a single motion, he grasped my legs, resembling a dog clinging beneath me. I paid him no mind, merely striving to maintain my strength. Fortunately, with the mutated green serpent's assistance, I would have surely faltered under the pressure of the toxic gas. As time passed, the protective aura of my vitality expanded. The little green serpent continued to consume more and more. The white ginseng demon, sensing its impending doom, reluctantly withdrew the last remnants of toxic energy. This was the moment. My hand rested upon the final locust tree. I knew the entity lay within. The moment I ventured inside, I was jolted back several paces, my mind throbbing painfully. "I release you." A voice reverberated within my mind. It was the white ginseng spirit pleading with me. How could this be? "Your worth is nearly priceless." I chuckled softly. Bai Yuer and the elder were momentarily taken aback. They seemed astonished that I could communicate with plants. "You have indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, and just moments ago, you attempted to deceive us. How could we possibly release you?" I pressed my aura against the locust tree once more, striving to ascertain the precise location of this white ginseng spirit. Yet a formidable will resisted me vigorously. The subsequent words caused me to withdraw my aura. Indeed, the spirit's reasoning held merit. Yes, the site of the killings was over there, and it was not directed at us specifically. Its deceit was merely a result of desperation. While the logic was sound, after so much effort, I felt a twinge of regret for having gained nothing. You require a ginseng root, a packet of ginseng soil, and ultimately, some of the spiritual energy within your body. Spiritual energy, you comprehend. A silence enveloped the space, as if it were contemplating. Seizing the opportunity, I sensed the interior. There appeared a white-skinned beauty, half ginseng, half spirit. Within her crystalline form, energy flowed gently. Astonished, I had not anticipated the white ginseng spirit's true corporeal manifestation to be like this. "Very well, I trust you." Shortly, the entity acquiesced. Before long, I felt warmth emanating from my right hand. From a section of the locust tree's bark, a strand of white hair emerged, resembling both ginseng and a woman's hair. Additionally, 2 packages of soft, white soil were slowly presented. In a moment, the warmth in my right hand dissipated, yet I sensed that it felt significantly fuller than before. I took a moment to assess. Typically, my right hand's sensory range extends to 100 meters and with effort, 300 meters. However, at this moment, I could sense up to 300 meters effortlessly. Indeed, it had become impressively potent. I decided against harming it. The elder seemed to catch on, a hint of regret crossing his face. I patted the large petal orchid, signaling to the mutated little green snake within. It reluctantly expelled some black filth, which was immediately absorbed by the locust tree upon contact. This was part of my terms for the transaction. Not killing it was one matter. Whether we could eliminate it was another. Perhaps we might even meet our end here. I smiled slightly. That is, Zhuang Wenjie seemed about to voice something, but ultimately lowered his head in resignation. There was no need for words. I understood his thoughts. He wished to express that I lacked the ability. Such a person as he had no right to utter such words. His capabilities were far inferior to mine. Chapter 54. Just go I offered 2 white ginseng roots, one of which I bestowed upon the venerable Bai Yuer and her grandson as a token of their reward. I then sensed the presence of the white ginseng spirit residing within the locust tree. She was in the midst of healing, her form seated gracefully at the heart of the tree, a harmonious blend of human and ginseng that exuded a captivating aura. She resembled a character from Celestial Realm or a vibrant comic, evoking a desire within me to possess such an enchanting being. It seemed she perceived my gaze, casting a profound look in my direction, piercing through my heart and stirring a sense of unease that compelled me to retreat several paces. Observing my reaction, Zhuang Wenjie chuckled lightly. After a prolonged search, we finally approached Huang Kuan and his entourage of bodyguards. Upon noticing our demeanor, Huang Kuan couldn't help but chuckle. Presuming we had returned empty-handed, we remained silent, making our way towards Longshu Mountain. However, during our journey, Zhuang Wenjie appeared to grow closer to Huang Kuan, whispering about various matters. Initially, I found their conversation perplexing, unable to discern its content. Yet, soon enough, Huang Kuan directed a curious gaze my way, even going so far as to ask about the white ginseng spirit. This revelation led me to understand that Zhuang Wenjie must have shared the earlier encounter with him. This fellow, indeed, was a source of potential complications. Nevertheless, as we all proceeded towards Longshu Mountain, I reassured myself that the ginseng spirit would remain undisturbed. Xiao Wu, that is Longshu Mountain, I stated. We hastened our pace and eventually arrived at our destination. Longshu Mountain, a majestic mountain range, boasted a pivotal peak on its right side. The mountain's silhouette resembled a dragon, winding through a landscape of snow-capped peaks, its tail obscured from view. The summit, akin to a dragon's head, soared proudly over 2,000 meters above sea level, while patches of the mountain appeared as though composed of some chemical substance, a striking grayish-white. The treacherous ascent of Longshu Mountain was attributed to the limestone surfaces that revealed themselves along the way, their smoothness posing a challenge, the elder whispered. I nodded silently, having already gathered some knowledge from online resources and various materials prior to our arrival. Xiao Wu, how do you plan to ascend the mountain? The elder regarded me with a weighty expectation. With the elder leading the way, I followed closely beside Bai Yuer. I acknowledged with a subtle nod. All right, the elder replied, signaling Huang Kun and also contacting Huang Lianlan and the others behind us to inform them of our situation and ensure they remained on standby. I kept a watchful eye on Huang Kun, sensing that he might take action at any moment, yet I was uncertain of when or how he would proceed. At that moment, his intentions remained inscrutable, though he appeared willing to cooperate with us. Without further contemplation, we commenced our ascent, guided by Bai Yuer, a seasoned expert familiar with the terrain. With her guidance, I followed effortlessly. You, too, joined us, your agile speed and nimble dexterity eliciting a faint smile from Bai Yuer. The elder and Zhuang Wenjie trailed behind us at a distance of about 10 meters, with Zhuang Wenjie frequently casting disdainful glances in my direction. Bai Yuer would place climbing spikes and substantial iron grips resembling horseshoes at particularly challenging spots. After more than an hour of diligent effort, we finally carved out a reasonably wide climbing path. This time was different. It was not just us few who sought to harvest ginseng or snow lotus, but also those bodyguards and less experienced individuals, including the physically challenged Huang Mimi. Thus, the path needed to be wide and secure. Otherwise, Huang Mimi and the others would surely struggle to ascend. Little Sprout, do you sense any issues? I inquired as we rested on the hillside. My hand rested on the small sprout on my chest, observing the path we had established. I sensed that potential problems might arise along this route, as it was the easiest target. No, Little Sprout quickly replied, expressing a desire to descend and inspect each section. Fool! I lightly tapped Little Sprout on the head. This is the initial trail. Any schemes would not unfold here. Moreover, given the incline, even if something were to go awry, the risk of fatality is minimal. The real concern lies with the paths higher up. I gazed at the upper trails, contemplating that if Huang Kun were to devise a plot, it would most likely occur there. A thin mist enveloped that area, and its treacherous surroundings could easily conceal several individuals. Furthermore, should any mishaps occur on the path, a misstep could prove fatal, or a sudden ambush could result in significant casualties. Understood. What about you? I began to communicate with Huang Lanlan separately as thoughts swirled in my mind. Huang Lanlan was quite concerned for me, inquiring about my surroundings. Fortunately, after passing the second segment, we will reach the snow lotus harvesting site. Beyond that lies the area where teachers Mi Shui and Zhang are, I quietly probed. What? Are you worried about the two of them? Her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Rest assured, I carry you and your sister in my heart, I reassured her. You think you can manage that? Huang Lanlan sounded cheerful, even shy through the intercom. Absolutely, my heart is ample enough. I chuckled and exchanged a few more words before we resumed our conquest of the mountain path. The original trail had been designed specifically for those harvesting snow lotus. However, with so many individuals, particularly the inexperienced Huang Mimi, we needed to transport items akin to stretchers. Consequently, the four of us busied ourselves along the path, and after nearly an entire day of labor, we finally made it somewhat presentable. Yet, it was still insufficient. As I surveyed the constructed mountain path, a sense of inadequacy washed over me. In certain areas, there were insufficient nails, while in others, the iron horseshoes were lacking. The prospect of affixing ropes or any similar apparatus seemed daunting, perhaps even entirely unfeasible. Give me the remainder. I gestured to Bai Yuer. She was already visibly exhausted, and even the elder appeared to be straining. It seemed they were ill-equipped to handle the task of arranging the mountain trail. Come on, bring the supplies. I began my descent. The elder, Bai Yuer, and Zhuang Wenjie looked on with curiosity, tinged with skepticism, as if doubting the possibility of further enhancement to the path below. Avoiding their gazes, I began to insert some nails and horseshoes into the mountainside. These iron fittings were equipped with barbed points, which allowed them to penetrate the crevices of the rock, albeit not very deeply. "Kid, you've lost your mind," Zhuang Wenjie exclaimed. "What you're doing is futile and could even be dangerous," the elder urged. "Uncle, just come down later to assess the results. You'll see for yourself whether it will work." I swung my body, allowing one hand to grasp the tendrils of the vines clinging to the mountainside. These vines obediently coiled around my palm, and I then affixed them to the nails and horseshoes. "Please cooperate," I murmured, channeling some ordinary essence from within me into their forms. The sound of cracking filled the air as these vines began to grow instantaneously, especially around the points where they gripped the nails and horseshoes. They tightened like ropes, and I could hear the sound of their constriction. Excellent, excellent, I thought, as I continued to set them one by one, feeling a sense of satisfaction with each placement. Alone, I replenished the mountain path with over 30 long nails and horseshoes before returning to the higher terrain. The elder and the others approached to test my work, their expressions reflecting astonishment. "Xiao Wu, you must be a master from the Tao," the elder remarked with admiration. "I never anticipated you could command the vines so effectively." Baiwei smiled gently at me. Zhuang Wenjie, however, wore a distinctly sour expression. Chuckling softly, I reclined against the mountain rock, resting and gazing at the stretch of path above. The Dragonbeard Mountain was indeed peculiar. The lower sections were nearly straight, yet the upper segment was riddled with depressions, with much of the limestone seemingly eroded away, leaving behind soft, crumbling rock. Amidst the stone crevices, delicate white flowers danced in the breeze, alongside tender ginseng leaves, indicative of abundant snow lotuses or wild ginseng flourishing above. Ascending further led to the neck of the dragon, a region that not only dipped but was entirely composed of smooth limestone, devoid of any protruding vegetation or stones, as if sculpted by unseen hands. The highest point, indeed, is the location of the dragon's head. It is said to be the realm of the white-bearded one, entirely above the clouds, rendering the specifics invisible to the eye. Yet, I can faintly sense a vibrant essence of life emanating from that place, particularly intense, as if something up there is quietly observing us. After a day filled with toil, Baiwei and the elder began to prepare dinner, while Zhuang went and ventured ahead to scout the path. I leaned against a nearby mountain peak to rest, all the while remaining vigilant of the happenings below on the mountain trail. As I sensed something amiss, I furrowed my brow slightly. Chapter 55. A glimpse of the path. There was nothing amiss on the mountain path, yet not far away, from within a cave, something began to emerge slowly. Two individuals, both middle-aged men in their 30s, appeared, burdened with tools. Their first actions left me momentarily astonished. They were scaling the cliff with bare hands, aiming directly for the spot where we had recently established our path. In terms of speed and agility, they were truly exceptional. Indeed, this was part of the arrangement. A subtle smile crept across my face. The anticipated issues had come to light, which brought me a sense of relief, sparing me from future anxiety. "Brother, this task is remarkably easy," one of the men chimed, his expression cheerful and oblivious to my scrutiny. Without further ado, they had already ascended the mountain, leaving us to focus on our own responsibilities. The other man, climbing ahead, wore a similar grin, seemingly finding this endeavor particularly effortless. Using their climbing prowess, they reached the midpoint of our established path and began to wreak havoc. "Brother, look at these fellows causing a ruckus," remarked one of the men as he observed another fiddling with some nails tangled in vines, grinning as he acted. He seemed to believe that those objects were merely supported by the ordinary vines. Simultaneously, he brandished a knife and began to cut. "Damn, this is tough to slice through." After a prolonged struggle, he had only managed to scrape the surface of the vine. No matter how much he tugged, it refused to yield. At this point, the young man was left bewildered. I observed as another man joined him, switching to a sufficiently large dagger and commenced hacking away. After several loud cracks, the vine indeed severed. However, what they could never have anticipated occurred next. Before their very eyes, the vine began to grow back slowly, ultimately remaining tightly ensnared on the nail. Goodness! The two men were left speechless, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Brother, I seem to recall that the vines are the work of that man behind us. Indeed, what sorcery is this? It is far too powerful. How can we proceed with our destruction? The leading man appeared to falter, seemingly reluctant to continue. Those with vines are unmanageable. Let's focus on those without, suggested the younger one, prompting immediate agreement from the other, who nodded in delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, exactly." The duo then turned their attention to the nails and iron stakes we had painstakingly arranged, ready to take action. "Go ahead," I urged, clapping my hands. The mutated green serpent darted forth with a swift motion, casting several glances at me, seemingly displeased with my interruption or my command over it. It bore a lethargic toxicity, lingering for at least half a year. I gestured to it, and it swiftly descended. Before long, it reached its destination, seizing the opportunity to strike. With two quick snaps, the men felt the sting of the serpent's bite, and the mutated green serpent brazenly slithered back up towards me, even reaching my chest. Brother! The two individuals began to feel a sense of dizziness, struggling to maintain their footing as they descended the mountain. Brother! I can't endure this any longer. My body itches terribly, and I feel extremely uncomfortable, the younger one exclaimed, carelessly scrambling down the slope. What are you doing? Have you forgotten what Boss Wong said? The elder replied urgently, fearing the younger's recklessness might jeopardize their situation. Brother, do you wish to live or die? At this moment, they are our only hope, especially since they possess some spare serum. After uttering these words, the younger one dashed downwards, seemingly disregarding everything else. The elder, momentarily taken aback, followed suit. Huangkun, the person you called upon is now before you, yet your body is paralyzed by poison. I believe you ought to exercise some restraint. A thought crossed my mind, and I smiled joyfully. I also gazed at the arduous path ahead, particularly the steepness of the terrain. What is it that brings you such delight? Bayuer swiftly approached me, sensing something amiss. She shot me a fleeting glance. It's nothing. How do you propose we navigate this section? I pointed towards the steep incline. In any case, I am at a loss. My grandfather said it all depends on you, Bayuer stated, fixing her gaze upon me. Huh! You are among those who seek Snow Lotus. I am not, so rely on me at your own peril, I replied with a resigned smile. My grandfather insists that you are extraordinary and surely capable of devising a solution. Moreover, he mentioned that if you cannot think of one, then we certainly will not either. Bayuer smiled at me once more. I was at a loss for words. At this moment, they were entirely dependent on me. Zhuang Wenjie, our scout, soon returned, providing an overview of the situation above, which was nearly identical to what we had observed from below. Xiao Wu, the young lady's condition may not hold for much longer. By the time she arrives here tomorrow morning, we should have already conquered this mountain peak. Therefore, I believe we must act swiftly tonight. The elder approached, his gaze fixed on me. Tonight, I nodded in agreement, though I harbored doubts about how to ascend the mountain. Despite possessing an array of unique tools and even treasures, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus, it was prudent to act without delay. Without further discussion, we gathered our supplies and set forth. After navigating through the easier sections, we approached the steep incline. I was taken aback by the sheer verticality of the smooth rock face, which loomed over 100 meters high, leaving me momentarily speechless and in awe. I reached out to touch it, even attempting to drive a nail into the surface. Clang, clang, clang. Aside from a few specks of dust and a few sparks, no damage was inflicted. Not to mention, driving the nails into the rock was futile. It seemed that this limestone was not only smooth, but also intermingled with some other exceptionally hard substance. 4 generations. Those of us who sought Snow Lotus have attempted to carve a path through, yet we have never succeeded. The elder observed me intently as I continued to feel the stone, attuning myself to my surroundings. In the upper region of my neck, I sensed an overwhelming pressure, causing me to instinctively retreat several steps. What could it be? I could feel a powerful entity watching me intently from that direction, its gaze piercing and painful, almost dissuading us from proceeding. What is happening? Bayuer and the elder looked at me in confusion, unable to comprehend my distress. It's nothing, merely an unsettling sensation emanating from the direction of the white-haired figure. I forced a smile, hesitant to divulge my thoughts, aware that they might not believe me. Although it pertains to a legendary being, each tale surrounding the white-haired figure is invariably accompanied by strange creatures. If the white-haired figure truly exists, it stands to reason that peculiar entities would also be present. The elder regarded me, seemingly piecing something together. I nodded silently in acknowledgement. Bring out your rope, I suggested to Bayuer. It's futile. There's nothing above to attach it to, she replied, handing me a grappling hook. Yet, I felt this tool would be of little use. This grappling hook had a range of 120 meters. As long as it could latch onto something above, it would allow us to ascend. However, there appeared to be no suitable anchor point in sight. Please turn around, I instructed the three of them. Bayuer shot me an annoyed glance, but ultimately complied. The elder turned without hesitation, while Zhuang Wenjie looked on with curiosity, as if contemplating an alternative plan, before he, too, turned away. With a resolute thump on my chest, I pulled the grappling hook free and secured it to a tender vine. The vine immediately shot upward, an effortless ascent for it, despite the impossibility for a human to climb. In a mere instant, it reached the upper level, where I began to search for a place to secure it. Zhuang Wenjie, I observed the situation above while monitoring the surroundings, quickly noticing something amiss. I seized Zhuang Wenjie's phone from his hands. He had been secretly recording behind us. What the? Bayuer attempted to take advantage of the moment to turn back. Dare you? I pressed my hand against her rear, applying a slight force, causing her cheeks to flush as she reluctantly turned away, though her feet stamped in frustration. The elder, standing respectfully to the side, cast a furious glare at Zhuang Wenjie. Give me the phone. The vine returned, appearing utterly exhausted, and concealed itself within my clothing. Zhuang Wenjie reached out, attempting to reclaim my phone. Smack! Without hesitation, the elder delivered a sharp slap to Zhuang Wenjie, sending him sprawling to the ground. After deleting some content, I tossed the phone back to him. Master! Zhuang Wenjie felt a mix of shame and confusion, directing a venomous glare at me, as if this predicament were somehow my fault. The most frequent lesson I impart is one of righteousness. As those who seek Snow Lotus, we contend with the mountains and the venomous, relying on our moral compass for our safety. Little Wu, by utilizing his own methods to assist us, has already made significant sacrifices. Yet you dare to pry into his secrets? Those who walk the path of the Tao possess their own sacred guardianship, which cannot be recklessly invaded. Upon concluding his words, the elder delivered a harsh slap to Zhuang Wenjie, drawing blood from his lips and compelling him to kneel and apologize to me. It is merely curiosity, nothing more. I understand, well, the nature of Zhuang Wenjie. Even as he kneels to apologize, his heart will remain defiant, perhaps even scheming against me, potentially escalating his animosity. Rather than endure his feigned submission, it would be better to leave him standing. Nonetheless, the elder insisted fervently. Ultimately, the boy knelt and offered apologies, yet his gaze pierced through me with palpable hatred. What treasures might you conceal? At that moment, Bayuer stood beside me, watching my chest with a smile. Miss, the chest of a man is not something to gaze upon casually, I replied with a chuckle, testing the ropes, which felt secure. I prepared to ascend. However, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if something awaited us on the mountain, lurking in the shadows, ready to consume us piece by piece. What could it be? Without further contemplation, I began my ascent, keeping an eye on the elder and Bayuer. Uncle, perhaps I should go up alone first, I suggested to the elder. This venture is ours to undertake. After all you have done, we cannot remain idle here. Rest assured, should we encounter any venomous threats, we shall have means to address them, the elder asserted, nodding firmly and signaling Bayuer and Zhuang Wenjie to accompany him. At that moment, Zhuang Wenjie appeared somewhat sullen, his swollen face fixed in a malevolent glare directed at me. I sensed that he harbored a grudge, and it was possible he would retaliate once we reached the mountain. With that thought, I rolled my eyes internally. The four of us swiftly reached the summit, attuning ourselves to the surrounding environment. Chapter 56. Finally departed. The wind howled fiercely, shrouding the surroundings in a thick mist, almost akin to clouds. The elderly man, along with Bayuer and the others, exhibited a palpable excitement, as this marked their inaugural visit to this extraordinary place. "Grandfather, look at the snow lotus," Bayuer exclaimed, eagerly scrambling forward to seize a snow lotus the size of a fist. "Do not touch it. Locating the white beard is paramount. Once we secure that, we shall attend to the snow lotus," the elder signaled to Bayuer, urging her to lead the way. "Wait." I grasped Bayuer's small hand, compelling her to stay behind me. "What is the matter? Are you worried about me?" She chuckled. "Indeed," I replied with a faint smile, gently caressing her hand, which elicited her ire as she swiftly withdrew it. In jest, I took some tools and began to ascend, remaining attuned to the environment. We found ourselves near the summit of Longshu Mountain, where the wind was particularly fierce and the chill intense. My breath scattered in the gusts, rendering my senses almost non-existent, barely a fraction of their usual acuity. An unsettling feeling lingered in my heart, whispering of an imminent danger lurking at the summit, seemingly fixated on us. "Grandfather, what is that?" Bayuer exclaimed, pointing excitedly in a certain direction. The elder, Zhuang Wenjie, and I turned to follow her gaze. A circle of small white flowers, intertwined as if forming a garland, blossomed atop a protruding ridge of the mountain. It measured over 1 meter in length and approximately 20 centimeters in width, adorned with pristine white petals. "White beard," the elder and I exclaimed in unison. Bayuer and Zhuang Wenjie were equally exhilarated, astonished that the object of their arduous quest lay before them. They both rushed forward, eager to pluck the flowers. "Wait." I grasped Bayuer's hand once more, allowing Zhuang Wenjie to surge ahead. An ominous sensation weighed heavily on my heart. I understood that whoever approached would face misfortune. "Xiaowu, what is wrong?" The elder seemed to sense my unease, fixing his gaze upon me. "There is danger," I murmured softly. The elder called out to Zhuang Wenjie, attempting to summon him back. "Master, just watch. I will retrieve the white beard. My abilities will surely surpass Zhang Wu's," Zhuang Wenjie declared, determined to prove himself. He brandished his tools and began his endeavor, seemingly imbued with extraordinary prowess, ascending the treacherous path with ease. I knew he was striving hard. His specialized tools proved effective, and he managed to extract a segment of the white beard. "Danger!" the elder shouted loudly. Bayuer's concern grew palpable, her anxiety evident as she feared for the peril that might emerge behind him. "Xiaowu, please save my senior brother." Bayuer gazed at me with a pleading expression, yet there was no imminent danger. I feigned a sigh, recalling her earlier words about a crisis. Bayuer gestured toward me again. "All right, let's assess the situation." I merely smiled faintly. If this rascal were truly to perish, I had no intention of rescuing him. To save such a creature would surely invite betrayal in return. I extended my hand towards the large orchid and the tender vine, seeking their assistance in sensing the surroundings. To my surprise, both had begun to tremble, as if they sensed something ominous atop the mountain. Suddenly, I heard an unfamiliar term emerge from the mouth of the mutated green snake. "Ancestor." What does that mean? I pondered, perplexed. "Senior brother, come down quickly," Bayuer urged, her voice filled with urgency. "Junior sister, watch closely. Today I shall subdue Zhang Wu and make him realize that some tasks are beyond his capability," declared Zhuang Wenjie, his tools already unraveling one side of the white beard, approximately 20 centimeters in length. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. A massive king cobra, measuring over 10 meters in length and weighing several hundred kilograms, coiled around another small hill nearby. Its body was largely shrouded in mist. Moments ago, it had been concealed within the fog, but now it had lowered its head, fixating its gaze upon Zhuang Wenjie. "Wenjie!" Both the elder and Bayuer shouted simultaneously, sensing the impending danger. Zhuang Wenjie turned his head, but in an instant, the king cobra lunged forth, swallowing his entire head in one swift motion. With a powerful flick, Zhuang Wenjie's body was hurled down the mountain, his head rolling into the depths of the serpent's belly, clearly visible as it tumbled within. The king cobra then regarded the three of us with blood-red eyes. particularly focusing on my position, as if aware that I was the most formidable among us. The elder seemed unable to accept the reality of Zhuang Wenjia's demise. I seized his arm. Senior brother, Bai Yuer cried out, her voice laced with tears, seemingly ready to rush forward. I enveloped her in my embrace, just as the king cobra approached us in an almost instantaneous manner. At that moment, the mutated green snake within my chest flew to the side of the king cobra, gently brushing against its neck with its body. In a flash, the king cobra froze, regarding this mutated green snake with confusion. After staring blankly for a few moments, it began to retreat, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of delight towards the smaller serpent. Before long, the two snakes' necks became entwined. The elder dropped his weapon to the ground. The sudden assault by the king cobra had clearly demonstrated its capabilities, which we could not possibly rival. Bai Yuer trembled all over, a mix of fear and sorrow coursing through her. As I gradually relaxed, I sensed that the imminent crisis might have been averted. What did you say? After approximately 5 minutes, the mutated green snake returned to my side, engaging me in conversation. It expressed an interest in the piece of yellow jade. I felt somewhat helpless. At that moment, I was no match for the enormous serpent, so I simply retrieved the stone. The king cobra inhaled deeply, and the stone fell directly at its feet. It examined the jade with keen eyes and took several sniffs before greedily inhaling the essence of the yellow jade, appearing quite satisfied. Simultaneously, the mutated green snake returned to my side. What do you think? I glanced at the mutated green snake, trying to decipher the intentions of the king cobra. No problem. It can let us go. The mutated green snake nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, my heart felt a sense of relief. I also urged the elder and Bai Yuer not to act rashly, lest we provoke the king cobra. Before long, with a swift exhale, the king cobra returned the jade to my hands. Did you deliberately say that? The words of the mutated green snake left me utterly speechless. The mutated green snake claimed that the king cobra had recognized it as its adopted son and requested that I relinquish half of the jade for its enjoyment. Upon hearing this, the mutated green snake raised its head, its gaze darting back and forth. I realized my suspicions were correct. This little creature was being somewhat disingenuous. Without further ado, I cast a grateful glance at the king cobra, tinged with regret as I observed its ring of white whiskers. Faced with such a monstrous being, my chances of overcoming it were nearly non-existent. Consequently, I had to forego the whiskers. As for Huang Mimi, alas, I felt a pang of helplessness at being unable to save this beautiful woman. As we began to retreat slowly, an unexpected scene unfolded. The king cobra flicked its tail, and a portion of the whiskers that Zhuang Wenjia had lost landed in my hands, accompanied by a pointed glance towards my chest, indicating the position of the mutated little snake. I was not foolish. The implication was that I should take care of it. Understood, I nodded vigorously in agreement. Leading the other two down, Wenjia standing atop the hill, the elder surveyed the area below. Senior brother, Bai Yuer wept sorrowfully, her heart heavy. I will go up and kill it, she declared, attempting to ascend despite her emotional turmoil. I did not intervene, as the elder restrained her. Stop being reckless. We need to retrieve Wenjia's body first, he exclaimed loudly. After a bout of tears, Bai Yuer calmed down somewhat, though her sobs persisted. Huang Lanlan and Huang Mimi had already reached the foot of the mountain, planning to return the next day. Upon hearing that we had found the whiskers, the two ladies were filled with joy. I, along with the elder and Bai Yuer, began our descent down the mountain. Senior brother's body, at this very moment, Bai Yuer's gaze was fixed upon me, seemingly filled with a hint of reproach. Yuer, this cannot possibly be my fault, I replied with a faint smile. It is indeed your fault. It is indeed your fault, she retorted, playfully striking me several times in frustration before collapsing into my embrace, weeping profusely. Our survival this time was entirely thanks to Zhang Wu, while Zhuang Wenjia had indeed been rather careless, attempting to undermine Zhang Wu. The elder appeared to have regained his composure, offering me an apologetic nod. Uncle, it grieves me that I could not assist Brother Wenjia. I feigned sorrow, though my heart was filled with joy. The despicable individual who sought to harm me had finally met his end, and I would find life considerably easier henceforth. Chapter 57. It must come to an end. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, we commenced our operations. I focused on preparing the white beard paste, while the bodyguards facilitated the infusion of the paste into Huang Mimi. Inside a small tent, Huang Lanlan accompanied me on one side, while I addressed Huang Mimi directly. I was utterly delighted at the sight of Huang Mimi's almost fully exposed form, with only a few areas modestly covered, revealing even less than mere lingerie. My goodness, I found myself reluctant to proceed, preferring to simply observe. Zhang Wu, Huang Lanlan exclaimed in exasperation, and Huang Mimi, blushing, shot me a reproachful glance. Realizing the urgency of the white beard paste effects, I swiftly took up the silver needle and began its work on Huang Mimi. The paste gradually permeated her body through the needle, assisted by the energy within me that further aided her rejuvenation. The unique potency of the white beard paste rapidly spread throughout Huang Mimi's body, akin to a surging spring, reaching every corner. The malicious toxins dwelling within her seemed aware of their impending doom as they began to retreat. Once the medicinal essence reached critical areas of her body, it fervently engaged with the toxins, resulting in a desperate clash. The previously darkened region of her spine began to transform into a pale pink, even revealing traces of vitality. How splendid! I was filled with excitement. What is happening? Huang Lanlan inquired, standing beside me, puzzled. However, as she observed her sister's complexion improving, she seemed to sense something amiss. Is my sister? Huang Lanlan's small hand anxiously gripped my arm. Yes, it's nearly complete, I replied without hesitation, injecting the remainder of the white beard paste into Huang Mimi. This effectively eradicated the majority of the toxins within her body. Huang Mimi's face flushed, and she pressed her hands against her stomach, as if something were stirring inside. Her abdomen swelled, resembling that of a woman several months pregnant. Hurry! I signaled to Huang Lanlan. All right, she responded, recalling our earlier discussion, and promptly guided her sister to the side to relieve herself. Meanwhile, we donned gas masks to shield ourselves. It was surreal to imagine a goddess in such a predicament, grappling with the severity of the vile toxins within her. I watched and listened intently as Huang Mimi experienced discomfort and embarrassment, casting countless irritated glances my way, seemingly urging me to divert my gaze. Yet, how could I resist such a captivating sight? Before long, Mi Shui and Zhang Hongwei arrived, their expressions revealing palpable concern. Moreover, there are those bodyguards and the Huang father and son duo. Particularly, the expressions on their faces reveal a profound concern, seemingly anxious that Huang Mimi might recover. If she were to heal, it is likely she would soon be able to walk. I offered a subtle smile, gently caressing the shoulders of teacher Mi Shui and Zhang Hongwei. Indeed, the two ladies appeared exceedingly joyful, as the prospect of Huang Mimi's recovery seemed to bring them comfort. It is evident that their bond has strengthened compared to before. Xiao Wu, come here for a moment. The elder gestured to me just as I intended to converse further with the two ladies. Bai Yuer stood aside, her expression tinged with melancholy as she gazed at me, as if something troubling had occurred. What is it? I asked, slightly perplexed by their demeanor. We couldn't find Wenjie's body, so we are leaving for now, but we must locate him, Bai Yuer explained. What? I looked at Bai Yuer, feeling that the elder could go alone without her accompanying him. Xiao Wu, after all, he is my senior apprentice. I must do my part, Bai Yuer asserted, stepping in front of me, her small hand grasping mine as she glanced towards the tent's location. Once again, it was the beautiful teacher and the young lady of a wealthy family. This time, her words were surely meant to provoke a reaction. After speaking, Bai Yuer pouted slightly, appearing somewhat irked. How could I possibly feel at ease without you? You are truly a unique beauty, I whispered in her ear. What are you saying? Bai Yuer shot me an incredulous look, still intent on departing. As she left, the elder quietly remarked, Xiao Wu, both of us owe you our lives. Furthermore, this girl also. As he spoke, he cast a glance at my several companions. Uncle, I began to explain, but he interrupted. There is nothing to explain. A capable man acquires more, while an incapable man receives less. I only care whether you can treat her well. As long as you do, I do not mind how many girls you have around you. I am willing for my granddaughter to be with you. With that, the elder patted my shoulder. I've already told her that once this matter is resolved, she will follow you to Nanjing to assist you with certain tasks. After finishing his words, the elder and Bai Yuer made their way into the distance. As they departed, Bai Yuer cast numerous lingering glances back at me, seemingly reluctant to leave. He another one. Understanding the underlying sentiment, I smiled with delight, also casting my gaze towards a tent in the distance. Xiao Zhao. I signaled to a head of the bodyguard team. Master Wu. Xiao Zhao quickly approached, showing me great respect. The bodyguards were well aware of who was formidable and who was not during our expedition to Tianshan. They held admiration for capable men. Are there 2 individuals on the mountain who have succumbed to poisoning? I inquired. Yes, they are recuperating inside. Xiao Zhao indicated a certain location. And what about the Huang father and son? I asked again, directing my attention to the Huang duo nearby. There were some matters that I felt needed resolution. Them? Xiao Zhao appeared puzzled, not fully grasping the implication of my words. Ah, I see. From the gaze of Xiao Zhao, I discerned something unexpected. I had assumed that those 2 young men would come down to confront Huang Kuan and his son, or at least voice their grievances. However, it appeared that was not the case. It seemed these 2 fellows must have been promised something that rendered them utterly silent. Understanding this, I made my way into the adjacent tent. Is it ready? I inquired with a cheerful smile at Huang Longwan. She blushed slightly and nodded in response. Upon entering, I found Huang Mimi already dressed in an elaborate palace gown, assisted by several maids. She looked particularly dignified and poised. Furthermore, her entire demeanor had transformed. She had gone from being frail to exuding vitality. Xiao Wu, come here, Huang Mimi beckoned me. Sister Mimi, I replied with a slight smile, stepping closer to her. She seized my hand and pulled back my sleeve. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, she bit down on my arm with surprising force. Sister Mimi, I stammered, bewildered as to why she was doing this. Huang Mimi, keep my promises. You saved me. I belong to you now. This mark signifies everything. From now on, I am your woman, Zhang Wu, for all eternity, she declared with unwavering resolve. There is no need for that. I merely intended to help you, I said, feeling somewhat dazed. You truly don't want this? Huang Mimi shot me a playful glare. How could I not want it? I chuckled. Ido, affirmed, nodding vigorously, which elicited an eye roll from Huang Lanlan and some disapproving looks from the maids nearby. Come here, Huang Mimi urged, guiding me to the edge of the bed. What do you plan to do about Huang Kuan and his son? She asked, her expression turning slightly frosty, clearly irritated with the pair. I was thinking of approaching it this way, I murmured. Huang Mimi nodded gently. Yes, Xiao Wu, you have the capability and the intellect. Proceed as you see fit. Feeling encouraged by her support, Huang Mimi blushed and planted a soft kiss on my cheek, whispering, my body isn't quite up to par yet. There are certain matters that will require some time. If you can't hold back, pursue my sister instead. I understood her meaning regarding her body. I'm not pursuing anyone. I laughed softly, my hand wandering to her thigh. Though blushing, Huang Mimi ultimately allowed my touch, granting me a sense of comfort. With Huang Lanlan and a few maids assisting Huang Mimi, we approached the tent of the 2 men who had been poisoned by the green serpent. They lay slumped on the bed, their faces ashen, and displayed expressions of confusion upon seeing us. Huang Kuan and his son also arrived, though I was taken aback by their calm demeanor, which was in stark contrast to the turmoil surrounding them. How did you come to be here in the deep mountains? I asked, maintaining a composed tone. Is this mountain owned by your family? One of them remarked, yet their body exhibited signs of considerable toxicity. After uttering half a sentence, they began to cough uncontrollably, as if unable to contain it. Indeed, causing havoc on Longshu Mountain seems to be a customary affair for you. I observed the 2 individuals with composure, also scrutinizing Huang Kuan and his son, seeking to discern the nature of their connection. At this moment, both individuals trembled slightly, their expressions shifting rapidly, seemingly taken aback by my knowledge. However, the countenance of Huang Kuan and his son remained remarkably serene. What are you saying? We are merely those who gather snow lotuses. You may inquire within the surrounding villages. Many are aware of our activities. We were unfortunate enough to be bitten by a snake, and yet you have the audacity to slander us. What exactly do you intend? Both individuals regarded me with eyes filled with indignation. Yet, the subtle changes in their expressions had already betrayed their thoughts. Chapter 58. Am I not fine? I chuckled softly, extending a hand. The mutated azure serpent began to slither up my arm, swaying gently. Its blood-red tongue flickered in the air, darting back and forth. This caused both individuals to tremble simultaneously, their foolish gazes fixed upon the serpent. They could hardly fail to recognize the creature that had bitten them. "It's you." Before they could utter further words, the azure serpent leapt onto them, coiling gently around their necks. They attempted to push it away, yet found themselves utterly incapable. The serpent wound its way around their necks and arms, while its flickering tongue occasionally brushed against their faces as if it could strike at any moment. At that moment, I could not divulge what was truly unfolding. I fixed a piercing gaze upon the two of them. Huang Kuan, one of them finally broke down. Little brother, the other, though anxious, ultimately directed his gaze toward Huang Kuan and his father. Damn it, Huang Kuan's father remained unervingly composed, although Huang Kuan's agitation was palpable. As he reached for his gun, several bodyguards swiftly restrained him. What is happening, Huang Kuan? Some matters necessitate substantial evidence. Huang Mimi declared that today would bring resolution, ensuring that even those within their clan would comprehend the situation. Thus, I stood before these two unfortunate souls, bitten by the azure serpent. The elder brother remained silent, while the younger, taken aback, began to divulge the details of their transaction with Huang Kuan and his father. Ha ha ha! Huang Kuan knelt, his facial muscles twitching. His father, however, maintained a calm demeanor, appearing unperturbed by the impending possibilities. With the evidence in hand, the two were swiftly taken into the nearby woods. The sisters, Huang Mimi and her sibling, conferred with Director Huang regarding the evidence. Soon, a verdict emerged. My father instructed them to clarify the ambush situation thoroughly, should they comply. They would be granted full corpses, otherwise they would be fed to the beasts in the forest. As Huang Lanlan spoke, she disengaged the safety on her handgun, aiming it directly at Huang Kuan and his father. Dad. Huang Kuan gazed at his father with fervor. Ha ha! Huang Daodian burst into laughter regarding me and Huang Lanlan. Defeat is defeat. There is nothing more to say. Evil D. As he spoke, he forcefully pushed away from his bodyguards and leaped into the valley 100 meters away. Moments later, a sharp sound echoed from the valley, followed by a spray of crimson. Dad! Huang Kuan's body trembled, his face betraying an expression of utter helplessness. Brother Wu, sisters, Huang Kuan knelt before us, nodding fervently. Although I am unaware of the events that transpired thereafter, I can intercede to persuade them to cease. My father has stated that they are a band of ruthless outlaws, and only my presence can ensure your safety. Huang Kuan was visibly agitated, bowing repeatedly before me. You do not understand, Huang Lanlan said with a subtle smile. Indeed, I possess only a vague understanding, and my father is not entirely informed either. He merely instructed them to eliminate you all. Upon finishing his words, Huang Kuan cast a pitiful gaze at Huang Lanlan, seemingly seeking her forgiveness. Sister, when I was young, Just as he was about to say more, Huang Lanlan delivered a swift kick that sent Huang Kuan tumbling down. A gasp escaped his lips, followed by a sharp sound as he fell, soon accompanied by a spatter of blood. Observing the scene below, the faces of the Huang sisters trembled slightly, torn between compassion and necessity. Miss, you should escape by another route. We shall confront those scoundrels, the bodyguard, Xiao Zhao, signaled us. Huang Mimi looked at me, along with my companions, Teacher Mi Shui and Zhang Hongwei. We will head towards Longshu Mountain. You must hold them off for a while. My father has already summoned reinforcements. Within a day, special forces will come to your aid. Special forces? I glanced at Huang Mimi, who simply nodded. I refrained from further inquiries, as the mobilization of military vehicles indicated that the Huang family had significant connections with the military. Without further discussion, Huang Mimi and her companions retreated, while I remained with the bodyguards, stationed at the foot of Longshu Mountain. We lay in wait for the main force to arrive, a prudent strategy indeed. Are you all right? Although I was stationed at the foot of the mountain, I still operated independently. My approximate location was within a cave at the base of the mountain. At that moment, Fong Mili was on the phone with me. It seemed that during the days I was absent, they had missed me quite a bit. All is well. With food and drink and beautiful company, I responded. What do you mean? The other end of the line was filled with playful complaints, some accusing me of being ungrateful. All right, prepare well. When the auction takes place, we shall astonish them. I pondered over my plans for our return, knowing I would need to make a significant impact. What else? Fong Mili inquired curiously. Just waiting for my husband to return and deal with you all, I chuckled. Rogue, came the playful indignation from the phone. Initially, I had thought that this band of outlaws would not arrive for several days. We had even displayed the bodies of Huang Kun and his father prominently at the foot of the mountain, their names inscribed boldly. This was intended to convey to their employers that their time was up and they should retreat. Yet, all of this appeared futile. As soon as they arrived, they launched a frenzied assault. My breath remained steady, positioned 300 meters from the base of the mountain. As I sensed the positions below being targeted, 5 bodyguards had already perished in a single breath. From various locations in the wilderness, sniper rifles and grenade launchers intermittently unleashed their assaults upon us. Additionally, weapons such as flashbangs and incendiary devices were relentlessly deployed. In less than 5 minutes, a well-equipped armed squad was entirely obliterated. The skirmish, aside from exhausting some of their ammunition, resulted in only one of them sustaining a minor injury. They fired a few more shots before commencing their assault up the mountain. I could feel their presence as I gazed across to the opposing slope. When this group advanced upward, they clearly glanced toward the summit while each held a walkie-talkie, seemingly communicating with someone. This strongly indicated that their leader was situated there, or that formidable individuals were orchestrating their movements from that position. I unleashed the mutated green serpent and took refuge within the cave, biding my time for the opportune moment. The command issued to the mutated green serpent was to deploy lethal toxins. Approximately 600 to 700 meters away, multiple sniper points were established. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, I had to rely on this method. Goodness, what is this? A venomous snake. Within mere seconds, several assailants cried out before collapsing. In the first 10 seconds, their bodies quivered. In the subsequent 10 seconds, they turned a ghastly green and became utterly rigid. Devoid of breath, the mutated green serpent swiftly struck down 3 and then concealed itself. The squad was abruptly impeded. They were well trained. These individuals even possessed captive venomous snakes. Someone shouted in desperation, "Boss, it's futile. The antidote is of no use." The medic voiced their hopelessness, and the walkie-talkie crackled with fervent voices, instructing to take aim at all sniper points and eliminate any target on sight. "Little Green, it's your turn," came the call. I patted my chest, and a green aura slowly emanated from it. I began to attach the smoke grenades from my backpack one by one, with the green vines securing them at the cave's entrance, while a few were placed within the cave itself. I donned my mask as the green vines stirred. Dozens of smoke grenades rolled down the mountainside, and 3 also tumbled from my cave's position. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions both above and below. The area surrounding my cave was engulfed in smoke, as was a substantial expanse further down the mountain. The mutated green serpent acted without my command. Once the smoke enveloped the area, it commenced its operation. Within minutes, aside from a few sporadic gunshots, silence descended. I sensed the atmosphere and discerned approximately a dozen cold corpses. Seizing the opportunity, I made my way to the second segment of Longshu Mountain, where Huang Mimi and the others were also present. Upon seeing me, the girls rushed over in excitement. "It's all right. I'm perfectly fine," I reassured them. I gently massaged a few women, observing the situation below the mountain. I was aware that they felt a sense of fear upon hearing the gunshots, coupled with concern for my safety. Chapter 59. No opportunity understanding the gravity of the situation. I instructed my father to summon the commander of the military district and arrange for the immediate air deployment of special forces. Huang Lanlan, seemingly struck by a thought, made a phone call. Foolishness. With a chuckle, I seized her phone. What advantage could be gained from an airdrop here? With so many snipers around, descending from the sky would be tantamount to courting death. Urged Director Huang to expedite the arrival of reinforcements. You know what to say? I surveyed the elevated positions above, contemplating that their only option would be to seek refuge in higher ground. Sister Mimi was foremost in my thoughts. Having just recovered, I was concerned for her well-being. "I'm fine. Just take care of yourself," Huang Mimi said as she approached, her gaze gentle. Teacher Mi Shui and Zhang Hongwei also regarded me with concern. With a light-hearted laugh, I engaged with the two women to dispel any notions of favoritism. "Are you all right?" I inquired, as they prepared to ascend to the highest point. A sense of worry lingered within me, fearing the potential threat posed by the serpentine predators lurking above. I caressed the mutated green serpent nestled in my arms. "There is nothing to fear," it reassured me, prompting me to allow the women to ascend while I took refuge in a position on the second segment of Longxi Mountain. Moments later, I sensed the activity on the mountain path below. Approximately 7 or 8 individuals were agilely navigating the terrain, some even scaling the sheer cliffs. Compared to the two who had previously attempted to ambush us, these individuals exhibited superior capabilities. Goodness! Those maneuvering on the spikes and iron hooves appeared utterly astonished that such objects could be manipulated. Suddenly, the ground shifted. Several figures plummeted simultaneously. However, their companions and their own skills enabled them to maintain their footing, either being supported by each other or bracing themselves against the mountainous surface. "Boss, this is indeed peculiar," one remarked, as 3 men clad in black came into view. The foremost, appearing to be in his 30s, was flanked by 2 others in their 20s. The remaining 5, dressed in white, seemed to be subordinates to the trio. Each of these 5 men bore a sniper rifle slung across their backs. Indeed, there must be some dark sorcery at play. "Everyone, stay vigilant," the leader signaled. The group distanced themselves slightly from the spikes and iron hooves, relying on their abilities to ascend further. "Go!" I exclaimed, striking my chest. The mutated green serpent and the tender vine sprang forth from my body, particularly the vine, which lay in wait along the nearby path, poised to strike fiercely at these intruders. "Hold on. They're nearing our position," the leader signaled again, casting a watchful eye around, particularly at the 5 white-clad men. "Be cautious." Sensing a disturbance, he launched a throwing knife with precision. The mutated green serpent sprang into action, sinking its fangs into the neck of one of the white-clad men, using his body as a shield against the incoming blade. The serpent yearned to advance further. "Get down," I commanded. The leader, with a swift throw of daggers, immediately signaled the presence of a formidable opponent. I swiftly harnessed the energy within my body, manipulating a vine from the wilderness, and with a gentle tug, I pulled down the mutated green serpent, which was still lamenting its fate. In the next second, 10 daggers sliced through the air, leaving the serpent in a state of shock. Suspended in midair, it resorted to using nails and iron horseshoes to conceal itself within the surrounding mountainous terrain. The 3 men clad in black found themselves unable to mount an attack. One of the 5 men in white, unable to withstand the tension, plummeted down the mountainside, rolling like a bowling ball along the ridge. The leading man observed my position while surveying the environment, particularly scrutinizing the vines nearby. A sense of unease crept into my mind. I suspected this individual possessed an uncanny ability to foresee potential dangers. However, it appeared that he held no particular regard for the tender vines. A minute later, 7 individuals stood before me. I took a drag from my cigarette, scrutinizing them. "You must be Zhang Wu," the leader remarked with a slight smile, evidently intent on dealing with me. "I'll handle this," one of his subordinates declared, charging towards me, shedding his equipment. Bare-fisted, he swung at my face. I sensed impending danger and made a slight, evasive move. Typically, I could easily dodge such an attack, but this fellow's fist seemed to possess a tracking capability. With a resounding smack, it connected with my face. The pain was sharp, and I instinctively recoiled several steps. "What's wrong?" the leader inquired, puzzled. "Boss, this guy has remarkable physical prowess. I felt injured from a single punch," the subordinate replied. "Let me take over," the leader said, seizing the hand of the assailant. Upon sensing something, he performed an unusual preparatory gesture and surged towards my face in an extraordinary manner. Though my face ached, the sensation dissipated as the energy flowed through me. At that moment, The approaching fist seemed to stir the air, creating a multitude of spaces, directly crashing into my visage. Layer upon layer, I felt three distinct forces striking me, dispersing through my bones. The leader beamed at me, seemingly convinced that with this punch, I would either be dead or gravely injured. Yet, as he unleashed his force, my own energy surged in response, breaking through his punch's momentum and sending a powerful wave back toward him. A sudden jolt of energy coursed through his fist, causing the leader to stagger backward. The force reverberated within his bones, echoing with a resounding crack. I can sense the bones in his fists have been entirely refined, the largest fragment no bigger than a few grains of rice. My goodness! Following an excruciating sound, the leader of the group managed to half-kneel upon grass. Leader, two men clad in black, rushed to support him. The pulsating energy within the leader's right fist surged once more, exploiting the moment when he struggled to catch his breath. In an instant, the bones in his arm splintered into several pieces. The two men in black were sent flying backward by this overwhelming force. Use your weapons and eliminate him. The leader seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and shouted. In scarcely a second, 4 men in white swiftly aimed their sniper rifles at me. However, in the next heartbeat, their bodies were propelled into the air. Green tendrils shot forth, piercing through the chests of the 4 assailants, one after another. For blood arrows soared through the air, and the men in white let out a brief cry before drifting down like kites towards the base of the mountain. Damn it! Among the remaining 2 men in black, one aimed at me while the other fired at the airborne tendrils. I had already taken cover behind a rock. The tender vines transformed, shrinking into a mere hint of green, rendering them unable to shoot effectively. Second in command, the black-clad assailant, having exhausted his ammunition, turned to his companion. We must return with the leader's body and inform the sect master. He will deal with this fellow. With that, the two swiftly departed. I contemplated a cunning strike, but thought better of it. The mutated green serpent and the tender vines had already been revealed to them. Should I attack now, those two entities might lose their efficacy. Sect master, sitting in the returning vehicle, I pondered these matters, fully aware that upon my return to Nanjing City, misfortune awaited me. At this moment, teacher Mi Shui and Zhang Hongwei leaned against me, while the Huang sisters sat nearby, gazing at me with smiles that hinted at a unique bond. It felt as though we shared a different kind of connection. Teacher Mi Shui subtly gestured, seemingly urging me to take action against the 2 women. Huang Mimi was not an option, as her body required recuperation. However, I considered Huang Lanlan. I smiled faintly, thinking that I would seize the opportunity when it arose, while also glancing at Zhang Hongwei. Teacher, look, this is truly a remarkable find. I produced a small portion of ginseng roots from the white ginseng. Additionally, I revealed some snow lotus. Zhang Hongwei, fixated on the snow lotus, seemed oblivious to the value of the ginseng roots in my hand. Perhaps it was for the best. Her disinterest saved me from having to share. I felt that the ginseng roots could yield significant results. If Xiaohua could regain vitality under the influence of the snow lotus, then the ginseng roots could be thoroughly experimented with. Thank you, Xiaowu. Zhang Hongwei gazed at me with excitement, holding a millennium-old snow lotus. Hee. How should I be thanked? My hand gently clasped Zhang Hongwei's delicate one, and there was a hint of longing in my expression. Zhang Hongwei shot me a fleeting glance of disapproval, yet she still nestled closer to me, allowing me to hold her tightly. There was a moment when I could have seized the opportunity with Zhang Hongwei, but time was of the essence. The Huang family had dispatched a private aircraft to whisk us away. Upon our arrival in Nanjing City, we were promptly received into the Huang residence, leaving Zhang Hongwei with no chance whatsoever. Chapter 60. The show, a sense of unease lingered in my heart. Prior to the events, Mr. Huang's words held a certain weight. Yet post-events, his sentiments might have taken a different turn. What is the matter? You seem a bit downcast. Huang Mimi and Huang Lanlan, who remained by my side, seemed to sense my turmoil. It's nothing. I merely pondered that my status felt somewhat diminished, and I forced a smile. When did you start thinking like that? Huang Lanlan shot me a disapproving glance. Don't worry, my father is not that kind of person. Huang Mimi reassured me with an encouraging gaze. Is that so? I placed my trust in Huang Mimi's words, feeling assured that she would not deceive me. As I entered the hall, Mr. Huang enveloped me in a firm embrace, as if I were a long-lost brother. His excited gaze fell upon his eldest daughter, Huang Mimi, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. In that moment, the women who shared a close bond with Huang Mimi's mother gathered around, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm as they regarded Huang Mimi. Mother? Aunts. Huang Mimi joyfully knelt before them. I'm sorry for worrying you all these years. Rise, rise, Huang Mimi's mother urged, her emotions overwhelming as she helped her daughter to her feet. She turned to me and expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. I nodded in acknowledgement. Come here, mister. Huang gestured to several of his wives before leading me into a private chamber. Inside were several members of the Huang family, who seemed to be familiar with me, each offering a slight nod. Xiao Wu, if you wish to win the hearts of my two daughters, my approval is necessary, but the family must also consent, for they are not ordinary women. I understood the implications and nodded, aware that not just any man could attain their favor. It requires either status and influence or exceptional capability. Zhang Wu, well done on locating by Shui Gao and rescuing the young lady. I heard a jovial voice from a portly man who regarded me with a grin. Head of the family, though this lad dealt with the members of the Tianlang Hall, he has also made an enemy of their leader, as the one who led the charge was the leader's brother. This lad directly killed him. Huang Yao, I am aware of these matters, yet they sought to harm Huang Mimi and the others. Thus they brought this upon themselves. Mr. Huang looked at me seriously. Xiao Wu, Tianlang Hall is not to be trifled with. Exercise caution while operating in Nanjing. Indeed, I regarded the slightly rotund man, sensing an underlying discord between him and Mr. Huang. However, no immediate conflict arose, so I merely glanced at him and remained silent. As the family meeting commenced, I found my place, albeit slightly further back. Gradually, I began to grasp the dynamics within the family. Business dealings, territorial matters, and even connections with certain officials and military personnel were all under discussion. In just half an hour, I began to grasp the profound intricacies behind this prominent family. Xiao Wu, do you detest such meetings? As soon as the family conference concluded, Mr. Huang led me into a small bedroom, where we started to drink and converse. He cast a cheerful glance my way. Some matters, it seemed, could not be evaded simply by disdain. I chuckled lightly, and upon my utterance, Mr. Huang burst into laughter, appearing to understand my sentiments well. He handed me some documents. What is this? I asked him, somewhat puzzled. These were records of past suitors who had pursued Mei Mei, along with clues regarding those who had previously wronged her. Clues? I looked at Mr. Huang in confusion. Yes, who exactly is responsible for harming her remains unclear. His words reminded me of some conversations I had with Huang Kuan, who also expressed uncertainty about such matters. Although it may seem unfair to place all these issues upon you now, my girl has already declared her intention to follow you from this point forward, given the circumstances. Mr. Huang gazed at me, and naturally, this was an issue I was destined to confront. Without further ado, Erhu brought over the documents. At this moment, I understood that I was about to face nearly all the prominent families in Nanjiang City. For Huang, Mei Mei had once been one of the 3 most beautiful women in the city. The suitors vying for her affection were predominantly the scions of influential families. Now that Huang Mei Mei had recovered, I feared that numerous complications lay ahead. Pursuing a young lady of such stature inevitably entails challenges. How splendid it would be if she were mine at this moment. After parting from Mr. Huang, I made my way directly to Huang Mei Mei's bedroom. Since she is my woman, I felt entitled to do so. Initially, I intended to enter and indulge in some tender moments with her. However, to my surprise, the room was occupied by teacher Mi Shui, Zhang Hongwei, Huang Lanlan, as well as Feng Mili and Yao Lan. Thus, my plans for intimacy were thwarted. What are you all doing here? I queried, perplexed, especially upon seeing Feng Mili and Yao Lan. Is it forbidden for us to visit? Feng Mili approached with a smile. After all those risks, you haven't lost a bit of your charm. As she spoke, Feng Mili playfully pinched my chest. Indeed, you seem all right. My father has said as much, so you will undoubtedly come whenever you can. Moreover, I require your assistance in nurturing my health, so starting now, you may visit daily to help me with my recuperation. As I pondered this, Huang Mimi subtly gestured towards me. Indeed, upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. With this understanding, I realized that with Huang Mimi, I could indulge in my desires whenever I pleased. After exchanging a few playful remarks, I reluctantly escorted the four ladies back. Along the way, we were naturally quite intimate, with Feng Mili and Yao Lan engaging in what seemed like endless conversation. My gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Hongwei. "Teacher," I began, and she merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Later, we shall go to my home to treat Xiaohua," she hinted with a slight glance. Sighing, I nodded vigorously, fully aware that tonight held promise. Soon, we arrived home, where I had several matters to attend to. I examined the two golden-edged orchids, and then tended to the large petal orchid and the tender vine shoots, ensuring their well-being. Lastly, I came to the white ginseng root. I could sense a faint spirit within the white ginseng communicating with me, although its presence felt elusive and seemingly diminishing. How wonderful it would be if I could cultivate my own white ginseng spirit. I recalled that day on the mountaintop when I had encountered the enchanting white ginseng spirit, truly a mesmerizing and extraordinary botanical beauty. "How may I assist you?" I gently placed my hand upon it, yet received no response. Resigned, I decided to provide some of the superior ginseng soil I had, particularly the portion given to me by the white ginseng spirit, enveloping it around the root. This seemed to improve its condition slightly. Should I? An idea struck me as I glanced at a spot on my chest where the Tianhuang jade was located. I felt that in order to elicit a response from the white ginseng root, I might need to employ that very object. My thoughts began to take shape, and the large petal orchid and tender vine shoots appeared to become agitated, subtly swaying as if yearning to acquire the Tianhuang jade. "Ah, you too," I sighed, playfully swatting at them before turning my attention to Yu Miao Miao and Feng Yu, who had just returned. As I was about to speak, both ladies leapt into my embrace. Just as I intended to express my longing, they fervently kissed me. The ensuing events seemed almost inevitable, as it appeared that such exchanges were the means by which men and women conveyed their mutual affection. Once the moment passed, I smiled at the two ladies. Their small hands simultaneously pinched at my chest. "You let us go and hardly ever contact us. Do you even have us sisters of mind?" They lamented. "You seem to enjoy your days with a young lady." They both chided me in unison. Yet, I understood that their playful banter was merely a light-hearted display of their feelings. A gentle pat on their backs and some teasing were all that was needed to diffuse the situation. I initially intended to enjoy a delightful dinner before visiting teacher Zhang Hongwei to assist in improving Xiaohua's health. However, at that moment, Han Ruanqi approached me. "Zhang Wu, come here," he insisted, his expression tinged with urgency, suggesting that something significant had occurred. He also cast a glance at the four young women behind me, as well as the orchids in my courtyard. I inserted a common orchid. There was no need for such meticulous cultivation, Han Ruanqi remarked, somewhat astonished, as if he hadn't anticipated that each orchid in my garden could be so exquisite. "After all, I am an expert. What is it that you need?" I inquired, observing his demeanor. "I propose an alliance, inviting you to be my subordinate," Han Ruanqi stated plainly. "What did you say?" I chuckled, surprised that he would consider making me his subordinate. Chapter 61. No one can compete with me. I offer you an opportunity to serve under my command and join me in dealing with a certain individual from the provincial headquarters. Han Ruanqi declared with great enthusiasm. To be my subordinate signifies that you possess some talent. Are you feeling pleased about that?" I was at a loss for words regarding this young man. All right. I have matters to attend to," I said as I gently pushed him away. "What are you doing?" Han Ruanqi's temper flared. "You must understand that being my subordinate in the orchid circles of Nanjing City means you have a shield of protection. I am granting you this opportunity based on your potential to cultivate exceptional orchids. Do not take this lightly. Do I need your approval?" I continued to push him, feeling averse to engaging with him further. Zhang Wu, Han Ruanqi shouted incessantly, and within a minute, I had pushed him away. "Xiao Wu, I heard that formidable individuals are coming, otherwise." Upon returning indoors, Yu Miao Miao spoke softly. "Indeed, Xiao Wu, we only have 2 orchids of merit to present. We should collaborate with him." Feng Yu concurred. "You are still my women," I remarked, gazing at the 2 ladies. The two women shot me annoyed glances, but ultimately said nothing further. What experts? What subordinates? I aspire to be the foremost figure in Nanjing City's orchid scene, solely relying on my own efforts. Han Ruanqi will kneel before me, and that individual from the provincial capital will too. With that declaration, I hurried over to Zhang Hongwei's residence. Upon arriving at Zhang Hongwei's home, the ancient snow lotus began to take effect within Xiaohua's body. Zhang Hongwei watched with great concern. Xiaowu, this time we went to Tianshan, my mother. Xiaohua beamed at me. After my nurturing, her health had completely restored. Previously, she would fall ill multiple times a month, but during this trip to Tianshan with Zhang Hongwei, Xiaohua not only avoided illness, but also participated smoothly in several school sports classes, receiving commendations from her physical education teacher. Your mother is Xiao Wuji's woman. Naturally, Xiao Wuge will take good care of her, I said, lightly patting Xiaohua's head, offering a gentle smile to Zhang Hongwei. Zhang Hongwei rolled her eyes at my words, while Xiaohua chuckled in response. Indeed, I continued, despite the limited amount of ancient snow lotus, I had managed to invigorate Xiaohua's body, her limbs showing signs of vitality. Other areas had also improved slightly. I thought that with a bit more ancient snow lotus, Xiaohua's vitality would be fully restored, and she could potentially achieve a model-like figure in the future. Really? After the nurturing, Xiaohua obediently entered her room. At that moment, I conveyed my observations regarding her recovery to Zhang Hongwei. Upon hearing this, she leaped into my embrace, visibly exhilarated. Before I could say much, she took the initiative. Teacher, I'm not quite ready yet, I chuckled. However, some matters simply cannot be dictated by my desires. Regardless of your preparations, Zhang Hongwei cast a mild glance at me, and from that moment on, she took complete control. Teacher, does this count as being yours? After approximately half an hour, I found myself rising from Zhang Hongwei's room, gazing at her semi-clad figure, modestly draped with a blanket. Do you not like it? Zhang Hongwei shot me a playful glare, pulling me onto the bed and leaning in closer. I do like it, truly. In jest, my hand ventured forth. Zhang Hongwei allowed me complete freedom, occasionally initiating tender kisses. You may come over any time, but I cannot reside at your place. Rest assured, from this day forth, I, Zhang Hongwei, am your woman. As a thought crossed her mind, Zhang Hongwei turned over onto me, becoming more assertive. I nodded, my heart unwilling to comply. Since she is now my woman, I would eventually bring her over to my side. However, some things must be approached gradually. After a night of comfort, I found it difficult to tear myself away. Yet, around 10 o'clock, I made my way home, mindful that while I cared for her, my own household could not be neglected. As I passed through an alley outside the school, I suddenly halted, surprised by something I sensed around the corner. Just as I paused, figures concealed in the shadows began to emerge. It was said that the Huang family had recently welcomed a highly capable son-in-law. I had doubted this, but it seemed true as he appeared to anticipate our presence. A short, stout man swayed towards me, flanked by approximately 17 or 18 subordinates, armed with baseball bats and bricks. Behind me, a dozen individuals also stepped forward. Before long, I found myself surrounded. I am Zhao Pengda, Huang Mimi's childhood friend and boyfriend. Since her illness, I have been caring for her, and here I wish to express my gratitude on her behalf for her revival. Zhao Pengda gestured to one of his subordinates. With a sharp crack, a crumpled 100 yuan note landed at my feet. This is your medical fee. Furthermore, if you promise not to pursue Huang Mimi any longer, you may leave. After speaking, Zhao Pengda looked at me with a smug expression. I smiled, picked up the 100 yuan, straightened it, and placed it in my pocket. What if I refuse? Ha, you too, teach him a lesson, Zhao Pengda signaled. In an instant, two towering brutes charged at me, stepping forward to land a punch each. I neither dodged nor flinched. My fingers curled slightly, and with a flick, I redirected their blows. Crack! Both bodyguards collapsed to the ground, their knuckles visibly dislocated, appearing as if they had sunk several centimeters into their hands. Oh no. One of them fainted immediately, while the other clutched his fists and screamed in agony. Zhao Peng stepped back slightly, gesturing with his hand. The surrounding thugs gradually retreated. The chief steward, Zhao Peng, shouted loudly. From the dim corner of the alley, a gaunt man emerged, standing respectfully before Zhao Peng. "Deal with him," Zhao Peng commanded, pointing directly at me. The thin man momentarily froze, his body mysteriously shifting in mid-air, defying the acrobatic leaps typical of martial artists. It resembled a series of bizarre snapshots appearing out of thin air, each movement flashing rapidly. These positions, nearly impossible to achieve on solid ground, were executed effortlessly in the air by the opponent. As he approached me, he bent his body and instantaneously sprang behind me, as if propelled by springs. His menacing gaze fixated on me from behind, a dagger drawn and aimed at my right hand, seemingly poised to sever my arm. He bent again, preparing to spring forward once more. With a sigh, I casually smoked my cigarette. The gaunt man was suddenly immobilized in midair by a beam of green light, which relentlessly struck his face as if treating him like a pig. Another beam of green light firmly restrained his knife-wielding hand. No matter how he tried to escape, he could not break free from the grip of the green light. Zhao Peng, terrified, fell to the ground, bewildered by the power I wielded. I continued smoking, glancing at him and gesturing slightly. "Is there anyone else?" Damn it, Zhao Peng cursed, turning to flee. A beam of green light ensnared his thigh, yanking him back towards me. Suspended before me, he pleaded, "Should I leave Huang Mimi?" I simply observed him. "Yes," he shouted loudly, with a rapid succession of strikes. The green light slapped Zhao Peng's face. A minute later, his face had swollen entirely. "Should I?" I remained calm. Zhao Peng began to weep, unable to utter a word. Upon seeing the green light flash, he immediately cried out, "I no longer want her." The moment he spoke, his sobs grew louder. With a flicker, the green light hurled Zhao Peng and the gaunt man away, causing them to tumble into a corner, nearly embracing one another. "Zhang Wu, although I am not your match and you possess considerable ability, let me tell you, among those pursuing Huang Mimi, I am the weakest. Once they make their move, you are finished. I might even—" Zhao Peng began to say something more, but the words hung in the air. A flash of green light illuminated the scene, and he was sent flying through the air. Upon landing, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, it was troublesome. Winning the affection of a wealthy young lady is no easy feat. The complications began to surface. However, now that I have made my pursuit, she is mine. No one shall dare to contest my claim. Chapter 62. The young master of the Zhao family upon returning, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. The girls and I reveled in our merriment well into the evening. It is indeed our honor to have Master Zhang Wu attend our auction. Today at noon marks the submission of auction items, while the evening will herald the commencement of the auction. The following morning, the staff of the orchid auction in Nanjian City began to reach out to me, their tone exuding enthusiasm. I was informed that many experts would be present. Yes, the prominent families of the city are expected to attend, and several skilled individuals from the province will also grace us with their presence, promising a splendid array of offerings. I acknowledged their words, assuring them that I would certainly arrive by noon. As I spoke, my gaze fell upon 2 specimens of the golden-edged orchid. Surely, this would suffice. As I contemplated, my hand rested over my heart, while the mutated little green snake clung tightly to my hand, refusing to allow me any excessive gestures. I understood. I would never betray you. I had previously mentioned to it that this auction might lead to its sale. However, my journey to Tianshan had illuminated its true value. Such a treasure is one I shall not part with. As for these 2 specimens, I pondered whether they would garner significant attention at a prestigious auction. At the very least, even if not sold, showcasing them would be worthwhile. I also intended to bring along the large-petaled orchid to present if necessary. At noon, accompanied by my esteemed teacher Mi Shui, along with Feng Mili and Yaolon, we made our way to the orchid market. I had previously promised Huang Mimi that I would assist her with her health, but given the auction commitments, I would arrive later in the afternoon. Huang Mimi, slightly shy. Agreed. I chuckled, satisfied as I playfully squeezed the lovely leg of teacher Mi Shui, while also looking forward to the afternoon's events. Master Wu had arrived. It appeared that many individuals at the auction house already recognized me. Upon my entrance, several staff members surrounded me, their eyes drawn to the orchid covers I held. To my surprise, Han Ruanqi had also just alighted from his vehicle, carrying his own items. Zhang Wu. He shot me a fierce glare and positioned himself before me, seemingly eager to have the auction attendees inspect our offerings ahead of time. Young Master Han, please step inside. Master Wu, please follow me. A supervising staff member gestured us onward. You brought 3 specimens this time. What are they? Han Ruanqi sniffed at them, seemingly unable to discern any scent, and cast a mocking glance in my direction. I returned my gaze to the 2 orchids in his possession. They lacked any discernible aroma, though their size appeared somewhat impressive, certainly larger than those he had brought last time. Before long, our group arrived at the inspection area. We do not accept such inferior items, came the dismissive remark from the inspection team. Some experts were present, alongside amateur enthusiasts engaged in the verification process. There are often individuals who shout and even drive some people away. Some dilapidated items are carelessly tossed aside, with even flower pots shattered. If it is not worth at least 100,000, do not bring it in. It was the same old man, surnamed Zhuang, who incessantly cursed, seemingly dissatisfied with the quality of items received. Upon seeing me and Han Ruanqi, he immediately approached us with a cheerful demeanor. Young Master Han, Master Wu, please. Have a seat. The old man beamed at the 2 of us, gesturing to a female employee to serve us tea and coffee. Young Master Han, may I take a look? With white gloves on, the old man grinned at Han Ruanqi. All right, let us enlighten some people on what true quality is. Han Ruanqi chuckled and shot me a glance. Hey. The old man laughed heartily and promptly lifted the first cover. A golden-edged orchid emerged, and the old man gasped in astonishment. Around us, some employees expressed their awe, while others began snapping several photos from different angles. What ranking does this orchid from your family hold? The old man gazed at Han Ruanqi in surprise. Not high, just 4th place, Han Ruanqi replied, his gaze fixed on the auction house. I see, so that's the intention. The old man chuckled as he unveiled another orchid. I, however, was somewhat perplexed, unsure of the significance of their conversation. Young Master Han, the value of that orchid is at least 1.5 million. The final auction price will be predetermined. He explained. No worries, at this level of auction, such a price is expected, Han Ruanqi remarked, casting another glance at me, clearly pleased as he anticipated the unveiling of another orchid. The 8-petaled golden-edged orchid was revealed, and the old man nearly fell to the ground in shock. The 8-petaled one, it's the second-ranked. Those in the know around us gasped in disbelief. The Han family had indeed put forth their second-ranked golden-edged orchid to contend with the Zhao family, indicating a serious investment. While the crowd murmured in astonishment, the old man was already on the phone, seemingly placing great importance on this orchid. Yes, manager. It's the 8-petaled one. I can't assess the price yet. You should come and take a look to set a price. All right, I'll be waiting. He concluded the call, casting a deeply appreciative glance at Han Ruanqi, evidently grateful for his acquisition of such a remarkable orchid. Han Ruanqi looked at me with a sense of pride, also glancing at the 2 orchids I held, a cold smirk on his lips, as if awaiting the moment to ridicule the orchids in my possession. Where's the second-ranked golden-edged orchid? Let me see. Moments latte. A balding man in his 40s rushed over. Young Master Han, thank you. The balding man nearly lunged to Han Ruanqi, grasping one of his hands firmly. Manager Yao, it's nothing. Let us discuss the price. Han Ruanqi pointed at the exquisite 8-petaled golden-edged orchid. 5 million, starting at 5 million. To be placed among the top 5 superior orchids for recommendation, asserted the balding man with unwavering confidence. The mention of the top 5 superior orchids prompted Han Ruanqi to rise abruptly, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded the balding man. It seemed to him that such an arrangement was rather inappropriate. Young Master Han, the Zhao family has also brought forth numerous exquisite specimens. If you find our auction's arrangement unsatisfactory, you are welcome to view the photographs inside, and we can even allow you to examine the actual specimens beforehand. Manager Yao gestured. What do you mean? This 8-petaled golden-edged orchid can only rank within the top 5? What has the Zhao family brought forth? Han Ruanqi expressed his discontent, striding eagerly into the premises as if compelled to uncover what the so-called Zhao family had truly presented. Master Wu, what about yours? At that moment, The old man gazed at me, his expression reflecting a lingering sense of anticipation, as if the two orchids from earlier had brought him some measure of satisfaction. However, his expectation did not seem overwhelming. I handed him the two golden-edged orchids. What variety? The old man casually lifted the cover from the first orchid, inquiring nonchalantly. Golden-edged orchid. What? The old man froze momentarily, as did several of the recorders, some of whom stifled laughter. What is this? Is there really anyone in Nanjing who can surpass the Han family in cultivating golden-edged orchids? Such murmurs swiftly circulated. The old man fixed a stern gaze, silencing the chatter, though his expression bore a hint of displeasure. It seemed he, too, believed that the Han family had no rivals when it came to the golden-edged orchid variety, either in Nanjing or even within the province. He casually removed the cover, his gaze devoid of enthusiasm as he inspected my golden-edged orchid. However, when the light illuminated the interior, he squinted, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance. What is this? The surrounding recorders squinted in unison, instinctively shielding their eyes. I reached over to adjust the cover, diminishing some of the light, and at that moment, they finally beheld my golden-edged orchid clearly. 7 petals, radiating golden light. The old man was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. It can emit golden light, could it be? How is this cultivated? While there are instances of 3-petaled and 4-petaled varieties producing golden light, this is a 7-petal orchid. The recorders stood in stunned silence, none thinking to take notes. Nor did the photographers. Manager, you must come here quickly. We have another exceptional specimen. After a brief moment of shock, the old man became agitated. What exceptional specimen could possibly be so easily obtained? The manager appeared skeptical. A 7-petaled golden-edged orchid that emits golden light. The revelation astonished not only Manager Yao, but even Han Ruanqi, who stood beside him, equally incredulous at the extraordinary claim. A mere few minutes later, the two individuals hurried out, their eyes fixed upon the magnificent 7-petal golden-edged orchid. It truly radiated with a golden glow, several petals shimmering with brilliance. Indeed, the intensity of the light was such that it was almost blinding. Surrounding them were numerous onlookers, all gazing at my golden-edged orchid with astonishment. Manager Yao and Han Ruanqi were equally taken aback. At that moment, a throng of people surged forward, whispering about the orchid. The golden-edged orchid, glimmering with golden hues, was an impressive feat for the Han family, who had managed to cultivate such a rare specimen. An elderly gentleman and a young man stood at the periphery of the crowd, smiling at Han Ruanqi. It seemed that the crowd parted for them, showing them a particular reverence. Upon spotting them, Han Ruanqi's expression soured. Han Ruanqi, it appears your family has secretly honed their skills, even mastering the elusive technique of cultivating golden orchids. Such knowledge is not easily acquired, remarked Zhao Hong, a hint of mockery in his tone. Han Ruanqi was at a loss for words, his gaze directed at me with palpable irritation. Young Master Zhao, it is he, Manager Yao said with a grin, gesturing towards me. Who is he? Zhao Hong inquired, scrutinizing me and the women behind me. Notably, the women behind me smiled in response. This lad seems quite impressive. Could he be an expert in orchids? Zhao Hong chuckled, while Manager Yao awkwardly laughed, pointing at the golden-edged orchid. Indeed, it was cultivated by this Master Wu. Really? The young man expressed his surprise. Young Master Zhao, how does this golden-edged orchid compare to the 3 your family brought? Manager Yao inquired, eyeing the young man with a smile. It barely holds a candle to them, but it's still worth our trip, he replied. And the price? 3 to 4 million. Perhaps a bit more. The 5th petal even exhibits golden hues, making it quite rare. Very well, then let us settle on 3 million, Manager Yao said amiably, accompanying Zhao Hong, while signaling to the elderly gentleman to continue tending to the remaining orchids beside me. Chapter 63. The Flower Duel. Wait a moment. Let me take a look as well. Manager Yao seemed intent on escorting Zhao Hong and the elderly gentleman to another location. Yet Zhao Hong, with a lustful gaze fixated on my women, decided to linger. He also appeared intrigued by another orchid of mine. Ah, just a glance, I suppose. Manager Yao chuckled, gesturing for them to proceed. The old man, initially tense, began to unveil another one of my orchids, which was also a golden-edged variety, radiating with a golden glow. The elder assumed this, too, was a golden-edged orchid, likely shimmering with gold as well. As the cover was lifted, the sight within dazzled not only those nearby, but also individuals approximately 10 meters away, momentarily blinding them. The 7 petals all glimmered with gold, creating a spectacle of golden brilliance. The elder, while speaking, seemed to struggle for breath. Manager Yao, too, was utterly astonished. What a treasure this golden-edged orchid could indeed. He glanced at Han Ruanqi, seemingly sensing something significant. It could even rival the foremost golden-edged orchid of the Han family. Someone boldly articulated what was on everyone's mind. Indeed, Zhao Hong, having been fixated on the beautiful women behind me, finally cast a glance in my direction for the first time, nodding vigorously as if acknowledging my prowess. This was the pinnacle of orchid cultivation, and I surmised that with some effort, there was potential for an 8th or 9th petal to emerge. In other words, this orchid could become the most exquisite golden-edged orchid in history. Zhao Hong looked at me, visibly exhilarated, as though he had found a true rival. Thank you. Thank you, young man. Manager Yao approached, expressing his gratitude with fervor. My goodness, such an orchid. The elder was equally overwhelmed, at a loss for words. Manager Yao, the flower is magnificent, but Zhao Hong murmured, seemingly contemplating something. Manager Yao, noticing, quickly approached him. Yes, the treasure presented by the Zhao family this time is indeed remarkable, yet this golden-edged orchid still has some distance to cover. It can only be temporarily ranked second. Manager Yao made a concerted effort to mask his excitement, adopting a sycophantic demeanor before Zhao Hong, though his gaze frequently drifted toward me, subtly indicating to the elder that I needed to be well accommodated. Master Wu, with such a caliber, we must invite some esteemed experts from across the nation to take a proper look. The valuation will undoubtedly exceed 10 million, and it will be arranged for the final auction, rest assured. Speaking with authority, the elder began to orchestrate plans while eyeing the other orchid in my possession. Master Wu, do you have any more of such quality? The elder, believing this orchid to be even superior, eagerly reached for it. No, this one is for the flower duel. I chuckled, reclaiming it. Excellent. A flower duel sounds splendid. The victor stands to gain over 1 million. The elder laughed, signaling his subordinates to make arrangements for me, though his gaze lingered with a hint of temptation. After all, flower fighting is merely a pastime for a few enthusiasts. Even the most skilled among them only possess varieties worth a mere 100,000 or so. It appears that those who engage in such floral competitions are rather insignificant. If someone can best my orchid, what kind of being would that be? I found myself somewhat intrigued by the orchid that Zhao Hong had brought. I thought to myself that I would take a closer look later. As I was lost in thought, Han Ruanqi cast a disheartened glance at me, and Zhao Hong glared intensely for a moment, and then swiftly departed. Master Wu, this is the venue for the flower competition. Allow me to register you. The old man had arranged for a charming female staff member to assist me with the flower competition. At that moment, she guided me into the arena, her smile radiant as she regarded me. I couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, which caused several women nearby to pinch me or stare intently. Surrounding the flower fighting area were middle-aged and elderly individuals, each cradling orchids veiled in black. Their curious gazes were fixed upon me, some even lingering on the women behind me. After all, there were scarce young people and hardly any beautiful women present in this venue. This situation made my companions feel somewhat uneasy. Wait, I too wished to partake in the flower competition. After registering, I intended to take the 3 women out for some refreshments before the official competition commenced in the afternoon. Just as we were about to leave, Zhao Hong approached, carrying an orchid of his own and registering as well. I heard you're entering the flower competition. Han Ruanqi has already begun contacting his family. If he defeats you, it would mean his family can establish themselves in Nanjing City. I can assure you, they will bring out their finest treasures for the afternoon contest. It promises to be quite entertaining. Zhao Hong quickly moved closer, his gaze flitting between the women at my side. I instinctively pulled my wife behind me, fixing Zhao Hong with a fierce glare. How dare he keep ogling my woman? I felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. It's just 1 million, I said with a hollow laugh. Huh, A million is nothing but a trifling matter. What I relish is defeating both you and Han Wanqi, forcing you to kneel before me and acknowledge my superiority." Zhao Hong laughed heartily, casting another lingering gaze at the three women behind me before strutting off with a sense of triumph. I shot him a fierce look before exiting the auction house. "Sister, you are so beautiful." Indeed, my sister has transformed entirely after regaining her spirits. In a quaint tavern not far from the auction house, Huang Lanlan and Huang Mimi joined teacher Mi Shui and the others, enjoying their meal and drinks. The five women appeared to be in high spirits, occasionally intertwining their fingers. Notably, Huang Mimi gazed at me with an expectant expression, seemingly awaiting my assistance in her health recovery. I, too, was filled with anticipation. After dinner, we checked into a small inn nearby, renting a room. All five women gathered, with four of them laughing and chatting while watching television. Huang Mimi removed her top and laid down on the side of the bed, allowing me to tend to her. I must say, even with toxins in her system, she was already an exquisite beauty. Once those toxins were cleansed, she emanated an undeniable radiance. The soft light in the room illuminated her, making her glow even more. "What's the matter? You seem to be quite gentle," Huang Mimi murmured. "You're truly beautiful," I replied, my hand gently gliding over her back, refraining from using any needles. "Is it possible to nurture the body without medicine or needles?" She chuckled. "Of course not, but before needling, one must first invigorate the cervical vertebrae. I'm merely preparing you." With that, I began to move my hands in a rhythmic motion. She understood everything, yet she allowed me to proceed, making it convenient for me to savor the moment. Huang Mimi, one of the three most beautiful women in Nanjing City, was now in my care. It felt as though my heart was soaring. "Is it done yet?" After nearly 10 minutes of invigorating her cervical spine, her lovely face flushed. It seemed her body could hardly bear it. All right, she laughed softly, and I began to administer the medicine and needles, tending to her physical and mental well-being. With snow lotus and wild ginseng, the nourishing herbs brought by the two women were gently dispersed throughout Huang Mimi's body. Before long, her skin took on a rosy hue, and her face glowed. Her breath became heavier. "Xiao Wu," she exclaimed with excitement, placing her small hand in my palm, as if we were sharing an intimate experience. "So comforting," she sighed, feeling the flow of energy throughout her body. In an instant, she leaned into my embrace, her body trembling slightly. At that moment, Huang Mimi was half naked, but she seemed unconcerned, and I held her comfortably. She was a little imp, perhaps a bit audacious due to her connections in municipal government. After about half an hour, she dressed, and her complexion returned to normal. I casually mentioned the events involving Zhao Pengda from the previous night, and how he claimed that several other prominent suitors were pursuing her. I was somewhat puzzled. This Huang Mimi paused momentarily, then nodded. "Yes, I'll tell you who they are." She appeared eager to share her past with me. I only need a general understanding," I replied, not wishing to delve into her history. At that moment, she was mine, and her past was of no concern to me. Upon hearing my words, she nestled closer, sweetly assuring me, "I have nothing to do with them. You'll understand in due time." After saying this, she playfully pinched me. "Is that so?" I nodded vigorously, elated. With the arrival of the two women, we eagerly agreed to participate in the afternoon flower competition. I naturally consented with joy, playfully teasing the two ladies as we shared a delightful lunch before arriving at the auction house. At that moment, a group had already gathered, discussing their respective orchids and the exquisite specimens that had appeared earlier that morning. They remarked on how these rare orchids had captured the attention of many esteemed individuals within the province, even drawing interest from neighboring regions. As the conversation progressed, some individuals unveiled their own orchids, boasting about their virtues, while others engaged in fervent debates regarding their qualities, leading to heated disagreements. "All right, gentlemen, the afternoon flower competition is about to commence," a staff member announced, signaling that all registered participants had arrived. I observed the entrance, and within a few minutes, both Han Wanqi and Zhao Hong made their appearance. Han Wanqi was accompanied by a beautiful woman, while Zhao Hong had a few subordinates, though the elder gentleman remained the focal point. Each of them held one or two orchids, all covered with protective coverings. I was assigned to a different competition area from Han Ruanxi and Zhao Hong. They were in the upper section while I was in the lower. Thus, I was not required to interact with them at this time. At this moment, I found myself engaged in a floral contest with a group of elderly gentlemen. Now, you few are our competitors in this group. We will select 2 outstanding participants to advance to the next round, announced the host, a charming lady. As she gestured towards us, many of the elderly gentlemen's gazes wandered towards the several beautiful women behind me, though some remained focused on their own orchids. As the staff spoke, everyone began to remove the coverings from their orchids, displaying them together. There were 10 fragrance orchids, with 3 distinct aromas and 3 petals, and heavenly fragrance orchids, known for their premium scent, and 4 petals. In an instant, several individuals began to extol the merits of their orchids, puffing out their chests with pride. However, nearly all eyes were drawn to my orchid, as they were aware of the commotion I had caused earlier that morning. What kind of orchid is this? Just 1 petal? Surely this cannot be right. How can a single-petaled orchid participate in such a prestigious competition? The elderly gentlemen expressed their confusion, casting disdainful glances at my large-petaled orchid. The staff member scrutinized it closely, sensing something unusual yet uncertain. Master Wu, this is a large-petaled orchid, but how can it be this size? The staff member whispered. Upon hearing the term large-petaled orchid, the elderly gentleman instinctively stepped back, as they were well aware that large-petaled orchids could harbor venomous snakes or attract toxins. Nonetheless, skepticism lingered in their expressions as they regarded both the orchid and me with suspicion. What are you saying? A large-petaled orchid the size of a fist is already impressive. Indeed, how many venomous snakes could thrive in a pot with such a large orchid? Several began to murmur, urging me to demonstrate. I gently tapped the top of the orchid, and it slowly began to unfurl. A diminutive green snake gracefully glided within, stretching its body in a delightful yawn. It truly resembled a magnificent orchid. It seemed implausible. How could it be so grand? Nevertheless, that snake drew the attention of several elderly gentlemen, who promptly retrieved their mobile devices to conduct inquiries. The information displayed bore an uncanny resemblance to my own blossom. However, a comparison in size was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, this snake captivated their gaze, nearly all eyes fixated upon its enchanting form. Chapter 64. The true blooming of fragrance. Enough with the noise. Everyone, an elderly man, stepped forward. It was well known among us the immense power of the large-flowered orchid. A mere incision could release a fragrance potent enough to attract numerous venomous creatures in the vicinity. Let's allow it to demonstrate its capabilities. But what if something goes wrong? Another elder expressed his trepidation. Fear not, the first elder reassured. For the large-flowered orchid is already guarded by spiritual toxins. With its presence, we need not worry. Before I could voice my thoughts, the mutated green serpent had already leapt out, its eager gaze fixed upon me, seemingly as excited about the impending blossoming as I was. I cannot allow you to consume so much. I shot it a warning glance, fully aware of its intentions. I turned my attention to the staff member, seeking clarification on the feasibility of our endeavor. Master Wu, I need to make a call. After all, there is an element of danger involved. The staff member appeared troubled, dialing a number while I stood by, silently awaiting the outcome. Yes, it's the Zhang Wu who contributed 2 splendid orchids this morning. He wishes to induce the fragrance of the large-flowered orchid. Is that so? His request can be expedited. Very well, Manager Yao, the staff member soon confirmed, summoning several assistants to encircle us protectively, indicating that our undertaking could indeed proceed. The large-flowered orchid is about to bloom, someone remarked. Indeed, it is rare. I hear it is as large as a bowl. I wonder what the outcome of the fragrance will be. News of the event spread, drawing a curious crowd that surrounded us in concentric circles, eyes filled with anticipation. As I grasped my small knife, preparing to make the incision, the large-flowered orchid began to unfurl its leaves, seemingly eager itself. Such a sentient orchid, it appeared to yearn for its own evolution. The onlookers were a mix of anxiety and fear. Once the fragrance was released, it would inevitably attract poisonous creatures. With a gentle stroke of my knife, I made a small incision, and a trickle of green liquid began to seep forth. I urged a few women to step back. The mutated green serpent coiled its body, its vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. An unpleasant odor began to permeate the air, a harbinger of the toxins it might attract. What a potent scent! I wonder how many toxins it might lure, someone mused. It's been ages since I witnessed the blooming of a large-flowered orchid. The last time was in the wild, and it only attracted 3 small venomous snakes and a poisonous spider, which hardly fazed me. The crowd continued to watch me with eager anticipation. Just as they were at a loss, something shot forth from the distant eaves. A black spider, the size of an egg, swung towards us, its menacing gaze fixed on the mutated green serpent, as though it sought to usurp its place. With a silken hiss, the black spider unleashed a web that enveloped the serpent. In a swift motion, the green serpent lunged forward, swallowing both the web and the spider hole. "Goodness!" I exclaimed. As I gazed upon the scene, the surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. My attention was fixated on the azure serpent, eager to discern its true capabilities. Subsequently, a series of formidable toxins emerged, though they arrived not in swarms, but as singularly potent entities, centipedes, and an array of peculiar serpents. There were no less than a dozen varieties, each exhibiting remarkable prowess. Ultimately, however, each one became sustenance for the mutated serpent, demonstrating its overwhelming strength. Indeed, the guardian viper was formidable, and the fragrant bloom was truly impressive. The onlookers nodded in agreement, their admiration palpable. After the last venomous creature was consumed, the azure serpent surged forward, causing the half-open petals of the grand orchid to swiftly close. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as not only the elderly competitors against whom I vied, but also the owners of orchids nearby regarded me with profound respect. No one dared to question the merits of my magnificent orchid any longer. Master Wu had triumphed. The staff, without hesitation, signaled my advancement to the next round. The subsequent 2 rounds proved to be quite simple. The grand orchid displayed its magnificence, while the smaller, fragrant bloom enchanted the audience. I emerged victorious, and the bloom was even smaller than during its initial unveiling, attracting significantly fewer toxins. Nevertheless, it still captivated the attention and admiration of many. Before long, I claimed the title of champion in the upper bracket, awaiting the results of Zhao Hong and Han Wanqi's duel. With such a multitude of spectators and no opponents to face, my contest concluded early. However, the clash between Zhao Hong and Han Wanqi drew a crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. I found myself curious about the type of orchid Zhao Hong employed. Pushing through the throng, I beheld the 2 orchids on the field. Zhao Hong's orchid, with its 5 petals, appeared quite ordinary, yet radiated a delightful pink hue reminiscent of peach blossoms. In contrast, Han Wanqi's orchid was a golden-edged variety with 6 petals. The edges perfectly defined, yet peculiarly, it was entirely curled, resembling withered leaves, an intriguing sight indeed. Zhao Hong, your variant orchid is indeed remarkable. I've heard that the variant you plan to auction has reached unprecedented heights of excellence. But with merely a few petals, what transformations can this one possess? Han Wanqi chuckled, his gaze directed towards me, seemingly aware of my grand orchid's prowess. His expression one of mild surprise. Zhang Wu had also arrived. Since he was here, we might as well compete together to avoid future complications. Zhao Hong appeared to have his sights set on me as well, seemingly eager for a contest between us. I have heard that your large-flowered orchid produces an exceptional fragrance, which has piqued the interest of many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Nanjing City. Some have even gone so far as to call for renowned doctors from the province, eager to seize the venomous snakes that emerge from your fragrant offerings. This thought alone invigorates me. The outcome of this floral duel will rest either with Han Wanqi or Zhao Honglai. Given this impending result, it would be prudent to settle the matter now rather than face another confrontation later. A bold challenge indeed. Both parties appear quite pleased, and I am fortunate to join in at this moment. Who shall go first? I placed the large-flowered orchid on a nearby table, my gaze fixed upon the 2. Allow me, Han Wanqi declared, lighting a stick of incense in his hand. This is my family's latest variety, the golden-edged orchid. Zhang Wu, while your ability to summon golden light is indeed a significant breakthrough, What I have cultivated this time is entirely different, an alternative approach. As he spoke, the incense was already wafting over the golden-edged orchid. To my astonishment, the orchid began to curl inward gradually. Its once majestic blooms shrank to the size of mere blades of grass, ultimately condensing to a single bud. The onlookers gasped in awe, unable to fathom that a single orchid could undergo such transformation under the influence of fragrance. Indeed, quite remarkable. Zhao Hong nodded appreciatively. "It is now my turn," Zhao Hong remarked with a subtle smile, producing a peculiar device that emitted a spectrum of light, changing hues with each moment. He directed this light towards his transformed orchid, and, under the shifting colors, the flower's appearance morphed in tandem. One moment it was red, the next blue, and sometimes it displayed multiple colors simultaneously. The rapidity of these transformations was striking. Within mere seconds of exposure, the petals altered their hues, reminiscent of a vibrant concert. This spectacle captivated many, and numerous spectators nodded in approval, acknowledging the impressive capabilities of Zhao Hong's orchid. After both orchids had showcased their brilliance, all eyes turned to me. With each incense burning, the potential toxins lurking nearby had all been drawn forth. By the final round of incense, scarcely any toxins remained to attract. The mutated green snake slithered out languidly, seemingly devoid of expectation for this occasion. Given the prowess of both competitors' orchids, I understood that my forthcoming incense session must yield something extraordinary. I surveyed the crowd, noting the many distinguished physicians present. Among the onlookers, several men donned vibrant attire, some even carrying medicine boxes, exuding an air of urgency. Their gazes were fixed intently on me and on the large flowered orchid in my possession. "Brother," one cautioned, "ensure that whatever toxins are attracted this time do not all fall prey to the snakes. Leave a little for us." "My dear brother, it has been said that you recently attracted a 5-colored centipede, which is worth over 10,000. Whatever quantity you have, I am prepared to acquire it." Several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have become quite enthusiastic, their expectant gazes fixed upon me, as if they anticipate my unveiling of some exquisite toxins. "Have you heard? This time, I advise you to indulge sparingly." I smiled faintly, gently stroking the head of the mutated green serpent. This little creature held its head high, seemingly defiant, displaying a distinct lack of patience, eager for more sustenance. I drew forth a dagger and decisively made a deep incision in the large-petaled orchid. I gestured for the women beside me to step back, for the green liquid within the orchid was no longer seeping, but rather spraying forth. My companions understood the gravity of the situation and promptly retreated. Zhao Hong, Han Ruanxi, and the other so-called esteemed physicians all took several steps back, though a few uninitiated remained rooted in place, only to be forcibly pulled away by the auction house staff, uttering curses about their recklessness. What transpired next was an occurrence that nearly everyone overlooked. In less than a minute, a swarm of venomous serpents emerged from the entrance of the courtyard, from the street, and even from the rooftops of neighboring houses. Some groups consisted of dozens, while others numbered in the hundreds, all excitedly racing toward the large-petaled orchid. Among them were some I had never seen before, adorned in vibrant hues. This particular one is essential. I require it for my preparations. It is the crucial ingredient I cannot afford to lose. These esteemed physicians, adept at capturing snakes, immediately sprang into action upon spotting the desired creatures, tossing aside tens of thousands of renminbi. Their intentions were crystal clear. Once captured, that money would be mine. However, at that moment, the mutated green serpent sprang into action. Every snake observed by the physicians was swiftly bitten by it, their venomous essence instantly drained. By the time those physicians laid claim to them, all that remained were serpents devoid of any offensive capabilities, utterly harmless. "Master Wu, it is time for your spirit serpent to withdraw," they implored. "These are treasures. They cannot be consumed recklessly." The physicians were nearly in tears, for the venomous snakes they had set their sights on had all been subdued by the mutated serpent. Yet, I remained indifferent, unconcerned with their plight. Within minutes, the auction hall was overwhelmed by 1,000 venomous snakes. Such a scene left manager Yao at a loss for words, his eyes beseeching me to restore order. seeing that even the mutated green serpent was struggling to cope, compounded by the frenzy of the surrounding physicians. I approached and grasped the wound in the large petaled orchid, applying a jade stone of Tianshan yellow. Within seconds, the green liquid ceased its flow, and the atmosphere grew calm. Chapter 65. My condition has improved as the surrounding serpents gradually receded. The atmosphere became calm. Master Wu, thank you, thank you. Manager Yao exclaimed with palpable excitement as the auction company personnel began to take action. At that moment, the onlookers regarded me with a mixture of terror and speechlessness. As for the outcome of this floral contest, it was beyond words. The earlier scene was likely unprecedented in the annals of Nanjing's floral competitions over the past decade. A single orchid attracting thousands of venomous snakes was a tale that could be recounted for years. Are you purchasing this grand orchid? Zhao Hong positioned himself before me, his gaze fixed intensely upon the magnificent blossom. The elder behind him also set his sights on me, accompanied by a throng of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, all eagerly eyeing my prized orchid, yearning to possess it. I shall not buy it. This is my treasure, I replied with a chuckle. Zhongwu, I am well aware of your identity. Merely a student who has recently allied with a certain family and gained a modicum of support. Do you truly believe such a status can deter others from desiring your grand orchid? I must inform you that after today's occurrence, not only those in the orchid trade, but even practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine will covet your flower. Unless you sell it immediately, I see no other alternatives. Indeed, Master Wu, I will offer 10 million, one of the practitioners hastily proclaimed, igniting a wave of urgency among them. I bid 11 million, another declared with fervor, as the atmosphere thickened with competition to claim my orchid. I shall not sell. Let them come if they wish to seize it, I thought, casting a glance at the elder behind Zhao Hong and the group of physicians. Under my unwavering gaze, they hesitated to approach. Very well, let us wait and see. Zhao Hong shot me a disdainful look before departing with the elder. The traditional medicine practitioners, rendered helpless, also retreated. Han Ruanqi attempted to leave, but a captivating woman stepped forward. Hello, my name is Han Meiyu. I am Han Ruanqi's sister. Can we collaborate? She extended her hand, soft and smooth. Given her attractive figure, I found myself momentarily taken aback. My companions behind me pinched me to snap me out of it. Collaboration? Certainly, I replied with a smile. At that moment, Han Ruanqi appeared a loss for words. He had initially sought to partner with me, only to be rebuffed. Yet now, disregarding his reaction, I left with Han Meiyu. My brother mentioned that you're not interested in collaborating with our family. This time, we have retreated to a nearby CAF. Han Meiyu looked at me with a hint of confusion, while several women around me rolled their eyes, seemingly disapproving of my apparent eagerness. Not at all. That's merely a misunderstanding. Ruanqi failed to clarify. I chuckled lightly. What? Han Ruanqi suddenly sprang up, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and grievance. Brother, what are you doing? Han Meiyu shot him a glance before taking the initiative to sit beside me. At that moment, the women around me seemed ready to leap up, some even positioning themselves in front of Han Meiyu, preventing her from getting closer. Han Meiyu looked at them awkwardly, as well as at me, seemingly seeking my approval. Sister Meili, we are merely discussing business. What are you doing? I offered a gentle smile to Fong Mi Li, who stood aside. Sister Yaolan, why don't you take a seat over there? I gestured towards Yaolan. Hearing this, Han Meiyu quickly settled beside me, her body inching closer, her beautiful legs nearly touching mine. Among the women, Mi Shui, Huang Lanlan, and Huang Mei Mei were the quietest, appearing to harbor no significant objections. Yet, it seemed that the three women could no longer contain themselves. I exchanged a playful wink with them and took Han Meiyu's small hand, my gaze conveying something unspoken. Master Wu, Han Meiyu said, slightly flustered, yet a hint of smugness sparkled in her eyes, as if she believed she had ensnared me. Mi Shui and her companions remained perplexed, even more irritated, while Huang Mei Mei seemed to sense the tension, tugging at the other two and smiling at me, as if eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Indeed, she was my astute wife, understanding everything. As I observed Huang Mei Mei's reaction, my heart swelled with joy, for she seemed to grasp my intentions the best. Huang Mei began whispering to my other companions. After a brief exchange, they appeared to grasp the situation better, though they still glared at me with some annoyance. What I mean is this. In our collaboration, you will help us eliminate the Zhao family's influence at the auction, Han Meiyu stated, placing her small hand in mine, gently rubbing it a few times, sending a rush of warmth through me. Han Ruanqi, witnessing this, was furious, clearly unwilling to see his sister behave so flirtatiously with me. Yet, I instinctively pulled Han Meiyu into my embrace. All right, let us discuss this inside, I suggested, pointing to a nearby inn. Zhang Wu. At this moment, several women around me rose to their feet. You brat, release your hands. Han Ruanqi erupted, seemingly ready to confront me if I dared to hold Han Meiyu's hand again. Little brother, we are in the midst of a discussion. Han Meiyu shot Han Ruanqi a hard glare, then turned back to me with a smile. Master Wu, it seems your women are not very agreeable, she remarked, once more playfully leaning against me, adopting a rather defiant demeanor. I simply smiled at the group of women, especially at Huang Mei. I am aware that among the several women, only Huang Mimi might offer me some support, while the others are, without a doubt, filled with jealousy. Despite being fully aware of the situation, they still seem somewhat reluctant. Once Huang Mimi gave a gentle nudge, they allowed me to leave with Han Meiyu. Han Meiyu is quite the flirt. Within the confines of the hotel, she merely teased me a little before we became intimate. It was predominantly her initiative. Naturally, I did not hold back and thoroughly indulged in the experience. Darling, you must assist me with this matter. Half an hour later, Han Meiyu nestled in my embrace, gazing at me with a cheerful smile, requesting my help. I chuckled lightly and sat up, gathering my clothes with the intention of departing. Zhang Wu, what are you doing? Han Meiyu appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend my sudden departure. Without caring for her upper garments, she hurried after me. Quite impressive, I remarked, admiring the view before me. Chuckling, I entertained you, and yet you respond with such indifference. Han Meiyu was visibly upset, nearly infuriated. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your escapades with numerous wealthy gentlemen for Nanjing City? And you expect my sincerity? What a joke. I found myself laughing uncontrollably, realizing they must think me a fool. I was keenly aware of the prominent figures from Nanjing City, especially those who were quite active. In my mind, Han Meiyu resembled little more than a mere courtesan. Almost every notable gentleman in Nanjing had been with her, even some elderly men. Were it not for her appealing figure and undeniable allure, I would have had no interest in her. Having had my way, I certainly relished the taste of victory. You. As she listened to my words, Han Meiyu rushed toward me, seemingly understanding that our earlier encounter had been mere theatrics. Concealed within her sock was a dagger, which she aimed directly at my chest. I merely grasped her neck gently, then released her, sending her against the wall with just enough force to render her unconscious. The dagger clattered to the ground. Where's my sister? Han Ruanqi awaited me downstairs at the hotel. Upon seeing me descend, she rushed over. I signaled for her to head back upstairs. Zhang Wu, Fang Mili, and Yao Lan also approached, their faces flushed with anger. What are you doing? Teacher Mi Shui was equally incensed, feeling that I was being reckless. Though she trusted that I would not become genuinely attached to such a woman, she vehemently opposed my flirtations with her. The audacity of it all left me feeling unsatisfied if I did not take charge. As I spoke, I could feel the disapproving glares of these women, some even branding me as filthy and declaring that I was not to engage in such activities for a month. Naturally, I playfully bantered with them. Zhang Wu, you were with my sister. Just as I intended to find a room to further tend to Huang Mimi, Han Ruanqi pursued me relentlessly. What can I say? Yes, she was the one who initiated it. It was free. Why wouldn't I partake? I chuckled, amused. You scum. You took advantage of her and even knocked her unconscious. Are you even human? Han Ruanqi charged forward as he spoke. Before I could react, Huang Lanlan had already struck. A few swift punches sent him sprawling to the ground. She offered herself to me willingly. Don't pretend you don't know what she wanted. I crouched before Han Ruanqi, gripping his already swollen cheek. Mom. Han Ruanqi whimpered, his terrified gaze fixed on me. You wretched siblings, the brother poisoning countless young girls, the sister seducing men even preying on boys. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I spared her life this time out of mercy. Slap! I delivered another brutal strike, silencing him completely. Zhongwu, you. Han Ruanqi clutched his face, too afraid to utter another word, scrambling backward in fear. Sister Mimi, your recovery is progressing well. Minutes later, we were in a room at the inn. The four women chatted among themselves while I massaged Huang Mimi's back, my hands wandering with practiced ease. Having done this before, I knew exactly where to touch. Rogue. She knew some areas didn't need attention, yet she indulged me. Gentler. She murmured softly. If it's too much, just say so. I chuckled, shamelessly exploring every inch of her upper body. Rogue. Overwhelmed, Huang Mimi leaned into my embrace, her gaze tender and adoring. What are your plans for the future? Plans? I'll assist my family where I can. But my priority is my orchid garden. I intend to cultivate it properly. The orchid garden? You could ask my father for a few million. It shouldn't be an issue. Uffed. Do you really want a man who can't even scrape together a few million? My hands resumed their mischief as I spoke, simultaneously tending to her well-being. Within minutes, Huang Mimi's complexion grew rosier, her vitality seemingly restored. You little devil. I feel so much better now. Who knows, maybe I'll. She pressed a gentle kiss to my cheek before trailing off. Chapter 66, I can occasionally misjudge, but I assure you, if I were to nurture this further, you need not worry. I shall not let you slip away. As I tenderly caressed Huang Mimi, we began to await the commencement of the auction that evening. The four other women in the room occasionally glanced at me and the lovely Huang Mimi in my arms. However, the atmosphere remained tranquil and serene, akin to that of a family, with everyone genuinely caring for one another, devoid of any jealousy. This ambience brought me immense comfort. As the clock struck 6, our party finally made its entrance into the auction hall. Upon spotting me, Han Ruanqi visibly trembled. Han Meiyu, too, seemed at a loss for words, shamefacedly retreating into the crowd, clearly unable to cope with the events that had transpired earlier. Nevertheless, a number of elderly figures from the Han family had also made their appearance, evidently those responsible for the family's affairs. Zhongwu, my brother, I hear you've had your way with Han Ruanqi's sister. Zhao Hong chuckled as he approached me, positioning himself beside an elderly gentleman who accompanied him. Huh, what is so remarkable about a woman who has been with all the young masters of Nanjing City? It's nothing I haven't experienced, I replied, amused, my curiosity piqued by how well-informed he was. Ha ha, what is so thrilling about a young lady from this provincial city? If we're talking about excitement, Zhao Hong's gaze swiftly shifted to Huang Mimi and the others behind me, indicating a keen interest in them. I promptly drew the two women closer, casting a vigilant look at Zhao Hong. Brother, if you harbor any intentions towards my women, do not think I would hesitate to have thoughts about yours. Ha, worry not. My companion here is already taken. Besides, my family head has heard of your prowess and knows you lack support in the orchid circles. Therefore, he is more than willing to meet with you. If all goes well, you could become our Zhao family's representative in Nanjing City. So, your concerns are entirely unwarranted. Oh, I chuckled lightly. How does that sound? Tempting, isn't it? Zhao beamed. Indeed, to become the representative of the Zhao family is a dream for many. Ha, certainly. Yet all hinges on capability. In all of Nanjing City, I can only see you possessing such ability, I remarked as the auction commenced, momentarily distancing myself from Zhao Hong to focus on the proceedings. The orchids for auction were divided into 3 groups for a swift bidding process, with nearly 100 items in total across these groups. Zhao Hong and Han Ruanqi watched intently, as did the auction house personnel, while experts were not infallible. There were occasions when promising low-tier items could be underestimated, presenting opportunities for the astute to potentially seize significant gains, perhaps even tens of thousands. The 2 groups of individuals exchanged glances, surveying the 3 auction tables with great intensity. Sensing something amiss, several of them began to pace back and forth, seemingly eager to discern the truth. Yet, I remained steadfast in my position alongside my companion, attuned to the atmosphere surrounding us, even aware of items yet to be displayed on the platforms. With a sense of intuition, I guided my 5 companions towards a relatively obscure table, one that seldom attracted attention. Among the three tables, there was a clear distinction in the quality of the items for sale, and the one I approached was notably the least expensive. Typically, it was devoid of patrons. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong and Han Ruanqi had made some modest acquisitions at the other two tables, albeit at prices slightly above the auction rates, merely securing a few items without any significant profit. As I prepared to make my move, they gathered around me, anticipating a noteworthy discovery. Soon, a common type of orchid, the 10 fragrance orchid, emerged. It featured two distinct scents and appeared rather ordinary. Nevertheless, as soon as it was presented, I raised my hand, boldly doubling the initial bid. What was originally a 30,000 item was swiftly escalated to 60,000. The auctioneer paused momentarily, inquiring whether I was certain of this price. I nodded in affirmation. The atmosphere grew charged with excitement, particularly for Zhao Hong and Han Ruanqi, who fixated intently on the orchid but remained unable to discern its true value. The auctioneer continued to announce the bids, nearing the third round, and it seemed the item would soon be mine. 65,000, Han Ruanqi declared without hesitation, fixing me with a fierce gaze, as if to intimidate me into submission. I simply smiled and stepped back. After 3 calls from the auctioneer, the 10 fragrance orchid was claimed by Han Ruanqi, who examined it with palpable excitement, convinced he had struck a lucrative deal. However, after further inspection, he appeared puzzled, as if he had been deceived. At that moment, he turned to me, seeking to ascertain whether there was an issue with the item. "Just playing with you," I chuckled. "What did you say?" Han Ruanqi exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his facial muscles twitching with frustration, on the verge of losing his composure. Enraged, he hurled the 10 fragrance orchid to the ground with a resounding crash. "Zhang Wu, this isn't over." Han Ruanqi glared at me, seemingly intent on thwarting any of my future bids. "Very well," I replied with a smile, my gaze shifting to the upcoming items. Finally, the moment I awaited arrived. As the next item was presented, I felt a slight flutter of anticipation. Zhao Hong and Han Ruanqi quickly placed their bids, driving the price of a Tianqin orchid up by around 10,000. They both turned to me, seemingly waiting for my response. If I remained silent, they would too. But if I bid, they would follow suit. 51,000, I raised my hand effortlessly. Zhang Wu placed another bid. This was promising indeed. Around me, numerous bidders were filled with excitement. The bidding quickly escalated to over 80,000 as I remained silent. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon me, seemingly eager to discern whether I would make another bid. Reluctantly, I raised my hand once more, which quelled the fervor of the crowd to some extent. Fearing yet another trap, the bidding only advanced to 85,000. Both Zhao Hong and Han Ruanqi regarded me with skeptical gazes, and even the hand of the bidder wavered in uncertainty. With an air of nonchalance, I raised my hand again, bringing the price to 86,000. At this moment, the surrounding bidders faltered in their intentions. Zhao Hong contemplated a bid, but could not identify the value in the item and ultimately refrained. Han Ruanqi, though eager to bid, was firmly restrained by his sister, Han Meiyu, who shot him an exasperated glance. "Clearly aimed at you, yet you still wish to bid," she remarked. "But sister, it could very well be genuine," he retorted. "What genuine item? This auction house is not so incompetent as to overlook a quality piece, especially with such a disparity in price," Han Meiyu countered, snatching the bidding paddle from him. Han Ruanqi found himself unable to act. Naturally, the exquisite Tianqin orchid fell into my possession. As I was the one who placed the bid, nearly all attention converged upon me, including that of Manager Yao from the auction house, who hastily approached. Even the auction platform momentarily ceased operations, as if to glean insight into why I had expended such a considerable sum on a single orchid, or to ascertain if it was merely a ruse. "Master Wu, the items you acquire are invariably unique, and your orchids are a marvel. Could you elucidate the distinguishing features of this Tianqin orchid? Our company could benefit from your insights in the future," Manager Yao inquired with a smile. The gazes of those nearby were fixated on me, anticipation etched on their faces. "Humph, they merely wish to ensnare us," Han Ruanqi muttered under his breath. "Indeed, Zhang Wu, do provide a rationale. As long as it isn't a ruse, we would be satisfied," Zhao Hong added with a chuckle. "What is there to discuss? It is, in fact, a three-colored tianxin orchid, valued at several hundred thousand. I replied with ease. A three-colored orchid, worth hundreds of thousands? The crowd erupted in laughter. Ha! Zhang Wu, do you take me for blind? I see no variety of colors, they jeered. Zhang Wu, stop fabricating tales. If you possess the ability, showcase it. Zhao Hong laughed, convinced that I had ensnared myself in my own trap. Manager Yao, if I identify its three distinct colors, what would you offer me? I posed to Manager Yao. That would depend on its quality, he replied with a smile. Indeed, quality, I echoed with a slight smile, extending my hand to retrieve some ancient ginseng soil, which I then placed into a test tube. After adding a bit of water to dilute it, I procured a straw and began to apply the diluted soil to several ordinary flower stems of the tianxin orchid, which felt remarkably natural. It ought to be positioned precisely here. With a gentle touch and a breath, I coaxed the diluted orchid soil to come alive. I then fell into a quiet anticipation. Moments later, a transformation unfolded upon the branches. What was originally the hue of the black orchid suddenly erupted into the vibrant color of the sky orchid. As the nutrients from the orchid soil began to infuse, this explosion of color accelerated. After one branch blossomed, I turned my attention to another, the dark red orchid. Yet another color burst forth, leaving the surrounding bitters utterly astonished. Some stood there, utterly at a loss. While a common sky-heart orchid fetches a mere tens of thousands, this tricolor variant is valued at no less than 3 to 500,000. Such a stark contrast was laid bare before their eyes. Who among them could remain untroubled by such a loss? We acquired it for 300,000. Manager Yao gazed at me with palpable excitement, even admiration. Who could discern the innate talent within these orchids? Yet I had perceived it at a glance. Such skill, in the realm of orchids, is akin to divine prowess. My sister, Han Ruanqi, wore a look of regret. Had he engaged me further, this orchid might well have been his, or at the very least, I would have incurred significant losses. It was impossible to earn hundreds of thousands. Do you comprehend? Can you unlock it? Han Meiyu spoke tersely. Her anger mingled with regret as she cast a glare in my direction. It seemed she was vexed by my apparent advantage and lamented not securing a man of my caliber. I merely smiled gently at her, inciting further ire. Her entire countenance flushed crimson. On the side, Han Ruanqi fell silent, subdued by his sister's remarks. Master, do visit our auction house for some guidance, said another. Master Wu, I am an orchid merchant from the province, and I have accumulated a fair share of lesser varieties. When you have the time, assist us in selecting, and there will be ample benefits for you. At that moment, a multitude of individuals approached me, eager to present their business cards, each appearing to be significant orchid merchants. Chapter 67. Great development, moreover. The gazes surrounding me were all flattering, and many individuals clustered around, eager to witness my subsequent choices. Indeed, there were some misjudgments, yet their overall worth was insignificant. I stepped aside, indulging in a cigarette, while playfully engaging with several alluring women nearby. After that, I refrained from making any further moves. Master Wu, your father's call. Not long after, Zhao Hong approached, presenting me with a mobile phone. Boss Zhao, what is the matter? I chuckled lightly into the receiver. I observed your judgments at the auction, particularly the final moments. It was quite captivating. Come over to the provincial office and work with me. I can offer you an annual salary exceeding 10 million, along with a commendable position. I can ensure your woman is well taken care of. 10 million. And you'll look after my woman too? I retorted. Indeed, how about it? Are you tempted? Boss Zhao's laughter was infectious. Bozo. If 10 million is enough to sway me, what does that make me? I, Zhang Wu, am not one to be trifled with. Please refrain from insulting me. I tossed the phone back to Zhao Hong. He shot me a meaningful glance and nodded slowly. Zhang Wu, a man should think this way. 10 million is nothing. Very well. I shall inquire with my family for greater benefits or allow you to develop further. I am quite curious to see how far someone from a humble background like you can ascend, and then I shall ensure your downfall. That would be truly meaningful. Zhao Hong nodded vigorously, beginning to confer with influential members of his family. Xiao Wu, Feng Mili, and Yao Lan were comfortably nestled in my embrace, astonished by my unexpected prowess at the auction and the prestige I had garnered. They remarked. Teacher Me, Shui also cast a joyful glance in my direction. The subsequent auction featured items of moderate quality, among which there were indeed some misjudgments. However, they held minimal value, so I refrained from bidding, patiently awaiting the final dozen items. Among them were two of my prized golden-edged orchids, along with some fine pieces from a Zhao family. I was eager to ascertain the Zhao family's standing within the province, as it would provide valuable insight for the future. All right, this is Master Wu's first golden-edged orchid. The auction proceeded at a leisurely pace, and it took over half an hour for my first golden-edged orchid to be presented. However, once it emerged, the atmosphere became electrified. Initially priced at 500,000, it swiftly soared past 1 million. I found myself somewhat bewildered, while this orchid might indeed be valued at over 1 million. Such rapid escalation felt rather peculiar. Master Wu's orchids will undoubtedly flourish. Indeed, I perceive him as an emerging master, though his initial offerings may be average in quality. Once his name is attached, their value will surely double in the future. Indeed, absolutely. As conversations flowed, an increasing number of participants engaged in the auction. This made the underlying reasons abundantly clear to me. My first orchid fetched an astonishing 1,800,000. Subsequently, there were several orchids from the Han and Zhao families, each remarkable in its own right, expanding my horizons considerably. Ultimately, there remained two exquisite pieces, one being my own, a genuine golden-edged orchid that radiated a dazzling golden brilliance. To accentuate this particular orchid, the auction house personnel meticulously arranged ample lighting directed at it. As the cover was lifted, the illumination struck, prompting 200 to 300 attendees to instinctively shield their eyes from the brilliant glow, their astonished gazes fixed upon this golden-edged orchid. This was indeed a true golden-edged orchid, resplendent and vibrant. Several orchid merchants and prominent buyers who had traveled from afar were visibly excited, their eager eyes fixed upon their paddles, barely able to contain their desire to bid first. Commencing at a modest 2,200,000, with increments of 50,000, announced the auctioneer. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into a battlefield, with bids escalating rapidly. What had begun at merely 2 million soon soared past 3 million, and the momentum continued unabated. It was only after surpassing 4 million that the pace began to decelerate. Yet, several heavyweight bidders remained resolutely committed to this orchid, persistently raising their bids in increments of 50,000. Ultimately, the price surged to 4,600,000, leaving me almost speechless. With the auctioneer's gavel falling for the first, second, and third time, both I and Mi Shui could scarcely contain our elation, leaping in joy. At last, I had come into wealth. This auction environment was exhilarating. Once the items were secured, cash was promptly deposited into my account. After the auction house deducted their commission, my bank balance exceeded 6 million. The exhilaration within me was nearly overwhelming, almost compelling me to shout out in celebration. However, at that moment, all eyes remained fixated on the auction stage. As a remarkably large orchid awaited its turn to be auctioned, this was the grand finale piece from the Zhao family. The anticipation among the surrounding bidders was palpable, their eager gazes rivaling the fervor directed at my orchid, perhaps even surpassing it. What, I wondered, could the largest money orchid in the country possibly be like? My own anticipation mirrored theirs as I gazed on. As the cover slowly lifted, a gentle golden glow emanated from within, though it lacked the intensity of my golden-edged orchid. Its expansive golden radiance resembled that of a grand light fixture. The orchid's branches and leaves shimmered like gold coins, swaying gracefully with the breeze. In that moment, the golden light appeared even more resplendent, akin to stage lights casting their brilliance everywhere. What a splendid treasure indeed! Upon my arrival, I was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Hong, with a gleam of pride in his eyes, seemed to convey an unspoken message. What do you think? Our possessions are indeed formidable. The onlookers shared expressions of astonishment, particularly Han Ruanqi and his elders, whose faces turned ashen. In the territory of Nanjiang City, the Han family faced not only defeat at the hands of the Zhao family, outsiders nonetheless, but also succumbing to me, a local orchid cultivator. Such a defeat signifies a resounding failure, casting significant doubt on their standing in Nanjiang City. Xiao Wu, how exquisite! Huang Mimi exclaimed, clutching my hand in admiration. Indeed, how does one cultivate such orchids? Echoed Huang Lanlan. Yes, they are impressive, but I believe I will cultivate orchids that surpass theirs in strength and beauty. Let us go. Some things become clear upon mere observation. I pulled the 5 women along as we made our way outside. Hey, little brother, how's it going? Anything to say? Zhao Hong promptly intercepted me, seemingly eager to share something. What do you wish to hear? Are you hoping for praise regarding your family's orchids? I chuckled lightly. Isn't it obvious? They are remarkable. Zhao Hong beamed with pride. Indeed, they are splendid, but you nearly faltered due to a mere novice orchid cultivator. You. Zhao Hong glared at me, visibly frustrated. Yes, we did not anticipate this, which is why we are keen to recruit you, even considering you a formidable rival. Starting tomorrow, I will be establishing a presence in Nanjiang City, aiming to open a shop in the orchid market and become the largest orchid wholesaler, even a provider of premium orchids. What are your plans? Zhao Hong gazed at me with eager anticipation. Hee, I share a similar ambition. I intend to establish my own orchid base in Nanjiang City and secure my own shop in the market. Then we shall compare our progress. Excellent. I admire your tenacity and capability as a rival. We shall see what the future holds. Zhao Hong looked at me with excitement, seemingly optimistic about our respective ventures in Nanjiang City. My heart surged with fervor. What? You wish to lease a space at the school? On our way back, I conferred with Zhang Hong about renting an area specifically for orchids. Xiao Wu, students have never leased school property before, and this involves considerable complexity. It's not something that can be resolved quickly. Zhang Hong expressed her doubts. Sister Zhang, arrange it for me. I will meet with the principal, and I am confident I can persuade her. All right, but don't hold your hopes too high. I find this matter quite precarious. Before long, our group returned to the courtyard. I had initially intended to explore the orchid market to secure a shop, but it was already too late, so I remained by the side of the women. Xiao Wu. Upon our return, Yu Miao Miao and Fong Yu rushed out excitedly, spotting Huang Mimi and her sister beside me. Mimi, is it? 2 women exchanged cheerful glances in my direction. I felt no trepidation in my heart. Their bodies bore the essence of my presence, and their union was a simple matter. Before long, the Huang sisters joined Yu Miao Miao and began to engage in light-hearted banter, resembling a close-knit family. Xiao Wu, are you opening a cultivation base and an orchid shop? Will you still be studying? As I sat in the room, Fong Mili and the other woman settled into my embrace. Fong Mili gazed at me with curiosity. Of course I will continue my studies. Having the shop near the school will facilitate my education, I replied with a slight smile, my hand grazing the 2 women. What do you mean? They asked, looking at me with confusion, yet sensing something. In due time, I will ask both of you to keep an eye on things for me. What? You want us to watch over it? The 2 women appeared taken aback by my proposition. However, upon reflection, they accepted it with ease. After all, they were both in their final year, and their academic situation was quite manageable, making it entirely feasible for them to oversee the shop. In fact, they could afford to not attend classes for a while, as their grades were already sufficient for graduation. All right, with a shared thought, the 2 women joyfully embraced and kissed me. Naturally, I reciprocated their affection with my own actions, rewarding them for their company. Scoundrel! While several women remained in the outer room, I indulged in romance within the confines of my own space, leaving the 2 women feeling quite bashful.